Welcome to another spectacular Doomsday adventure audiobook by Far East Stories. Be prepared to be blown away by the action and excitement as we navigate the chaos of the apocalypse. Don't forget to subscribe. Ding 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 ding. When Yu hazily opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his body with the alarm ringing by the bed. What's going on? Looking at the familiar rental apartment in front of him and feeling his intact body, when Yu couldn't help but recall what had just happened. Just moments ago, when Yu and his hunting team were on a mission. This so-called hunting team was merely a third-rate team in a third-rate gathering place, and the strongest member of the team, Wen Yu himself, was just a newly promoted level 2 warrior. Everyone knew that this level of team was nothing more than cannon fodder in the apocalypse, and the so-called mission was naturally a task suitable for cannon fodder to attract the attention of a level 5 mutated beast, then lure it into the trap set by the main combat team. The huge rewards and sharp blades made it impossible for Wen Yu to refuse this suicide mission. Unfortunately, cannon fodder could never change the essence of being cannon fodder. When Wen Yu's team came into contact with the target creature, they faced a full 30 level 3 mutated beasts at the same time. By the time Wen Yu realized the situation and turned to flee, a third of the entire cannon fodder team had already been torn apart. And Wen Yu himself was smashed in the head by the level 5 mutated beast, less than 100 meters from the trap. Then, when Wen Yu opened his eyes again, what he saw was the small rental apartment where he had lived for 3 years. What's going on here? Wen Yu immediately sat up and stood next to the mirror by his bed. Looking at himself in the mirror, his frail body lacked the strength he once had. In the past, although he was merely cannon fodder, he still possessed the strength of a level 2 warrior, with a body weight of at least a ton and distinctly defined muscles, robust and strong. Now the body in front of him looked weak, like an ordinary big brother from a neighboring house. The more Wen Yu looked at his body, the more familiar it felt, as if he were looking at himself before he had changed jobs. Could it be? Wen Yu seemed to think of something and suddenly rushed to the computer, carefully examining the date on the screen. May 25, 2017, this is when the apocalypse began a year ago. Could it be that I have been reborn? I have been reborn, ha 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 ha. Wen Yu's laughter grew louder and crazier. As he thought of his past life as cannon fodder, tears began to flow. If he could start over, would he still become a cowardly cannon fodder? Would he still accept the exploitation and disdain of the strong? Would he still live through such a miserable life? Absolutely not, absolutely not, Wen Yu shouted crazily. This was heaven's favor and blessing for him. Wen Yu took a deep breath. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the tranquility of the neighborhood. What the hell, can't people get some rest? Damn, are they crazy? Damn it, it sounds so creepy. Countless curses echoed from the building. Many people strongly protested against the sudden scream. However, the screams not only did not cease, but instead intensified, coming from not just downstairs, but also from the hallways and inside homes. Help, someone is being killed. Honey, what's wrong? Don't bite me. Wen Yu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly locked his door, found a table, and quickly barricaded it at the entrance. Then he rushed to the window to look downstairs. He saw the source of the screams in the community. A young couple who had just gotten married were now exhibiting their affection in the square. The man was tightly holding his wife, madly kissing his lover's cheeks, which would have been a beautiful act under normal circumstances were it not for the chunks of flesh and blood in his mouth. Wen Yu had seen this scene in his previous life because this was the first image he witnessed when the apocalypse began. At that time, Wen Yu watched the blood and eyeballs splatter everywhere and vomited. In this life, he could only silently curse, "Damn it!" Wen Yu knew the apocalypse was coming and had made ample psychological preparations for it, but that was only limited to mental readiness. He had just been reborn for 5 minutes, okay? In those 5 minutes, confirming and accepting the fact of his rebirth already placed him in the category of mentally resilient individuals. Then just as Wen Yu thought he should prepare some supplies and weapons, the apocalypse had already kissed his smooth forehead. Heaven, are you messing with me? Where are the perks for reborn individuals? No perks. At least give me a usable weapon? No matter how much Wen Yu complained, the situation was already like this. Wen Yu carefully inspected his small rental apartment, trying to find something that could be considered a weapon. But within 3 seconds, Wen Yu felt disappointed. The rental apartment was small, so there was no room for a kitchen, which meant Wen Yu naturally couldn't find a kitchen knife or meat cleaver. Helpless, he picked up the fruit knife on the table and lightly scraped the tip with his hand. Having something is better than having nothing, right? Even if it's a fruit knife that's difficult to cut apples with. At this point, Wen Yu could only seek some comfort from the fruit knife. Looking at the food he had stocked, as a lifelong single dog, an orphan without parents, and a homebody who spent all day with his computer, he still had plenty of instant noodles, and there was also a small jar of fermented tofu. He remembered that in his previous life, he managed to survive a whole month relying on 2 boxes of instant noodles in his room. Before he starved to death, he waited for the survival team searching for supplies to arrive, and then began his year-long journey as cannon fodder. When Yu carefully packed his belongings, putting a few packs of instant noodles into his backpack, a few bottles of mineral water, and some sausages. These would be the basic supplies he would take with him. Then he found a mop, kicked off its head a few times, tightly wrapped the handle around the fruit knife, and voila, a makeshift spear was freshly made, though its actual combat power remained to be tested. He pulled out his autumn clothes and put them on, found some discarded books and magazines, and wrapped them around his wrists. This would serve as his armor. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and the spear in hand, when Yu slowly opened the door a crack, confirming there was no danger in the hallway, and cautiously opened the door. When Yu lived on the 3rd floor and found the door opposite his ajar, a strange sound coming from within. "A nice old couple. I'll help you find peace." When Yu immediately understood that something tragic had happened to the kind old couple across the hall. When Yu quietly opened the door of the opposite apartment and saw the once-kind old man with his back to him, hunched over, voraciously tearing into his old partner. The old lady stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes wide open. Zombies, the sign of the apocalypse beginning. The commonly accepted belief is that with the opening of the demon realm passage and the leak of demonic energy, humans without antibodies in their bodies mutated into these rotten, dirty monsters. Although they appear terrifying and disgusting, in fact, these zombies are among the weakest beings at the beginning of the apocalypse. Corrupted by demonic energy, their muscle tissue softens and collapses, causing these zombies to lack both strength and speed compared to humans. As long as humans can overcome their fear and have a weapon capable of breaking a zombie's skull, even a woman can kill several zombies with ease. For when Yu, who had survived for a year in the apocalypse, these low-level creatures failed to evoke any fear in him. Perhaps the sound of the door opening disturbed the dining zombie. The old zombie slowly turned his head, his pale pupils fixating on the fully armed Wen Yu. Wen Yu naturally knew the principle of striking first. He suddenly delivered a flying kick, knocking the zombie down, then stomped hard on it. The zombie struggled incessantly, but was unable to displace Wen Yu's strength, its bloody mouth continuously roaring. Wen Yu ignored the zombie's cries, adjusted his angle, and thrust the spear into the zombie's eye socket, causing the zombie on the ground to convulse a couple of times before falling still. Ding, killed a level 0 zombie, earned 1 point. When Yu exhaled, looking at the collapsed zombie, pulling out the spear, and a spray of foul blood flowed from the wound. Having only mutated for less than 10 minutes, the zombie's blood had already visibly darkened. When Yu silently mourned for it as he walked towards the ghastly old lady, stabbing her in the head with the spear. When Yu sent off the 2 elderly people, closed the door, and carefully checked each room to ensure that there were no other living beings besides himself. Slowly sitting on the sofa, he lit a long-by-mountain cigarette and took a deep puff. Check points. Beep, host's current points 2. It seemed the old lady was also close to mutating. After killing her, he received a point for himself, when Yu was naturally familiar with points. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the entire world had collapsed, and the paper currency of the past had become worthless. What followed were brand new rules and a new currency system, rules of the apocalypse and points exchange system. The rules of the apocalypse were simple. The only rule was that there were no rules. With the collapse of law and civilization and the degradation of morality, all survivors tacitly accepted the truth that the strongest was the boss. The points exchange system was established based on the exchange stone pillars scattered around the globe. Points could not be traded. They were automatically provided by the governing exchange system when survivors killed zombies, mutated beasts, or monsters. The number of points earned depended on the strength of the monster killed, so the amounts varied greatly. Points were the currency in the hands of all survivors, the material basis for their strength and survival, and the hope for humanity to continue existing. When survivors touched the exchange stone pillars, they could use their points to purchase various items. For example, professions, skills, various item scrolls, equipment, and even the most basic survival supplies. Of course, the items available at the exchange stone pillars were only the most basic. For instance, Wen Yu's profession in his previous life, warrior, was one of the 3 basic professions offered by the exchange stone pillar. By spending 10 points, one could change their profession to one of the 3 basic ones, starting as a level 1 professional. Even as a level 1 professional, right after transitioning, basic physical attributes could reach twice that of a normal human. After absorbing a sufficient amount of magic crystals, a level 1 peak professional could have physical attributes 10 times that of a normal adult male. And this was just for a level 1 professional. With such terrifying enhancements, how could survivors not flock to it? In his previous life, when you didn't dare to step outside for the first month, so he naturally had no knowledge of points. After being rescued, the zombies that were once common in the early apocalypse had become rare animals, hunted to extinction by survivors. When you spent 2 whole months just to gather the 10 points necessary for a job change. The saying, a single misstep leads to eternal regret, had led when you further down the path of being cannon fodder. One can imagine the role points played in the apocalypse. In this life, when you still planned to switch to a warrior. After all, there was no hierarchy among the 3 basic professions. However, having been a warrior in his previous life, he naturally had the most research on this profession. It wasn't that when you didn't want to pursue hidden professions, but hidden professions were mostly something you encounter rather than seek. Moreover, even after changing to an ordinary profession, one could change jobs again through hidden job change scrolls, so when you wouldn't pin his hopes on elusive hidden professions. Having thought through his future plans, when you took a sip of water, ate some simple food, and felt his way into the kitchen of the elderly couple. Clearly, the kitchen was well equipped with all necessary utensils. When you picked out the largest chef's knife and gently stroked the blade, the elderly had taken good care of it. He also selected the sharpest pointed knife and replaced the fruit knife on his homemade spear. Turning, he walked towards the door. When Yu's first step was to change his job to warrior. In the apocalypse, a profession is the first step to evolving and getting stronger. Therefore, the 10 points were very necessary. As for the exchange stone pillar, when you could say they were everywhere, they were by no means rare. When you remembered that just outside the gate of his apartment complex, there was a half-meter high, round stone pillar covered in mysterious patterns. That was the exchange stone pillar. This was also the first exchange stone pillar when you had seen in his previous life. Standing in the corridor, he carefully listened to the sounds around him. After about half an hour of chaos, the disturbance gradually calmed down. Now, even the dullest survivor wouldn't continue to scream. Unfortunately, when you didn't have the physical attributes of a professional and couldn't differentiate subtle sounds. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for wanting to act cool, he muttered, "Looks like I'll have to use the simplest method." When you softly knocked on the last residence door on the 3rd floor, a low growl came from inside. As he discerned the increasingly loud footsteps, he confirmed that there were 2 zombies inside. He took out the 2 thin wires he had picked up earlier and inserted them into the keyhole, gently tinkering. After a year in the apocalypse, lockpicking had become an essential skill for a cannon fodder. Using this skill, when you had scavenged quite a bit of food that high-level professionals looked down upon. With a click, the security door opened, and when you immediately stepped back 2 paces. Watching as 2 zombies stumbled out of the door, when you calmly retreated to the stairs. The zombies staggered out, and seeing there was enough distance, when you exerted force from his waist, thrusting the homemade spear quickly and accurately into a zombie's eye socket. A spray of filthy blood erupted, and the zombie fell to the ground motionless. "Beep, you have gained 1 point," hearing the prompt in his mind, when you swung the spear to stab at the other zombie. Looking at the 2 zombies lying in front of him, when you took a heavy breath. I usually don't pay attention to exercising, and I feel tired just after killing 2 zombies." Although when you had a year of killing experience in the apocalypse, his physical foundation was too weak. After killing the 2 zombies, he felt his muscles tremble incessantly. When you naturally knew this was a sign of slight exhaustion. Relaxing his body a bit, when you felt his stamina recover somewhat and quietly climbed to the 4th floor, tapping on the nearest door. As the knocking echoed, when you immediately heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps inside the room, and he instantly knew there were survivors inside. "Hello," when you hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to speak. The survivor inside watched through the peephole for a long time, slowly opening a crack in the door to reveal a beautiful face. The one who opened the door was a young girl. Seeing Wen Yu fully armed, with weapons still stained with blood, she couldn't help but feel nervous and stammered, "Why you're?" When you noticed the girl was very frightened. After a moment of hesitation, he softly said, "You stay at home, someone will come to rescue you. If food runs low, there's more downstairs. I will kill the monsters on these floors." Upon hearing Wen Yu's voice, the girl clearly froze. Without waiting for her to say anything else, Wen Yu turned and walked toward the 5th floor. Wen Yu's attitude towards survivors was to help when he could. However, having lived a second life, Wen Yu naturally wouldn't take a burden during the critical early stages of the apocalypse, as it would greatly delay his own strength growth. Moreover, for a young girl, this world was too cruel. cruel enough that Wenyu, who had been cannon fodder in his previous life, couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. "I hope you encounter some good people," was Wenyu's remaining goodwill and blessing for his upstairs neighbor. Wenyu stood on the top floor of the apartment building, looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground. He ignored the dirty blood and severed limbs around him, leaning against the railing and gasping for breath. After saying goodbye to his little neighbor upstairs, Wenyu frantically cleared out the zombies, starting from the 5th floor, then the 6th, and then the 7th. There were some scares along the way, but nothing particularly dangerous. After clearing out the 7th floor, he finally accumulated enough points he needed. Check points. Ding, remaining points 12. The hard work was worth it. In his previous life, Wenyu had only managed to gather enough points to become a professional after 3 months into the apocalypse. And this time, it only took a few hours. This was his capital, and Wenyu understood that becoming stronger first would put him ahead and make him even stronger. Only by doing so could he acquire greater survival capital in the demonic disaster that would begin 6 months after the apocalypse. Wenyu squinted at the quiet city outside and realized for the first time that the apocalypse didn't seem so terrifying to him anymore. Wenyu returned to his small rented room on the 3rd floor, quickly ate some food, and lay quietly on the bed to rest for a while. As the feeling of fatigue gradually faded, Wenyu picked up his weapon and walked outside. In the corridor lay several corpses. For the newly mutated zombies, their appearance was not significantly different from that of humans, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere throughout the floor. Wenyu was already immune to the scene before him. He wouldn't hesitate to charge into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as long as it didn't pose a threat to his life. He casually stepped on a corpse's finger bone, then went downstairs and headed toward the outside of the community. The building where Wenyu lived was about 100 meters away from the entrance of the community, a distance that was naturally not considered far in the past. However, after the apocalypse began, that 100-meter distance between the community gate and Wenyu's apartment building was no longer easy to traverse. Countless severed limbs and blood covered this short path, and there were at least a dozen zombies wandering around, either dining or aimlessly roaming. Wenyu silently tightened his grip on the weapon, looking at the stone pillar at the entrance of the community that was emitting a milky white glow. His eyes filled with determination. That thing was his hope, as well as humanity's hope against mutated beasts and demonic creatures, the exchange stone pillar. When it came to zombies, Wenyu naturally wasn't afraid. Moreover, humans had one powerful weapon compared to zombies: intelligence. Wenyu knocked on the corridor door with the spear in his hand. The clang, clang sound echoed far away, and the nearest zombies nearby swayed and staggered toward Wenyu. Wenyu waited for the zombies to slowly approach. The crisp sound of impact couldn't be missed by the surrounding zombies. By the time the zombies got closer, Wenyu was shocked to find that more than 10 zombies had gathered at the corridor's entrance. With a thrust of the spear, Wenyu could confidently say that as long as he wasn't surrounded, these low-level creatures were merely mobile points for him. The continuous thrusts sapped a lot of Wenyu's stamina, but they also took the lives of several zombies. As Wenyu fought while retreating, nearing the 4th floor, the last zombie collapsed in front of him. Another 10+ points. Looking at his rapidly increasing points, Wenyu couldn't help but smile. Stepping through the blood of the corpses, Wenyu arrived at the corridor entrance once again and noticed that the number of zombies outside had significantly decreased. He grabbed his weapon and quietly charged outside. The remaining zombies posed little threat to Wenyu now. As he saw the stone pillar getting closer, Wenyu grew even more excited. Almost there, almost there. After swiftly killing a zombie, Wenyu estimated that he was only about 50 meters away from the stone pillar. With his rampage, he was left with just one more zombie before reaching the stone pillar. It was a beautiful woman he often saw during his commute, her simple professional attire unable to conceal her charming demeanor. Unfortunately, she hadn't survived the initial outbreak of the virus. Watching the object of his past fantasies, now a zombie, swaying around the stone pillar, Wenyu tightened his grip on his weapon. Due to her transformation into a zombie, the beauty's vision had clearly deteriorated, and she completely failed to notice Wenyu approaching from a distance. Calm down, calm down. Wenyu fixed his gaze on the zombie in front of him, unable to suppress his wild excitement. Soon he would become a professional. Would he be the first in the world? Or the second? Surely one of the first few. Wenyu couldn't help but feel exhilarated. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a terrifying low growl interrupted Wenyu's fantasies about life in the apocalypse. Wenyu's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw what had just flown his last line of defense: the zombie away. In the next moment, the beautiful head was sent flying, dark red blood splattering everywhere, and the ghostly white eyes stared directly at Wen Yu. Wen Yu felt a chill run from his forehead down to his lower body, and he stood there, not daring to move a single step. Because Wen Yu saw what had attacked the zombie. It was a dog that Wen Yu was very familiar with. The residents of the community called it one-eyed because it had only one eye. The other had been blind since it arrived, leaving behind a blurry, bloody pit. Judging by the injury, it was clearly man-made. The community where Wen Yu lived was not a high-end one. The chaotic environment and lack of proper security led to many stray animals nearby, with one-eyed being the most memorable of them all. About a year ago, this stray dog came to the vicinity of the community. Its frightening eye injury, tattered gray fur, and a limp leg made even the most compassionate young girls keep their distance. At that time, one-eyed was only half a meter long, fighting fiercely with nearby stray cats and dogs over food. Its ferocious fighting style quickly made it the one most fed among the stray animals. Naturally, growing up in such an environment, one-eyed had no good feelings towards humans. Every time it saw passers-by, it would scrutinize them with its one remaining eye, sending chills down the spine of anyone who saw one-eyed, Wen Yu included. Logically speaking, Wen Yu would not fear an ordinary stray dog. However, with the arrival of the apocalypse, the Earth's air had been tainted by demonic energy. While animals would not turn into zombies, they would become something even more terrifying, mutated beasts. One-eyed was also a beneficiary of this disaster, and a significant one at that. Its original body had expanded over 3 times, now measuring 2 meters in length and over a meter in height. While its mottled gray fur remained as ugly as before, the exposed skin was taut, and no one would underestimate the explosive power of the muscles beneath. Its massive size brought immense strength. Just moments ago, One-Eye's leap had sent Wen Yu's dream girl flying at least 3 meters away, and then its sharp teeth bit off the zombie's head. Wen Yu understood that this stray dog, which was disliked by everyone, had evolved. A level 1 mutated creature. To Wen Yu, an ordinary person, One-Eyed was now the embodiment of death. Wen Yu watched as the one-eyed creature voraciously devoured the innards of a zombie, not daring to breathe, while cautiously stepping backward. It wasn't until the one-eyed beast turned its head and noticed its old neighbor that Wen Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps it found the fresh blood and flesh more nutritious, or perhaps the virus in the zombie's body had little effect on its evolution. The creature glanced at the remains of the zombie beneath it, then looked at the unharmed Wen Yu, and its ugly eyes slowly focused on him, the coldness in its gaze intensifying. When Yu understood this expression, it was the look of a mutated beast spotting its prey. In his previous life, he had seen this gaze countless times. Roar! A low growl erupted as the one-eyed beast lunged forward like a flash of lightning. The moment Wen Yu saw it crouch, he quickly turned to run. Faster, I need to go faster. Wen Yu understood that his only chance of survival was to rush into a nearby house. Perhaps he could find a way to escape behind a security door, but that was still too far away. For the one-eyed beast, the distance was less than 40 meters. At that range, it would take the beast only 2 seconds to close in. Even accounting for Wen Yu's speed, it would reach him in about 4 seconds. If it caught him, there would be no escape. Even if he were injured, the zombie virus in the one-eyed beast's mouth would surely lead to his death, as he was still an ordinary person. What made Wen Yu even more desperate was the fact that he was on the brink of completing his job change. Once he changed jobs, he could rely on his combat experience from his past life to feebly fight back against the one-eyed beast, or at least make an escape. But due to the location, the one-eyed beast had positioned itself between him and the exchange stone pillar, creating an insurmountable barrier. Am I really going to die just after being reborn? Did heaven allow me to be reborn just to experience despair once more? Wen Yu realized he was in a dire situation. Yet at this moment, Wen Yu grew increasingly calm. During his previous life as cannon fodder, he had been one step away from death countless times, but he survived by relying on his composure and reckless spirit. This was the most valuable thing he had brought back from the apocalypse. As they chased each other, the distance soon closed to within 10 meters. Wen Yu could even smell the rancid stench from the one-eyed beast's mouth. He realized he wouldn't be able to run away. What do I do? What do I do? Cold sweat broke out, and Wen Yu rapidly scanned his surroundings. In an open area, I'm definitely dead. The only option is... Wen Yu slightly adjusted his direction and dashed toward the convenience store ahead. At that moment, the one-eyed beast crouched slightly, preparing to attack. Wen Yu leaped into the convenience store and quickly knocked over a shelf. Crash, a loud crash echoed as Wen Yu felt a tremendous force slam into his back. Ah! Wen Yu screamed in agony as his body was thrown out of the store, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his chest tightening. looking at the shelf now torn apart by the one-eyed beast, its ugly eye fixated on him with a cruel glint. The bloodlust and brutality in its gaze sank Wenyu's heart to the depths of despair. Wenyu had hoped to temporarily block the one-eyed beast in the small convenience store, but it didn't give him any time. Instead, it had trapped him inside, making this confined space a grave. The one-eyed beast paced back and forth in the store, its remaining eye fixated on Wenyu, mockery clearly visible in its gaze. Wenyu clenched his fists tightly. The creature's mocking look ignited a burning anger within him. The demonic energy that allowed mutated creatures to evolve also enhanced their intelligence. Dogs were inherently smart animals, and now, as a first-level mutated beast, the one-eyed creature toyed with its prey like a hunter. Wenyu feared death, otherwise he would have ended his life long ago in his previous life. But he understood a principle: the more one fears death, the quicker it comes. So be it, I'll fight you to the death. If I die, you won't fare any better. I'm already destitute, what do I have to be afraid of? Facing the dire situation, Wenyu's rebellious spirit came forth as he shouted at the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast was startled by the sudden roar, involuntarily taking a step back. In that moment, Wenyu's peripheral vision caught a glimmer. It was a swirling vortex, about the size of a fist, emitting a mysterious silver light and spinning continuously. Due to the angle, Wenyu had been obstructed by the one-eyed beast and hadn't seen it, and the one-eyed beast, facing away from the vortex, also couldn't see it. But as the one-eyed beast recoiled, the silver vortex was exposed to Wenyu's view. Wenyu's heart raced with excitement. I knew heaven wouldn't play me like this. Indeed, there is always a way out, he mentally shouted. However, Wenyu remained expressionless, fearing that the one-eyed beast would sense something and charge at him, leading to a truly tragic end. Wenyu recognized what that vortex represented, a treasure land symbolizing opportunity and power. This vortex was the entrance to the treasure land. With the onset of the apocalypse, humanity's living space had been continually squeezed. Yet the mysterious force governing all this had clearly not given up on humanity. In addition to the ubiquitous exchange stone pillars, the greatest boon for humans was the treasure land. Treasure lands vary in size and appear according to a completely random pattern. Their existence also varies greatly. A treasure land might disappear just after it appears, or might last for an extended period. In his last life, Wenyu had heard others say that the largest gathering place in Mudanjiang City held a treasure land that lasted for 3 months, without showing any signs of dissipating. Every time a treasure land appeared, it sparked bloody conflicts among humans, all for the sake of benefits. Treasure lands were extremely tempting for humanity. Treasure lands could yield items of any level, and the quantity and quality of items produced there were completely random. However, the items produced inside were almost all high-quality goods that the exchange stone pillars did not offer. High-quality skills, high-quality items, top-tier equipment, and even hidden job change scrolls. Most importantly, treasure lands only accepted humans, which, for Wenyu at this moment, was undoubtedly a last ray of hope. Even if there were no items inside that could help improve his combat power. Even if once he entered, the treasure land immediately closed and expelled him. Even if there were countless traps or deadly trials inside capable of killing him. For Wenyu, facing immediate death was no worse than taking a gamble on the unknown. This was undoubtedly a choice that required no consideration. The one-eyed beast in front of him slowly lost its patience. Perhaps it was due to hunger, or maybe its brutal nature urged it to tear into its prey first. The one-eyed beast decided to act without waiting any longer. It let out a low growl at the old neighbor in front of it, opening its large mouth and viciously lunging forward to bite. Looking at the mouth filled with shredded flesh, blood, and viruses, Wenyu squeezed all his strength, his eyes filled with a terrifying fierceness. He thrust his right hand directly into the one-eyed beast's mouth, gripping its tongue with all his might and yanking it hard. The one-eyed beast seemed taken aback, not expecting this human, in an absolute disadvantage, to dare retaliate, causing it to pause momentarily. Considering the power difference between them, it ignored the pain from its mouth and pounced on Wenyu. The immense force left Wenyu with no chance to resist. He fell alongside the one-eyed beast, which bit down hard with its upper and lower jaws. Crack, a sound similar to breaking wood echoed, and Wenyu felt a surge of excruciating pain. Soon after, he completely lost feeling in his right hand. Wenyu knew that his right hand was gone. Ah! The immense pain instead ignited Wenyu's ferocity and strong will to survive. Using his remaining left hand to grip the nearby one-eyed beast, he exerted all his strength to flip the beast over, then frantically hurled himself toward the swirling vortex ahead. The flipped one-eyed beast was startled, perhaps surprised that its prey could struggle so fiercely at such close range. Then it spotted Wenyu's goal, the swirling vortex. A hint of anthropomorphized confusion appeared in its remaining eye, which quickly faded and was replaced by brutality and bloodlust. After all, a beast is still a beast. No matter how advanced its evolution, instinct will always be the primary factor influencing its actions. It quickly spat out Wen Yu's mangled right hand and lunged at Wen Yu's calf. The intense pain drove Wen Yu into a frenzy. Looking at the one-eyed beast tightly biting his calf, he abandoned any hope of escape, and his inner ferocity was completely unleashed. He had already discarded the spear while fleeing and seized the large kitchen knife strapped to his back with his remaining left hand, swinging it down violently toward the one-eyed beast's head. The knife fell swiftly, but the instant kill Wen Yu hoped for did not occur. Firstly, his dominant hand, the right one, was gone and the strength of his left hand was limited. Secondly, after several battles, the knife was no longer as sharp as it had been initially. Most importantly, as a first-level mutated beast, the hardness of its skin and bones was incomparable to the zombies corroded by demonic energy. The kitchen knife struck the one-eyed beast's head, creating a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. However, the beast showed no sign of being affected. Its eyes just began to glow ominously red, while its sharp claws relentlessly dug into Wen Yu's lower body, leaving numerous bloody gashes. Die, just die! Wen Yu fell into complete madness. At this moment, he could only swing the kitchen knife desperately, chopping continuously. The one-eyed beast was equally ferocious, the red glow in its remaining eye intensifying. Regardless of how many times the knife struck its head, it continued to viciously bite down on Wen Yu's leg. One of Wen Yu's strikes even landed on the one-eyed beast's nose, creating a large gash, yet the beast remained unfazed, with its red glow growing even brighter. Wen Yu knew that if this continued, he would only be tortured to death by the one-eyed beast. With determination, he lifted the kitchen knife high above his head and swung it down hard. In a frenzy, Wen Yu's strikes fell onto his own leg that was being bitten. The intense pain constantly stimulated Wen Yu's nerves, and the increasingly dull weapon undoubtedly heightened his suffering. Enduring the excruciating pain, his hand swung the knife down. Crack, a crisp sound. Wen Yu felt the force gripping his leg suddenly disappear. Without caring to mourn his severed leg, he used the last bit of strength he had to swing the kitchen knife forcefully at the one-eyed beast's nose, then quickly crawled towards the vortex with his remaining limbs. The one-eyed beast was taken aback by Wen Yu's sudden burst of determination, seemingly unable to believe that this human could make such a decisive move. It paused slightly. The large wound on its nose caused discomfort, but due to its evolved abilities, the injury only made the one-eyed beast more violent and ferocious, as it brutally chewed on the severed leg in its mouth before lunging at Wen Yu once more. This time, the one-eyed beast was not going to toy with its prey anymore because this human had inflicted pain on it. Thus, the one-eyed beast aimed its sharp teeth at Wen Yu's neck. Hearing the gust of wind and the scent of blood behind him, Wen Yu realized that this time he truly had little time left, perhaps just a second, maybe even less than a second. With all his might, he pushed off with his remaining leg, throwing himself forward with all his strength. The one-eyed beast stared intently at the vortex, which was the size of a fist in front of it. Its evolved intelligence told it that its prey had vanished into the swirling vortex. Just moments ago, Wen Yu and the one-eyed beast had both lunged forward, and finally, when the beast's sharp fangs were only a few centimeters away from Wen Yu, he managed to touch the silver vortex first. An immense force surged, and Wen Yu felt a pulling sensation that spread from his hand throughout his entire body, causing him to spin as if thrown into a washing machine, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the silver vortex. Wen Yu had naturally heard of treasure lands, but he had never entered one. After all, setting aside whether Wen Yu could even obtain the qualification to enter a treasure land, even if he could, a character of his level could not expect to find good treasures there. He might instead lose his life in various trials and at the hands of other humans. As Wen Yu carefully observed the treasure land he found himself in, he noticed that it was clearly not large. The spacious area had only a golden treasure chest in the center, and it was not locked. Other than that, there was nothing else, and there were no guardian beasts or various bizarre trials that he had heard about in his previous life. However, the size of a treasure land determined the quantity of treasures within it. The treasure land before him was only as big as his former rented room, and in such a small treasure land, the treasures would naturally be few. The fewer the treasures, the less chance Wen Yu had of surviving. Having lost too much blood, Wen Yu could no longer feel much pain. He quickly tended to his wounds, no longer dwelling on his increasingly desperate situation. Using the last bit of strength he had, he crawled next to the treasure chest and opened the only treasure chest in the whole treasure land. A flash of light passed, then quickly disappeared. Wen Yu squinted his eyes, and once the light faded, He stabilized his nearly desperate emotions and looked into the treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, there was only one item, a golden scroll covered in mysterious patterns. Wen Yu looked at the item before him, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away, tears streaming down his face. Wen Yu was not afraid of death, but he absolutely did not want to die, especially when heaven had given him a chance to start over. And the scroll in front of him was what saved his life. The patterns on the scroll were familiar to Wen Yu. These were the designs found on hidden job change scrolls. In his previous life, a year after the apocalypse, hidden job holders began to appear in large numbers, all relying on these kinds of items. In the largest gathering place in Mudanjiang City, there was a treasure land that had existed for 3 months, producing a large quantity of hidden job change scrolls for the Ice Warrior. Wen Yu was drooling over this item because it was a warrior-type hidden job that he could just change to. Unfortunately, no matter how common hidden jobs became, they were not something a mere pawn could obtain. However, the job change scroll for the Ice Warrior was white. Jobs were the fundamental strength that allowed humans to become stronger during the apocalypse. The exchange stone pillar offered 3 basic job exchanges: Warrior, excellent melee capability, powerful survival skills; Archer, ranged attacks, strong offensive power; Mage, summons elemental forces, possesses great destructive power. Hidden jobs are not necessarily stronger than ordinary jobs, as the key factor determining strength lies not in the job itself, but in the skills. After changing jobs, humans would directly advance to level 1 practitioners, greatly enhancing their combat power, and they would gain a skill or talent, which could also be called a passive skill. The 3 basic jobs all received the lowest grade F-level skill as their level 1 skills. Of course, this could be erased using skill forget scrolls, and then more powerful skills could be acquired through skill scrolls. The hidden job that Wen Yu desired so much in his previous life, the Ice Warrior, was sought after because it provided a basic C-level skill. However, skill forget scrolls and skill scrolls were not items that a mere pawn could afford. Moreover, leveling up would increase skill slots by 1. In other words, a level 10 warrior would have 10 different skills or abilities, which is the fundamental determinant of strength in the apocalypse. The gap between skills was immense. The lowest level skill slot was F level, while the highest could reach SSS level, and higher level skills could significantly enhance combat power, allowing practitioners to overpower those of the same level. Wen Yu trembled as he picked up the scroll, and the information about the item appeared in his mind. Ha 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 ha, truly, those who should not die will always find a way to live. I have to thank that beast, ha ha ha. The most desperate moment brought hope to Wen Yu, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. Wen Yu laughed madly towards the sky, tears still flowing down his cheeks. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely think Wen Yu was a lunatic. He could no longer think about anything else and quickly tore open the job change scroll. Suddenly, the job change scroll transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly surged into Wen Yu's body. At the same time, Wen Yu felt a warm force enveloping him. The small wounds on his body quickly healed, and even severed limbs began to regrow rapidly. This was the accompanying reward of changing jobs. Every promotion could heal bodily injuries. The job change scroll essentially represented the advancement from level 0 to level 1. As Wen Yu sensed his injuries healing, a surge of immense power erupted, directly enhancing his physical attributes to double that of a normal human. Then, a series of notification sounds rang out in his mind, one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully changing jobs. The current job is Soul Master. Ding! Please note that each person can only change to one job but can change jobs with other job scrolls. Ding! The host is currently a level 1 Soul Master, with basic attributes at 2, and has gained the job exclusive skill. Soul Realm No Level Exclusive Skill. Cannot be forgotten or replaced. Soul Realm, the Soul Master partners with soul pets, relying on them for immense strength. The Soul Realm serves as a living space for soul pets, where their injuries will heal faster. Each time the Soul Master levels up, a new Soul Realm will be unlocked. Ding! Please note that due to the uniqueness of the Soul Master profession, the Soul Realm is the Soul Master's only skill, and the Soul Master will not gain any other skills in any way. Ding! The host has obtained a Soul Master's contracted soul pet. Soul Beast contract cannot be Chinese letter, automatically occupying the host's first Soul Realm. Soul Beast, the companion of a Soul Master and the Soul Master's greatest trump card. As long as the Soul Master is alive, the Soul Beast will not perish. Soul Beast can devour different attributes of soul crystals to grow and evolve. Please note that the skills generated during leveling up are based on the attributes of the soul crystals the Soul Beast has devoured. Current Soul Beast attributes: none. The soul beast has no combat power but exists in both non-combat and combat forms. It cannot be summoned into the soul realm. Non-combat form appears as a glowing orb, its appearance changing based on the soul beast's attributes and level, floating on the host's shoulder. Combat form, the soul beast merges with the soul master, greatly enhancing the soul master's combat ability. The soul master's base attributes are changed to the sum of the soul master and soul beast's attributes. Additionally, any skills the soul master possesses will be amplified. In combat form, the soul beast's presence changes the soul realm skill to Spirit Pet Empowerment. Spirit Pet Empowerment, no level, exclusive skill of the soul master. In the combat state where the soul master and soul beast merge, all externally released soul beasts cannot re-enter the soul realm, and soul pets within the soul realm cannot be released. All soul pets within the soul master's soul realm can empower the soul master with a skill of their own. Current attributes of the soul beast: 2. Skill 1, Soul Strike S level, passive skill. In combat form, every attack by the soul master will inflict damage to the enemy's soul, with damage depending on the difference in attributes between both parties. This effect is completely ineffective against enemies exceeding the host's attributes by 10 times. Current host attributes: Name when you race, Human Job, Soul Master Skill, Soul Realm Spirit Pet Empowerment First Soul Pet, Soul Beast Attributes. 2. When you read through the notification sounds in his mind, his eyes widening with each passing moment. By the end, he was astonished to the point of feeling his eye corners might burst. Comparing the Soul Master job with the warrior job he was most familiar with in his mind, he almost instantaneously concluded that there was no basis for comparison between the two. In terms of basic attributes alone, there was no difference. In fact, when you knew that every job's basic attributes were the same, starting at 2 and leveling up to a peak of 10. However, once he merged with the Soul Beast, his basic attributes would immediately surpass those of other jobs by a significant margin. If at the level 1 peak, other jobs had basic attributes of 10, then his combat state would be 20, and as levels increased, the gap between the two would grow even larger. With just this factor, he would dominate his peers in the later stages. Moreover, the Spirit Pet Empowerment in his combat state would allow him to possess several more skills compared to others, with higher levels meaning more additional skills. The gap created by this would result in effects far exceeding mere doubling of physical attributes. It would also render his combat style unpredictable. He might even become a versatile practitioner capable of both melee and ranged attacks, able to tank and evade. There could also be instances where his soul pet would be stronger than his own combat prowess in battle. When you carefully experienced the powerful strength brought to him by being a soul master and turned to look at the floating soul beast on his shoulder. This profession is great in every way, but this soul beast is too conspicuous. Once seen, it'll never be forgotten. I won't be able to hide my identity at all in the future. The little soul beast, round and chubby, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball, trembled continuously. Seeing its master observing it, it affectionately rubbed against Wen Yu's cheek, giving a pleasantly cool sensation. Wen Yu smiled slightly. This little creature would be his lifelong companion. The interaction just now allowed the little soul beast to clearly convey its feelings of joy and curiosity, making Wen Yu understand that this little thing was not an inanimate object, but a living being with its own thoughts. The exit of the treasure land had opened the moment the treasure chest was unsealed. Seeing the human-sized silver vortex, Wen Yu narrowed his eyes, recalling the Cyclops that had forcibly brought him here. To be honest, Wen Yu was very grateful to that Cyclops. Without that creature, he would have likely switched to being a warrior and missed out on such a perfect profession. What can I do to thank you? I suppose I'll just let you head to hell at the fastest speed possible. Wen Yu thought to himself. Looking at the silver vortex before him outside, a beast might be lurking in the grass. However, Wen Yu understood very well that a mutated dog could no longer stop him. His future lay far away, across the entire world. So, how high could he reach in this world, and what kind of role could he play? Really, I can't wait. At this moment, it had only been 20 minutes since Wen Yu entered the treasure land. Outside, in the convenience store of the community where Wen Yu lived, the Cyclops looked curiously at the silver vortex before it. Its not-so-low intelligence told it that just moments ago, the food it was about to devour, its old neighbor, had been sucked into the silver vortex and disappeared without a trace. The fact stood before the Cyclops. This strange vortex was the culprit competing with it for prey. The only remaining eye of the Cyclops fixed intently on the silver vortex, slowly moving forward. This posture was a precursor to the Cyclops launching an attack. However, despair slowly crept in for the Cyclops. No matter how it moved, the enemy, before it showed no signs of weakness. The Cyclops even suspected that this creature might be stronger than itself. Deciding not to wait any longer, the Cyclops swiftly pounced on the silver vortex. It let out a yelp of pain and quickly retreated. There were no wounds on its body, but at the moment the Cyclops made contact with the entrance to the treasure land, it was suddenly struck by a burst of silver light that penetrated deep into its body. This was the punishment from the treasure land for non-human creatures that touched it, a soul attack that caused intense pain but no actual injury. The Cyclops didn't dare to move recklessly anymore. The attack had reminded it of long-lost pain. It hadn't felt such intense suffering since humans had blinded it in one eye. Naturally, the Cyclops didn't know that the thing before it was called a treasure land. And a treasure land was certainly not something mutated creatures could attack. Just as the Cyclops was contemplating whether to abandon the human inside and leave, the vortex suddenly underwent a change. The continuously spinning silver vortex gradually ceased its rotation, and the gentle silver light began to fade. The vortex, initially the size of a fist, continued to shrink. Then when it shrank to the size of a pinky finger, the vortex suddenly burst open, emitting a dazzling silver light. The Cyclops' only eye was nearly blinded by the flash, and it turned its head in shock, shaking its large dog head to mitigate the effects of the sudden brightness. "Wow, now I finally have time to properly examine you. It's been a while since I last saw you, and you've gotten uglier, you beast." The Cyclops heard the voice and suddenly leaped backward. Then squinting its eye, which was now much less sensitive, it looked toward the spot where the silver vortex had been. The originally strange vortex had vanished, replaced by a human it was very familiar with, the prey it had just been pursuing. However, this human puzzled the Cyclops. Although they had not changed much in size and appearance, tall and thin, with torn clothes pulled apart by the Cyclops, strangely, the hands and feet it had ripped off had regrown. Plus, there was now a small floating orb on the human's shoulder. The Cyclops examined Wenyu's newly regrown limbs and then glared at the remaining hand on the ground. Its underdeveloped brain couldn't comprehend the situation before it. Wenyu also glanced at the severed limbs on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. While he wasn't afraid of severed limbs, seeing his own severed limbs, especially when he didn't actually need them, was unsettling. The Cyclops decided to ignore these complex thoughts. The regrowth was actually better. It meant it could consume more flesh and blood and evolve faster. Moreover, as it observed the human in front of it, who had a faint smile and looked at it with mockery, the Cyclops felt anger rising. That gaze was reminiscent of how it had looked at this very human just moments ago, filled with ridicule and scorn. Thus, the Cyclops was provoked by the human's gaze. It had seen that expression many times before, and only when it armed itself with ferocity and brutality did those gazes begin to diminish, replaced by fear and disgust. Therefore, nothing could mock or hurt it anymore. This human had to be killed. It wanted to rip him to pieces and eat him bit by bit, just as it had done with the previous humans it had consumed. Wenyu watched the looming beast before him and took a slight step back, closely observing the Cyclops' movements. He had been ready for battle the moment he exited the treasure land, and the previous mockery was intended to incite the Cyclops' rage. Wenyu knew that creatures that evolved into first-level mutated beasts at the very beginning of the apocalypse had the highest potential among mutated beings, and their combat capabilities were far superior to those of humans. A strong stench hit him. The Cyclops launched its attack, its foul mouth aimed directly at Wenyu's neck. If it bit him, his fate would undoubtedly be worse than the dream lover he had just lost. Wenyu's heart tightened. The speed was too fast. Just moments ago, the Cyclops had likely been toying with its prey, which was why it hadn't fully revealed its strength. Now, with the enraged Cyclops lunging at him, Wenyu understood. This beast had definitely consumed a good amount of zombies and humans. It was no longer a mere mutated creature with a body attribute of 2. Based on Wenyu's experience, this Cyclops body attribute had at least reached around 5 points. Wenyu barely sidestepped to avoid the attack from the one-eyed beast, then kicked fiercely at its stomach. Although he had just transitioned into his new profession, it was clear that a kick with twice the strength of an average person was not easy to withstand, especially in such a soft area as the abdomen. The one-eyed beast was knocked back by Wenyu's kick, its movement slowing down slightly, while Wenyu also felt a recoil force transmit from his toes. He stepped back to dissipate the impact. It seems that with double the physical quality, it's still too difficult to fight against this creature. So, what about battle mode? Suddenly, the sole beast that had been swaying on Wenyu's shoulder dove into his body. Wenyu felt a wave of heat rapidly flowing through him from his ears, followed by a surge of warmth that enveloped his entire body, coming along with an immense feeling of power. "Die for me?" The berserk power erupted violently, and Wenyu roared as he raised his fist and struck down hard at the one-eyed beast's head. The one-eyed beast was caught off guard by the sudden increase in Wenyu's speed and received a solid punch. Howl, howl! The one-eyed beast was knocked to the ground by Wenyu's punch, letting out a mournful wail, though the physical pain was minimal. However, a strange energy rushed into its brain through the point of impact, making the one-eyed beast feel as if a stick were stirring incessantly in its mind. Seeing the miserable state of the one-eyed beast, Wenyu understood that in battle mode, the Soul Beast's first skill, Soul Strike, had taken effect. With Wenyu's current physical quality, his base value was 4, while the one-eyed beast's was at least 5, and without any weapons, it was difficult for him to inflict fatal injuries using just punches and kicks. Thus, Wenyu naturally placed his bets on the Soul Strike, an S-rank skill, and at least for now, it seemed he had made the right choice. Soul Strike had inflicted significant damage on the one-eyed beast. Wenyu's fists and feet rained down on the one-eyed beast's waist, where the so-called copper head, iron tail, soft waist didn't just apply to wolves. Moreover, the protective power of the spine in the lower back was obviously weaker than in other areas. The one-eyed beast was clearly dazed from the successive soul strikes, its screams relentless, but the strength in its limbs was completely stripped away by the agonizing pain in its mind. From this, one can see the terrifying nature of Soul Strike. Without outside interference, the one-eyed beast would undoubtedly be torn apart by the forces of Soul Strike, and just from the blood vessels spreading across its facial features, it was clear that this time would not last long. But an unexpected turn occurred, not from the outside, but from the one-eyed beast itself. As a mutated beast, similar to professionals, every mutation presents an opportunity to automatically awaken a mutated ability. For a genius like the one-eyed beast, which had just evolved into a first-level mutated beast at the onset of the apocalypse, if it did not fall, it meant that with each level gained, it would acquire a skill of considerable rank. The higher the level, the more terrifying it becomes. Thus, the one-eyed beast now possessed its first skill. Destiny Fight S-Rank, an unimaginable fighting will allows the host to be fearless with a significant reduction in pain perception. As injuries worsen, the host's basic physical quality will exponentially increase, with no upper limit to the growth. At this moment, the one-eyed beast was tormented by the pain of the soul strike, yearning for release, and the spiritual damage was naturally one form of injury. Therefore, while Wenyu was unaware, the physical strength of the one-eyed beast was steadily rising. As the spiritual injury worsened, the one-eyed beast's physical attributes became increasingly powerful. The damage capability of the soul strike is determined by the difference in basic attributes between the two parties. Originally, with Wenyu's base attribute of 4 against the one-eyed's 5, Soul Strike was already able to unleash substantial destructive power, rightfully deserving of its S-rank capability. However, as the one-eyed beast's physical quality increased, the damage effect of Soul Strike was continuously diminishing. Eventually, Wenyu felt the target beneath him becoming tougher, the recoil growing stronger, and the one-eyed beast's wails weakening as he gradually ceased his attacks. What he saw next were the one-eyed beast's blood-red eyes. What kind of eye was that? The original mockery and coldness had completely vanished, leaving only a violent intent to kill. The immense killing intent made Wenyu, who had been in the heat of battle, suddenly calm down. This is bad. I focus solely on my own strength while forgetting that mutated beasts can also possess abilities. Wenyu thought of the aspect he had overlooked. It was hardly Wenyu's fault. In his previous life, as a mere fodder, he had only come into contact with the lowest level of both humans and monsters, and beings of this caliber were unlikely to possess any game-changing abilities. But the current situation was clearly different, as Wenyu himself, due to the terrifying soul master profession, could say that as long as he didn't act recklessly, he had completely distanced himself from being mere fodder in this life. In contrast, the one-eyed beast, able to grow into a first-level mutated beast at the onset of the apocalypse, certainly wasn't fodder either. Its future path of evolution could be considered smooth sailing. In the battle between the two, skills would undoubtedly be a key factor in determining victory. Wenyu couldn't care less about his bloodied hands and slowly retreated towards the door behind him. Wenyu couldn't discern what kind of ability the one-eyed beast possessed, and the best way to resolve the current predicament was undoubtedly to find an escape route first. If he could fight, he would, but if he couldn't, he would run. The one-eyed beast slowly propped itself up, its lower body temporarily numb from Wenyu's strikes. However, the physical pain could never compare to the agony in its mind. This suffering drove the one-eyed beast insane. Roar! A massive sound wave erupted from the one-eyed beast, causing the glass of the convenience store to creak, and even the nearby glass counter shattered completely. Wenyu was momentarily stunned by the deafening noise, his ears ringing. The one-eyed beast didn't give Wenyu a chance to recover. With its massive front claws supporting its body, it lunged forward violently, its gaping mouth aimed at Wenyu's head. There was no doubt that a bite would mean certain death. Wenyu sensed the overwhelming murderous intent, rushing towards him, and fought through the dizziness in his head to quickly twist his body. The combat experience accumulated over a year in the apocalypse saved his life. Wenyu sidestepped, dodging the one-eyed beast's massive maw. Although he avoided a direct bite, the one-eyed beast's claws struck his arm. Wenyu felt as if he had been hit by a freight train, the immense force sending him flying out of the convenience store, shattering the glass, and rolling several times on the street before dissipating the force, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing his left hand twisted in a bizarre shape, Wenyu could hardly care about the excruciating pain as he rolled and crawled towards the community's entrance. Behind him, the one-eyed beast continued to roar, but its voice was noticeably diminishing. Wenyu guessed it might be that the mutated beast had been injured in its waist, causing its mobility to weaken, which inadvertently saved his life. Hugh, Wenyu gasped heavily, realizing he had sprinted several hundred meters away, getting further and further from the community. He couldn't help but slow down and catch his breath. What kind of ability is that? So freakish, that pounce had at least 20 points of power. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been a goner. However, what puzzled Wenyu was that he had survived in Mudanjiang City during his previous life, yet he had never heard of this one-eyed creature from anyone before. Could it be that this guy has left Mudanjiang City? After pondering for a long time without coming up with a reason, he simply dropped the thought. Looking back at the community gate left far behind, Wenyu felt helpless. Now I can't go back. Damn it, chased by a dead dog to the point where I can't even return home. I really have brought shame to the ranks of reborn individuals. Wenyu vented his frustration, and observing his disheveled appearance, lamented the terrifying combat power of the one-eyed creature. He once again contemplated his next course of action. I remember that on the third day of the apocalypse, there seemed to be a large treasure land appearing at Riverside Park. In my previous life, I had no idea what was going on there, but later I heard others mention it, and there were some very useful treasures inside. As a reborn individual, how could I miss such an opportunity? However, before that, I should first tend to the wounds on my arm, exchange for some weapons and equipment, and enhance my physical strength. Otherwise, if I encounter that beast again, I might die a very ugly death. Wenyu recalled the terrifying red eyes of the one-eyed creature, filled with killing intent and rage, making him understand that there was definitely no end between them. With its keen sense of smell, the one-eyed creature would undoubtedly be able to track him down. After resting for a while, the pain in Wenyu's arm made his face turn pale. Looking at the swollen arm, he understood that he needed to heal his wounds quickly. Otherwise, he might have to consider amputation and later regrow it through leveling up. Fortunately, in this already demonized world, treating wounds was still relatively simple. Wenyu ran several more blocks, shaking off the slowly shuffling zombies behind him. Confirming that he had distanced himself enough from the one-eyed creature, he deactivated his soul beast's combat state. Surveying the surroundings, Wenyu turned into a hardware store and began searching for the materials he needed. The hardware store was well preserved, completely empty inside. It seemed the staff had directly abandoned their posts and left after witnessing the chaos on the streets. Ah, a kitchen knife. It's not sharpened. What's the use of that? A hammer, not bad, just a bit short, but it will do. Hey, a fire axe. This is a big weapon, this is good. In just a few minutes, Wenyu came out of the hardware store fully armed, casually carrying a fire axe, a small hammer hanging from his waist, and wearing an old pair of sneakers that could have belonged to either the staff or the owner on one foot, while the other wore his own shoe. His entire look resembled that of a homeless person, with the wandering soul beast adding an air of mystery to this homeless man. Thud! The zombie in front of him was smashed a meter away, its head crushed flat, and its murky brain matter splattered all over. Ding, earned 1 point. When you watched the dead zombie before him, his newfound strength after leveling up had turned these filthy zombies into easy targets. Most importantly, professionals were no longer afraid of the viruses on the zombies. Even with just one hand, Wenyu's strength could crush the weak zombies to death. Check points. Host has 100 remaining points. After securing his weapon, Wenyu began slaughtering zombies extensively and finally reached 100 points before night fell. He ran a few meters to the exchange stone pillar and gently touched it with one unharmed hand. Welcome to the exchange system. A clear female voice sounded, and Wenyu quickly browsed the exchange content before him. The entire exchange stone pillar was divided into 4 major categories: profession, skills, equipment, and items. When you first clicked on the profession option, looking at the three solitary options, warrior, archer, mage. He then opened the skills section, viewing the dazzling array of D-grade and below skills, and felt disappointed. Nothing has changed. I thought there would be some good stuff at the exchange stone pillar at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was all in vain, when you pouted, confirming that the exchange stone pillar was still the same when you no longer hesitated and directly clicked on the item option. The item option contained no less than 1,000 items, a variety of things including skill-forgetting scrolls that could wash away skills, military ration pills that could sustain professionals for 3 days with just one, and various types of magic crystals providing evolution energy for professionals. There were even food items like grains and vegetables, and even items like sanitary napkins. In his previous life, Wen Yu had thoroughly studied this exchange system. Essentially, survivors could find all items fulfilling their living conditions within it. This significantly reduced humanity's dependence on strongholds. The exchange system had items for every aspect of living. Unfortunately, aside from some super strong individuals, very few would luxuriously use their precious points to exchange for these things. In Wen Yu's impression from his previous life, the strongest group of people comprised the leaders of the strongholds and those wandering lone strongmen. In fact, some lone warriors were far more powerful than the leaders of strongholds, because the more powerful beings were, the further they dwelled from strongholds. Wen Yu disregarded the chaotic exchange options and directly typed the keyword healing into the item search. The entire exchange list quickly narrowed down, leaving only a few options. Primary healing potion can treat basic injuries, exchange price 100 points. Intermediate healing potion can quickly heal bodily injuries, exchange price 300 points. Advanced healing potion, revitalization scroll, phoenix blood, life drain scroll, cup of life. Looking at the few options with sky-high exchange points, Wen Yu let out a helpless sigh. For example, the cup of life, just by putting in any liquid, even contaminated water, the power of the Holy Grail would directly transform it into the ultimate healing potion. This item could completely support the healing tasks of a super stronghold. However, it required a whopping 100 million exchange points, making it clear to everyone that it was nothing more than a visible but ungraspable lure. When you chose not to dwell on these unattainable desires and directly selected the primary healing potion. Ding! Successfully exchanged for primary healing potion, consumed 100 points. Exiting the exchange system and looking at the transparent glass bottle placed on the exchange stone pillar, when you directly uncorked it and drank the healing potion. Grape flavor. The sky gradually darkened, and the first night of the apocalypse quietly arrived amidst the cries and despair of countless survivors. Although it was only around 7 o'clock, the entire city had lost its usual hustle and bustle, leaving behind only a dead silence. When you stood on the second floor of a supermarket, chewing on a sealed package of cooked food while squinting at the dim moon in the sky. The injury on his arm had completely healed thanks to the effects of the healing potion. It must be said that products from the exchange stone pillar are always of high quality. The zombies downstairs had been cleared out by Wen Yu. For a first-level professional, the unleveled zombies were nothing more than a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, especially since professionals were no longer afraid of viral infection. The moonlight in northeast Huaxia was not bright, and the moon was not prominent, but Wen Yu could still see that the originally cold and clear moonlight now had a hint of blood color, as if something had infected the moon. Wen Yu knew that was the greatest terror in the apocalypse. Half a year after the apocalypse began, when the moon completely turned blood red, the gates of the demon realm would open, and countless terrifying demonic creatures would surge into the earth. All of humanity would truly face the real horror. Compared to the little zombies now, these creatures seemed almost cute, like moving points of experience. Wen Yu casually tossed aside the chicken leg bone he had finished, and the bone drew a beautiful arc from the window before hitting the ground with a thud. The dull sound startled a zombie a few meters away, which stumbled toward the source of the noise, letting out a low roar that echoed far into the silent night. This was the reason Wen Yu chose to stay quietly in his room. At night, his vision was reduced, but the zombies' hearing was greatly enhanced. Wen Yu certainly wouldn't confront these creatures at night, not out of fear, but simply because it was not cost-effective. He picked up a kitchen knife he had scavenged from the supermarket and threw it at the zombie's head. At a distance of a few meters, with Wen Yu's immense strength, the knife accurately struck the zombie's head, preventing it from calling for its companions, and then the world fell silent. Wen Yu closed the window and leaned against the wall to sort through his gains and losses from today, as well as his battle experience against the one-eyed creature. This had become a habit for Wen Yu in the apocalypse. Without enough resources, Each point of gained experience brought him a bit more hope for survival. The Soul Master profession is indeed very strong, but in non-combat situations, I have fewer skills than other professions. Moreover, considering the nature of the Soul Master, this profession leans more towards summoning rather than close combat attacks, so it's essential to have items that boost defensive capabilities. The power in combat was indeed terrifying. However, in non-combat situations, Wenyu's combat power was lacking compared to other professions, and he couldn't maintain combat status for long. Right after exiting combat status, his soul beast was clearly less lively than at the beginning. Through mental sensing, Wenyu learned that prolonged combat status would continuously drain the soul beast's stamina. He estimated that he could remain in combat for about 30 minutes before needing to let the soul beast rest. Fortunately, the soul beast's recovery speed was strong. Just an hour later, it was back to its restless state. Wenyu carefully reviewed his battle against the one-eyed creature. His soul strike could be described as very fierce. He estimated that as long as the basic attributes of the target did not exceed his by more than double, the soul strike would generate immense lethality, undoubtedly an S-grade ability. He further speculated about the first ability of the one-eyed creature, and it proved that he knew too little from his previous life. He wasn't particularly intelligent, so he gave up on such brain-burning thoughts. Phew, I have to check out the treasure land at Riverside Park in 2 days. I remember hearing others say that quite a few useful items came from that treasure land. Wenyu recalled the rumors he had heard in his previous life and began to formulate a plan in his mind. Ding-dang-dang, the jarring sound interrupted Wenyu's thoughts. This sound came from the little traps he had set up. He had placed some empty soda cans at the stairwell. The dim light served as the best cover for these little things. Footsteps echoed softly from downstairs. Wenyu, with his enhanced hearing, could distinguish that 3 people were coming, 2 of whom were professionals. In fact, professionals would quickly emerge in the apocalypse, as killing zombies would provide experience points, and the ever-present exchange stone pillar would undoubtedly attract survivors to investigate, so these things could not be hidden from observant individuals. Listening to the continuous clinking of cans as they approached, Wenyu picked up his weapon, a massive fire axe, and touched the short hammer at his waist before heading downstairs first. Duan Wenfeng made his way upstairs with his sister and a little girl he had rescued along the way. Originally, he and his sister were on their way to visit their grandfather in the suburbs when the apocalypse suddenly broke out. If Duan Wenfeng hadn't been a sports enthusiast and his sister hadn't practiced judo for a long time, they might have been eaten by those biting monsters at the beginning of the apocalypse. While they were hiding from the monsters, Duan Wenfeng, in self-defense, used a fire extinguisher to smash a zombie to death, then heard the system's notification sound. After communicating with his sister, the clever Duan Wenxu pointed out the nearby exchange stone pillar. Together, they took the initiative at the beginning of the apocalypse, relying on their strong physiques and Duan Wenxu's sharp mind to become professionals, along with rescuing the 13.4-year-old girl beside them. Brother, his sister tugged at his clothes from behind. Duan Wenfeng replied with a nasal sound, not daring to relax even a little. In this dark environment, zombies had the home advantage, although those undead might not have the concept of ambush. There are living people upstairs. This is someone else's alarm system. Looking down at the clinking cans, Duan Wenfeng found his sister's deduction very reasonable. He also knew that in terms of intelligence, his sister could easily outsmart him. Then should we go up and say hello, then change places? Duan Wenfeng hesitated as he discussed with his sister Duan Wenxu. To be honest, this position was great, and their food supplies were plentiful. Finding another place now might mean no food at all, and even if Duan Wenfeng wasn't particularly smart, he knew that nights in the apocalypse were very dangerous. No need. They're already coming out. Duan Wenxu pointed ahead, where the dim moonlight allowed the 3 figures on the stairs to be vaguely seen. Tattered clothes, 1 sleeve and a pant leg missing, covered in blood, with a small black sphere on the shoulder spinning irregularly, and a massive fire axe in hand. Duan Wenfeng couldn't help but be startled. The appearance was simply too frightening. The little girl he rescued, Li Dai, was clutching his waist tightly, clearly terrified by this human figure, but her survival experience over the past few days had taught the sensible Li Dai not to scream. Wenyu quietly observed the strange combination in front of him. A man around 25 years old, about the same age as him, holding an F-grade steel knife exchanged from the system. However, the bulging muscles told him that the man in front of him was a different kind of combatant compared to himself, a weakling from peacetime. Behind him stood a 22.3-year-old woman, tall and slender in tight jeans that perfectly outlined her beautiful curves. However, the blood-stained kitchen knife in her hand indicated that this beautiful woman was definitely not a mere vase. A shivering little girl stood behind them, not very old, with some blood on her clothes and red eyes that clearly showed she had experienced the brutality of the apocalypse. We didn't know there were people upstairs. If possible, could we get something to eat here and rest for a night? Duan Wenfeng confirmed that the beings in front of him were alive and quietly made his request. Seeing the three-man team full of expectation, Wen Yu silently nodded. You can take food from downstairs as you like, and then you can go upstairs to rest. It's not safe downstairs. Wen Yu had no qualms about extending a bit of goodwill towards such a combination of a woman and a child. It was just the first day of the apocalypse, and humanity's morality had not yet collapsed. The fact that the people in front of him could still care for a burden in a chaotic environment indicated that the two professionals were unlikely to be the type of ruthless survivors with no bottom line. Thank you, thank you. The beautiful woman in the team expressed her gratitude to Wen Yu happily. Wen Yu smiled at them, unsure if they could see it in the dimly lit stairway, before turning and heading back upstairs. A rustling sound came from downstairs, and soon the three-man team returned upstairs with a pile of biscuits, bottled water, and other items. Thank you. My name is Duan Wengsu, this is my brother Duan Wenfeng, and this is our survivor friend we met outside, Li Dai. We are very grateful that you allowed us to rest here. Duan Wengsu carefully examined the man in front of her. He was over 1.8 meters tall and looked tall and thin, with shabby clothes that indicated he had experienced brutal battles. What particularly made Duan Wengsu wary was the mysterious orb on his shoulder. Knowing the existence of professionals, Duan Wengsu did not ask too many questions. Could he be a magician? She thought. She was an archer and her brother was a warrior. Perhaps that mysterious orb was a sign of a magician. This was all she could come up with. No need to thank me. Technically speaking, I just arrived here a bit earlier than you. I already dealt with the owner of this supermarket. When you looked at the woman in front of him and had to admit she was truly beautiful. Her tall figure and delicate features were striking, though her clothes were stained with blood and her face was dirty due to the fight. However, her good figure sparked Wen Yu's desire, which he quickly extinguished. What shocked Wen Yu even more was that he had heard the names of these three individuals in his previous life. They were famous members of the Guardian team. What impressed him the most wasn't the Duan siblings present, but the timid little girl, Li Dai. That was 6 months into the apocalypse, amidst overwhelming waves of monsters, when this little team emerged. The shield warrior Duan Wenfeng, the explosive archer Duan Wengsu, and the most powerful Guardian of Light, Li Dai. The little girl Li Dai left the deepest impression, showcasing the terrifying power of the Guardian of Light. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire gathering place of Mudanjiang City, holding firm for half a day amidst the terrifying monster tide, saving nearly all the survivors in the city. It also indirectly saved Wen Yu's life, who was then in the first gathering place. Only when the mutated creatures and the monster army fought fiercely could humanity in Mudanjiang City survive. Still want to thank you. Duan Wengsu didn't know what the person in front of her had just been thinking and repeated her thanks. My name is Wen Yu. Although we are all survivors, I still need to lay down a few rules. Wen Yu briefly introduced himself and then began to explain his rules. Although the Guardian team had a very good reputation in his previous life, we don't know each other, so to avoid misunderstandings, I hope you won't come within 5 meters of me while resting at night. I will set up some small devices around me. I hope you understand the principle of being vigilant against others. When you could be sure that the other party wasn't a bad person, but one could never be too careful. Okay, we understand. Duan Wengsu nodded, and even the tall Duan Wenfeng understood and nodded as well, while the little girl named Li Dai was just very curious about the soul beast on Wen Yu's shoulder, her eyes moving back and forth to follow it. Wen Yu quickly set up a defense line around him and returned to the corner to quietly clean his weapon. This was a habit Wen Yu had developed in his previous life. Cleaning his weapon helped him become more in tune with it. Although he might not use a weapon in this life, this small habit was not something one could easily change. Big brother, thank you. This is what my sister asked me to bring for you. Before long, the little girl Li Dai stood outside his defense circle, offering Wen Yu a bottle of purified water. Wen Yu hesitated for a moment, but still stood up to accept the kindness. He had to admit that a child's goodwill was a great bond to establish communication between strangers, and Wen Yu clearly felt the tense atmosphere between them ease. Did you also fight your way through? Duan Wenfeng initiated the conversation. Yeah, you're really impressive. From the blood on you, you must have taken down quite a few zombies. You guys are not bad either. I see you and your sister should be professionals too. Haha, I'm a warrior and my sister is an archer. Duan Wenfeng was quite straightforward, revealing all his details casually. Duan Wengsu beside him pinched him hard. Duan Wenfeng soon realized he had said something inappropriate and smiled apologetically at his sister. "Big brother, are you a magician?" Li Dai clearly was very curious about the soul beast on Wen Yu's shoulder, still staring at it as it moved around. Wen Yu glanced at the little creature on his shoulder. The soul beast was also curious about the other humans, carefully observing the three individuals in front of him, even though the soul beast did not have eyes. Gently flicking the soul beast, it trembled a couple of times and gently rubbed against Wen Yu's cheek. "Something like a magician," Wen Yu answered ambiguously, not stooping to lie. Duan Wengsu perked up. Could it be that there are hidden professions? Wen Yu had to admit that this woman was quite intelligent. He looked deeply at Duan Wengsu and said, "Yes, I am a hidden profession." The others did not pry further into what kind of hidden profession Wen Yu had. After all, discussing personal power was definitely a taboo topic among strangers. "Hey, Wen Yu, I was wondering how you obtained your hidden profession. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to answer, just consider me being nosy." Although Duan Wenfeng did not pry into what Wen Yu's hidden profession was, he was clearly very curious about how it came to be. Duan Wengsu also remained quiet, her beautiful big eyes fixed intently on Wen Yu, clearly eager to know the answer to this question. "Actually, it's not inconvenient at all." Wen Yu hesitated for a moment. The question about the hidden profession wasn't really a secret. With dawn approaching, he needed to head to Riverside Park, and whether they would meet again was still uncertain. Moreover, Wen Yu didn't mind making good people a bit stronger. After all, he had witnessed the sorrow of a world ruled by evil, where morality collapsed, and the weak continued to weaken their own race's power. He didn't want to meddle in the larger issues, nor could he, but he wasn't stingy about helping those who were kind. The main reason was that there was no conflict of interest at all, which was why he decided to answer. "I saw a swirling silver-white vortex, and once I entered, I realized it was a treasure land. Inside, there was a treasure chest containing a job change scroll for a hidden profession." Hearing Wen Yu's explanation, the three-person team fell into contemplation, and Wen Yu had nothing more to say, leading to a moment of silence. "Wen Yu, are you going to be all alone today?" After a short pause, once the three had digested the news about the hidden profession, Duan Wengsu was the first to ask. "Yes." Wen Yu nodded silently and replied softly. "Why not join our team? It's safer for a few of us to hunt zombies together and earn points than to go solo." Duan Wenfeng was clearly envious of Wen Yu's hidden profession, knowing well that its combat power would not be low. For a solitary powerhouse without malicious intent, he was certainly a target any team would want to recruit. Although the apocalypse had just begun, some survival modes or acknowledged rules, such as hunting teams, had quietly emerged. One had to say humanity's adaptability was incredibly strong. "Let's skip that. I'm more accustomed to being alone." Wen Yu pretended to think for a moment before rejecting Duan Wenfeng's suggestion. What a joke. Even if you guys become impressive later, as a reborn individual, teaming up with you all just to let you pick up the scraps behind me. Am I supposed to play the nanny and clean up after you? What's the point of my second chance at life then? That's really too bad. Wen Yu smiled apologetically at Duan Wenfeng. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, Wen Yu was awakened by the sound of light footsteps. He looked up to see Duan Wenfeng quietly getting up, evidently trying not to disturb his sleeping sister. With an apologetic smile towards Wen Yu, he tiptoed downstairs. He's really a kind person. Watching the warm scene before him, Wen Yu felt a little touched. After all, humans typically appreciate beautiful things. When Yu glanced out the window, it was fully light outside, and he checked the clock on the wall. It was 7 a.m. He casually unhooked the small traps he had set, grabbed his gear, and slowly made his way downstairs. Downstairs, Duan Wenfeng had just exited the bathroom and spotted Wen Yu fully armed. "Wen Yu, are you heading out?" "Yes, I'm going out to kill some zombies and gather more points," Wen Yu replied. Looking at the tall man before him, Wen Yu hesitated for a moment. Although he knew they might never meet again, he couldn't help but offer a warning. "If you guys plan to go hunting today, it'd be best to avoid the Golden Capital community. There's a very strong monster there, a mutated giant dog. It would be better to change locations tonight." Thinking about a creature like a dog known for its keen sense of smell, Wen Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. Level 1 mutated creatures had strong recovery capabilities and would likely be fully healed by tomorrow. If that beast had a strong sense of vengeance and followed its nose to track him down, it could lead to a fierce battle, and the outcome might not favor him. Animals can mutate too? Duan Wenfeng didn't seem skeptical. After all, in this messed-up world, even professionals and exchange stone pillars could appear. If a Gundam-like creature showed up, he wouldn't be too surprised. However, from Wen Yu's warning, it was clear that even a hidden profession like Wen Yu wasn't a match for mutated creatures, let alone himself and his sister, who were just ordinary professionals. Yes, was Wen Yu's brief reply as he quickly exited, heading towards Riverside Park. No longer paying attention to the Guardian team he had encountered last night, Wen Yu swept through all the zombies he saw along the way. Occasionally, he came across some small animals that hadn't mutated yet, but didn't pay them much mind. These little creatures, although not mutated yet, would inevitably mutate one day. Any animal that hadn't mutated would eventually be killed and eaten. However, killing mutated creatures that had no level would not yield any points as a reward. Moreover, were mutated creatures enemies or friends? This question remained unclear for countless people in his past life. Mutated creatures hunted humans, yet when the gate of the demon realm opened, they, as the strongest indigenous force on Earth, firmly resisted the invaders from the demon realm. It could be said that when the apocalypse began, humanity had already lost its dominant position, and mutated creatures were the hope for Earth's future, the primary reason why the planet hadn't been completely overrun. In his previous life, without mutated creatures, all of Mudanjiang City's inhabitants would have been wiped out by the overwhelming demonic entities long ago. Wen Yu chose not to think about these complex issues for now, swiftly swinging his weapon to reap the lives of the zombies on the road. Occasionally encountering some survivors, he ignored the timid individuals hiding in their homes and calling for help. As for the brave little teams he encountered, he also silently avoided them. Even if they met, both parties would refrain from contact. The apocalypse had only just begun, and survivors were already wary of their kind. Due to being in a small city in northeast China, the population density was already low, and the area he was in wasn't a bustling commercial district, so the number of zombies posed no threat to Wen Yu. He had absolutely no tolerance for these filthy creatures. Once the Blood Moon opened the Two Realms passage, these zombies would undergo terrifying mutations, completely controlled by demonic energy, turning into puppets of the demon realm. There was a saying in the apocalypse, humans' enemies are demonized zombies, while mutated beasts' enemies are demonic creatures. This was a true reflection of the world 6 months after the cataclysm. By harvesting the lives of zombies, each one could grant Wen Yu 1 to 3 points. Moreover, some zombies had clearly become stronger. This was due to them having consumed enough flesh and blood, leading to evolution. Once a certain threshold was reached, zombies would level up. While level 1 zombies were slightly weaker than level 1 professionals, they were no longer something ordinary people could resist. After clearing the zombies from the entire street, Wen Yu didn't care about the soreness in his hands. He discarded the now useless fire axe and walked towards the exchange stone pillar at the street corner. "Welcome to the exchange system," the familiar voice echoed, but Wen Yu ignored the clear female voice and mentally communicated with the exchange stone pillar. Check points. Remaining points. 168. Since parting ways with the Guardian team, Wen Yu had been frantically clearing zombies along the way and finally accumulated over 150 points before noon. Wen Yu thought carefully and then opened the equipment exchange list to search diligently. After a while, Wen Yu made up his mind. For protective gear, a durable weapon would definitely accelerate his evolution journey. Exchange for a steel knife. Steel knife, F-grade equipment made of high-quality steel, possesses strong lethality against first-level and below creatures. Consumes 50 points. Proceed with exchange? Yes. Wen Yu did not rush to exit the exchange system, but reopened the item exchange option. Exchange for a first-level attributeless magic crystal. First-level attributeless magic crystal, a basic magic crystal that can enhance the physical quality of first-level practitioners. Consumes 100 points. Proceed with exchange? Yes. After exchanging for the 2 items, Wen Yu exited the exchange stone pillar and grabbed the 2 items to examine them closely. The steel knife didn't require much introduction. Produced by the pillar, it was undoubtedly a premium product. 1.2 meters long with a sharp blade, indicating that it was a finely crafted weapon. In fact, this kind of steel knife had accompanied Wen Yu through most battles in his previous life, cheap and durable. Wen Yu was well aware of its weight, length, and sharpness. Although the combat style of a soul master did not favor close combat, for the time being, Wen Yu absolutely needed a solid and durable weapon. The magic crystal was a crystal as thick as a thumb. This type of crystal could be considered the source of human advancement. It could enhance physical quality. However, this involved a problem of randomly generating skills after leveling up. In his previous life, after becoming a first-level warrior, Wen Yu found that attributeless magic crystals cost 100 points, while attribute magic crystals cost 200 points. So all enhancements were done through attributeless magic crystals. When going through the promotion trial, he suddenly discovered that he had leveled up from first level to second level, but had not gained any skills. It wasn't until later that he learned that during the enhancement process, the skills generated varied based on the ratio of magic crystals used. If only attributeless magic crystals were used for enhancement, it would result in the most inferior upgrade without skills. This greatly impacted the growth potential of practitioners. In this life, since when you had transitioned to the special profession of Soul Master, he could no longer gain skills himself, so choosing attributeless magic crystals for enhancement would have no impact on him. Thus, he naturally upgraded using the first-level attributeless magic crystal. Holding the magic crystal in his hand, Wen Yu calmed his rapid breathing and cleared his mind. Slowly, he felt a cool energy gradually seeping from the magic crystal into his body. As this cool energy continued to circulate, the originally transparent attributeless magic crystal continuously shrank until it vanished. Wen Yu opened his eyes, feeling the increase in his strength. Well, my physical quality has increased by about 0.5 times. Just like in my previous life, it seems there's no change due to the special profession. Wen Yu adapted briefly to his enhanced physical quality, picked up the steel knife, and headed towards his destination, Riverside Park. After recalling the location of Riverside Park, Wen Yu realized that Mudanjiang City itself wasn't large. Riverside Park was situated in the city center and was the only park in Mudanjiang City, attracting a great deal of foot traffic. In an apocalypse, more prosperous areas meant more zombies, Wen Yu had already mentally prepared for this. Although he was unafraid of those weak zombies, what about thousands? Tens of thousands. Just imagining that scene sent shivers down Wen Yu's spine. Even a third-level practitioner would be torn apart in an overwhelming zombie tide. So before heading towards the city center, Wen Yu decided to strengthen his power a bit more. Searching through nearby stores, Wen Yu quickly changed clothes at Heilan home. Looking at himself in the mirror, he noticed that for practitioners, a job transition would result in subtle changes in appearance. Just like in his previous life, when Wen Yu was a warrior, his muscle strength greatly increased after leveling up. It wasn't obvious at first level, but at second level, his previously thin body bulged dramatically. Seeing that he had grown a few centimeters taller, his formerly lanky figure had filled out a bit, especially with the soul beast on his shoulder, adding a touch of mystery to his appearance. Smiling with satisfaction, he noticed the soul beast on his shoulder staring at the mirror in confusion, as if it couldn't understand why there was another soul beast that looked exactly like it. Gently rubbing the soul beast, Wen Yu turned and walked onto the street. He had already cleared this street once, and during the time it took to change clothes, a new wave of zombies had staggered back onto the scene. Zombies, although weak in individual combat power, would relentlessly pursue their prey regardless of distance. Wen Yu didn't know how many zombies were trailing behind him, but no matter how many, the zombies in front posed no threat to him. Picking up his newly exchanged steel knife, Wen Yu charged forward. A dozen zombies posed absolutely no threat to Wen Yu. They didn't even touch the hem of his clothes as he cleared a small group of zombies effortlessly. However, one first-level zombie caused him a bit of trouble. That zombie, charging at the forefront, appeared no different from ordinary zombies, which led Wen Yu to let down his guard. But as Wen Yu approached, it suddenly exerted force, showcasing its power. Basic attributes, 2 points. Yet it was useless against Wen Yu's battle experience. Zombies of the same level were no match for practitioners of the same level. Besides lacking skills, the main reason was that zombies couldn't exert force, resulting in severe body coordination issues. Wen Yu easily shattered the first-level zombie's skull with 3 strikes, earning 10 points. In the surrounding residential areas, many survivors remained. Hearing the intense sounds of battle below, they peeked out of their windows. "Help me, brother, don't go, help us. Little brother, I'm XXX, save me and I'll pay you." Looking at the corpses scattered all around, Wen Yu ignored the pleas of the weak and continued walking towards the city center. Clack, clack, a crisp sound echoed as Wen Yu pried open the security door and entered inside. He casually dispatched the zombie that had come running at the noise and carefully surveyed the interior of the house. It had been nearly a day since he had parted ways with the future Guardian squad. Wen Yu was making his way to Riverside Park, killing zombies along the way. As the sky began to darken, Wen Yu stopped his day of fighting and sought refuge in a nearby residential complex, diving into a home, ready to rest for the night. He rummaged around the room for some food, simply filling his stomach, before heading straight to the master bedroom to recuperate and prepare for his trip to Riverside Park the next day. After a day of battle, even Wen Yu's professional physique couldn't escape the overwhelming fatigue. Lying on the soft bed, he took a moment to reflect on the gains and losses of the day. My physical attributes have reached 3 points, and I've spent 50 points to exchange for an F-level protective suit. Not bad, he thought. The protective suit was worn under Wenyu's outer layer, resembling a bodysuit. Aside from his head and hands, the suit covered and protected all other parts of his body. The F-level protective suit was perfect for defending against bites from ordinary zombies, meaning Wenyu would no longer fear being surrounded by small groups of zombies. Lost in thought, Wenyu gradually drifted into a hazy sleep. "Wait for me, Officer Zio, wait!" Not far from Wenyu's residential area, a group of 4 was frantically fleeing. Chasing them were 3 zombies, but these zombies were clearly different from normal ones. They were slightly faster than humans, and their fingernails had grown long, resembling short daggers on their hands. A deep growl echoed, revealing serrated, sharp teeth in their gaping mouths. "Damn it!" As the plump man lagged behind, it was evident that the 3 first-level zombies were about to catch up. The burly middle-aged man in police uniform at the front quickly turned around, swinging his fire axe to strike one of the first-level zombies, staggering it momentarily. "Faster, Secretary Wang, hurry up!" Officer Zio shouted at the bulging, bald, middle-aged man. Seeing that Officer Zio had stopped the zombies, Secretary Wang didn't look back and sped forward. The young couple at the front noticed that Officer Zio had turned around to fight the zombies. The man wanted to go back to help Officer Zio, but his girlfriend pulled him back firmly. Looking at his girlfriend's fearful and worried expression, the young man sighed and dragged her to run faster ahead. Officer Zio gazed at the 3 first-level zombies in front of him, feeling a sense of despair. Since yesterday, everything in the world had changed, starting with the emergence of man-eating monsters. The police station's defensive forces should have been more than capable of handling the zombies. Moreover, the police who had killed zombies discovered the secret of points and had successfully transferred every combat-ready officer in the station. Such power allowed the police station to gather nearly 100 survivors on the first day of the apocalypse. However, an unexpected disaster struck. A group of rats larger than house cats surged out from the sewers of the police station, attacking anyone they encountered. Originally, the professionals in the police station intended to fight bravely, but who would have thought that despite their small size, these rats had considerable strength, and their mutated front teeth were even harder than steel. The most crucial point was that there were far too many of them. Thus, the police station's defensive forces collapsed, and all the survivors scattered in panic, only to be continually bombarded by zombies on the streets. The entire survivor team was completely disbanded. By the time Officer Zio had run far away, only Secretary Wang and the young couple remained by his side. Whether it was bad luck or not, just as darkness was about to fall, the blood from Officer Zio's wounds attracted 3 first-level zombies. Thus, Officer Zio and the young man, both professionals, had to fend off the zombies while escaping, eventually reaching the residential area where Wenyu was resting. Wenyu was awakened by the commotion downstairs. In the apocalypse, especially since he was alone, he naturally didn't dare to sleep too soundly. Slowly moving to the window under the moonlight, Wenyu saw what was happening below. A 4-person team was being chased by 3 first-level zombies, and among them were 2 professionals. Judging by their build and weapons, they appeared to be 2 warriors. This made Wenyu curious. With the strength of 2 professionals, they should be able to deal with 3 first-level zombies. However, it was evident that the young professional at the forefront had no intention of turning back to help. Instead, he was focused solely on escaping. Narrowing his eyes, Wenyu observed Zio Lin, the police officer at the back, who was desperately fighting against the 3 zombies, and formulated a plan in his mind. "Today I might just fall here," Zio Lin thought, swinging his fire axe fiercely. A faint light glimmered on the axe, his F-level warrior skill Smash, which could slightly increase damage. Unfortunately, after a day of fleeing and fighting, even as a first-level professional, Zio Lin was beginning to tire. The strike veered off its intended path, merely severing one zombie's thigh. Breathless and filled with despair, Zio Lin felt no bitterness towards his teammates who had abandoned him, but was simply disappointed. "If I hadn't turned back earlier, I might have survived," Zio Lin couldn't help but think. Just as Zio Lin was preparing to make a final stand, a figure suddenly sprang forth. With a gleaming steel knife in hand, Wenyu swiftly beheaded one of the intact zombies. It was, of course, Wenyu who saved Zio Lin. Upon seeing the battle below, Wenyu quickly assessed that the police officer would certainly perish if he faced off against 3 zombies alone. After estimating his own combat power, Wenyu realized that the 3 first-level zombies below were simply a source of mobile points for him. He immediately entered combat mode and rushed down, finally saving the police officer while Xiao Lin was still alive. Of the remaining 2 zombies, one had its thigh severed and was incapacitated. The other was also riddled with injuries, with foul blood continually flowing from its wounds. The first-level zombies had awakened some basic intelligence and seemed to think that Wen Yu was not an opponent they could handle. They let out fierce roars but no longer dared to approach. Wen Yu gathered strength in his legs and rushed toward the 2 zombies. After a day of fighting, his physical stats had reached 3 points, and in his combined state, his 5 points completely overwhelmed the 2 zombies in their weakened state. In quick succession with 2 strikes, Wen Yu sent both zombies to their demise without even needing to utilize his soul strike skill. Wen Yu took a quick glance at the police officer collapsed on the ground. "Little brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd have lost my life today," Xiao Lin said, carefully observing Wen Yu. The young man before him seemed delicate, yet his strikes were clean and decisive. The mysterious little orb on his shoulder made Xiao Lin feel a sense of danger. "No problem, saving you is merely a matter of convenience, but I do have a few questions," Wen Yu replied, flashing a bright smile, though a coldness was growing in his eyes. Seeing the police uniform, Wen Yu immediately thought of what he needed. He required a gun, as that would significantly speed up his advancement. Even possessing a bulletproof vest would be beneficial. At the very least, it would help him avoid being shot in the back. As for whether the police officer would share this information with him, it didn't matter. Wen Yu had plenty of ways to get what he wanted. Looking at Wen Yu in front of him, Xiao Lin swallowed hard. This young man, despite speaking politely, had a chilling gaze that could not be concealed. As a criminal police officer, Xiao Lin naturally understood that this kind of look typically belonged to murderers or thugs. Considering the disparity in strength between them, Officer Xiao wisely chose to compromise. "My little brother saved my life. If he has any questions, I will do my best to answer." In this situation, courtesy was stronger than personal feelings, Xiao Lin said politely. "Well, there are many questions. Let's find a safer place and—" Wen Yu pointed his mouth towards the distance. Originally, Xiao Lin's teammates, seeing that the 3 zombies had been taken care of, couldn't bear to part with Xiao Lin, who was upright and self-sacrificing, and hurried back. "Hey, Officer Xiao, thank you so much just now. When we go back, I will definitely report to the leadership that Officer Xiao's spirit of self-sacrifice and courage is worth everyone learning from." The fat man who had been saved by Xiao Lin was gasping for breath while speaking in a bureaucratic tone. His fluency in speech even made Wen Yu sideways glance. "Who is this little brother?" Fat Wang asked upon seeing Wen Yu, who was holding a steel knife nearby. Wen Yu noticed that the couple in the distance had also returned. Ignoring Fat Wang, he directly pointed to the nearby small supermarket. "Let's go inside to talk. It's not safe outside at night." After saying that, he walked in first. Seeing that Wen Yu ignored his question, Fat Wang's face turned red and then white. "Officer Xiao, who is he?" Fat Wang asked. "Someone who saved my life." Officer Xiao was heartbroken by his teammates' earlier actions and had no good temper left to spare in his tone. Before he could finish speaking, the faces of the 3 around them flushed red. The couple at the back helped Xiao Lin and followed Wen Yu into the supermarket. Wen Yu was not worried about the zombies inside the supermarket, as he had already cleared this place during the day. Looking at the 4 who followed him in, Wen Yu directly asked, "You are a police officer, right? What is your name?" "My name is Xiao Lin. I am a police officer." Seeing Wen Yu address him, Xiao Lin replied directly. "Well, the police station should be safer than outside. Why did you run out of the police station?" Wen Yu was genuinely curious about this question. It should be known that at the beginning of the apocalypse, besides the military, the police were the most dominant. Those who wielded firearms evolved at a notably faster rate. Of course, killing zombies with individual weapons could gain points, while using firearms like grenades, missiles, or tanks to kill monsters did not yield any points. "Don't mention it. We were fine in the police station, but suddenly a bunch of giant rats, bigger than cats, burst in and drove all the survivors out of the police station." It wasn't Xiao Lin who responded, but another professional. Judging by the terrified expression on his face, he was clearly haunted by what had happened that day. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu immediately became interested. "Rats, how many?" "Little brother, those rats are terrifying. If I were you, I'd stick with us. We have 2 professionals, and with you, we can head straight out of the city to Harbin City. It's the provincial capital, and the government must have started rescue operations. Don't worry, I Wang Zhikao as the secretary of Mudanjiang City. How many rats are there?" Wen Yu interrupted Fat Wang, staring intently at Xiao Lin. Before Fat Wang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wen Yu, and he began to feel embarrassed. Before the apocalypse, he was a mid-level official, and wherever he went, people would agree with him. Even after the apocalypse struck, the police around him still protected him strictly due to his identity. This little brother. Fat Wang wanted to continue saying something. Seeing that since Fat Wang spoke, the remaining three had fallen silent, it was clear that in their hearts, Fat Wang's position still held some sway. Impatience rose in Wen Yu. "Shut up, you fat pig, just answer my question. How many rats are there?" Wen Yu directly interrupted Secretary Wang's words, pointing the steel knife in his hand at Xiao Lin. Watching Secretary Wang's face gradually turn pale, he looked at the increasingly impatient Wen Yu. It was obvious that Wen Yu's combat power was far greater than that of any of them. "There are several hundred. We didn't look closely at the exact number, but there are definitely many." "Good. So there should be firearms and bulletproof vests at the police station, right? Where are they stored?" This was Wen Yu's main goal. Fat Wang felt a surge of anger upon hearing Wen Yu's question. "Little brother, I must remind you, those are national property. If you take them, that would be illegal." Fat Wang squinted his small eyes, trying to regain some face by invoking the state. With a scream, Fat Wang was sent flying, crashing into two shelves, his big teeth flying everywhere, his mouth full of blood. Wen Yu, now in the position where Fat Wang had been, calmly wiped the blood and saliva off his hands. "I already told you to shut up, didn't I?" Seeing Wen Yu's fierce gaze, Fat Wang shivered and lowered his head, no longer daring to speak, although the anger and murderous intent in his eyes were carefully concealed. Officer Xiao and the others didn't even see Wen Yu's figure. They only saw Secretary Wang being thrown out, immediately understanding Wen Yu's strength. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Wen Yu ignored Fat Wang and focused intently on Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin looked at Fat Wang, who was lying in the distance, and then glanced at Wen Yu in front of him. "The equipment and weapons are in the basement. Usually it's locked, but yesterday we unlocked it. There are still many handguns and ammunition inside, as well as a few bulletproof vests." Xiao Lin didn't dare to hide anything. After witnessing Wen Yu's combat power, he feared that if he concealed any details, he would definitely be killed by the young man before him. "Good, very good." After carefully examining Xiao Lin's eyes and expressions, confirming that Xiao Lin was likely telling the truth, Wen Yu picked up his weapon and turned to walk outside. Seeing Wen Yu walk out the door, Fat Wang clenched his fists and shouted loudly at Xiao Lin, "Officer Xiao, how can you tell others about this? This is a legal violation. Just wait for the state to punish you." "Oh, right." Just as Fat Wang's words were about to finish, everyone thought Wen Yu had already left, but he suddenly appeared at the supermarket door, a mocking smile on his face as he slowly spoke. "I forgot to mention something, Officer Xiao. As far as I know, many animals have mutated, like rats, dogs, cats, and perhaps even insects. In such a dangerous situation, whether we humans can hold on is still up for debate. Officer Xiao must take good care of Secretary Wang and find the organization as soon as possible." "Ha ha 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 ha." Accompanied by Wen Yu's loud laughter, the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. This time, Wen Yu truly left. However, the expressions of the few people left in the supermarket were clearly different. Fat Wang stared blankly at the departing Wen Yu and then looked at Officer Xiao, whose expression was fluctuating between calm and anxious. His rosy face lost all color. In fact, many people had already realized that the times had changed when the apocalypse struck, and Officer Xiao understood this as well. However, years of education had left him with a glimmer of hope for the state. Wen Yu's last words before leaving undoubtedly shattered Officer Xiao's final fragments of fantasy. "How many people do you think the government can save?" Officer Xiao looked at the ceiling, as if he were muttering to himself. A gust of wind swept by, lifting a pile of scattered garbage and torn pieces of clothing. Ever since Wen Yu learned about the news from the police station, he had no time to care about the deepening night and quickly headed towards the station. In a non-combat state, his 3 times the physical fitness of a normal person gave Wen Yu unparalleled speed. As he raced through the city, he felt a long-lost sense of freedom. Sure enough, in this world, only the strong have the right to talk about freedom and life. Reflecting on the events since the apocalypse began, whether it was the invitation from the Guardian Squad or the rush of controlling life and death, Wen Yu couldn't help but sink deeper. Why get stronger? It's for this feeling, freedom, the ability to control one's own life and even the lives of others. So get stronger, young man, there's still a long way to go. Wen Yu silently encouraged himself. Since heaven had given him a chance for a do-over and a perfect start, what reason did he have not to fight for the future he wanted? As he got closer to the police station, the bloodstains on the ground became more numerous. The splattered blood undoubtedly told everyone that a terrifying battle had taken place here. However, what puzzled Wen Yu the most was that as he approached the police station, the bodies on the ground became fewer, and the zombies slowly disappeared. It should be known that these mindless creatures would not gather together without a leader in a short time. They would only wander within a certain range, unless, when you thought of a possibility. He stopped in his tracks toward the police station and instead took a detour, climbing up a nearby office building close to the station. Standing by the 10th floor window when you looked down, before him was an action spectacle. Countless zombies filled the entire street, pushing toward the police station's entrance, where trampling incidents occasionally occurred among the horde. Zombies, with their rigid limbs, would be tripped by their companions and subsequently stomped into mush by others. What made when you find it ridiculous was the battle occurring at the police station's entrance. Numerous zombies were nearly bursting through the police station's door, but their opponents, a large group of giant rats, were instead leaping around amidst the zombie horde. The gray fur made it impossible for the unevolved zombies to grab hold, while the agile rats toyed with them, causing the zombies to spin in confusion. Instead of catching the rats, they ended up knocking down their own kind, and the fallen zombies could no longer rise. These rats, the size of house cats, had developed large mutated front teeth that eagerly tore into the rotten flesh of the zombies. Though the taste was poor, the viruses in the zombies' flesh served as essential nutrients for the mutated beast's evolution. It was evident that the severed limbs and arms on the ground were being directly devoured by a large group of recently evolved rats. The uneaten remains were being dragged into the police station, and judging by the bloodstains at the entrance, there were at least 800 zombies lying there. Yet now, apart from the blood, there were hardly any bodies left. When you stood high up, carefully observing his surroundings, it was clear that such a large-scale horde was definitely not naturally occurring. No matter how much noise there was from the police station, it couldn't attract such a vast number of zombies. Moreover, looking at the movement patterns of the zombies around and the traces in the distance, it was obvious they were intentionally attracted to the police station's entrance by humans. However, this is really stupid when you side at the current situation. Ignorance had brought disaster. Whoever came up with this idea had made a foolish move. When you watched as a previously unevolved rat, after devouring a zombie's arm, quickly expanded in size, growing over 3 times its original size and successfully evolving into a mutated creature. This was why when you considered this idea so dumb, in the apocalypse, quantity did not mean everything. The so-called unity and strength became a joke to a certain extent. Thousands of zombies, in a narrow street, facing a few hundred mutated rats, would undoubtedly be completely devoured. This could even lead to the emergence of second-level or even third-level rat kings, which was the most terrifying aspect. Originally, Wen Yu's plan was to enter the police station, with finding firearms being a secondary goal, while killing the mutated rats was the primary objective. Although mutated rats were difficult to kill, at this time, those that could evolve into first-level mutated creatures were still a minority. Most were just recently mutated, lacking potential, caught between ordinary creatures and first-level mutated creatures, becoming awkward zero-level mutated creatures. These little guys still had points to earn. If Wen Yu positioned himself well, combining hitting while running with an F-level protective suit for armor, he could definitely level up to the peak of a first-level occupational tier from the mutated rats in the entire police station. The 10 points of physical fitness would ensure he could rake in a fortune in the treasure land of Riverside Park. But what about now? I still need to think of a way. Wen Yu squinted, carefully observing the number and quality of the mutated rats in the police station. There were many, with nearly 100 rats biting around outside the police station, and about 1/10 of them were first-level mutated rats. Every time a mutated rat was injured or filled its belly, new mutated rats would rush out to replace the one that was gone. This small rat group had already devised a preliminary tactic. According to Wen Yu's estimate, facing this number of rats, even if he entered the police station, he wouldn't have a chance of survival. Moreover, seeing how these rats maneuvered with strategy, it was highly likely that a big fellow, a second-level mutated beast, had already emerged among them. This is a bit too early. Wen Yu gritted his teeth, his previous sense of pride was quickly doused by the rats. At this moment he realized, in the apocalypse the protagonists were never humans. Forget about firearms and bulletproof vests. Wen Yu immediately changed his plan. With countless zombies rushing into the police station without making a sound, he knew there was no way he could enter. For the sake of firearms and bulletproof vests, it wasn't worth it for him to take any risks. But these points are definitely worth pursuing. Seeing the zombies lining up to sacrifice themselves below, Wen Yu immediately perked up. This time he wouldn't go after the rats. Killing zombies also earned points. He carefully observed the horde below. First-level zombies already exhibited basic intelligence and clearly sensed the battle ahead. These creatures would not gather here anymore, and attracting first-level zombies intentionally was also quite challenging, resulting in very few first-level zombies among such a massive horde. The vast zombie group was divided into chunks by countless buildings. Acting purely on instinct, they could only smell the flesh and blood of mutated creatures and hear the roars of their companions at the police station, completely disregarding other issues and recklessly pushed forward. They wouldn't hesitate to trample over countless companions. Watching this scene made Wen Yu's face twitch. This was all money. He quickly went downstairs, determined to make a big score, aiming to at least scrape out a piece of meat from this group of giant rats. Not far from the main entrance of the police station, inside an office building, a dozen men and women watched in shock as the zombie tide clashed with mutated rats below. Director Old Wang didn't make it out. A young man in police uniform whispered to the tall middle-aged man standing in the center. A faint response, completely concealing the mood of the police chief. But one could clearly feel from his tightly clenched hands and the hatred in his gaze towards the mutated rats that he was on the verge of being consumed by rage and hatred, just like a volcano about to erupt. "Find someone, go again, these zombies aren't enough," the chief said calmly. "Director Wang, that's enough. Many people have already died to attract the zombies, and looking at the situation below, these zombies clearly can't handle the mutated rats. Instead, they are continuously evolving." A well-dressed man stood up and said directly to Director Wang. "Then what do you suggest we do?" the chief muttered as if in a dream, almost to himself. "We need to leave now. There are too many zombies here, and it's no longer safe to stay." The well-dressed man spoke up directly. Seeing that Director Wang's mental state was obviously impaired, the well-dressed man paused briefly before continuing. "Director Wang, please accept my condolences. I know you know nothing. You know nothing. All you know is how to make money through unscrupulous means." Director Wang was ignited by the words of the man before him, angrily grabbing the man by the collar and shouting. Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough to vent his anger, Director Wang directly punched the well-dressed man in the nose, using the strength of a practitioner to send him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the well-dressed man had already successfully transitioned, suffering no major injuries apart from a nosebleed and a visibly collapsed nose bridge. Others looked on in silence as the two colossal figures in the group quarreled. The well-dressed man pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his nosebleed, perhaps rubbing his hand against the wound and causing him to frown. Gazing at the clearly crumbling state of Director Wang, the well-dressed man sighed softly. "Director Wang, I know your daughter's death has hit you hard. We trust you greatly, so we supported your plan to attract zombies and take back the police station. But who doesn't know that this plan was made merely to satisfy your desire for revenge?" Looking at Director Wang slumped in the corner, the well-dressed man's eyes flashed with disappointment and contempt. "Moreover, you can see the current situation. This plan has only made the mutated rats stronger and has led to continuous losses of manpower without any other effect. In this situation, you have clearly lost your rationality to hatred, so Director Wang, you are not suitable to issue any orders for now." The cornered Director Wang did not react at all to these words, merely continuing to grab his own hair while emitting incomprehensible whimpers. The well-dressed man ignored Director Wang in the corner and walked directly to the window. "How many people do we still have outside attracting zombies?" the well-dressed man asked. In the crowd, a brightly dressed woman who looked like a secretary answered, "Boss, all the people who could return from outside attracting zombies have come back. The remaining ones that haven't returned, I'm afraid. We lost 7 practitioners." He shot an angry glance at Director Wang huddled in the corner. The well-dressed man addressed the remaining people. "We now have so few people left, and a large part of them are still ordinary people who haven't transitioned. The urgent task is to find a safe place to rest. The place we are in right now is too risky." Before the people around could respond, the well-dressed man turned to Director Wang and said, "Director Wang, I know the death of your beloved has hit you hard, but in the current situation, we need your strength. If you feel indebted to the brothers who died because of your foolish plan, then pull yourself together and lead us out." "Indeed, my plan was to seek revenge on those rats." Director Wang's mentality temporarily stabilized. "Because of this foolish plan, we have lost quite a few of our already small numbers. This is my mistake, and I apologize to everyone." Director Wang stood up again, straightening his back. "I will get you all to a safe place, and then—" Director Wang turned to look at the well-dressed man. "You all just listen to Boss Zhang. I am no longer suitable to lead you." Director Wang ignored the gazes of others and turned to head downstairs. "Wait, Director Boss Zhang, come quickly. There's someone in the zombie tide." Before Director Wang could exit the door, a little policeman on watch shouted as if he had seen something incredible. Boss Zhang quickly stepped up to the window, staring at the scene below, his mouth agape in shock. After Wen Yu made his decision, he hurried down the stairs. The fresh scent of blood attracted the zombies, and by the time Wen Yu descended the stairs, the entire office building was already filled with zombies. Clearly, the fresh blood made these zombies overlook the danger posed by the man before them. Watching the staggering zombies approach, Wen Yu quickly checked his gear. An F-class steel blade, F-class protective clothing, and his 3 points of physical fitness. Well then, let the slaughter begin. The originally floating little soul beast suddenly dove into Wen Yu's ear, and with it came a surge of immense power. Feeling the tremendous strength coursing through his body, Wen Yu charged directly into the mass of corpses ahead. The originally small window was now surrounded by Boss Zhang and the others, all staring wide-eyed at the scene below, their mouths agape. Is that still human?" A middle-aged woman stammered, while her companions around her ignored her astonishment, all sharing the same thought. "Is that still human?" The zombie tide, originally surging towards the police station's main entrance, was now diverted, with at least hundreds of zombies frantically rushing toward a single point on the street. The dense mass of zombies made it impossible to see what was happening inside. The onlookers in the office building could only see that at the center of the large circle, zombie heads were continuously flying out, while countless zombies kept rushing in. Initially, the onlookers thought that in no more than a few seconds, that overconfident human below would be torn to shreds by the ferocious tide of zombies. However, as time passed, the headless corpses piled up beneath Wen Yu's feet, gradually forming a small hill. The crowd finally caught a glimpse of Wen Yu's appearance. His shabby outer coat had long disappeared, replaced by a thin, tight-fitting outfit. Due to the protection of the tight-fitting clothing, the zombies did little damage to Wen Yu's body, but his exposed head could not withstand the onslaught of such a massive tide. His face bore 3 deep streaks of blood, marks from a mutated first-level zombie's attack. But before the first-level zombie could do anything further, the sharp steel blade had already severed its head. His originally handsome face was tainted by blood, turning somewhat grotesque, yet the human below clearly exhibited formidable combat power. The piled-up corpses became a shield for him, allowing him to look down from above, continuously beheading the climbing zombies. The fierce momentum of his strikes made everyone in the office building involuntarily shudder. "Hurry up, stop just looking, get out quickly." Unknowingly, the group of zombies outside the office building was attracted by the sounds of slaughter from Wen Yu. Boss Zhang saw that the escape route for his group had been formed and couldn't bother to look at the fate of that person anymore. He directed the remaining people in the office building to frantically rush outside. The people in the office building clearly understood which was more important, their lives or the lives of others. They couldn't care less about enjoying the show anymore, and under the organization of Director Wang and Boss Zhang, fled down the stairs. Wen Yu looked at the dwindling tide of zombies before him and understood that the exciting battle was nearing its end. No doubt it was exciting. In his previous life as a cannon fodder, Wen Yu faced countless situations that were even more dangerous than this. Ordinary zombies couldn't break through his defenses at all. He only needed to watch out for attacks to his face and hands, and he could completely wipe out these zombies. As for the first-level zombie he encountered by chance, Wen Yu could only say, what battle doesn't have its surprises? After a round of slaughter, Wen Yu looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him, gasping for breath. His strong physical quality brought him tremendous endurance, but unfortunately, even the strongest endurance couldn't withstand the impact of hundreds of zombies. Fortunately, Wen Yu had carefully calculated the number of zombies on the street, which was well within his capability. He relaxed his numb wrist, released his combat state, and climbed directly through the window on the second floor, stepping over the pile of corpses. Looking at the little soul beast beside him, who was looking dim, Wen Yu tended to the wounds on his face and carefully searched for the survivors he had seen earlier by the window. Nearby, someone was assessing him, and Wen Yu had known this for a long time. Seeing that he had just soloed a wave of zombies for nearly 800 points, there was no way he could give up now. Watching as the number of zombies around him decreased, Wen Yu cried out in pain. Those were all points. By himself, that recent soloing effort had already reached his limit. If he could have some helpers at this time, not to mention how many points he could snatch, if lucky, he might even bump into some mutated rats. While chewing on the jerky in his mouth, he carefully observed his surroundings. The bright moonlight did improve Wen Yu's visibility quite a bit. Before long, Wen Yu discovered a group of humans mostly dressed in police uniforms. Director Wang took the lead, swiftly clearing the zombies blocking the path with his powerful strength and rich combat experience, killing each zombie with a single strike. The survivors behind him were not to be underestimated either. Boss Zhang wielded a steel knife, and with several young men backing him up, the overall combat strength of the team was very formidable. After Wen Yu's disruption, there were hardly any zombies left along the way. The entire team quickly moved forward. "Wait!" Director Wang was the first to stop, looking at a man in tight clothing blocking the way. The people behind him were puzzled and leaned forward to observe. "Isn't this the guy from earlier? He can't be killed by so many zombies. He's my idol. Wow, he has such a manly vibe, so handsome. Is he really human? What's up with this guy? He's so strong after just 2 days." Wen Yu frowned as he looked at the crowd before him, a mixed bag of people of all ages and genders. What was most noticeable was the middle-aged man leading the group at the front. Wen Yu had carefully observed this person. His physical quality had already reached 4 points, even stronger than Wen Yu himself. At this stage, a practitioner reaching this level must have taken hundreds of zombie lives. He was undoubtedly one of the top practitioners. "Hello, brother, my name is Zhang Wen. Before the apocalypse, I did a bit of small business. I was truly amazed by your skills just now." Boss Zhang, who had been behind Director Wang, made a quick move and came before Wen Yu, praising him extravagantly. Wen Yu looked at Boss Zhang, who appeared to be in his 30s, holding a steel knife, with a pistol at his waist and the outline of protective gear visible under his clothes. He glanced around at the people, and it was clear that this team could definitely be considered an elite group. Among the dozen people, most of the young ones were practitioners, with only a few elderly and children lacking combat abilities. The equipment was also quite decent. When you spotted 2 pistols, one in Zhang Wen's hand and another in the hands of the leading middle-aged man. Moreover, most practitioners wielded steel knives. "I'm here to discuss cooperation with you all," Wen Yu said to Boss Zhang, recognizing that this shrewd man seemed capable of speaking in this group. "What kind of cooperation are you talking about?" Boss Zhang narrowed his eyes, and a hint of caution crept into his tone. "With so many zombies, not many of them have evolved yet. You all should know, just like I did earlier, these zombies are points, capital for humans to grow stronger. It's obvious that I can't finish them all alone. Rather than letting mutated rats take advantage, we might as well kill them all together. The points I wish to obtain would be enough to significantly strengthen your entire team." Zhang Wen gasped in surprise. This man before him was either a madman or a genius. From the implications of his words, it was clear that he felt he hadn't earned enough from the earlier battle and was looking to make even more. "Brother, you're incredibly powerful, but we can't compete with you. This enormous zombie tide presents too great a danger to us, especially since we still have some non-combatants." He looked back at his team. Although most of them were capable practitioners, a few elderly and children had not yet transitioned. Zhang Wen had naturally considered Wen Yu's proposal carefully. Who wouldn't be tempted by points? However, he only had these people at his disposal. If he lost more members, his foundation would be devastated. Smart as he was, Zhang Wen was already considering plans to establish a camp relying on this foundation. After some careful thought, as a past cannon fodder and a loser in this life, he felt that negotiating such a matter was quite unsuitable. Moreover, seeing the elderly and children in the team, he couldn't expect them to fight like he could, facing hundreds single-handedly. "Why don't you wait until we settle the elderly and children before we go together?" Zhang Wen suggested tentatively, seeing it as the most advantageous approach for himself at the moment. The elderly and children would create too much drag for the combatants in the team. If they were all practitioners, Wen Yu's suggestion would obviously be worth considering. Then forget it. Wen Yu couldn't wait for these people to settle the elderly and sick before coming to help him. By that time, the zombies would have already been devoured cleanly by the mutated rats, and he clearly wouldn't go near those mutated rats. "Wait, I'll go with you." The one speaking was Director Wang, who had taken the lead earlier. Without waiting for Zhang Wen to say anything, Wang addressed the people behind him. "Everyone, I already said earlier, once we get out, you'll all listen to Boss Zhang. I'm no longer suitable to lead everyone. I apologize for what happened earlier. If I Wang Zhigeng can survive and return, I owe everyone a life." Ignoring the noise from the crowd behind him, Director Wang pulled out the pistol from his waist and handed it to a man behind him, then directly approached Wen Yu. "My name is Wang Zhigeng. I was originally the deputy chief of the police department. Now I want to join you to kill zombies and earn points, but I have one condition." "Oh, what condition?" Wen Yu felt like he had struck gold with this Director Wang. Being the strongest among this group, he was practically worth all the other members combined. Wen Yu wasn't sure what had happened in this little team, but those issues were none of his concern. "You need to help me wipe out those mutated rats," Wang Zhigeng said bitterly. Judging by his angry and hateful expression, it was likely that his friends or family had perished in the mouths of the mutated rats. Coupled with this problematic tide of zombies, when you quickly pieced together the cause and effect of it all. To be honest, with just the two of us, it's impossible to fight against so many mutated rats in the police department. When you directly rejected him. What a joke, he would absolutely never agree to such a death sentence. I have a way. I have a plan. Wang Zhigang's words piqued Wen Yu's interest. If there was a way to deal with those mutated rats, even killing just 1/10 of them would yield a significant amount of points. After thinking carefully and noticing Wang Zhigang's almost frantic expression, Wen Yu replied, "All right, let's talk as we walk." Not wanting to discuss this in front of so many people, he waved to Wang Zhigang, and the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight, one in front of the other. My wife passed away early, leaving me with a daughter who is 8 years old now. Yesterday, when the apocalypse broke out, my daughter happened to be in my office. Wang Zhigang appeared to be lost in memories as he spoke to himself. My daughter is so cute, she is my angel. I thought that even during the end of the world I could protect her safety. I never expected those rats to ruin everything. Is she dead? Yeah, she was eaten right in front of me. Wen Yu shivered as he looked at the increasingly calm Director Wang. He wasn't afraid of monsters, but a clearly self-destructive madman, especially when they had been comrades, was quite terrifying. Let's hear your plan. Just to be clear, if there's no certainty, I reserve the right to terminate our collaboration. Wen Yu said directly to Wang Zhigang. Don't worry, I'm absolutely certain. I'm sure you'll make a big profit, Wang Zhigang replied with a calm expression that made Wen Yu uneasy. Nevertheless, Wen Yu couldn't let go of the points that a large group of mutated rats would yield. Wen Yu decided to listen to Wang Zhigang's plan. There's explosives in the police station. These explosives are homemade, collected from criminals. I know where they are stored, and the amount is enough to send those big rats to hell. Ha ha ha, is that your plan? Wen Yu couldn't help but feel exasperated. This was nonsense. Just hear me out. There aren't many zombies at the back door of the police station. I originally planned to use them as a backup to let the zombies and mutated rats fight to the death while I went in through the back door to avenge my daughter. But as you can see, the mutated rats not only remained unharmed, but they also grew stronger. Relying on zombies is clearly unrealistic. With just the two of us, we can't kill many. So I plan to storm in through the back door and detonate the explosives, blowing the entire police station up. After that, you can come back to mop up the remaining rats. Sounds like a good plan, right? Director Wang spoke in a calm tone about this plan of mutual destruction. The more Wen Yu listened, the more he was astonished. Are you sure about this? Absolutely. Looking into Wang Zhigang's lifeless eyes, Wen Yu silently nodded. Indeed, madmen are unreasonable. Under the faint moonlight, the battle between zombies and mutated rats continued. The difference was that the zombies, originally charging at the mutated rats, were being diverted along the way, instead flowing toward a narrow street. This was the location carefully chosen by Wen Yu and Wang Zhigang, a narrow street that could only accommodate 3 people standing side by side, with a dilapidated residential building next to it. Wen Yu and Wang Zhigang had been here for several hours, from the overwhelming tide of zombies at the beginning to the few scattered zombies now. During this time, the two had taken several breaks in the residential building and finally managed to clear out the large group of zombies. Watching the points continue to rise, Wen Yu couldn't help but smile widely. He casually approached an exchange stone pillar and queried, "Check points." Remaining points. 2036. Wen Yu thought carefully, first exchanging for an F-class steel blade as his previous one had dulled. Then he exchanged for 14 first-level attributeless magic crystals. Glancing at the list of exchanges that included E-class war blades and armor, Wen Yu couldn't help but grimace. Exchanging for E-class equipment required being a second-level practitioner, which Wen Yu was not currently qualified for. Picking up the war blade and magic crystals from the stone pillar, Wen Yu quickly absorbed them. 1 magic crystal could increase physical strength by 0.5 times. With his current attribute being 3 points, the 14 magic crystals raised his physical strength to a level 1 peak. With 10 points of physical attributes, Wen Yu felt a familiar sensation. In his previous life, he had been stuck at this stage for a long time. Wang Zhigang next to him had also completed his exchange, acquiring a brand new steel blade, a worn protective suit, and 7 points of physical attributes. It seemed Wang Zhigang had also chosen to enhance and upgrade using attributeless magic crystals, and Wen Yu deliberately didn't remind him. In a fight, a body enhanced with attributeless magic crystals would have physical qualities that were twice that of attribute magic crystals. For someone with suicidal tendencies, this was the most cost-effective way to spend resources. Looking at the remaining 586 points, Wen Yu first exchanged for a bottle of low-level healing potion, drank it down, and felt his wounds on his hands and face heal rapidly. Next, he chose 2 first-level Beast Attribute Magic Crystals. Attribute Magic Crystals cost twice as much as attributeless ones, and each was 200 points, which made Wenyu feel some pain. Spending all his remaining points, he picked up the 2 newly exchanged Beast Attribute Magic Crystals and placed them on the Soul Beast. Feeding the Soul Beast with Beast Attribute Soul Crystals was a deeply considered decision. Its soul-based attacks leaned toward close combat, while most skills awakened by Beast Attributes were enhancements for melee combat. The Soul Beast sensed the food and suddenly opened a large mouth, swallowing the Soul Crystal whole. Then, the Soul Beast's body began to wriggle, and in less than 10 seconds it returned to its original shape, having completely digested 1 Beast Attribute Soul Crystal. When you carefully sensed the Soul Beast's power, 1 Soul Crystal raised its basic attributes by 0.5 points, similar to that of a practitioner. He handed the other Soul Crystal to the Soul Beast, which jumped up and down, clearly delighted to be eating good food. When you quietly estimated his power, in battle mode, he possessed 13 points of attributes, enough to crush all first-level creatures. Seeing that Wang Zhigeng was also ready, they nodded in mutual understanding and headed towards the gradually quieting police station. The battle at the police station was nearing its end, and the outcome was naturally obvious. Countless mutated rats were enjoying a feast at the police station's entrance, with some of them occasionally evolving into first-level mutated beasts. It was evident that among this group of rats, first level and above were definitely not in the minority. Given the current evolution speed, this group of mutated rats might be one of the most powerful forces in all of Mudanjiang City. Now, what Wenyu and Wang Zhigeng needed to do was to take their chances. "Old Wang, do you have confidence in the plan?" The closer they got to the police station, the more nervous Wenyu felt. The pressure from the rat swarm was too immense for him. After witnessing the deadly feast of zombies, these fat and healthy-looking rats, with their glistening green eyes surveying around, were particularly daunting, especially with their overwhelming numbers. "Protect me. Once we storm into the police station, you run. If it explodes, come back to help me avenge my daughter. If it doesn't explode, you can leave." Wang Zhigeng was certainly an extraordinary character. When you looked at him, and there was not a hint of wavering in his gaze, as if it was not himself who was about to die. "Let's go!" Wenyu shouted, quickly charging forward with Wang Zhigeng. The number of mutated rats at the back door of the police station was not many. Most of them were concentrated at the front door, enjoying a delicious meal. However, this did not mean that Wenyu and Wang Zhigeng faced no resistance. Through Wenyu's observations, he could tell that among this group of rats, there was definitely a rat king present. At the back door, there were exactly 6 level 1 mutated creatures standing guard. "Chirp, chirp, chirp!" Seeing 2 humans charging straight towards them, the mutated rats emitted warning cries. Wenyu's heart sank. He knew this sound all too well. It was an alarm. In his previous life, he had dealt with mutated rats countless times and was fully aware that the guarding rats would sound the alarm upon spotting enemies, yet he felt utterly helpless. The rats were cautious and, under the suppression of the Rat King, exhibited strong discipline. Once they discovered an enemy, they would certainly sound the alarm at the first opportunity. "Old Wang, hurry up!" For 2 powerful level 1 professionals, a distance of several dozen meters was practically negligible. Wielding their steel blades, Wenyu and Old Wang dispatched the rats easily, each one falling to their strikes as they killed them decisively, even if these creatures bore the title of level 1 mutated beings. Wenyu paid no attention to the magic crystals in the heads of the level 1 mutated rats. Indeed, mutated creatures of level 1 would generate magic crystals in their brains. While magical beasts did, zombies and humans did not. This was an additional reward for killing mutated beasts or magical creatures. Moreover, the attributes of the magic crystals within these mutated creatures are determined by their own attributes, meaning that the crystals contained within mutated creatures were all attribute-based magic crystals. Most mutated beasts would possess beast attribute magic crystals. The 2 advanced quickly, and at the same time, upon hearing the alarm, the pack of rats rushed frantically towards the back door. As Wenyu saw they were getting closer to the back door, he directly entered combat mode, grabbing Wang Zhigeng, who was clearly lagging behind, and throwing him into the police station's back door. Seeing the rapidly approaching pack of rats, Wenyu realized his task was complete. Without lingering, he quickly ran off into the distance. Most of the rats behind him had not yet reached level 1. In no time, they were left far behind by Wenyu. Wenyu glanced back at the police station. It was eerily silent, with no sounds coming from it. He didn't know the likelihood of Wang Zhigeng's plan succeeding, so he circled around for a while before lying in ambush near the police station. Wang Zhigeng, feeling dizzy, was thrown into the police station and watched as Wen Yu closed the door behind him. The powerful physique of a professional allowed Wang Zhigeng to quickly shake off the dizziness. Reflecting on his plan made him increasingly calm. Wenwen, just wait. Once Dad kills all these filthy rats, I'll come down to be with you. Soon, very soon. Listening to the dense sounds of tiny footsteps around him, Wang Zhigeng knew he had little time left. He rushed down the stairs. The place where the explosives were stored was in the evidence room on the underground level. The staircase leading down was entirely dark. Fortunately, the night vision capability of a professional was quite remarkable, and Wang Zhigeng was not plunged into complete blindness. He quickly surveyed the underground scene, but there was nothing. Empty. The faint sounds of footsteps above and the chilling chirp of rats gradually faded away. Wang Zhigeng felt as if he were in a giant trap. Steadying himself, he felt as if he had walked into the mouth of a giant beast, slowly disappearing into the darkness. The underground was covered in rat droppings and the severed limbs of dead zombies. These limbs had been dragged in by the outside rats. The explosives were stored in the innermost evidence storage area on the underground level. Wang Zhigeng was naturally familiar with the police station, but the surrounding silence inexplicably gave him a bad premonition. Up until the door of the storage area, nothing had happened, which made Wang Zhigeng let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that he was about to avenge his child, there was no hesitation or wavering as Wang Zhigeng directly pulled open the door to the storage area. Just as Wang Zhigeng's figure was about to be engulfed in the pitch-black storage area, suddenly he shot out at high speed, or rather was thrown back out. Ah! A scream erupted as Wang Zhigeng's chest visibly caved in, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up for a while. From within the storage area, a dark shadow grew larger and larger, slowly revealing a giant rat that stood half a person tall. A level 2 mutated creature, the king of this pack of rats. Waiting was undoubtedly the most torturous experience. As Wen Yu's mind wandered, a loud explosion rang out, nearly deafening him. Looking at the police station ahead, huge flames burst from all the windows, and the charred bodies of rats were ejected out, making Wen Yu clench his fists tightly. It worked. Old Wang, during any festival from now on, I will definitely burn incense for you and your daughter. You truly are impressive. Seeing Wang Zhigeng's self-sacrificing plan succeed, Wen Yu hurried toward the police station. Passing by the back door of the police station, Wen Yu also looked for the corpse of the level 1 mutated rat he had just killed. But unfortunately, after he left, the dead rats had already been devoured by their kind. The closer he got to the police station, the more dead rats there were, and Wen Yu was delighted to collect bodies. Unfortunately, the dead rats from such a distance were definitely not level 1, and mutated creatures below level 1 did not have magic crystals. Wen Yu frowned, ignoring these small fry, and walked directly into the police station through the main entrance. The originally spacious lobby had already collapsed beyond recognition, and Wen Yu did not look for the corpses of rats among the ruins, as there were enough bodies on the ground for him to collect. A beast attribute one, here you go, baby. He directly dug out the magic crystal from the corpse on the ground, and seeing it was a beast attribute, fed it to the soul beast. Another one, a beast fire dual attribute, but it has impurities, you can't eat this. Ignoring the soul beast's yearning mental waves, Wen Yu directly put this magic crystal away. Tusk, this is quite a haul. Wen Yu grew more cheerful as he collected, and before long, when he cleaned up this area of ruins, he had already fed the soul beast to the level 1 peak. Additionally, he collected a large number of useless level 1 magic crystals, filling a bag that was placed on the ruins. Casually clearing out the still-moving mutated rats, Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Old Wang does reliable work. Just as he was about to clear this area of ruins completely, Wen Yu suddenly heard some sounds from within the wreckage. There are still living creatures. Wen Yu picked up his steel knife and slowly approached the source of the sound. He had not forgotten that among this group of rats there was definitely a rat king. Slowly walking to a pile of ruins, Wen Yu carefully listened. There's still space underneath. Confirming that the sound was coming from below, Wen Yu directly lifted the stone slab that was pressing on top. A staircase that had been blasted to pieces appeared before Wen Yu. Meanwhile, the sound became clearer. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The piercing screams of the rats, accompanied by biting sounds, reached his ears. Wen Yu quickly descended the stairs. His body at the level 1 peak quickly adapted to the darkness. The underground looked even more chaotic. The entire space was supported by a few stone pillars. In the cramped area, there was blood and flesh everywhere. Looking at the scene below, Wen Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. A huge rat, nearly half a person tall, lay on the ground, half of its body crushed by the wreckage. The blood pouring out from underneath, It proved that this level 2 mutated rat had already sustained severe injuries and was even on the brink of death. What astonished Wen Yu the most was a person lying on the other side. Though covered in blood, with an arm bitten off by the giant rat, the fact that he was gasping for air was enough to confirm that he was alive. "Old Wang, you're not dead," Wen Yu asked in surprise. The living person before him was none other than Wang Zhigeng, who had intended to sacrifice himself. "Quick, help me kill it. It's this big rat that ate my daughter," Wang Zhigeng said immediately upon seeing Wen Yu, his eyes filled with a fierce expression that startled Wen Yu. For such a straightforward request, Wen Yu was more than willing. Staring fixedly at the giant rat before him, he entered combat mode without a second thought. The level 2 Rat King sensed that the human in front of it was formidable and bared its teeth menacingly, realizing its intimidation tactics had failed. The Rat King's small eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of green light. It opened its large mouth, and a stream of green liquid was sprayed out, firing towards Wen Yu like a machine gun. Wen Yu was taken aback. His body's attributes of 20 during combat mode allowed him to react immediately. He swiftly twisted his body to dodge the torrent of green liquid. The green fluid corroded the wall behind him upon contact, creating a massive pit that grew deeper, clearly indicating the corrosive material was still at work. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu felt a chill. If it had hit him, he would have undoubtedly perished. He had to admit that his caution had once again saved his life. Observing the Rat King, now exhausted after its first attack, Wen Yu charged forward and struck the Rat King with his knife. The wound wasn't significant. Even with Wen Yu's immense strength backing the F-grade steel knife, it didn't inflict much damage on the Rat King. What was terrifying was the spiritual impact. At this moment, both Wen Yu and the Soul Beast were at level 1 peak. With a combat attribute of 20, they completely overwhelmed the Rat King, which, despite being level 2, could not reach the height of human physical attributes. With just one strike, the Rat King let out a miserable scream, and blood gushed from its face, twitching on the ground before falling still. Ding, killed a level 2 mutated rat, gained 153 points. Wen Yu let out a long sigh of relief, directly smashing open the Rat King's head and retrieving the yellow-green magic crystal inside. A level 2 magic crystal with beast poison dual attributes. After handling this, Wen Yu turned back and carefully examined the half-dead Wang Zhigeng. Wang Zhigeng watched as his long-awaited revenge was fulfilled, the hatred in his eyes slowly dissipating. Leaning against the wall, he gradually stood up and nodded at Wen Yu. "I thought you were dead. After such a huge explosion, you really are lucky to survive." Seeing that Wang Zhigeng was fine, Wen Yu couldn't help but tease him a little. "When the explosives detonated, that big rat helped to block most of the shockwave for me. Plus, the delayed detonation of the explosives gave me enough time to escape, so I didn't die," Wang Zhigeng explained. Recalling the fierce battle, just as Wang Zhigeng was about to enter the storage area, he encountered the second-level Rat King head-on. It wasn't until they fought that he realized the physical prowess of this Rat King wasn't overwhelmingly powerful compared to him. After all, rats are inherently weak. There won't be very strong individuals among their kind. This mutated creature mainly wins through numbers. Wang Zhigeng, agile in his movements, ignited the soil explosives while using his experience as a demolition expert to find the area with the least shockwave. With the Rat King blocking most of the impact, he managed to survive the explosion. Watching the spirit return to Wang Zhigeng's eyes, he slowly regained his composure after avenging his grudge. "What are your plans next? You don't intend to commit suicide, do you?" To be honest, after just half a day of interaction, Wen Yu felt quite good about Wang Zhigeng. This person in front of him had brains, skills, luck, and more importantly, no attachments. Wen Yu abruptly considered forming a small team. "I won't. After surviving here, I suddenly realized I don't want to die anymore. I need to go back and find my colleagues. The plan to attract zombies caused them too much loss. Without me around, I'm worried they might run into trouble." Wang Zhigeng contemplated carefully before replying. Wen Yu, who had initially thought of recruiting teammates, was now defeated by Wang Zhigeng's determination. Just moments ago, he thought this guy had no attachments, only to find he had responsibilities. "Well, in that case, let's head up first. This place might collapse at any moment." Wen Yu chose not to dwell on the idea of forming a team and directly walked upstairs, with Wang Zhigeng unsteadily following behind. Wen Yu gathered a big bag of magic crystals and poured them out onto the ground, carefully counting them. A total of 67 pieces, more than half of which were of mixed attributes. However, these magic crystals were still far better than those with no attributes. "Old Wang, come over and split the loot," Wen Yu said as he watched Wang Zhigeng approach the exchange stone pillar to exchange for a bottle of basic healing potion. Wang Zhigeng looked thoughtfully at Wen Yu, then glanced at the pile of magic crystals. The original plan was for me to die and for you to avenge me. These magic crystals weren't even part of my share. You should keep them. You're wrong on this one, old Wang. I have my rules. In a battle, the more effort you put in, the more you take away. That's the rule. This time you contributed significantly, so all these on the ground are yours. Taking just one second-level magic crystal is already a good deal for me. Sometimes I may not be reasonable, but I stick to the rules. Wang Zhigeng stared intently into Wen Yu's eyes, clear and bright, filled with determination. Thank you. Wang Zhigeng expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Wen Yu looked at the magic crystals before him without any reluctance. To him, these magic crystals were completely useless, and he would not hesitate to give away useless things. Moreover, having Wang Zhigeng owe him a favor felt like a good investment. With Wang Zhigeng's skills, he's likely to become a prominent figure in City M in the future. Silently stepping out of the police station, Wen Yu watched as the sun slowly cast a bright light across the sky. By the way, my name is Wen Yu. I'll remember you. After casually finding a clean spot to rest for a while, Wen Yu felt rejuvenated. Stretching lazily, he quickly organized his attributes. At level 1 peak, including the Soul Beast, he had also reached level 1 peak. It could be said that just one night had transformed Wen Yu's combat power qualitatively. Looking out at the bright sunshine, Wen Yu grabbed his war blade. Evolution, an endless pursuit. Currently relying on his soul master profession, Wen Yu could easily challenge the advancement trial. Once successful, he would be able to sign a second soul pet, and the Soul Beast would also acquire a second skill. However, that wasn't simple. The content of the advancement trial was straightforward. Defeat a newly advanced second-level mutated creature in one-on-one combat. Both sides have the same base attributes, but the second-level mutated creature has one additional skill compared to the challenger. Thus, those who could pass the trial were definitely fighters with strong power or those who possessed heavy treasures. For Wen Yu, this was quite simple. The attribute suppression in a combat state would allow Wen Yu to breeze through it. Now the challenge before Wen Yu was the points needed for the advancement trial, 1,000 points. It seemed simple. Last night, Wen Yu had already earned over 2,000 points. But there were no large-scale zombie tides available to help him accumulate points. Looking at the less than 300 points he had, Wen Yu felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Forget about that, let's stick to the original plan and check out the treasure land at Riverside Park. Wen Yu thought of that treasure land and felt a surge of excitement. With his current strength, no human would be able to compete with him. Riverside Park, located in the center of Mudanjiang City. As a park situated in the city center, it naturally sees a large flow of people. Although Wen Yu had long prepared himself mentally for this, he still couldn't help but feel weak in the knees upon seeing the zombie tide before him. Before Wen Yu stood hordes of zombies. While numerically it might not be as vast as the one at the police station, the proportion of first-level zombies here was terrifying. On average, among every 3 zombies, there was one first-level zombie, and it was evident that some of these first-level zombies did not look like they had just advanced. With sharp claws and serrated teeth, plus their terrifying numbers, Wen Yu knew that in front of first-level zombies, his protective gear would offer him no sense of security at all. If the protective gear couldn't defend against the damage inflicted by the zombies, then the immense tide of zombies would tear him apart. Even though first-level zombies were like ants to Wen Yu. Looking at the bloodstains scattered across the ground, these were left behind since the beginning of the apocalypse. Only in this location, with such a large flow of people, could such a massive number of first-level zombies be spawned. Standing on the roof of a nearby residential building, Wen Yu carefully observed the movement patterns of the zombies. Zombies are quite interesting creatures. If they aren't attracted by the scent of food, they generally don't run around aimlessly, but rather stay put to conserve energy. However, the zombies near the park behave differently. Logically, there should be a large number of mutated animals within the park, yet the zombies nearby do not enter the park at all. The distinction between the two is stark. After watching for dozens of minutes, Wen Yu sighed helplessly. The density of zombies was too high. If a fight were to break out here, it would trigger a chain reaction, and he couldn't guarantee that he could escape from such a massive horde of first-level zombies. Once he got close to the park, he would be discovered by the zombies. If discovered, it would be a life-or-death situation. The situation before him had reached a deadlock. Wen Yu began to think slowly. From the information he obtained in his previous life, it was evident that this treasure land had definitely been accessed before. However, he had never heard of any reports regarding the zombie tide here. And now it seemed that there were no signs of the tide being breached, which meant only one thing. Something must have changed when the treasure land opened, allowing survivors to avoid the zombie tide and enter. Wen Yu casually searched for some food in the building below, squinting his eyes as he stared intently at the zombie tide. Tonight, the treasure land will open. In my previous life, I clearly didn't hear about the zombie tide. It looks like there must have been some changes during this period. Wen Yu quietly stayed in the corner, and as time passed, he found himself becoming increasingly calm. The moonlight gradually thickened. Just as Wen Yu closed his eyes to rest, inside Riverside Park, the once beautiful scenery was nowhere to be found. All that remained were the scattered remnants of limbs and dark brown stains of blood, both human and animal, scattered throughout every corner of the park. In this hellish scene, the park was eerily quiet. There were no moans from zombies, nor any roars from mutated beasts, making it feel as if one was in a dead zone. Amidst the countless bloodstains and dismembered limbs, a black shadow slowly rose to its feet. Under the dim moonlight, the 3-meter-tall figure resembled a small mountain. As the moonlight gradually illuminated this shadow, its terrifying form revealed itself. It was a lion. As the only male lion inside Riverside Park, Simba had previously lost all his wild instincts due to domestication by humans. He lived a life of eating, sleeping, and reproducing every day. Simba had never felt that anything was wrong. Simba, the name given to him by his caretaker. In fact, Simba thought this life was truly wonderful. He had lived this way since he was young, and in Simba's mind, this was the entirety of a lion's daily existence. However, when the apocalypse struck, everything changed. A massive intent to kill and overwhelming hunger surged within him, quickly filling his heart and drowning his reason. The first objects of his outburst were the female members of his own kind nearby. The difference in strength left them with no chance to resist. In less than 5 minutes, all his partners had fallen at his feet, becoming his food. Feeling his body growing larger and his strength surging, Simba suddenly understood a truth. I should have the power of life and death over the surrounding beings. I should stand at the very top of the food chain. I should act without hesitation. Smoke continuously billowed from his mouth. Simba felt as if a fire ignited in his throat, causing him unbearable pain. Then he opened his mouth and actually spewed out a torrent of flames. Flame flow tire. The power of flames erupts, dealing devastating damage to enemies. Simba naturally didn't quite understand why he could breathe fire, but that didn't hinder the fact that he could use flames to eliminate his enemies. In fact, there were no enemies. Riverside Park was entirely his hunting ground, including the bear in the east. This fellow was a bit harder to kill. It seemed a bit larger than last time and could unleash a sharp gust of air. But that didn't matter. One breath of fire turned this stupid bear's head to ash. Although it was a pity to lose the meat on its head, that was fine. There was plenty of food left in the park. That crocodile in the water also posed a challenge. But it didn't matter. His teeth seemed sharper than before, his claws even sharper, and his skin harder. However, crocodile meat was still quite tender. This crocodile felt warm to eat, and after finishing, Simba felt his body grow significantly larger, and his skin became even tougher. When he gripped with his claws, it felt like when he used to grip that hard, long object that trapped him. Steel armor Tier B, the power of steel protects you, greatly enhancing your body's defensive capabilities. Although growing larger was good, he felt hungrier. The burning sensation in his stomach slowly made Simba lose his sanity. Thus, Simba's hunting commenced. For all living beings within Riverside Park, Simba, a Tier 2 mutated beast, was a complete nightmare. Therefore, no living creature managed to escape this small park, whether human, mutated being, or zombie. Similarly, many zombies surged into the park, providing Simba with even more food. Gradually, the zombies surrounding the park sensed the terrifying presence within. Their primal instincts told them not to enter, but also kept them from straying far from this imminent volcanic eruption. Until now, Simba felt hungry. Over the course of 3 days, he had killed every living thing in the park and had thoroughly feasted. However, with fewer and fewer creatures moving about and his body growing larger, Simba was no longer satisfied with the scraps he had left. The immense power restored Simba's pride as a king. There must be more to eat outside, Simba thought to himself. Then he stepped out of the place he had lived all his life, armed with the strength of a Tier 3 mutated beast, and the pride of standing at the top of the food chain. The enormous clamor outside roused Wen Yu from his doze. He quickly rushed to the window, knowing that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. The first sight that met Wen Yu was a massive horde of zombies. Countless first-level zombies nimbly climbed onto this spherical object. Their simple intelligence told them that inside was a very tasty morsel. One bite could allow them to evolve. The result was that the zombies atop the huge ball became more numerous and bulkier, while their speed decreased dramatically. Then, the massive zombie horde came to a halt. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Could it be that someone drove a bus in here? That's quite impulsive. One must know that one of the characteristics of zombies is their fearlessness of death. Driving a vehicle in would get them stuck solidly in the massive tide of corpses, and the first-level zombies inside could absolutely tear through ordinary metal with their claws. The most terrifying part was that they would call in reinforcements. In Wenyu's eyes, this was a complete death wish. Just looking at the zombies around the park frantically rushing over made it clear that whatever was inside was doomed. Even an armored vehicle would be overwhelmed by countless zombies. Wenyu couldn't help feeling disappointed. If this could just rush in, he would have already done so. It seems this isn't the opportunity I've been waiting for. As he pondered the dismal fate of the bus, suddenly, a dazzling red light burst forth from within the giant zombie horde, followed by a tremendous explosion. The immense force made Wenyu instinctively shrink back his head, witnessing the farthest flying zombies blasted 10 meters high by the red light. He was left dumbfounded. This is Simba, Wenyu gaped in shock at the creature that emerged below. It was a gigantic lion. A strong body, light yellow mane, lantern-sized eyes, sharp claws, and a massive maw. A magma-like substance continuously flowed from its mouth. Although its size was much smaller than what he had seen in his previous life, the same body proportions, ferocious killing intent, and iconic flame flow skill were absolutely unique. This time, the joke has gone too far. Wenyu pressed his body flat, terrified that the familiar monster below would discover him. Although this monster was not the same size as Simba from his memories, its similar body proportions and characteristic skill, flame flow, immediately awakened the deepest fear hidden in Wenyu's heart. If Wenyu's memories of the apocalypse were written as a book, Simba would be the main character. At least in Mudanjiang City, he was undoubtedly the protagonist. During the half-year mark of the apocalypse, the entire Mudanjiang City trembled under the blood moon and the demonic disaster. Wenyu had the fortune of witnessing this lion named Simba in his complete form, a massive body towering 5 stories high, continuously spewing flame flow that destroyed everything in its path. Coupled with the agility and terrifying strength of a feline, it made the raging demonic disaster retreat in fear. It was undeniable that Simba was the ruler of Mudanjiang City, being the only level 5 mutated beast in the area. Heaven knows how there was enough food for this monster to evolve to such an extent. Its unmatched power made any creature that dared to oppose it tremble in fear. Wenyu personally witnessed Simba leading countless mutated beasts into battle against the horde of massive demonic creatures during the disaster. With sheer strength alone, he killed 3 level 5 demonic monsters, and then the vast sea of magma swallowed nearly half of the zombie tide. Thus, the entire Mudanjiang City was plunged into a terror ruled by Simba. Mutated beasts, they served him and were also food. Professionals, merely dessert after a meal. Demonic creatures. Simba's lair was located at the entrance of a demon realm gate, and no demon could escape from Simba's lair. Wenyu should have realized that there was only one zoo in Mudanjiang City, and Simba was right there. However, the vast gap between heaven and earth in his last life led Wenyu to selectively forget this fact. Until now, seeing this lion once again, Wenyu still lacked the courage to face it. If Wenyu remembered this fact, he wouldn't dare to approach Riverside Park even if his life depended on it. So that's it, this lion is here. Everything makes sense now, he thought. Currently, the food below was far too abundant for Simba. This lazy lion would not drop the food at its mouth and would instead seek trouble with Wenyu. This could be seen from the location Simba chose for its lair, right before the demon realm gate. Therefore, Wenyu hiding upstairs posed very little risk. Wenyu slowly calmed down, understanding the events that allowed him to enter the treasure land in his previous life. Simba had burst out of the park and engaged in a brutal battle with the zombies outside. To be precise, it was a massacre. With the meager strength of a first-level zombie, they could not break through Simba's skin. Simba only needed to open its mouth, bite down, and consume. The next one would automatically be delivered to its mouth. For the zombies, with the intelligence of a first-level zombie, they could only see that if they could take a bite of Simba's flesh and blood, they would be able to evolve. The temptation right before their eyes drove the zombies to lose their sanity, although they were already devoid of rationality. The roars of countless zombies attracted even more from around the park. Thus, while Simba enjoyed its snacks, it aimlessly searched for even tastier morsels. The entire zombie horde in the park was manipulated by Simba, inadvertently opening a path for the treasure land to be uncovered. This was the opportunity Wenyu desired. Wenyu quietly listened to the sounds outside, the footsteps and roars of countless zombies, and the sound of bones breaking. Occasionally, a blinding red flash lit up much of the sky. That was the flame flow of Simba, a common method it used to clear out smaller foes, and it indicated that Simba was somewhat irritated. Then came the tremendous roar and the sound of buildings collapsing. When you continuously prayed that Simba would not go berserk and crash into the building where he was hiding. Fortunately, as the sounds gradually faded until they were almost inaudible, the building Wen Yu was in remained intact. Only then did Wen Yu slowly peek out of the window. The massive chaos outside had settled down, the huge horde of zombies had dispersed, and the remaining zombies were either incapacitated or failed to evolve, unable to keep up with Simba's leisurely pace, remaining quietly in place without direction. Seeing that the gates of Riverside Park were now wide open and the surrounding zombie horde had been crippled, Wen Yu had no intention of rushing into the park. It was well known that lions have a very strong territorial instinct, and the mutated lion had inherited this trait. In his previous life, Simba had claimed the entire Mudanjiang city as its territory, mercilessly hunting down all powerful foreign creatures. Currently, Wen Yu had no idea if Simba had designated Riverside Park as its territory. What if Simba was just out of its lair for a light snack? What if Simba was merely taking a stroll after eating its fill? What if Simba returned soon? The outcome for anyone entering the park would be needless to say. The entire Riverside Park had become a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Even though Wen Yu knew that someone had entered this treasure land in his previous life, he felt it was foolish to risk his life on whether the lion would return home. After waiting for another hour, Wen Yu noticed that the flames he could previously see were now barely visible. Wen Yu's heart, which had been shattered by fear of Simba earlier, slowly began to stir. I can't dare to enter Riverside Park, but these crippled zombies below could be dealt with. This is a chance for points. Besides, with such a massive figure as Simba, I should be able to react if it comes back. Wen Yu's heart raced. This was simply the psychology of luck. If he died, he had no one to blame, but if he profited, it meant he was lucky. Wen Yu was just an ordinary person, having gained a year more of survival experience in the apocalypse. Seeing the points scattered on the ground, not picking them up would be disrespecting heaven for allowing him to be reborn. After calculating Simba's movements, Wen Yu silently reassured himself. I'll just kill a few and then leave, no matter the treasure land. With weapon in hand, he ran down the stairs quickly, not daring to enter combat mode. If something went wrong, his life depended on this. Moreover, the zombies below required very little effort from Wen Yu. With every swing of his knife, points were scored. When it came to this kind of easy money, Wen Yu could only think, why not take more? 10 points, 15, 23, hey, not bad, only 5 points for you. Wen Yu grew increasingly excited as he killed more. This was far more enjoyable than when he was at the police station. While at the police station, he had to defend his face, but now there was no danger, and the points were significantly higher than the zombie tide there. Seeing his points surpass the 500 mark and rushing toward 1,000, Wen Yu felt thrilled. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Once I reach 1,000, I'll level up, I won't delay at all. Having cleared half a street, Wen Yu saw his points breaking the 1,000 mark and gritted his teeth. Clearing half doesn't suit my style, I'll kill a bit longer. Simba hasn't returned yet, has it? With points now reaching 1,300, Wen Yu looked at the few remaining zombies. Since I've come this far, it's better to wipe them all out. Simba might not even come back. Fortune favors the bold, I'm taking the gamble. Wen Yu's eyes turned red. This was the terrifying spirit of a gambler. The immense temptation drove Wen Yu to feel like chewing gum that could not be stopped. Just as Wen Yu was unaware of the danger and was picking up some bargains at the side entrance of Riverside Park. Brother Tao, most of the zombies have been lured away by that big lion. Should we go in? A sly-looking young man whispered to a muscular man beside him. Tusk, tusk, that lion was really terrifying just now. When the apocalypse hits, even the lions have become extraordinary. By the way, what did you just say? The muscular man was still stunned by the distant Simba and reacted a beat late. Behind the two were two very similar twins, around 23 to 24 years old. One was holding a crossbow and the other had a homemade shotgun. Hearing their boss's nonsensical talk, one of them couldn't help but rub his forehead. Brother Tao, can we ask if you're still following the original plan? It's not easy, not easy. What if there are more of those big guys inside the park? This is really not easy. The sly young man and the twins sighed heavily. Although they knew their boss was loyal and deeply sentimental, his personality was truly a headache. The twin holding the crossbow stopped paying attention to his boss's mutterings and quickly stepped forward, firing 3 bolts at an astonishing speed, hitting the foreheads of 3 zombies with precision. The shooter's F-level skill. Precision allowed the bolts to hit the mark at this distance. The other 2 quickly followed, gripping the muscular man's arms. The sly young man complained as he walked. I knew I shouldn't have asked you. I should have let Wan Ping be the boss from the start. Hearing this, The muscular man shrugged off their arms and rushed to the front of the group, swinging his steel knife at great speed. Even the remaining first-level zombies ahead could not withstand the sharpness and immense power of the steel knife. The obstacles in front of the four were quickly torn apart. As the leading muscular man killed zombies, he still had the energy to turn back and joke. "What are you little brats thinking? Do you think I don't know? It's just that your big boss is strong and full of energy, so I let him take the lead as a meat shield, and you still dare to mention choosing a team leader." The remaining three seemed not to hear their captain's banter. Wan Ping with the crossbow kept shooting at the approaching zombies, while Quan'an with the shotgun nimbly collected the bolts sticking into the zombies nearby. The sly young man, Lin Li, hunched his neck and keenly observed his surroundings, closely following their team leader, Guan Tao. This apparently discordant team was clearing out zombies at an astonishing speed, swiftly opening a path into the park. Inside, the park was extremely quiet. As they witnessed the desolate scene, Guan Tao and the three others, after eliminating the zombies that had followed them, couldn't help but huddle together. "Boss, could there be ghosts here?" Lin Li shrank his neck and tugged at Guan Tao's shirt. "Ghosts? What ghost can be scarier than that big lion? We came in here to seize the food from the lion's mouth. We aren't afraid of death, so why be afraid of ghosts?" Guan Tao said fiercely, tightening his collar, clearly not as fearless as his words suggested. "Brother Tao, you haven't said what we came to the park for," Wan Ping asked while disgustedly kicking a zombie's arm away. As the four adapted to the eerie environment, they slowly walked deeper into the park. "We came this time for treasure," Guan Tao said, his eyes narrowing with excitement as he whispered to his teammates. The other three immediately felt a chill run down their spines. One could only say that Guan Tao's expression was too disgusting. Just imagine a 190 cm tall, 200 jin muscular man speaking in a tone like, "I'm going to tell you a little secret, but don't tell anyone else," and one could easily guess how the three felt. The three suppressed the impulse to beat up Guan Tao. Wan Ping pulled at the corner of his mouth. "What treasure? Ha ha ha, brothers, you all don't know this." Guan Tao laughed triumphantly, pulling out a crumpled pack of soft zhanghua from his pocket and giving each of his teammates one. Lin Li, quick-eyed, immediately took out a lighter and lit them up one by one. Huff. Guan Tao exhaled a beautiful smoke ring, looking at the three who were staring at him eagerly, and said smugly, "Since there's nothing else around, let me tell you well. Come, 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 gather around and see what this is." Guan Tao pulled out a pendant from around his neck, and the three immediately leaned in to closely examine this mysterious little item. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that what hung from the chain was a small compass, and the needle was firmly pointing ahead not far from them. Guan Tao opened his mouth wide. "This is something I found in a silver vortex before meeting up with you, and you weren't there at the time. Inside that vortex were dozens of those huge animals, cats, dogs, rats, rabbits, and even a big tiger. It was really frightening. Just look at your big boss me." Guan Tao emphasized the word me. "I wielded that steel knife like it was impenetrable, not a drop of water could get through. It was completely a martial god reborn, unbeatable. Just as I executed a flying kick." The three of them felt increasingly strange, thinking this was quite clearly bragging, as if he were just boasting. "Stop, stop, stop!" Wan Ping quickly called out. "How many years have we known each other? You don't know what kind of person you are. We can't possibly not know. Get to the point. The point is about my steel knife." Seeing the glaring eyes of the three, Guan Tao wisely chose to shut up. "All right, actually, I entered a silver vortex, saw a broken box, and inside was a broken compass. So I brought you here," Guan Tao said while extending his hand holding the compass, looking aggrieved. Wan Ping's eyes lit up as he snatched the compass from Guan Tao's hand, examining it carefully. "Yep, it's pointing right at this place. If Brother Tao isn't lying, it might really be a treasure." After walking less than 10 meters, Wan Ping looked at the compass needle that began to wobble. "Really? There's really treasure? Show me quickly." Upon hearing the word treasure, Lin Li immediately leaned forward and snatched the compass. "If Brother Tao isn't bragging," he added, casting a disdainful glance at Guan Tao. Guan Tao shrank his neck and turned his head away, mumbling something inaudibly. "This thing might be an artifact that appeared after the apocalypse, just like the stone pillars. Whether it brings fortune or misfortune is still unknown. Treasures aren't that easy to obtain." Wan Ping remained calm, noticing Lin Li's greedy expression and hurriedly cooling him down. "I knew it!" Lin Li shoved the compass into Wan Ping's hand, unwilling to look back. As someone with a strong intellect among the group, he trusted Wan Ping's judgment very much. "It's not like we can just ignore it, right? Besides, this was retrieved by Brother Tao from the hands of countless monsters," Quan'an teased Guan Tao. Guan Tao shot Quan'an a fierce glare in anger. "I didn't say to ignore it, we still need to be cautious." Wan Ping remained calm, carefully feeling the compass in his hand. "Wait, are you guys really deciding this so happily?" Didn't we agree that I am the team leader? Guan Tao said angrily. Wan Ping looked at Guan Tao seriously and said in a very solemn tone, "As the so-called team leader, all that matters is leading by example." When Yu had completely gone mad, he felt increasingly grateful to the heavens for not treating him poorly. First, he became a soul master, then he earned points in the police station, and now he was here picking up corpses. In this life, he must properly honor all the gods and Buddhas. Looking at the dwindling number of zombies, when Yu even ran to places Simba had never been to and went on a killing spree. It wasn't until a first-level zombie clawed his arm that when Yu realized he had finished picking up all the corpses on the ground. Reluctantly turning back to look at the now empty area behind him, when Yu suddenly felt that Simba didn't seem that scary after all. What a good lion, so nice, so big, so cute. When Yu checked his points, which had already reached 1865, and wiped his drool vigorously. While when Yu was busy praising Simba, a bright silver light suddenly appeared in the distance. Then when Yu saw a giant whirlpool, even standing outside the park, he could clearly see a third of the whirlpool at the top. The treasure land has opened? This awesome lion Simba probably won't come back, right? As if in self-hypnosis, when Yu threw aside his earlier caution and lost his mind over the huge reward that awaited him. I'll just take a look, just one look. Greed took over Wen Yu, and he quickly ran toward the place where the treasure land had opened. In the distance, at the place where the silver light shone, Guan Tao and the others stared blankly at the suddenly appearing giant whirlpool. This is it, but it's much bigger. Guan Tao scrutinized the silver whirlpool before him. But Zyro Ping, how did you do it? It's nothing really, I just walked to this spot and the pointer suddenly exploded. The pointer should be some kind of key. Looking at Wan Ping's empty hands, the four felt like the entire world had become unfamiliar. This is too fantastical. Wan Ping ignored his teammates' complaints and continued to study the silver whirlpool closely. It seems Brother Tao wasn't lying, but what exactly is this thing? Who cares what it is? Let's just go in and find out, right? Guan Tao wasn't concerned with the details. He directly reached for the entrance of the treasure land. Then, under the astonished gazes of the other three, he was immediately sucked into the treasure land. The three exchanged glances. Did this living person just disappear? We have no choice. Brother Tao has gone in, so we have to go too. Wan Ping said directly to the other two, and he moved toward the treasure land entrance. Wanan and Lin Li felt helpless and followed Wan Ping into the treasure land in succession. Not long after, when Yu rushed over, looking at the giant whirlpool before him. It should be a large treasure land, just not sure what kind. Going into a treasure mountain and coming back empty-handed. Could I, Wen Yu, do such a thing? Absolutely not. Clearly, Wen Yu had once again chosen to selectively forget his previous words. With only a few intruders entering the treasure land, the entire Riverside Park regained its tranquility. The vast and empty park once again showed no signs of life. At the park's main entrance, under the moonlight, a figure elongated as Wen Yu walked along the path he had taken to pick up corpses. A huge figure strolled among the scattered corpses and blood, slowly appearing at the entrance of the park. It was a large gray dog. Standing as tall as a person, its mottled gray fur covered a strong body, with 4 massive paws and sharp nails gleaming coldly. In its bloodied mouth, it held half a mutated cat's body. Its remaining amber eye kept scanning the surroundings. If Wen Yu saw this large dog, he would definitely give a thumbs up to his reasoning. The one-eyed beast was searching for him. This creature, having healed its wounds, had followed Wen Yu's scent all the way here. As it approached the treasure land that Wen Yu had entered, its scent abruptly stopped. Although the entire park was filled with a sense of oppression, panic, and even death, the keen sense of smell told the one-eyed beast that the terrifying presence had left some time ago, and that human had caused it pain. This pain made the one-eyed beast feel as if it was back in its younger days when a human had blinded one of its eyes. It was even more painful than that. How could it forget this pain? So it came to take revenge on that human, as a level 2 mutated beast. Ding, welcome to the first level large treasure land. This treasure land is a challenge-type treasure land and is only open to humans. As soon as Wen Yu recovered from the dizziness of the teleportation, he heard the prompt sound in his ear. It really is a first-level large treasure land. In his previous life, Wen Yu had heard rumors that large treasure lands held many good things. He looked up and saw the treasure land space was unusually vast, at least the size of a football field. However, most of the space was occupied by a fighting platform. In front of the platform was a stone platform similar to the exchange stone pillar, where 4 people were standing. It was Guan Tao and his group who had entered the treasure land earlier. The 4 were staring at Wen Yu with surprised expressions, clearly unable to believe that someone could enter the park so quickly. Wen Yu was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to be faster than him. What Wen Yu didn't know was that without these 4 people in front of him, he would never have been able to enter this treasure land. Big brother, how did someone get in here? Didn't we open this treasure land? Lin Li stared intently at Wen Yu, his eyes looking at him as if he were a thief who had stolen his treasure. How would I know, but it doesn't seem to say that we can't let others in, right? Guan Tao scratched his head, seemingly troubled by Wen Yu's entrance. Xiao Ping, what should we do? Guan Tao directly threw this complicated question to Wan Ping. Wan Ping quietly observed the suddenly appeared man in the distance. He was tall and thin, and his equipment was fairly complete, enough to prove that this person was daring and had strong combat abilities. Especially the black sphere on his shoulder gave off a mysterious vibe. Most importantly, his eyes showed no tension or caution toward the 4 of them, only calmness. This was the reason Wan Ping was hesitant to act rashly. Don't act rashly, let's observe the opponent's strength first. And everyone has seen the rules on the stone pillar, right? If this person's strength is lacking, we can kill him and seize his things once he leaves the treasure land. Lin Li still doesn't have protective gear? If anyone took these few as harmless good gentlemen, they would be gravely mistaken. The few exchanged whispers. Guan Tao was the first to step forward. Friend across the way, don't be nervous. We just entered here not long ago. The treasure land has rules that prohibit humans from harming each other, so there's no need to worry about your safety. Guan Tao spoke sincerely, and coupled with his honest and trustworthy face, it made others believe him a little. But Wen Yu scoffed at this. Seriously? Worried about my safety? If I hadn't known what a challenge-type treasure land was all about, I would have long since taken care of you weaklings. Why would I let you keep babbling here? When you had not idled for a year during the apocalypse, just by looking at these people in front of him, he could tell they were definitely not good people. However, if these people really manage to get something good once we leave the treasure land, I absolutely won't let you take it. When you tugged at the corner of his mouth, ignoring the 4 people in front of him, and walked straight towards the stone pillar at the front of the arena. Through their stances and breathing, Wen Yu could roughly assess a person's physical condition. This was Wen Yu's experience from his previous life, of course limited to level 1 professional. After all, he was most familiar with this stage. Among the 4 in front of him, the strongest was the large man standing at the forefront. His physical condition was likely around 4 points, which could already be considered as a master at this time. Behind him, the twin holding the crossbow also had a physical condition of 3 points. The other 2 were unenhanced professionals, a very strong little team. However, in Wen Yu's eyes, they were just a few small fish. Wen Yu reached for the stone platform, and at the same time, the rules of the treasure land clearly transmitted into his mind. The rules for challenge-type treasure land are as follows. Mutual attacks are not allowed within the treasure land. Anyone who violates this rule will be directly teleported out of the treasure land and will lose all rewards obtained from it. Survivors can enter the challenge arena through the stone pillar, and the difficulty of the challenges will increase step by step. Please note, once a challenge begins, one can only choose to withdraw after each stage ends. Challengers should act within their means. Once the challenge starts, it cannot be ended. Those who clear the highest difficulty will receive the ultimate treasure from this treasure land, and the treasure land will be permanently closed. Each person only has 1 chance to challenge. This was Wen Yu's first encounter with a challenge-type treasure land. In his previous life, he had not qualified to touch the treasure land at all. Ultimate treasure? Wen Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw these words. This could be interesting. This time, Wen Yu was determined to obtain the ultimate treasure mentioned in the rules. He just didn't know how difficult the so-called highest difficulty was. However, since it was a level 1 treasure land, the difficulty should be limited in some way. Wen Yu looked at the 4 people beside him who were scrutinizing him and directly said, "Since you came first, please go ahead." Seeing Wen Yu make a gesture of invitation, Guan Tao and the others hesitated a bit. "Wan Ping, what should we do?" Guan Tao knew that this was not the time for him to make a decision, so he decisively asked Wan Ping. "Wan and you go?" Wan Ping decisively spoke to his brother. Wan Ping also had his own plans. First of all, there were 4 people on his side, which meant that his little team had 4 chances to attempt. In an unknown situation, it was beneficial for his teammate to investigate the situation first, which would be very helpful for the challenges of the remaining few. Secondly, Wan Ping couldn't gauge the difficulty of this challenge-type treasure land. If the highest difficulty was set to be very simple, and they could easily obtain the ultimate treasure, then the treasure land would close directly, and their team would gain a significant advantage. Conversely, if they obtained nothing, it would be a loss. Moreover, Wan Ping looked at Wen Yu, who was calm or indifferent beside him. He couldn't figure out this man's strength at all. If he was very weak, then as long as this person wasn't the first to challenge, it wouldn't affect them at all. Conversely, if he was very strong, then it would be even less likely for this person to challenge first. Naturally, Wen Yu was also planning for Wan Ping and the others to test the waters first. There was no other reason. Wen Yu understood the nature of the treasure land. The highest difficulty challenge would definitely require level 1 peak strength or even higher. These people in front of him were completely inadequate. Hearing his brother's words, Wan decisively picked up the hunting rifle and then took Guan Tao's steel blade, walking directly to the stone pillar and clicking to challenge. A flash of light appeared on the stone pillar, and a white light quickly enveloped Quan'an. In the next moment, his figure disappeared at an astonishing speed, reappearing on the arena. Challenge begins, first stage, a normal zombie. Hearing the loud electronic voice echoing throughout the treasure land, the few people present breathed a sigh of relief. This challenge was too simple. Brother Tao, a ping, do you think Zioen can directly get the ultimate treasure? I think this challenge-type treasure land doesn't seem that difficult. Lin Li spoke with confidence, sporting a I-can-do-it expression. This is just the first stage. We don't know how many more stages there are. Honestly, I always feel like we opened the treasure land too early. Wan Ping furrowed his brows, feeling that the treasure land shouldn't be so simple. Wen Yu couldn't help but almost laugh when he heard Lin Li's boastful tone. Although the treasure land was largely beneficial, the danger was still significant, and the ones most likely to die were those who overestimated themselves. On the arena, Wanan looked at the zombie that appeared out of nowhere and realized that this zombie showed no signs of evolution, exactly as the electronic voice described. Without further hesitation, he picked up the steel blade and walked up directly. Although Wanan was a shooter, it was completely unnecessary to waste his limited ammunition on such a low-level zombie. With a single slash, the zombie's head was cut in half, its yellow and white innards splattered everywhere. Challenge successful. Reward, an F-class steel blade. Do you wish to challenge the next stage? As the prompt sound faded, a white light fell directly in front of Quan'an, and as the light dissipated, a steel blade lay quietly there. Turning back, he saw Wan Ping nodding to him. Quan'an took a deep breath. Challenge begins, second stage, 3 normal zombies. Damn, brothers, this is completely farming rewards. This difficulty is too simple. Lin Li shouted loudly upon seeing the challenge objects. It is indeed simple. Guan Tao nodded in agreement, when Yu let out a breath and had formed his own opinion about the treasure land before him. It seems this treasure land is entirely friendly. The danger is low, and the difficulty may just concentrate on the last stage. Based on Wen Yu's experience from his previous life, treasure lands also have their own tendencies. Some are friendly and offer rewards, some are treacherous and deadly, and some are extreme killing machines. This time, Wen Yu's luck was relatively good. If a treasure land filled with traps had appeared, he would have nowhere to cry. Watching Quan'an behead the 3 zombies, the others showed no signs of tension. Challenge successful. Reward, an F-class protective suit. Do you wish to challenge the next stage? This time, Quan'an didn't even look back. He casually organized the reward and shouted, challenge. Challenge begins, third stage, 1 level 1 beginner zombie. Level 1 beginner, what specific strength does it have? Wan Ping's brow furrowed tightly, no longer relaxed as at the beginning. It should be between 2 and 4 points. The exact strength depends on luck, Wen Yu answered lightly. Guan Tao and the others changed their expressions. If it was 2 points, Wanan could handle it easily, but if it was 4 points, the battle situation would be uncertain. As Wanan's challenge opponent appeared, he also had a tense expression, clearly having heard Wen Yu's explanation just now. The opposing zombie let out a roar and charged forward quickly. Seeing the zombie's movements, Guan Tao and the others felt a slight relief. Fortunately, it's only 3 points. Wanan did not dare to be careless and slowly raised his hunting gun. With a 3-point physique zombie, he was already forced to use his main weapon. After all, close combat could easily lead to accidents. Wanan's eyes locked tightly onto the running zombie, and as the distance between them closed to just 3 meters, he firmly pulled the trigger. F-level skill, precision, activated. It greatly increased the hit rate of ranged weapons. At a distance of 3 meters, combined with the skill, there was no chance of missing. Boom! The loud noise of the homemade hunting gun shook his eardrums. Wanan sidestepped, dodging the zombie that lunged towards him. After the zombie fell to the ground, it struggled violently, seemingly dazed from the tremendous power of the hunting gun. The homemade hunting gun had clearly been modified, and the powerful shot struck the zombie's head. Although it wasn't a one-shot kill, it smashed the zombie's face to pieces. Wanan quickly reloaded, stepped forward, and fired another shot at the back of the zombie's head. The zombie twitched twice on the ground and then stopped moving. Seeing Wanan succeed in the challenge, the teammates below breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Ping shouted directly at his brother on the stage, "Wanan, come down." Challenge successful, you have received 1 bottle of basic healing potion. Do you wish to challenge the next level? Without a second thought, Quan'an shouted, "Give up!" And then a flash of light appeared, bringing him back to the side of the crowd. He handed the newly acquired protective suit to Lin Li and said directly, "That was dangerous. If the zombie had tackled me, I would have been dead. The next level is no longer something I can challenge." Yeah, and the difficulty of the challenges is increasing. To be safe, Brother Tao can challenge the 4th level, but Lin Li and I can only stop at the 3rd level. Also, the 4th level is likely not the final stage, so for us, the ultimate treasure might be out of reach. Wan Ping analyzed calmly and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. "This brother, if you don't challenge, our people will continue." Guan Tao said to Wen Yu, "Since there was no hope for the ultimate treasure, it didn't matter whether they continued early or late. You all continue, don't mind me." Wen Yu shook his head in disappointment upon seeing the rewards from the first 3 levels. The only worthwhile item was the basic healing potion. These few people were too weak, and the gains were minimal. Guan Tao and the others discussed, and the next person to challenge was Lin Li. As a mage, Lin Li's post-class skills included F-level Swift, which could briefly boost the movement speed of the target. However, the duration was only 3 seconds. Once Lin Li went on stage, he completed 2 challenges before stepping down. It was evident he was someone who valued his life and was afraid of unexpected incidents. When you watched as Wan Ping, like Quan'an, completed 3 challenges and then directly stepped off the stage, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. With just these few people, they couldn't test the depth of the challenge levels. Guan Tao nodded seriously to his teammates. "I'm going up. With Brother Tao's strength, you should be able to challenge a few more levels, but don't be impulsive. Once the challenge starts, if you fail, it could mean death." "Yes, I know." Guan Tao unusually didn't make jokes. When you still had a bit of interest in the strongest member of this small team, as this level represented the high-end combat power of human survivors at present. He turned his gaze back to the stage. Guan Tao had a physical attribute of 4 points, and clearly, before the apocalypse, he was an athlete with well-developed motor skills. Guan Tao stepped onto the stage, quickly challenged 3 levels, and obtained the basic healing potion. He slightly relaxed his body, picked up the awarded steel knife, holding it in both hands. "Do you wish to challenge the next level?" "Yes." Guan Tao did not hesitate. "Challenge begins 4th level, 3 first-level zombies." A flash of white light, and the challenge targets slowly appeared before everyone. 3 first-level zombies. In front of the 3 first-level zombies, Guan Tao could not help but take a defensive stance. The zombies smelled the scent of flesh. Their eyes, eroded by demonic energy, were utterly useless, their pale pupils fixated on Guan Tao. The 3 zombies let out low growls and rapidly lunged at Guan Tao, 2 with 3 points, 1 with 4 points. Wen Yu made a judgment immediately upon seeing the zombies' movements. Guan Tao let out a loud shout, and the steel knife in his right hand sliced out swiftly, directly aiming at the head of the fastest first-level zombie, while his left hand held the knife in defense against the zombie's claws. This 4-point attribute first-level zombie had awakened a portion of its instincts. The steel knife, with tremendous force, was coming straight at it. The zombie's head turned, and the knife swiftly brushed over the top of its cheek, causing a mess of rotten flesh to fly, even slicing off an ear. However, these injuries were hardly even skin-deep on the zombie's body. The zombie let out a low growl, its mouth wide open, filled with sharp teeth, lunging towards Guan Tao. Moreover, the other 2 zombies were already closing in on Guan Tao. The situation instantly turned into Guan Tao being surrounded by 3 zombies. "Tao, brother!" Guan Tao's teammates yelled anxiously as they saw him surrounded by zombies. Guan Tao watched the foul-smelling jaws approaching closer. While his peripheral vision caught sight of the other 2 zombies reaching for him, a surge of rage rose within him. This person inherently possessed a kind of desperate spirit. In peaceful times, such a person could be called a daredevil, but in the apocalypse, this was the potential of a strong fighter. Guan Tao chose to ignore the 2 zombies behind him. He quickly pulled out the knife that was blocking the zombie's claw, allowing the zombie in front to claw a deep wound across his chest. With his left hand, the knife swiftly thrust into the zombie's chest, the immense force pushing the zombie's mouth, which was about to bite his neck, away a bit. Then the right-hand steel knife directly swept across the zombie's head, cleanly decapitating the zombie in front of him. Next, Guan Tao felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as the left zombie quickly bit down on his shoulder. The immense biting force made the zombie's teeth pierce through the protective suit, firmly clamping down on Guan Tao's bone. He could even hear the sound of his bones grinding against the zombie's teeth. Ignoring the intense pain in his body, Guan Tao lifted his leg and kicked at the other attacking zombie. his superior physical attributes causing the kicked first-level zombie's chest to cave in, sending it flying 3 meters away. He tossed aside the steel knife in his right hand and used his freed right hand to viciously grab the zombie's neck. The immense strength pulled the zombie away, causing a large spray of blood and flesh before he forcefully hurled the zombie away, then stomped down on its head, crushing it. His left hand was already injured, but Guan utilized an injury-for-injury tactic to swiftly turn the tide. Currently, he only had to deal with a single 3-point attribute first-level zombie. Roar, the remaining zombie lunged at him once more. In the zombie's eyes, there was no thought of its fallen companions or a difference in combat power, only the scent of fresh flesh. Guan didn't even care about the weapons on the ground, delivering another kick that sent the zombie flying. This time, the zombie's chest exploded open, its foul intestines spilling everywhere. Guan followed up with another kick, sending the already down zombie flying far away. Then he moved forward, delivering yet another kick. Wen Yu looked at Guan brutal actions. The battle was clearly over, and Guan was outright slaughtering. I didn't expect this person to have such a twisted side. On the stage, Guan combat power was not impressive in Wen Yu's eyes. However, the reckless spirit of throwing his life into battle, along with the deeply hidden instinct for combat beneath his frenzied exterior, intrigued Wen Yu. This team is quite interesting. It seemed that as long as this team didn't die in their previous life, they were in existence when Yu could not reach. Guan spat disdainfully at the zombie on the ground, which had already lost its human form. Then he crushed the zombie's skull with a kick. Challenge successful, reward 300 points. Would you like to challenge the next level? Give up. Guan looked disappointed. Even though he knew the challenge wouldn't end after just 4 levels, he couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. Moreover, his injuries wouldn't allow him to continue fighting. His battle instinct was a mix of madness and calmness. Brother Tao, are you okay? Wan Ping rushed forward as soon as he saw Guan being teleported out, quickly handing over his basic healing potion. Guan didn't hesitate and drank the potion directly. Feeling a warm current surge through him, the bleeding from his wounds quickly stopped, and Guan sighed. If the injuries weren't that serious, I would have continued the challenge, but unfortunately one of my hands isn't usable. Guan expression grew somber. That's already pretty good, big boss. We struggled just to get to the 3rd level, Wan Ping comforted. Guan expression improved slightly as he pondered for a moment. I've discovered a problem. What is it? Not only Wan Ping and the others gathered around, but Wen Yu also perked up his ears. I'm really a genius. Did you see that? I just did a flying kick. Guan expression changed faster than flipping a book. The frustration vanished in an instant, replaced by a smug grin. Not only did Wan Ping and the others look disgusted, but even Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Wen Yu unable to hold back and laughing out loud, Guan finally realized there were outsiders present. Once he started boasting, he couldn't stop. He awkwardly smiled at Wen Yu. This guy is really interesting, Wen Yu thought, observing Guan mix of pride and embarrassment, his mouth curving into a wider smile. Now that you all have finished your challenges, I'll begin, Wen Yu said to the group. Originally, these few people had little to begin with, and with 1 bottle of the healing potion already used, Wen Yu had lost the desire to loot. Brother, please go ahead. We don't mind watching from the sidelines, right? Guan was quite curious about Wen Yu's fighting strength. The little round ball hovering on Wen Yu's shoulder was simply too eye-catching. Moreover, Wen Yu now appeared calm and relaxed, clearly not taking the level 1 basic zombies seriously. Guan believed his own evolution speed was already quite fast. At least among the practitioners he had met in the past few days, he was the strongest. Naturally, he wanted to assess Wen Yu's skills. No problem, I don't mind. What's it to you? Only afraid you might be too shocked. Wen Yu was quite confident in his own strength. Not to mention survivors, even among mutated creatures, those stronger than him in the entire Mudanjiang city were few and far between. He placed his hand on the challenge stone platform, hearing the prompt sound asking if the challenge was about to begin. Wen Yu silently thought, yes, and then was teleported into the arena. Brother Tao, this kid really knows how to show off. You were so fierce just now, and this kid didn't show any expression. At first I thought he was a zombie, Lin Li scoffed at Wen Yu, who was now on the arena. This guy should have some skills. Did you see that little ball on his shoulder? Wan Ping glanced at the little soul beast. I was wondering what that thing was. I thought he was going to pull off some magic trick, but then I realized that thing is alive, Wanan explained. Now in this world, even professions have emerged just like in a game. You never know, this kid might have some treasure or something, Guan spoke quietly. This kid definitely has something. Let's watch first. If he's not strong enough, we can't be blamed for killing him and taking his stuff. Money has always been enticing. The few of them nodded slightly. Wen Yu, of course, was unaware of the little calculations of the people below. As he heard the prompt announcing the challenge had begun, he immediately prepared for battle. First, in the initial 2 levels, Wen Yu swiftly dealt with the ordinary zombies, beheading each one with a single blow, tossing the rewards onto the ground without even glancing at them. "This doesn't reveal much," Lin Li muttered. Wan Ping shot him a glance. "That's not quite true. At least he has rich battle experience and strikes fast, accurately, and viciously. His physical fitness must be quite high." When Yu relaxed his shoulders lightly in the arena, it was a small habit he developed from fighting with all his might. He had no intentions of hiding his strength. Overwhelming his opponents was the style he preferred. He wouldn't stoop to play with his opponents like a cat teasing a mouse. In the 3rd round of the arena, a level 1 early-stage zombie appeared. When Yu saw the zombie just being teleported in, he pushed off with his legs, his body suddenly lunging forward, then brought down his war blade with force. The zombie hadn't even recovered from the disorientation of teleportation when Yu struck it on the forehead. The war blade cut through without any obstruction, and with tremendous force, the zombie's body exploded, evenly splitting it in 2. The 2 halves of the corpse flew sideways, leaving only a cloud of blood mist that gradually dispersed in the air. The 4 people below didn't even react. Just when they thought they were about to see a grand performance, the zombie was cut in half by Wen Yu without even a scream. They stared blankly at the figure standing in the arena. What just happened? It was killed like that?" Quan'an hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the one-hit kill, mumbling his question. Guan Tao swallowed hard. It was killed. That was too easy. And judging by the speed he just lunged, his physical attributes must be far superior to Brother Tao's. I've never seen such a strong human before, so I can't even estimate his physical attributes. In short, he's very strong, too strong. Wan Ping remained relatively calm, but his face was filled with shock. "So, should we still loot?" Lin Li's voice lowered even more, almost like a mosquito, afraid others might hear. Guan Tao fixed his gaze on Wen Yu in the arena, completely ignoring Lin Li's foolish question. "Challenge successful, reward, 1 bottle of basic healing potion. Would you like to challenge the next level?" Whether it was just an illusion or not, the few present felt that the originally cold and steady electronic voice seemed to show some emotional fluctuations. "Yes," Wen Yu didn't hesitate, casually stowing the healing potion into the inner pocket of his protective suit, and rushed towards the spot where the white light flickered. As the white light passed, the people below hadn't even recovered from the dazzling light when they saw 3 heads rolling to the ground, while Wen Yu stood calmly in the arena. This time, even Lin Li, who usually talked the most, didn't dare to say anything further. "Challenge successful, reward 300 points. Would you like to continue the challenge?" "Continue." "Challenge begins level 5, 1 level 1 intermediate zombie." Wen Yu appeared relaxed. The so-called intermediate level merely referred to physical qualities around the middle stage of level 1, just a score of 5 to 9. With a flash of white light, a thin figure appeared. Before anyone could examine this level of zombie closely, Wen Yu charged in with another strike. This time, instead of performing a flashy vertical cut, Wen Yu executed a standard horizontal slash at the zombie's neck. The freshly spawned zombie hadn't even had the chance to appreciate this world when its head was severed. Its mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. This zombie had low physical quality. "Challenge successful. Reward 2 level 1 magic crystals. Would you like to challenge the next level?" "Continue." Looking at the magic crystals in his hand, even though level 1 magic crystals were no longer useful to him or his soul beast, they were equivalent to common currency in the apocalypse. Naturally, Wen Yu wouldn't just discard them as garbage. 3 beams of white light flashed on stage, and at the same time, the notification sound finally arrived. "Challenge begins level 6, 3 level 1 intermediate zombies." As soon as the 3 zombies hit the ground, they roared and lunged towards Wen Yu. Their speeds were quite similar, and all 3 zombies had a physical quality score of 9. What kind of effect could a speed generated by a score of 9 have? The 3 zombies appeared just 10 meters away from Wen Yu. In just 1 second, the human had already engaged with the 3 zombies. The speed of the movements left the 4 people in the audience only able to see afterimages. "My goodness, who is this kid? How can he be this strong? This must be cheating, right? It has to be cheating," Lin Li shouted from the audience. Before his voice faded, the outcome on stage was already decided. First, 1 zombie was directly kicked away, its body breaking apart at the waist under tremendous force, spilling its entrails onto the ground. Humans and zombies inherently have low defensive capabilities. The zombie, completely lacking pain perception, scrambled towards Wen Yu with its hands. It was then crushed under Wen Yu's foot as he smashed its head. With a flash of the blade, when you decapitated another zombie. The remaining one had just opened its rancid mouth when you slapped it across the face, knocking out a mouthful of teeth. The zombie stumbled, only to be pierced through the head by another strike, dying on the spot. Wenyu's gaze turned to Lin Li. He had heard Lin Li's earlier words, and Lin Li shivered at Wenyu's glance. Although there was no emotion in Wenyu's eyes, Lin Li had an overwhelming sense of being watched by a monster. Challenge successful. Reward, 1 F-level protective jade. Would you like to continue the challenge? This time, Wenyu didn't answer immediately but instead took a look at the reward in his hand. F-level protective jade can absorb the full force attack of a level 1 creature 100 times, level 2 creature 10 times, level 3 creature once. Consumable. Not a bad little item. Wenyu smiled with satisfaction. For a level 1 practitioner, this was a life-saving artifact. The reward from this treasure land was indeed worthwhile. Continue the challenge. After experiencing the previous battle, Wenyu felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had stagnated at level 1 peak for a long time, and now Wenyu had found the familiar feeling again. Challenge begins level 7, 1 level 1 peak zombie. Go for it, challenger. The final reward awaits you. Wenyu was a bit surprised to hear the encouraging notification. He hadn't expected this treasure land to cheer him on. What was the reasoning behind this? Before Wenyu could ponder further, the zombie across from him had already lunged towards him rapidly. Both had the same attributes, and Wenyu was in a normal state without using any skills. Although the zombie was inherently disabled, at this level, its agility had significantly improved. During the previous challenge, Wenyu had almost been bitten by the last zombie. If he got injured early, it would only become increasingly disadvantageous for the later challenges. Wenyu entered combat mode directly. With a physical quality of 20, the steel blade he swung transformed into a dazzling silver light. As the zombie lunged at him, it was directly caught in the blade's glow. When the silver light faded, the zombie lay on the ground, its body neatly severed into 5 segments. Challenge successful. Reward, 1 space movement scroll. Level 8 begins, 3 level 1 peak zombies. Challenge starts. Before Wenyu could react, the challenge from the treasure land had suddenly begun. What's going on? The rules of the treasure land were laid out on the stone pillar, yet this time it hadn't asked whether he wanted to continue, but rather started immediately. Moreover, the tone of the notification seemed increasingly perplexing to Wenyu, clearly conveying curiosity, anticipation, and even a hint of schadenfreude. The zombies in front of him didn't care what Wenyu was thinking and charged towards him with bared teeth and claws. In combat mode, Wenyu naturally didn't fear such challenges. Not to mention the terrifying skill of Soul Strike, his physical quality, which was double that of his opponents, meant he completely overpowered them. 3 zombies were killed one after another. Looking at the ground littered with foul blood and dismembered corpses, Wenyu grew increasingly curious about this treasure land, as if someone was manipulating it. Challenge successful. Reward. 1 F-rank spatial ring. Powerful challenger, the final level awaits. This is both an opportunity and a crisis. A life-or-death battle begins now. The once crisp and clear electronic voice had become distorted, filled with excitement and enthusiasm, making Wenyu feel a surge of adrenaline. Before Wenyu, 20 meters away, the white light of the treasure land transport vanished, replaced by a large black door, adorned with dense purple patterns that shimmered with light. The Demon Realm Gate, Wenyu exclaimed upon seeing the door. This is impossible. How could the Demon Realm Gate appear at this time? The door before him looked identical to the Demon Realm Gate from his previous life, just a few hundred times smaller, appearing only large enough for one person to pass through. Hey, you know this is the Demon Realm Gate? Where have you seen it? Wenyu was still in shock from seeing the Demon Realm Gate when a childish voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Who is it? Wenyu instinctively swung his war blade behind him. But behind him there was no one. Only Guan Tao and the other 3 below the arena looked at him with envy, fear, and even terror. Wenyu quickly scanned his surroundings. Stop looking, kid. I'm the guardian of this treasure land. You can't find me. The entire treasure land is my backyard. Wahahaha. Who are you? The unknown presence instilled great fear in Wenyu. He couldn't see this person, and yet they claimed to be the guardian of the treasure land. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a guardian. Moreover, looking at Guan Tao and the others' expressions, it was clear they didn't hear the voice Wenyu had just heard. You're quite interesting, kid. You even know about the existence of the Demon Realm Gate. Could it be? Forget it. You shouldn't worry about who I am right now. You should focus on the Demon Realm Gate in front of you. Since you know this is the Demon Realm Gate, you should understand what opponents await you in this final level. Just survive first. If you're still alive, I wouldn't mind chatting with you, oh. Wenyu squinted his eyes. Although there was something unknown in this treasure land that was playing tricks, the creature was right about one thing. The biggest challenge before him was not finding this unknown entity, but dealing with the demon realm gate in front of him. If he couldn't handle it, his life would be at stake. By the way, little guy, I must tell you that behind this door is a big guy sealed away. Of course, with your strength, you should have a rough idea. A 10% chance of getting through, maybe? Are you kidding me? 10%? With my abilities, there's only a 10% chance of winning. This treasure land is clearly a setup for murder. Listen closely, little guy. If you can't defeat this creature, how can you obtain the treasure? It's a great treasure after all, so do your best, kill it or be killed. I hope you succeed. The last sentence was said with utmost seriousness by the unknown existence. When you scoffed, it sounded nice, but he had already unleashed all his combat power, only to be told he had a mere 10% chance of winning. This meant the statement was likely true. There was a 90% chance he would die. When you disliked probabilities because they indicated the unknown and suggested a lack of control. The demon realm gate before him slowly took shape, the pitch-black door exuding a breath of death. When you had no idea what the so-called big guy was, but he was all too familiar with demonic creatures. Any demonic creature was a powerful existence. Even the cannon fodder among them was on par with an ordinary practitioner of the same level. When you stared intently at the demon realm gate, sliding the newly acquired F-level protective jade into the inner pocket of his protective suit to ensure it could work effectively. He then raised his war blade and carefully focused on the demon realm gate. Creak! The mini-demon realm gate in front of him slowly opened a crack, releasing a jet of deep gray demonic energy. Then a hand covered in scales and sharp claws slowly extended from within. A harsh panting sound could be heard from inside, tightening Wenyu's chest. The sense of oppression is too strong. What in the world is that? The demon realm gate opened wider and wider until it was fully ajar. A humanoid creature stood inside the gate before stepping out, nearly 2 meters tall, bipedal, with a robust physique. Its overall appearance was similar to that of a human, but no one would mistake this monster for a human being. With a devil-like face, a pair of black curved horns cascaded back from its head, and its pure black eyes revealed no emotion, only the purest desire for slaughter and destruction. Below its eyes, there was hardly any trace of a nose, and not far away was a large mouth filled with sharp teeth. Although this demonic creature's body proportions were similar to those of a human, its chest and back were thicker and denser, indicating extreme strength in its upper limbs. Its legs were thicker than an average human's, covered in fine grayish-blue scales that reflected a faint glow. What caught more attention was that this monster had 4 robust arms, with muscle lines that rippled with every breath it took. The fine scales failed to conceal the terrifying sense of power it exuded. There was no doubt that its sharp claws were capable of tearing any adversary to shreds. Along the creature's hard back, a row of sharp, fine bone spines protruded, neatly arranged along the spine down to the hips, extending onto a 1-meter-long tail. The tail's tip flickered with a blue glow, resembling a blade, causing Wenyu to feel a sting on his skin. It was not the massive form he had imagined. Everyone knew in the apocalypse that a large body could bring immense power, but it also posed a significant problem. The body would inevitably lack flexibility. The most powerful beings would not have such an obvious weakness. Rather, creatures of medium size often possessed exceptional combat abilities, just like humans and this monster before him. What is this? Wenyu felt a tingling sensation as his body reacted to the surging demonic energy, as if facing his natural enemy. This is an ancient demon, the leader among demonic creatures, a sovereign, the ruler of the demon realm, and also our greatest enemy against you humans. The mysterious youthful voice had completely lost the lightheartedness from earlier, now filled with solemnity, caution, hostility, and even a hint of barely perceptible fear. So this creature is my final opponent? Wenyu squinted as he scrutinized the ancient demon, but he could find no weaknesses on this body. It was a work of art designed entirely for slaughter. Wenyu suddenly found himself appreciating probabilities. At least he still had a 10% chance of winning. Without the previous statement, he feared he might have lost the will to fight. Give me some hints. At least tell me the general characteristics of this guy. Also, it seems you want it dead as well. Seeing that the creature before him showed no desire to attack, merely standing there and exuding pressure, Wenyu was eager to learn more information from the mysterious existence. All right, giving you some information doesn't seem like a violation. The rules of the treasure land don't prohibit sharing information with challengers. The mysterious being pondered for a moment before decisively revealing details about the ancient demon. Listen carefully, the ancient demon in front of you has had its intelligence erased by the treasure land and is merely a type of puppet. so this creature fights purely based on instinct. Don't underestimate the combat instincts of ancient demons. They are even stronger than beasts. At least, this ancient demon lacks combat experience and skills. This is a level 1 ancient demon, but the ancient demon clan is born with immense physical power. Once the sovereigns will overshadowed the earth, all physical attributes and skills were digitized. But this is actually unreasonable. So-called physical attributes only reflect a creature's evolutionary level with varying characteristics. For example, a level 2 rat might be half a person's height with a physical attribute of 10, but its strength would not match that of an elephant of the same level and attribute. The power levels between the two would show overwhelming disparities. That's the advantage of species. The ancient demon species advantage far exceeds that of humans. The ancient demon across from you is at level 1 peak, with a physical attribute of 10 points, but by human standards, its physical attribute should be over 20 points, double that of a human, excelling in every aspect. Moreover, the abilities of the ancient demon clan are exceptionally powerful. Every skill of any ancient demon is above A level. This ancient demon's first skill is. The first ability of this ancient demon is Oblivion SS level. Pure demonic energy enhances its own attacks. Within 10 seconds, any material touched by the attack will directly vanish under the influence of mysterious power, ignoring levels and defensive items. This is all the power of this ancient demon. As the young voice finished speaking, Wen Yu fell into deep thought. The ancient demon before him was very strong, or rather, the ancient demon clan was very strong. Without any skill enhancement, its basic attributes could reach the level of Wen Yu in combat state, and each ancient demon was like this. In the entire world, how many hidden professions like soul masters are there? Very few. The most terrifying part is that the ancient demon's skills are too powerful. Every time it levels up, it gains a skill of a rank or above, and the higher the level, the stronger its power becomes. This level of power increase is a mountain pressing down on all humans. The skill of Oblivion in front of Wen Yu was incredibly strong. Because this is a skill that disregards level differences, one can imagine that if this ancient demon used this skill and struck a level 10 professional, the result would be a one-hit kill. Skills that can achieve such an attack effect are extremely rare. Then, let's begin, the young voice echoed. At the same time, the ancient demon opposite moved. As if it had been asleep for a long time, the ancient demon first stretched its body, producing a series of crackling noises. Then a black light slowly flickered across its body, gradually merging into it and disappearing. Be careful, that's Oblivion activating. As long as you can withstand for 10 seconds, this ability will be ineffective for a short time. Before the words finished, the ancient demon charged towards Wen Yu rapidly. Though it had lost its reason, the demon's combat instincts told it that those 10 seconds would be a watershed moment to determine victory or defeat. Not a second could be wasted. The physical attributes of the ancient demon were not much different from Wen Yu, and in a combat state, Wen Yu could keep up with the demon's speed. Seeing the ancient demon approaching, Wen Yu quickly retreated, pushing off with his feet to leap back over 5 meters. This retreat bought Wen Yu an extra 0.5 seconds. Then, just as he steadied himself, the outline of the ancient demon was already very close. A whistling sound came as one of the demon's left arms punched towards Wen Yu, while the other hand, with fingers spread wide, slammed down from above, taking advantage of its height. At the same time, a slender tail viciously stabbed from the right. The ancient demon unexpectedly attacked Wen Yu from 3 directions at once, and the black light flickered ominously. In just a moment, Wen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of danger rush towards him. There was no defense to speak of. Being hit meant certain death from Oblivion. Wen Yu's combat experience from a year in the apocalypse came into play. Although the ancient demon's combat instincts were strong, how could mere instincts compare to life-and-death combat experience unless they reached the ultimate level? Wen Yu swiftly sidestepped the downward claw strike, then struck down with his war blade, powerfully blocking the punch aimed at him. The immense force diverted the ancient demon's left fist, and at the right moment, he seized the tip of the tail where the black light didn't cover it, then used his waist strength to fling the ancient demon away. Afterward, Wen Yu immediately turned and fled. He had discovered a problem. His soul strike was completely ineffective against the ancient demon before him. This was also Wen Yu's oversight. As a puppet, how could it have a soul? Originally, in Wen Yu's plan, the immense pain and damage from the soul strike would allow him to finish off the ancient demon with just a few dozen strikes if he seized the opportunity. Moreover, the pain from the soul strike was enough to turn the weak-willed into mere targets that could only take hits. Unfortunately, since the ancient demon was immune to soul strikes, his plan was rendered completely pointless. With an F-rank war blade, dealing significant damage to the ancient demon would take too long. The scales on its body were definitely not mere decoration. Under these circumstances, Wen Yu's only choice was to escape, survive the time of oblivion, and then engage in close combat with the ancient demon. With both parties having similar physical attributes and lacking skill abilities, it would boil down to combat experience or sheer desperation, neither of which Wen Yu was afraid of. The ancient demon, thrown to the ground, quickly stood up. As it saw Wen Yu retreating further away, its lifeless eyes showed no emotion. It propelled its strong legs and chased after him swiftly. In terms of speed alone, Wen Yu was even faster than the ancient demon, but unfortunately the arena space was limited, and by the 8th second, the ancient demon had closed the distance. The first to attack was the ancient demon's tail, which whistled sharply as it rushed towards Wen Yu. Seeing the attack approaching, Wen Yu quickly sidestepped the demon's tail strike while swinging his steel blade, landing a hit on the ancient demon's chest. A tremendous resistance surged through the blade, and Wen Yu saw the ancient demon raise its arm. Not daring to contest its defensive strength, he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the subsequent attack. The damage effect is too mediocre. Looking at the wound on the ancient demon's body, Wen Yu sighed in frustration. That strike had only shattered a row of scales, leaving a small cut on the demon's chest that was already healing. Ding-dong, the 10 seconds are up. Congratulations, little guy, your probability of victory has increased to 20%. The young voice echoed in Wen Yu's ears again, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Wen Yu sincerely thanked this mysterious presence. If it weren't for the revelation about the ancient demon's skills, he would have certainly tested the demon's strength. Once hit, he would be seriously injured at best, or if struck in a vital area, he would be instantly killed, unable to withstand the demon's attack. No need to thank me. By the way, here's a friendly reminder. The ancient demon's oblivion skill can only be activated again after 30 minutes. Do your best, young man. Wen Yu realized the toughest challenge had passed and understood that it was time for him to fight hard. Moreover, Wen Yu also comprehended that the 20% chance of victory mentioned by the young voice wasn't entirely incorrect. The biggest challenge wasn't that his weapon lacked power and couldn't heavily injure the ancient demon. Although the steel blade wasn't sharp enough, it could still inflict damage. The greatest difficulty lay in the fact that the ancient demon had too many attack points: 4 claws, 1 tail, 2 legs, and even sharp teeth, while he had only a steel blade. The ancient demon naturally had no idea that an unknown existence had leaked all its power. Feeling the mysterious force within itself fading, the ancient demon's combat instincts prompted it to slightly adjust its body, then charge at Wen Yu once again. Wen Yu had no intention of running anymore. After all, only one of the 2 creatures on the arena could survive. How long could he keep running? Although the ancient demon's body was far better suited for battle than a human's, the outcome of a fight was never decided solely by size or physique. Wen Yu neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he charged back at the ancient demon even faster. Like 2 high-speed trains crashing head-on, the 2 combatants collided fiercely. A cracking sound rang out. It came from Wen Yu's body, not bones breaking, but the F-level protective jade he was wearing before the fight. Both fighters had at least level 2 strength. Under this power, the protective jade could absorb 10 hits. This was Wen Yu's greatest assurance in this brutal close combat, and now 9 uses remained. The ancient demon also suffered. The recoil from the collision was fully absorbed by it, and its 2-meter-tall body was blasted backward. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Yu delivered a brutal slash to the ancient demon's thigh, then wildly pursued the staggered creature. As the ancient demon landed, Wen Yu immediately closed in, his war blade slashing repeatedly, each blow landing on one of the demon's right hands. Although a single strike from the steel blade barely hurt the ancient demon, what about 10 strikes? 20. The ancient demon roared in pain as thick, black blood sprayed continuously from its wounded arm. Another cracking sound was heard. Despite Wen Yu's caution, the ancient demon's tail struck him hard. The tail snapped back, and Wen Yu quickly withdrew, having achieved his goal, severing one of the ancient demon's arms. The huge arm separated from the ancient demon's body. Even though its mind was obliterated, the physical pain made the ancient demon wail miserably. Seeing the demon's cries, Wen Yu launched an attack, kicking the half-risen creature to the ground and swinging his steel blade forcefully toward its neck. Before the blade could connect, the ancient demon snapped back to awareness amid the pain. Its remaining right hand tightly grasped Wen Yu's war blade, while both left hands and the tail violently battered Wen Yu's body. With successive cracking sounds, Wen Yu saw the steel blade deform under the demon's grip. Quickly, he released the blade, abandoning it to dash toward the first-round reward nearby, something he had originally deemed unnecessary. In that brief contact, Wen Yu was hit 4 times. Without the protective jade, those 4 attacks would have gravely injured him. This was the racial gap. No matter how solid the human body was, it lacked the ancient demon clan's claws and scales. When you picked up the steel blade, and the ancient demon stood up again. In its once cold and ruthless eyes, a clear look of ferocity appeared. The ancient demon sensed that the human opposite it now posed a lethal threat, and the battle fell into a deadlock once more. Below the stage, Guan Tao and 3 others were still admiring Wen Yu's fight. To Wen Yu, every contact, every life-or-death clash looked like a blur to them, no details visible. "This looks like a win, right?" Wan Ping murmured, seeing the ancient demon missing an arm. "I don't understand at all. It's too fast, really too fast. This guy's practically cheating. I can't imagine who could become this strong in such a short time," Guan Tao said, admiring the figure on the arena. Admiring the strong was human nature. "Zio Ping, when he comes down, let's ask if we can follow him." Guan Tao seemed to have made a decision. "That's worth trying. What if he agrees? By the way, Brother Tao, your head's finally working properly for once." Wan Ping agreed with Guan Tao's plan. Everyone knew that in dangerous times, if your own strength wasn't enough, the best strategy was to find someone stronger to rely on. This was the most crucial way for the weak to survive the apocalypse and the fastest path to getting stronger. While the 4 below the stage pondered about finding a big boss, the fight on stage resumed. 4 protective uses left must widen the lead. The 2 clashed again. During the fight, Wen Yu noticed the ancient demon's movements slightly distorted. Losing an arm forced any creature to readjust balance, no exception here. Wen Yu dodged the demon's attacks as much as possible while continuously slashing at it with the steel blade. Wen Yu's body was much smaller than the ancient demon's. Given similar physical fitness, this meant Wen Yu was more agile. As for strength, after several clashes, Wen Yu felt a noticeable gap. With more wounds on the ancient demon and fewer uses left on the protective jade, Wen Yu severed the demon's last right arm when his protector had only 1 use remaining. Another arm lost drove the ancient demon into madness from the intense pain. Its tail stabbed violently into Wen Yu's body, causing the protective jade on him to shatter instantly. Gritting his teeth, Wen Yu refused to waste the last protective chance, gripping the demon's tail tightly. Using the force as the demon retracted its tail, Wen Yu swiftly moved behind it and slashed 3 times, severing the demon's slender tail. This time, the ancient demon did not counterattack, but completely lost its balance and fell heavily forward. Wen Yu immediately straddled the beast, war blade aimed at its neck, one hand gripping the hilt tightly, the other pressing hard against the back of the blade. The sharp edge pierced directly into the demon's throat. The ancient demon realized the crisis. One hand grasped the sharp blade tightly, the other wildly struck Wen Yu's ribs. The immense force immediately made Wen Yu spit out a mouthful of blood. The human body was fragile. But for Wen Yu, this was the decisive moment. He ignored the damage, watching as the demon's hand holding the blade was severed. The sharp blade sank deeper into the demon's neck. The resistance from the scales weakened steadily. Finally, as the demon's claw tore through Wen Yu's intestines, the war blade fully pierced the ancient demon's neck. Feeling the strength beneath him weaken and then vanish, Wen Yu endured the pain. He forced his injured intestines back inside, then gulped down a basic healing potion, wrapping the wound with torn protective clothing. Only then did he collapse beside the demon's corpse, gasping heavily. "Almost died," Wen Yu sighed. "By the way, the fight's over. Are you not coming out to chat with me?" Wen Yu felt a white light envelop the entire arena, and then the injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. Feeling a tingling sensation from several wounds on his body, Wen Yu let out a comfortable sigh. Yo, not bad. This healing light is just an extra reward for you, no need to thank me." A childish voice came, and then Wen Yu saw a little kid appear before him. With a pink face and sparkling big eyes, the child looked to be only about 3 or 4 years old, sporting a towering little braid and a red belly apron, causing Wen Yu's eye to twitch. "It's you calling me little guy all this time?" Wen Yu suppressed the urge to hit him. Being called little guy by such a cute child was even more irritating than being called grandpa by kids of that age. "Little guy, wait a moment, we can chat later." The child seemed to notice Wen Yu's awkwardness, once again stabbing a knife into his heart. Ignoring Wen Yu's gloomy expression, the child walked directly to the ancient demon's corpse and reached for its forehead. Without any obstruction, the child's arm seemed to pass through the ancient demon's body as if they were in separate spaces, directly penetrating inside. When the child pulled out his hand, he was holding a pure black magic crystal in his soft, white arm. Then the child simply tossed it into his mouth and began to munch on it. Hey, that's mine, right?" The moment Wen Yu saw the magic crystal, he called out. That was the ancient demon's magic crystal. In his previous life, he hadn't even heard of the term ancient demon. and based on this ancient demon's strength and the child's introduction, even a first-level ancient demon's magic crystal was definitely a treasure. What's yours or mine, everything in this treasure land belongs to me. Just stay to the side, I'm not done yet. The little kid glared at Wen Yu with big eyes, and then something even more shocking happened. The little kid directly lifted his belly apron, exposing himself, and a stream of murky liquid poured directly onto the ancient demon's head. While urinating, the child also made a hissing sound from his mouth. Ah, the little kid sighed contentedly. So refreshing, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Wen Yu felt pity for the ancient demon. If it were him, he would have risen from the dead by now. Well, young man, you did well. The little kid swaggered up to Wen Yu, stood on tiptoes, and waved his hand at Wen Yu, saying, "Squat down and talk." Wen Yu felt helpless. Considering that his ultimate reward was still in this little guy's hands, he had no choice but to obediently sit down. Seeing Wen Yu's action, the child nodded in satisfaction. "My name is Arcada, guardian of the treasure land, serial number 195. According to your human customs, just call me brother, duh." Arcada stood on his tiptoes, barely patting Wen Yu on the shoulder, speaking in a tone that implied he was doing Wen Yu a favor. Wen Yu's impulse to hit him grew stronger. He forced a smile, stifling the curse that was about to come out. "Well, seeing that your attitude is decent, I allow you to ask me a few questions." Arcada nodded at Wen Yu with satisfaction. "What's going on in this world? Why do professional practitioners exist? Also, how did treasure lands and magical creatures come to be?" Wen Yu directly asked a fundamental question. "Well, that's a good question. Let me see." Arcada's big eyes rolled around, and he directly pulled out a gigantic book from thin air. The characters on it were crooked and definitely did not belong to any known writing system on Earth. "Let me check, hold on." While speaking to Wen Yu, Arcada flipped through the enormous book. "Ah, found it, it's here." Arcada closed the book in his hands and said to Wen Yu seriously, "Do you really want to know? Isn't that just a useless question? If I didn't want to know, why would I ask you?" Seeing Wen Yu nod, Arcada's face became serious. "Your authority and strength are insufficient. Let's change the topic." "Eh?" Wen Yu sighed silently, completely disappointed in Brother Duh, who was definitely a brat. "Do all treasure lands have guardians?" "Ha ha ha, you asked the right question." Arcada looked smug. "Only large or super treasure lands have guardians. Little guy, I'm not saying it's you, but the guardian regulations clearly state that during duty, guardians are absolutely not allowed to meet survivors. If I hadn't taken a liking to you, you'd never get to meet a treasure land guardian in your life. Don't you want to thank Brother Duh for his grace?" "What are the guardian regulations?" When you keenly caught onto this new term. "Just the rules we guardians should follow." "Who set these guardian regulations for you?" "Of course, it was the all-powerful sovereign. Who else could it be?" Arcada looked at Wen Yu with disdain. "What is a sovereign, and what are you guardians?" Wen Yu had already realized that Arcada was just a child. Although he didn't know how old he was exactly, he unintentionally revealed more and more information in his words. Arcada's eyes darted around, and he pulled out that enormous book again, quickly flipping through it. "For this question, your authority and strength are insufficient. Let's change the topic." Wen Yu no longer wanted to deal with this brat. It seemed that all his questions would be met with either insufficient authority or insufficient strength. "One last question, do you know where there are treasures?" Wen Yu ceased to ask these profound questions and instead wanted to find some treasure for himself. The effect of the F-level protective jade had already left him quite shocked. "Treasure is just inside the treasure land." Arcada looked at Wen Yu with disdain. "Where are there any treasure lands? Or are there any items that can detect treasure lands?" Arcada was suddenly stumped, and after thinking for a long time, he quietly said to Wen Yu, "Your strength and authority are insufficient." Seeing the little brat's expression, Wen Yu found comfort. "It's not that my strength and authority are insufficient. You just don't know anything, right? I'm not wrong, am I, Brother Duh?" Arcada's little face instantly turned red, and he said timidly, "I've never been out of a treasure land." "How would I know?" Seeing Arcada like this, Wen Yu had already realized that it was futile to ask for anything. He directly said, "This treasure land is about to close, right?" Yes, you're really smart, little guy." Arcada's interest was piqued upon realizing that Wen Yu knew the answer to that question. The final checkpoint had already been overturned by him. This stupid question didn't need answering. Even a rock would know. "So what about my reward?" Wen Yu had lost the desire to even complain. Hearing the question about the reward, Arcada immediately became serious. "First, for your ability to kill the ancient demon clan, it sufficiently proves your strength, so I will rank you in the human race ranking, serial number. 2, there's someone ahead of me." Wen Yu was surprised by this response. His strength was definitely strong enough, but there was actually someone in front of him. The strength of that serial number 1 must be at least on par with his. "Yes, that's right, there is indeed someone in front of you." Arcata hesitated for a moment before answering with certainty. Don't you know, when you could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked. I know everything, but I just won't tell you. Your strength and authority are still not enough. I understand, when you interrupted Arcata directly. Then what exactly is this sequence? What benefits can it bring me? When you asked a very straightforward question. The so-called sequence is a list established by the sovereign, which includes the most potential individuals among humanity. There is no limit to the number of people on the sequence, but your strength must reach a certain standard. Only after being evaluated and recommended by the Treasure Land Guardian can you become part of the sequence. Arcata's answer this time was much smoother, clearly indicating he knew this question well. As for the benefits of being on the sequence, once you become part of it, you will gain visibility among all Treasure Land Guardians. This means that in large or super treasure lands in the future, you will receive a certain level of assistance or support from the Guardians. How does that sound? Arcata stared at Wenyu with his big, cute eyes, eagerly awaiting his response. Not bad, really not bad. Wenyu replied immediately. This was more than just good. It was like having cheats in a game. Ha ha ha, there's also a second reward. This is the reward you truly deserve. The one earlier was just a gift from Brother Duh. Quickly thank me. Arcata laughed heartily, and Wenyu had no complaints. Instead, he found Arcata increasingly adorable. The second reward is the ultimate treasure of this treasure land. Here, take it. After saying this, Arcata pulled out a piece of paper from thin air and handed it to Wenyu. A piece of paper? Wenyu received it, confused. This is not just paper, it's a treasure, Arcata stated with certainty. Wenyu looked at the paper in front of him. Indeed, it couldn't be considered paper. It was made of leather with strange patterns all over it. Just as Wenyu was still puzzled about what this was, a notification sound slowly echoed in his mind. Ding, unknown item detected, identifying, identification complete, grading, unable to grade, acquiring abilities, acquisition complete, Book of Darkness Curse Volume Fragment. Absorb souls, unleash dark powers. This page is from the upper section of the Book of Darkness Curse Volume, thus its abilities are significantly weakened. Current ability. When enough soul power is absorbed, the spells recorded in the Book of Darkness will take effect. Current effects, suppression, reduces the speed of all surrounding creatures by 10%. Weaken, reduces the strength of all surrounding creatures by 10%. Deepen damage, reduces the defense of all surrounding creatures. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Effect radius, 100 meters around the user. The curse ignores levels, and the spells are activated by the user. Wenyu read the abilities of the Book of Darkness and calculated inwardly. The several curse abilities provided by the Book of Darkness were very practical, and the most crucial part was that they did not occupy his skill slots. These 3 skills could be considered additional benefits, and this aspect's value even exceeded the importance of ignoring levels. Very good, I'm quite satisfied. Wenyu nodded at Arcata. Do you know the locations of the remaining volumes of the Book of Darkness? Wenyu asked tentatively. Arcata pouted. Your strength and authority are still not enough. This little brat was still concerned about his pride. Wenyu had no real hopes, but upon hearing those words, he couldn't help but want to leave a bit of an impression on this little brat before he left. By the way, are there any other rewards? Wenyu asked. Isn't this enough? I've told you humans are just greedy. Well, one last question. Can the Treasure Land Guardians harm survivors? I mean in any way? Wenyu cautiously inquired. That question, Arcata once again flipped through a large book, flipping its pages at an incredibly fast speed. They cannot. His round little face looked serious as he stared at Wenyu. Phew, that's good, very good. Wenyu smiled mysteriously at Arcata. Arcata looked a bit confused. So does this mean the challenge in this treasure land has ended? Wenyu asked the final question. Yes, this young master is going back too. Arcata stretched, looking very pleased. Brother Duh, do you know? Upon hearing Wenyu's words, Arcata clearly found excitement in calling him Brother Duh and stood on tiptoes, carefully examining Wenyu's serious expression. We have a custom on Earth. Wenyu slowly leaned closer to Arcata, looking at him with a strange expression. For a little kid like you, we usually... Wenyu directly lifted Arcata's little belly pouch, looking at the little fish underneath, and flicked it with his finger. Flick his little JJ. With a sound, Wenyu looked at Arcata with a strange expression. Arcata was stunned for a moment, first glancing at his still flailing little JJ, then looking at Wenyu. After repeating this sequence 3 times, he then fixedly stared at Wenyu. The entire scene fell into a bizarre silence. You actually dared to do that to me. I want, Arcata screamed in a breakdown, scaring Wenyu, who shivered. What do you want to do? I warn you not to act rashly. I want, boo-hoo, I'm going to tell Grandpa that you bullied me. Boo-hoo? Arcata babbled for a long time, clearly unable to figure out how to deal with this human. Then his face scrunched up, firmly tugging at his little belly pouch while covering his eyes and crying as he bizarrely disappeared. At the same time, the healing light enveloping the arena slowly dissipated, and Wenyu's wounds had been completely healed by this light. A huge notification echoed throughout the treasure land. Challenger successfully completed the final challenge. The treasure land will permanently disappear after 30 minutes. At that time, challengers who have not exited the treasure land will be automatically transported outside. Wenyu was directly teleported off the arena. As soon as he arrived outside, he immediately began to examine his gains. First were the Warblade and protective gear. His original Warblade and protective gear were already broken, but fortunately, the treasure land had given him a new set. Without a doubt, he put them on immediately. Next were the points and magic crystals. Wenyu directly stuffed the magic crystals into the spatial ring. The spatial ring was undoubtedly a treasure, an F-rank spatial ring, only 1 cubic meter in size, but it could certainly hold magic crystals without issue. The protective jade and healing potions had already been used by Wenyu. Only a space movement scroll remained. Wenyu carefully examined the description of the space movement scroll. Space movement scroll. D-rank item can move 10 meters in any direction upon use, limited to the user's line of sight. A good lifesaver, not bad at all, Wenyu murmured happily. After carefully observing the attributes of the Book of Darkness, apart from not knowing how many souls needed to be absorbed, he was very satisfied with the other attributes. This treasure land is really great, except for that little brat Arcata. Wenyu summarized his gains, nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to the onlookers, Guan Tao and the others, who had been watching the whole time. Guan Tao and the other 3 looked at Wenyu with complicated expressions, until Wenyu turned his gaze toward them. Little brother, no, big brother, you really are unbelievably strong. Guan Tao forced out a smile and flattered Wenyu loudly. To say that Guan Tao didn't feel any envy or jealousy deep down was simply unrealistic. Yeah, I know I'm strong. By the way, did you guys enjoy watching the show? Want to leave a review? Wenyu noticed these people were still around, meaning they had something to say to him. No need for that. We just wanted to admire your style up close, big brother. Your battle just now was mesmerizing. We're utterly in awe. Our admiration flows like an endless river. Lin Li was clearly better at sucking up than Guan Tao. Enough. If you've got something to say, just say it. Don't waste everyone's time. Wenyu finished gathering his loot and hearing Lin Li's endless praise, couldn't help but grow a little impatient. Heh, big brother is truly a master, Lin Li said with a stiff expression, then quickly put on a sycophantic smile again. We want to ask, brother, do you need teammates or anything? Although we're not as strong as you, we can handle small tasks like serving tea, cleaning up the little trash monsters you disdain to deal with. We can definitely help, Wan Ping said seriously to Wenyu. Not for now. To be honest, it's not that I look down on you, but the gap between our strengths is just too big. If you follow me, you wouldn't be able to contribute at all. I won't keep teammates who can't keep up with my development. Wenyu straightforwardly cut off Guan Tao and the others' hopes. The 4 of them instantly stiffened, losing face a bit. How arrogant, refusing helpers who come knocking. If you ask me, this guy's just been lucky. We won't necessarily be worse than him in the future. Quan'an whispered angrily to his teammates after hearing Wenyu's ruthless rejection. Wan Ping shot Quan'an a sharp glare. Wenyu was watching Quan'an with a half-smile, clearly having heard Quan'an's muttering. My brother doesn't know better, sorry about that. Since you don't want us, we'll take our leave, Wan Ping said, fearing that the strong man might lash out at them at any moment. Under Wenyu's immense pressure, Wan Ping even forgot the treasure land's rule against attacking survivors. Oh, just in time, I'm done here too. Let's go out together, Wenyu said, following after the group as they headed out. Seeing their stiff expressions, Wenyu couldn't help but chuckle. Relax, I'm not here to do anything to you. None of you are impressive enough to interest me. We'll just leave the treasure land together and then go our separate ways. Don't be too nervous. I'm not a bloodthirsty killer. The 4 breathed a collective sigh of relief, nodded at Wenyu, then went ahead and exited the treasure land. Wenyu watched them step out first, then loudly shouted into the empty treasure land, Brother, duh, I'm leaving. See you when there's a chance. Humph, Arcata emitted an angry sound. Seeing Arcata clearly unwilling to see him off further, Wenyu shrugged and stepped out of the treasure land. Outside the treasure land, One Eye had been lying at the entrance for an hour. As time passed, One Eye gradually lost patience, pacing in circles around the entrance. This place pressured him too much. If that terrifying presence returned and trapped him inside the park, not even 10 lives would be enough to survive. Just as the silver vortex showed no sign of change and One Eye was considering withdrawing, the spinning silver vortex slowly stopped. The soft silver-white glow weakened as the huge vortex shrank. One Eye immediately turned his head back. He had seen this scene before. When the vortex shrank to just the size of a pinky, it suddenly exploded, releasing a dazzling silver light. Fortunately, One Eye was prepared and had already avoided the glare. Turning sharply, he looked at the several figures suddenly appearing in the vortex's place and lunged quickly at one of them. Quan'an hadn't yet recovered from the dizziness after exiting the treasure land when he saw a huge gray shadow rushing at him at incredible speed. He had no time to react before the world spun wildly. Then a sharp pain struck his waist as he was flipped sideways. The immense force told Quan'an that some unknown creature had bitten him. "Ah, help me, brother Tao. Save me!" The intense pain and imminent threat of death made Quan'an scream loudly. Guan Tao and the other three had just come to their senses when they heard the desperate cries. The scene before them made their blood boil. Quan'an was clutched in the jaws of a gigantic wild dog. Its sharp teeth were sunk deep into Quan'an's waist. The wild dog's one eye swept fiercely over them before shaking its head violently. The immense force caused Quan'an to howl in pain as he was flung about like a rag doll. Blood splattered everywhere, even onto Guan Tao and the others' faces. Finally, Quan'an was thrown out. More than half of the waist area was gone, guts and organs spilled on the ground. His strong professional vitality kept him from dying immediately, but the massive injury only increased his suffering. Blood froth came continuously from his mouth. The pain was so severe he couldn't utter a word, only staring hard at his nearby teammates. As his body grew colder and death approached, Quan'an slowly closed his eyes. Quan'an, Guan Tao and the other three stared dumbfounded at the tragedy unfolding before their eyes. Everything had happened too fast for them to react. Watching Quan'an's eyes slowly close, Guan Tao's own filled with tears. When they were kids, they had promised to share good fortune and hardship together, vowing to carve out a place in this turbulent era. More than once, they dreamed of their future lives at night. Now, just like that, it was gone. "You damn beast, I'll kill you. Damn beast, I'll kill you," Guan Tao roared, wanting to fight the Cyclops to the death, but was firmly held back by Wan Ping behind him. With bloodshot eyes, he turned back to see Wan Ping shedding large tears, trembling as he spoke. "Don't go, Brother Tao, don't go, you can't win, you can't win. Let go of me. If we can't win, should we just not fight? What about Quan'an?" Guan Tao opened his mouth in pain, but his forward momentum grew weaker until it disappeared. In the face of death, his courage quietly faded away. "Let's go, hurry." Wan Ping forced himself to stay strong, unable to bear looking at his brother, who lay broken on the ground, dragging Guan Tao and shouting at Lin Li. Lin Li was clearly caught off guard by the situation before him, staring blankly at the mutated beast in front of them, then at Quan'an, who lay lifeless on the ground. Rubbing his eyes fiercely, he quickly pulled Guan Tao and fled backward. Fortunately, the Cyclops hadn't focused on the remaining few. At the same time that Quan'an was thrown away, Wen Yu had also teleported out from the treasure land and immediately spotted the lingering dead dog. The sight of the Cyclops sent a chill down Wen Yu's spine. It had grown larger in just a few days, now standing taller than a person, with strong limbs and a bloodied maw from which drops of fresh blood continuously flowed. That blood belonged to Quan'an. Although Wen Yu had no fondness for Quan'an, the fact that they barely knew each other didn't stop anger from rising within him. He had witnessed this kind of scene far too many times in his previous life. Humans being eaten by mutated beasts, humans being tortured by monsters, and even humans torturing humans. This was not about personality, it was merely empathy for being human. The Cyclops had also noticed that it had targeted the wrong prey, but it didn't matter. It had already resolved that mistake. Coldly looking at his old neighbor, the Cyclops' killing intent grew stronger. What was his purpose for coming here? It was for revenge to kill the human before him, and that goal was within reach. When Yu drew out his steel knife, combat was inevitable. Today he had to eliminate the Cyclops. This beast had a strong sense of revenge. If he had been the one ambushed, Wen Yu had no confidence he could escape unharmed from the Cyclops' large jaws. If he didn't take down this beast, future days would surely be plagued by it. There's a saying, thieves can operate for 1,000 days, but there's no such thing as a thief that can guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Once again entering a battle state, Wen Yu had just exited battle mode after finishing his previous challenge. As the soul beast's constitution grew stronger, its recovery ability also improved noticeably. After a short while, Wen Yu could muster his strongest strength to face the crisis before him. The Cyclops sensed the killing intent coming from the human opposite him and let out two fierce roars, the low growls echoing throughout the silent park. Wen Yu was the first to launch an attack. Leaning forward, his body, fueled by the explosion of 20 points of physical ability, charged towards the Cyclops like a gust of wind, thrusting his steel knife directly at the Cyclops' eye. Although the Cyclops had evolved to level 2, its physical abilities were still slightly inferior to Wen Yu's in combat mode. It barely managed to turn its head to dodge Wen Yu's attack, but the corner of its eye was cut open by the steel knife, blood seeping out little by little. At the same time, its spirit experienced a violent upheaval. The Cyclops couldn't help but let out a wail of pain, a massive sound wave and the stench from its mouth bursting forth, raising a cloud of dust. S-rank ability, Destiny Fight activated. The Cyclops' huge claws swiped quickly at Wen Yu, who dodged just in time. Although the ability of Destiny Fight was powerful, Wen Yu had noted from their earlier exchange that the Cyclops had just leveled up, and its physical abilities were only slightly above 10 points, making it completely incomparable to himself. Ignoring the Cyclops' unknown capabilities, Wen Yu once again swung his steel knife, continuously striking at the Cyclops' body, relying on the effects of soul strikes to deal severe damage. The Cyclops' fighting spirit was undeniable. Despite the immense damage, it stubbornly withstood Wen Yu's attacks while continuously counterattacking. Although the effects were minimal, they slowed Wen Yu's offensive. Moreover, Wen Yu clearly sensed that the Cyclops' physical abilities were continuously strengthening. It seems to be a type of amplification ability that gets stronger with greater injuries. I just don't know what the limit is. Having experienced 2 battles with the Cyclops, if Wen Yu couldn't deduce the effects of its abilities, he would have wasted all those years. Realizing this, Wen Yu understood that the battle had reached a point where there was no room for negotiation. No matter what kind of abilities this beast had or how much power it could amplify itself with, as long as the Cyclops continued to suffer from soul strikes, Wen Yu would still have the means to fight back, still have the qualification to kill the Cyclops. As the battle continued, the form of the confrontation quietly changed. Initially, Wen Yu's combat strength had far exceeded that of the newly upgraded Cyclops. However, as the Cyclops' physical abilities grew stronger, the gap gradually closed, placing Wen Yu in an increasingly disadvantageous position. The new protective suit he had just donned sported several new scratches. At the same time, as the Cyclops' strength increased, the effect of the soul strikes weakened. The number of times Wen Yu's attacks landed on the Cyclops dwindled, and gradually, when the Cyclops' physical abilities reached around 25 points, the scene fell into a stalemate. On one side, Wen Yu desperately tried to control the pace of the battle. He had already sensed that the Cyclops' ability was extremely formidable. With the effectiveness of soul strikes decreasing, the Cyclops would eventually strengthen to a point beyond Wen Yu's ability to resist, so his only chance of survival now lay in delivering a fatal blow to kill the Cyclops. Otherwise, victory would be difficult. On the other hand, the Cyclops was deeply fearful of the soul strike ability. It could feel that its consciousness was becoming blurred. If it continued to be attacked, the human might completely tear its soul apart. Even if it didn't die, it would likely become a mad monster, a fate that was absolutely unbearable for the already intelligent Cyclops. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding and simultaneously ceased their attacks. Wen Yu raised his knife, watching the Cyclops, while the Cyclops gasped for breath, glaring hatefully at Wen Yu. It seemed the beast understood that it had no way to deal with Wen Yu today. Wen Yu felt equally frustrated. His weapon was ineffective, and pure physical attacks could not inflict significant damage on the Cyclops. The soul strikes only served to strengthen it further, making the battle impossible to win. Wen Yu wasn't prepared to continue wasting time with the Cyclops. It was pointless. Moreover, judging by the Cyclops' demeanor, it clearly held little hope for revenge today. However, both seemed to have forgotten where they currently were, or rather, in whose lair they stood. Simba walked out of the park where he had spent his entire life and discovered that the outside world was unexpectedly beautiful. Not because of the scenery, but simply because there was an abundance of food outside. Watching humanoid creatures constantly pounce on him, only to be chewed up and eaten, sent him into ecstasy. Simba felt that leaving the park was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Should he set up a home outside? Simba pondered. His massive head shook, knocking down the few remaining zombies nearby. He disregarded these weak creatures entirely. Maybe he should go home. It was more comfortable to sleep on his bed at home. Having had his fill, Simba turned around, opened his massive mouth, and unleashed a torrent of flame flow to clear away the stumbling zombies behind him. Seeing that there was nothing left to eat in the surroundings, Simba let out a satisfied yawn. A lion should be an animal that eats and sleeps, especially a male lion, he thought confidently. Then he slowly made his way back to the park. Inside the park, Wen Yu and the one-eyed creature tacitly stopped their fight. Since neither side could achieve the desired result, ending the battle was the best choice. Seeing the one-eyed creature's red eyes revealing a cruel killing intent, Wen Yu glared back fiercely. "You dead dog, I'll let you go this time. If you dare come looking for death again, I'll take your dog life," he threatened. Although the one-eyed creature didn't understand what Wenyu meant, it was still able to discern the tone of good and bad in his words. It let out a low growl and slowly retreated toward the park's entrance. Wenyu watched as the one-eyed creature moved further away, and he slowly began to make his way toward the back of the park. Once both sides could no longer see each other, Wenyu angrily swung his steel knife. He couldn't kill this dead dog today, which would surely lead to trouble in the future. It was easy to foresee that the one-eyed creature would continue to cause him problems, and if anything unexpected happened, this beast would definitely kill him. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Wenyu chose to ignore the troublesome one-eyed creature, preparing to pass through the promotion trial as quickly as possible. Only by becoming stronger could he fear no challenges. Simba staggered back to his home. Before he could even step in the door, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Lowering his massive head, Simba sniffed vigorously, the immense suction causing the filthy blood on the ground to ripple. He focused intently on the scent at his doorstep. There's a very strong creature, much like the big bear I've eaten before." His keen sense of smell allowed Simba to recognize the one-eyed creature's scent. On one hand, he was furious. He hadn't expected another creature to dare invade his territory. On the other hand, he was excited. After all, he had come out looking for food, and he had yet to see something so delicious. Simba shook his head vigorously, now feeling a renewed desire to eat upon detecting the scent of an unknown creature. The one-eyed creature's plan for revenge today had fallen through, and it couldn't help but feel frustrated. It gnawed on the leftover scraps that Simba had abandoned, a foul, rotting odor filling its taste buds and making it want to gag. That human must taste exquisite, it fantasized about dismembering Wenyu while chewing on the zombie's arm. The one-eyed creature resolved to follow that human closely, and when the opportunity arose, it would certainly crush the human's throat. As the one-eyed creature imagined the human's painful death in its mouth, it slowly made its way back to where it had come from, occasionally glancing back over its shoulder, fearing that the human would change its mind and come back for another fight. Although its newly awakened ability allowed its wounds to heal rapidly, the one-eyed creature absolutely did not want to endure the pain brought by soul strikes. Clearly, the one-eyed creature had developed a sense of fear towards Wenyu. Before it reached the park entrance, the one-eyed creature suddenly stopped in its tracks. The zombie's arm it had been chewing fell to the ground, splattering a few drops of filthy blood. Staring blankly at the massive shadow in front of it, the one-eyed creature saw a pair of lantern-sized eyes looking back at it. Before Wenyu could locate a nearby exchange stone pillar, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Wenyu turned abruptly, seeing the one-eyed creature stumbling toward him. Could this beast be coming to find trouble so soon? Wenyu wondered. Logically, the one-eyed creature wouldn't engage in a battle knowing there was no result to be gained. The one-eyed creature, panting heavily, charged toward Wenyu, completely abandoning the steadiness and caution it had exhibited during their fight. Wenyu then realized something was off. The one-eyed creature's eyes no longer held their usual coldness. Instead, they were filled with panic and fear. Wenyu suddenly trembled all over. The only thing that could evoke such emotions in the one-eyed creature in Mudanjiang City was possibly one singular existence. A dazzling red light flared up in the distance, and a red pillar of flame swept toward Wenyu and the one-eyed creature like a laser. "We're doomed," Wenyu thought, realizing where he was. The previous massive gains had numbed him, making him forget the dangers of the park. This park had an owner. Wenyu dashed toward the back, as the flame pillar swept overhead, the intense burning sensation failing to warm the coldness in his heart. Seeing the one-eyed creature agilely dodge the flame pillar and sprint straight ahead, Wenyu didn't even dare look back, frantically running in the opposite direction of the incoming flame. Roar, a massive roar erupted from behind him, and the terrifying killing intent made Wenyu feel his entire body tingle. The breath of death was upon him. What should I do? What should I do? Wenyu thought frantically about countermeasures. Hearing Simba's footsteps drawing near, Wenyu made up his mind. Now I can only rely on the promotion trial to escape with my life. The promotion trial could teleport challengers into a challenge space, which was undoubtedly Wenyu's last hope. Exchange stone pillars were not scarce. There had to be some ahead. As he saw the one-eyed creature slow down in the distance, Wenyu couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. There was a saying. In the face of a ferocious beast, you don't need to outrun the beast. You just need to outrun your companions, and that's enough. The one-eyed creature's skill in advancing to Tier 2 probably had something to do with its self-healing abilities. As its injuries slowly healed, the amplification effect of its first ability gradually diminished. This was undoubtedly ironic and indirectly proved the importance of skill combinations. The one-eyed creature also sensed the crisis. its ugly dog head constantly glancing back. Wen Yu was getting closer, and Simba's terrifying figure gradually came into view, intensifying the fear in the one-eyed creature's eyes. Roar! A huge roar came from behind Wen Yu, causing a tightness in his chest. Simba was getting closer, and at that moment, Wen Yu could already see the exchange stone pillar. Ah! Under the immense pressure, Wen Yu couldn't help but roar, his legs moving like the wind, quickly surpassing the increasingly slow one-eyed beast. Ignoring the feelings of his temporary teammate, Wen Yu sighed with relief. Given the current situation, he realized that he could probably escape without needing to level up here. It was definitely a bad strategy to try to escape Simba's pursuit with the level-up trial right under his nose. However, contrary to his expectations, a violent wind sound erupted behind him. In the distance, Simba leaped forward, choosing to pursue Wen Yu instead of the one-eyed beast that was right next to him. Simba would not let any creature that invaded his territory go. Wen Yu heard the fierce wind from behind and the strong stench that followed. In a life-and-death crisis, he lunged forward, narrowly dodging Simba's attack. He used his hands to push off the ground, rolled forward, and then exerted force with his legs, quickly sprinting toward the nearby exchange stone pillar. Wen Yu was only a few meters away from the exchange stone pillar. With the terrifying boost in his physical abilities, that distance vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Simba, ignoring the already halted and trembling one-eyed beast, pounced again toward Wen Yu. Level up, hurry! Wen Yu shouted towards the stone platform as he saw Simba getting closer. Fortunately, the stone platform produced by the Sovereign reacted quickly. As soon as Wen Yu shouted the words, level up, it directly deducted 1,000 points from him, and his body vanished without a trace. Like a small mountain falling from the sky, Simba's sharp claws fiercely slashed across the exchange stone pillar. Just as Wen Yu's figure disappeared near the stone platform, Simba's claws made direct contact with the pillar. Roar! Accompanied by Simba's painful howl, the exchange stone pillar remained standing, completely unchanged. However, Simba's right foreleg trembled incessantly, clearly injured by the tremendous force that had struck the pillar. Simba was furious. He had never been harmed since he was young and had never felt such intense pain. The crucial thing was that this injury was entirely his own mistake. How could the king of beasts allow this? Simba roared in anger, watching as the human disappeared, then turned his head to look at the one-eyed beast trembling in place. His eyes surged with killing intent. Phew, I'm saved. Wen Yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, talking to himself. The thrill of escaping death made Wen Yu tremble all over. Under the immense pressure from Simba, he had nearly unleashed all his potential, and even after entering the challenge space, his hands and feet felt weak. What should I do now? When I go out, Simba won't be blocking me at the stone pillar exit, will he? Wen Yu felt he had no strategy. The situation had been too dangerous. All he could do was preserve his life for now and take it one step at a time. Or rather, live one more second was one more second. This was the sorrow of the weak in the apocalypse. Ding, the level-up challenge will begin in 30 seconds. Please prepare, challenger. The clear prompt interrupted Wen Yu's thoughts. Wen Yu set aside his irritation and anxiety, calming himself as he looked into the challenge space. The entire challenge space was roughly the size of a basketball court, surrounded by a barrier glowing with white light. Wen Yu pressed against this barrier with force. It was soft and warm, almost like being inside a living creature, and the barrier hardly rebounded against his strength. All his force was absorbed. In his previous life, Wen Yu had also experienced the upgrade trial from level 1 to level 2, and the space was identical to now. Only, I wonder what kind of creature will appear, and after leveling up, what skills the soul beast can awaken. Under the immense pressure from Simba, Wen Yu pinned his only hope on the second ability of the soul beast. Challenge countdown, 10, 9, 8. Hearing the prompt that the challenge was about to begin, Wen Yu waved his steel blade and focused on the creature directly in front of him. A flash of white light revealed a half-human tall white rabbit standing before Wen Yu. Its bright red eyes fixed on him, and its two large front teeth glinted like daggers. The big rabbit bared its teeth at Wen Yu and then bounced backward with a hop. Wen Yu exhaled, slowly lowering his war blade. Oh, it's just a rabbit, that's easy. Seeing his opponent, Wen Yu felt relieved. Indeed, the rabbit species had weak combat abilities. If it had been a tiger or lion with 10 points in physical strength, Wen Yu would have exerted 200% of his effort to deal with it, but a rabbit with 10 points in physical strength. That was another story entirely. While demonic energy had caused creatures to evolve, it rarely changed their inherent behaviors. Herbivores generally would not initiate an attack unless they were extremely hungry or at the brink of evolution. Of course, whether higher-level herbivores would change their grazing habits, Wen Yu was uncertain about that. Watching the big rabbit bouncing around the area, Wen Yu relaxed his battle stance while pondering how to escape from the jaws of the lion. If all else fails, I can just stay here for a while until tomorrow when Simba goes out to hunt before I make my move. Wen Yu gritted his teeth, thinking of the method with the highest chance of survival. If it weren't for that one-eyed beast relentlessly chasing him, he would have already left this dangerous area. Speaking of which, that one-eyed beast should have been killed by Simba by now. Ding, please note, due to the challenger being part of the human race ranking and the challenge opponent's weak strength, please complete the challenge within 5 minutes. If the challenger fails, they will be unable to participate in the second level-up trial for 10 days and will have their rank identity revoked. Current remaining time: 3 minutes. The reminder from the prompt abruptly pulled Wen Yu back from his daydream of waiting until tomorrow. Damn! Wen Yu cursed fiercely at the treasure land above him, setting aside the fact that he absolutely would not lose his rank identity. If a decision was not made within 5 minutes and the challenge failed, given the nature of the treasure land, would they still let him sit here for tea? Without hesitation, Wen Yu picked up the steel blade and directly walked toward the big rabbit bouncing around the ground. The big rabbit was hopping around in the challenge space, searching for food that simply didn't exist. Seeing Wen Yu slowly approach from afar, the big rabbit bared its teeth in a threatening manner, trying to intimidate the creature in the distance. However, the rabbit's appearance lacked any real sense of threat. Wen Yu remained unfazed, and as the distance between them closed, the murderous aura around him became increasingly intense. I wonder what skills this rabbit has. If it has some tricky abilities that prolong the battle and lead to failure, I wouldn't even have a place to cry, Wen Yu thought. 3 minutes wasn't a long time. Wen Yu decided to end this quickly. The little soul beast, which had just gotten some rest, was once again pulled into Wen Yu's body by the power of the contract. From the spiritual fluctuations transmitted by the little soul beast, Wen Yu sensed feelings of grievance and fatigue. Once I'm safe, I'll definitely feed you more soul crystals, Wen Yu mentally reassured the little soul beast. The little soul beast, still at a low level of evolution, was truly excited by the promise of soul crystals. Not far away, the big rabbit was so agitated by Wen Yu's killing intent that its fur stood on end. Realizing that this human wasn't afraid of its sharp teeth, the big rabbit decisively unleashed its skill. Ice Arrow D-Level. Condenses the power of ice to deal damage to enemies. A blue arrow less than half a meter long shot out directly from the big rabbit's mouth. Wen Yu felt a chill run down his spine and thought, could this ice arrow be made from the rabbit's saliva? Just as this silly thought crossed Wen Yu's mind, he abruptly cut it off. Although the rabbit posed no real threat, losing focus during a battle was absolutely unacceptable. This was the experience that allowed Wen Yu to survive for a year in his previous life. Wen Yu instantly unleashed his maximum speed, sidestepping the fast-approaching ice arrow and charging directly in front of the big rabbit. The rabbit was taken aback by Wen Yu's speed. Seeing that its trump card was ineffective, it decisively used its second ability. Flying Kick E-Level concentrates immense power in its legs to kick at the enemy, dealing significant damage. It must be said that this skill was absolutely suited to the rabbit's body. The big rabbit squatted down, suddenly exerting force, and its entire fluffy body leaped into the air. Both of its short legs kicked fiercely at Wen Yu, creating a whistling sound that demonstrated the fearsome power of this attack. Unfortunately, in front of Wen Yu, the efforts of this herbivorous creature were completely futile. With a steel knife brought down overhead, before the rabbit's legs even reached Wen Yu, the knife transformed into a streak of silver light, leaving a massive wound on the big rabbit's body. The power of the soul strike erupted directly, interrupting the rabbit's skill. The legs that were once kicking slowed down without the control of its brain until the strength in its legs weakened, and they gently brushed against Wen Yu. Under Wen Yu's physical attributes of 20 points, the damage caused was hardly even painful. The big rabbit crashed to the ground, rolling over and clearly injured. Without mercy, Wen Yu swiftly brought down his knife. Fortunately, the rabbit's fur lacked the resilience of the one-eyed creature, and disregarding the damage from the soul strike, Wen Yu ended the life of this overhyped level 2 mutated beast directly at the physical level. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the challenge. Promotion begins. As the prompt resonated throughout the space, a golden light enveloped Wen Yu. When the light shone upon him, the combat state was instantly lifted by an unknown force, and the little soul beast was also illuminated in the golden light. Under this mysterious power, the little soul beast rapidly grew larger, then seemed to compress, slowly shrinking. Although its size didn't change, its black fur became increasingly profound. When you didn't notice the little soul beast's transformation, he only felt that everything in front of him was golden. A massive warm current surged from his skin, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body, transforming him. While enjoying the sensation of transformation brought by the golden light, Wen Yu explored the hints provided by the Sovereign after his promotion. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the challenge and being promoted to Level 2 Professional. The physical attributes of a Level 2 Professional can only be enhanced through Level 2 Magic Crystals, with a physical attribute cap of 50 points. At the same time, Level 1 and Level 2 Magic Crystal exchanges are now open, at a ratio of 10:1. Ding! Due to the unique nature of the Soul Master profession, the challenger has not acquired any skills. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger's Soul Beast for being promoted to Level 2 with a physical attribute cap raised to 50 points. Current attributes of the Soul Beast, Beast attribute, and it has gained a second skill. Rapid Speed C-Level, passive, overall enhancement of speed-related abilities with a 10% increase, including movement speed, attack speed, and neural reaction speed. Ding! The host has unlocked the second Soul Realm and can sign a contract with a second Soul Pet. Please note the success rate of forcibly contracting a Soul Pet depends on the power disparity between the two sides. Actively signing a contract with a Soul Pet has a 100% success rate, but the signed Soul Pet cannot exceed the host's current level. Ding! After a failed contract, the host cannot activate the contracting ability again within 3 days. Ding! If an already contracted Soul Pet dies, the host will suffer a severe Soul Strike, and the Soul Realm will fall into a state of collapse. The Soul Realm can be nourished with high-quality Soul Crystals, and only after nourishment can the next Soul Pet be contracted. As the golden light completely faded, Wen Yu quickly reviewed the hint messages in his mind. Feeling the power within his body, he realized although his physical attributes hadn't changed, it felt as if a layer of shackles had been unlocked, making him feel incredibly light. The little soul beast on his shoulder joyfully bounced around. It was evident that after being promoted to Level 2, the little soul beast became much more lively and energetic. Wen Yu took another look at the new skill gained from the little soul beast's promotion. Although the level wasn't high, he understood that high-quality skills couldn't be automatically mastered through promotion trials. They could only be obtained through special means, like treasure lands or skill synthesis scrolls. Given the current situation, the rapid speed passive skill would greatly aid him in escaping Simba's grasp. Yes, from 0.1% to 0.5%. After all, as a Tier 3 mutated beast, Simba's physical attributes exceeded 50 points, coupled with the agility unique to felines. Such a huge gap meant that hardly any skill could bridge it. Ding! Promotion successful. The challenger will be teleported out of the challenge space in 30 seconds. The prompt completely extinguished Wen Yu's joy at his promotion, and he had to face his greatest challenge. What should he do when confronting Simba? As Wen Yu was about to be teleported out of the advancement space, he decided not to think anymore. He took out the Level 2 mutated Rat King's magic crystal that he had previously kept in his spatial ring and quickly absorbed it. In less than 10 seconds, the entire magic crystal had been absorbed by Wen Yu, and he quietly assessed his physical condition. Phew, it has probably increased by about 0.5 points. Too slow. At this rate, I need 80 pieces of Level 2 magic crystals. One Level 2 attributeless magic crystal costs 500 points. Just to elevate my physical condition to the peak of Level 2 requires 40,000 points. That number is too large. Looking at the astronomical figure he calculated, Wen Yu shook his head helplessly. In fact, relying solely on the exchange stone pillar to exchange for magic crystals is not enough to meet the needs of practitioners. It wasn't until the demonic disaster broke out that the advancement speed of practitioners greatly increased. Even mutated creatures would rapidly evolve during the demonic disaster. This is the survival of the fittest. As long as one survives the demonic disaster, they will experience a rapid evolution period. Of course, this excludes the weak and cannon fodder. Feeling the repulsive force of the advancement space growing stronger, Wen Yu re-entered a battle state, calmly waiting for the crisis after leaving the treasure land. Within a few seconds, a white light enveloped Wen Yu, directly teleporting him out of the advancement space. A severe dizziness washed over him, and Wen Yu did not act until the dizziness faded. If he lost his sense of direction and bumped into Simba, that would be a truly unjust death. When the scene in front of him became clear, Wen Yu didn't dare to move. Simba and the one-eyed creature were standing not far ahead of him. When Simba saw Wen Yu suddenly appear, he slowly stood up from where he had been crouching. Wen Yu felt the pressure from Simba increasingly stronger. This force even robbed him of the courage to act. Simba's gigantic eyes were fixed on Wen Yu, filled with mockery, coldness, and brutality, which sent chills down Wen Yu's spine. Simba was waiting for Wen Yu. In those few minutes, Simba had not even attacked the one-eyed creature, merely keeping his gaze fixed on it to prevent its escape. All of this was to wait for Wen Yu's appearance. Simba's hatred for Wen Yu was far stronger than that toward the one-eyed creature. This human had dared to let him down, daring to toy with him. Thus, with Simba's intelligence, he devised a way for Wen Yu to die a terrible death filled with fear, resentment, and helplessness. In front of Simba, Wen Yu couldn't even take a step. Those enormous eyes clearly conveyed a message to Wen Yu: if you try to run, I will kill you. With Wen Yu's current strength, he simply couldn't escape in front of Simba. Seeing Wen Yu standing still, Simba nodded in satisfaction and slowly walked towards the one-eyed creature. Then, with a single slap, he struck the one-eyed creature. It felt like an affectionate caress between lovers. Even Wen Yu, who was watching, could feel that Simba was not using his full strength. Thus, the one-eyed creature didn't die. However, Simba's caress wasn't devoid of power. The immense force struck the one-eyed creature, causing it to let out a miserable scream as it flew 10 meters away, with its skin torn and bleeding where it had been hit by Simba. The injuries were not severe. Simba did not want the one-eyed creature to die quickly. This was the method Simba had come up with: kill the chicken to warn the monkey, then kill the monkey. Seeing the one-eyed creature standing upright, Simba leisurely walked towards it, not fearing that Wen Yu might take the opportunity to escape. The situation before him was completely under Simba's control. Simba's strength eliminated all unexpected situations. As the one-eyed creature watched Simba approach closer, the remaining eye revealed despair and fear, which was soon replaced by a strong will to survive. The one-eyed creature tensed up and directly dashed backward. Even though it knew it couldn't escape, it had to at least try. Seeing the one-eyed creature attempting to flee, Simba opened his mouth wide and let out a fierce roar. The massive sound wave stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring Wen Yu's vision. When the dust settled, Simba and the one-eyed creature had swapped positions. The difference was that Simba was standing while the one-eyed creature was lying down. The one-eyed creature simply couldn't escape. Simba once again slowly walked towards the one-eyed creature. Wen Yu also sensed Simba's intentions. One had to admit Simba succeeded. Watching the one-eyed creature rush out time and again only to be intercepted by Simba and slapped back each time, a feeling of melancholy arose within Wen Yu. When Simba is done playing, it will be my turn, Wen Yu thought to himself, knowing that he would fare no better than the one-eyed creature. The one-eyed creature's plight was a true reflection of what awaited him next. The one-eyed creature's despair deepened. Its injuries were not severe, as Simba was deliberately controlling his strength to prevent the creature from dying too quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. After countless attempts to escape and being slapped back, the one-eyed creature understood it could not escape. This struggle was merely a waste of effort. As Simba approached closer, the one-eyed creature no longer attempted to flee. Instead, it stood still, trembling all over, its ugly head bowed deeply, its tail tucked between its hind legs, softly whimpering. This was a sign of submission. The one-eyed creature was begging for mercy from Simba to survive, offering its freedom and remaining life as the price. Simba tilted his head, watching the one-eyed creature whimpering before him, his large eyes gazing at it with interest, as if considering whether this creature had the right to become his subordinate. The one-eyed creature sensed that Simba had stopped tormenting it and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. It slightly leaned its ugly head forward, gently rubbing against Simba's front paw, humble yet desperate. This was a life struggle to survive. Simba looked down at the one-eyed creature's flattery with an increasingly larger grin, but the curiosity in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by deeper killing intent. To me, you are just a chicken meant to warn the monkey. What right do you have to be my subordinate? If I spare you, then what about the monkey? Simba did not need subordinates. Thus, the one-eyed creature was once again slapped away, taking with it its last hope. However, this time, Simba's strength was particularly powerful. The little remaining good skin on the one-eyed creature was completely destroyed, and blood flowed continuously from its limbs. The one-eyed creature trembled as it stood up again, still maintaining the same posture, head down, tail tucked, and its limbs shaking uncontrollably under the weight of its body. This time, however, it was filled with despair and helplessness. Simba walked over once more, with the same leisurely steps, the same ease and comfort. The one-eyed creature lowered its head in despair, watching as Simba's footsteps drew closer. Its eyes had long lost their brilliance and hope, leaving only an empty, dead silence. The one-eyed creature knew it was doomed. Simba struck out with his claws again, this time tearing open the one-eyed creature's belly, its intestines spilling out from the wound. Lying on the ground, the one-eyed creature couldn't even muster the strength to get up, only staring blankly at the pitch-black sky. Wen Yu shivered at the sight. This could be the situation he was about to face: endless torment, the eradication of all hope, and then being killed and devoured. Simba had succeeded. What he now imagined was exactly what Simba wanted. Simba slowly approached the one-eyed creature. Seeing it collapsed on the ground, devoid of any hope for life, Simba couldn't help but feel a bit bored. Too weak, too fragile. Simba sensed that this chicken had lost its value, so he stopped harming the one-eyed creature and instead gently prodded its head with his massive paws. Watching the one-eyed creature lying still as if already dead, Simba shook his head in disappointment. He opened his mouth wide and directly consumed the intestines that were spilling out. The tugging at its intestines caused the one-eyed creature's body to tremble, and a gush of fresh blood flowed from the wound in its belly. The one-eyed creature slightly turned its head and saw Simba chewing on its abdomen. The pain coursing through its body stimulated it to focus all its attention on Simba. The one remaining eye suddenly regained its spark. Simba didn't see that look, but Wenyu did from a distance. It was a gaze filled with the courage of desperation and murderous intent, ignoring everything. The brutality reflected in the one-eyed creature's eye even sent chills down Wenyu's spine. This was the struggle of the weak in a desperate situation. The final courage erupted when knowing death was certain. This was the weak's retaliation, merely to prove themselves. If you want to insult me, toy with me, or eat me, you must pay the price. S-rank ability, Destiny Fight activated. The enormous wound brought immense power amplification. Wenyu had no idea how much strength this ability could amplify, nor was he clear about the potential of this skill, but the one-eyed creature knew. Under Simba's claws, it had been injured time and time again, yet with each injury, its strength grew. Now, when all hope was lost, the one-eyed creature possessed the power to inflict damage on Simba. Though this power wasn't enough to break free from the park and escape Simba's clutches, it was sufficient to leave Simba with an unforgettable memory. The ugly dog head suddenly lunged at Simba's neck, the ferocity of the act causing even more blood to flow from the wound in its belly. The one-eyed creature could feel its organs shifting out of place, but it no longer cared. Its only target was Simba's neck. Its sharp teeth sank deeply into Simba's neck, like nails driven in, and then it bit down hard, shaking its head vigorously, tearing open a larger wound and spilling forth even more blood. Roar! Simba's piercing roar erupted suddenly. He had never expected that the prey beneath him would still possess the courage and ability to inflict harm on him, and not light harm at that. The sharp teeth broke through the iron armor, biting into his neck. Simba could even feel his arteries being torn, scalding hot blood quickly soaking his mane. The severe injury caused Simba to thrash violently while his front paws viciously tore at the one-eyed creature's body. The one-eyed creature's already mangled body was ripped open, but its powerful vitality prevented it from dying immediately. The strength brought by the Destiny Fight made the one-eyed creature fight even harder. Its hind legs could no longer move, but it didn't matter. Its forelimbs could still inflict damage on Simba. Its forelimbs viciously scratched across Simba's face, opening a massive wound on his nose. Meanwhile, the force of its jaws increased, tearing open Simba's neck, exposing the bones, while its sharp teeth extracted a copious amount of blood and flesh. Simba howled frantically. The wound on his neck, due to the life force of a Tier 3 mutated beast, though not fatal, was still severe, causing him to completely lose control. His massive jaws clamped down on the one-eyed creature's waist, the horrifying bite force clearly surpassing that of the one-eyed creature, breaking its waist in an instant. Then a red glow flickered in Simba's mouth, and he was ready to unleash the flame flow to consume the one-eyed creature's life. The one-eyed creature, disregarding its fate, lost the support of its lower half. The massive blood loss caused its vitality to plummet. Struggling to support its body with its forelimbs, it took one last bite, fiercely sinking its teeth into Simba's forepaw. The massive fangs shattered Simba's arm bone, the sound of splintering resonating alongside Simba's growl. Simba's forelimb, suddenly injured, could no longer bear the weight of his body, and he collapsed to the side, the flame flow that was about to unleash veering off course. The one-eyed creature exerted itself desperately, but the power in its mouth was dwindling. The world around it began to grow dim, and the spark in its eyes slowly faded. Eventually, it could no longer bite down on Simba's body, so the one-eyed creature gradually released its grip, collapsing onto the ground, convulsing. Simba relentlessly battered the one-eyed creature's broken body with his uninjured forelimb until he felt the one-eyed creature's bite force diminishing until it disappeared completely. Simba withdrew his arm from the one-eyed creature's mouth and saw it was barely alive. Simba's murderous intent reached its peak. He hadn't expected that the weakling he had looked down upon would inflict such massive harm upon him. Seeing one of his claws shattered and the wound on his neck continuously gushing blood, Simba grew increasingly furious. He turned his fierce gaze toward Wenyu, who was not far away. A simple motion made Simba feel intense pain. Seeing Wenyu make no move, Simba let out a furious roar to the heavens, while scorching magma began to accumulate in his mouth. Simba decided to use the flame flow to reduce the one-eyed creature to ashes. Scalding lava erupted forth as Simba opened his mouth wide, the flame flow violently spewing at the spot where the one-eyed creature lay. However, the one-eyed creature that had once been down was nowhere to be found, and the flame flow completely struck empty ground. Simba scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted his two prey. That human had actually taken the opportunity to escape with that dead dog while he looked up. Wenyu stared blankly at the battle not far away. As he watched Simba prepare to finish his appetizer, Wenyu felt like he was next on the chopping block, and his lone wolf temperament surged once again. "What's the worst that can happen? I've died once already, so why should I fear you, you foolish lion?" Wenyu gripped the war blade tightly, bracing himself for the inevitable deadly confrontation. However, the turn of events was completely beyond his expectations. The one-eyed creature, against all odds, retaliated fiercely, gravely injuring Simba. As he watched the one-eyed creature collapse to the ground, completely devoid of any ability to fight back, Wenyu was shaken to his core. What if I could possess the one-eyed creature's ability to grow stronger the more it is injured? Then I might have a chance to escape. Wenyu set his sights on the one-eyed creature's terrifying ability. Its physical quality was just above 10, while Simba's was no less than 50. Adding to that, the one-eyed creature was heavily injured, causing its combat capability to drop significantly. Under such circumstances, the one-eyed creature's ability likely amplified its strength by roughly 5 times, allowing it to inflict such terrifying damage on Simba. This was Wenyu's lifeline. In battle, his physical quality was at 20.5 points, and if he sustained moderate damage while the one-eyed creature's ability could triple his physical quality, his strength could rise to 61.5 points. Coupled with his speed skill, he would have a chance to escape even from the agile feline predator. Not to mention, Simba had a wounded paw, which would inevitably decrease its mobility. As Wenyu saw Simba roar towards the sky, the red light in its mouth growing ever more intense, he dashed over to the one-eyed creature lying beneath Simba's feet. He picked up the one-eyed creature's half-dead body, and without a moment to spare to appreciate the fading life force within, he sprinted madly towards the entrance of the park. A wave of heat followed closely behind him, accompanied by Simba's furious roar. When you didn't have time to dwell on the impending death that loomed nearer, he shouted at the barely conscious one-eyed creature, "Wake up! Damn it, wake up!" The violent running caused the one-eyed creature's mangled body to sustain further injury, trembling all over. Its closed eyes slowly opened. The amber eyes had turned gray, hazily examining Wenyu, who was holding it. This was a moment of fleeting clarity. The instant Wenyu picked up the one-eyed creature, he noticed that most of its internal organs were gone. "Listen carefully, I can keep you alive. Saving you is saving myself. I will sign a contract with you, you just need to agree. I don't know if you can understand me, but there's no time left." Wenyu spoke rapidly, like a machine gun, disregarding the one-eyed creature's confusion regarding his intentions. He activated the contract ability of his second soul realm. A light purple glow shifted from light to deep in Wenyu's hand, shimmering with beautiful and dazzling colors, gradually enveloping the one-eyed creature's body. Illuminated by the mysterious purple light, the one-eyed creature attempted to struggle, but its heavily injured body lacked the strength to do so. As it came into contact with the faint purple glow, feeling no malice, the one-eyed creature's blurred consciousness reacted instinctively to the will to survive. The purple light, seemingly slow, actually enveloped the one-eyed creature's entire being at an incredible speed, and then both it and the one-eyed creature vanished without a trace. Wenyu also sensed the presence of the broken figure of the one-eyed creature in his second soul realm, its weak life force gradually strengthening, while the missing parts of its body slowly began to regenerate. The healing power of the soul realm surpassed Wenyu's imagination. At the current pace of healing, the one-eyed creature might recover completely in just a day's time. Now was not the time for Wenyu to concern himself with the one-eyed creature. Hearing Simba's roar drawing near, he could even feel the heat from Simba's heavy breathing on his back. "Spirit Pet Empowerment," Wenyu mentally recited, and the two abilities of the one-eyed creature appeared clearly before him. Destiny Fight S-Rank. An extraordinary combat willpower enables the host to face fearlessly, greatly reducing pain perception. As injuries worsen, the host's base physical quality increases exponentially with no upper limit. Effective Healing B-Rank. In the absence of combat, the host's injuries will heal rapidly, but lost organs cannot regrow. "I choose Destiny Fight." Wenyu felt a beam of purple light enveloping the one-eyed creature in the soul realm while connecting to his own body. An indescribable sensation informed Wenyu that he could now activate the Destiny Fight ability. As the oppressive sensation behind him grew stronger, Wenyu desperately fled forward, and in the blink of an eye, he burst through the park's gates. Behind him, Simba's furious howls echoed. This latest injury had inflicted a deep sense of humiliation and fear on Simba. He had almost been killed by that dead dog, and such a slight could never be forgiven. All threats needed to be eradicated. With blood still flowing from his neck wound, and the injury to his paw forcing Simba to run on 3 legs, he resolved to eliminate these 2 intruders from his territory, no matter how far he had to chase. Simba didn't even bother to lower his head for such a simple action. His massive body crashed through the support pillar at the park entrance. Watching Wenyu run further away, Simba opened his mouth wide and unleashed a deep crimson pillar of magma straight at him. This magma pillar was completely different from the one Wenyu had just encountered. The previous magma pillar was only about half a meter in diameter, but now a giant pillar of magma, 2 meters high, swept toward Wenyu like a wall from his right side. Seeing the massive flame flow approaching, Wenyu felt a wave of tension. He immediately pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. His tremendous physical quality allowed him to leap astonishingly high, evading the ferocious magma pillar. At the same time, he retrieved the space movement scroll from his spatial ring, a D-rank item that allowed him to move 10 meters in any direction upon use limited to his line of sight. This life-saving artifact had just come into his possession, and he was forced to use it immediately, because a massive dark shadow was already pouncing down from above him. Simba, having just unleashed the flame flow, was now frantically charging at Wenyu. As Wenyu watched Simba's massive figure drawing closer, he tore open the space movement scroll in his hand. The teleportation direction was set for 10 meters ahead. The power from the space movement scroll allowed Wenyu to land swiftly, wasting no time. He once again broke into a frantic escape, while the steel knife in his hand carved bloodstains across his upper body. Simba's sudden burst of speed had taken Wenyu by surprise. At this rate, he could not escape Simba's pursuit. Seeing that his anticipated pounce was dodged by Wenyu, Simba stumbled slightly, causing his speed to falter. Looking up at Wenyu again, he noticed the blood streaming from Wenyu's body, but his speed was increasing. Simba's rage had completely overwhelmed his rationality. With a furious roar, he lunged at Wenyu once more. Hearing Simba's heavy breathing drawing nearer, Wenyu felt a surge of anxiety. Desperate, he plunged the steel knife directly into his abdomen. The excruciating pain surged through him, the sharp blade even sliced through his intestines. Wenyu had skillfully managed to inflict significant harm on himself while maintaining his running speed. As for the internal injuries, as long as he was safe, he had ways to heal. As Wenyu sprinted faster, Simba relentlessly chased after him, both man and beast disappearing rapidly at the end of the park's road. Inside the park, quiet returned. Next to the treasure land entrance, Quan'an's lifeless body lay on the ground, surrounded by pools of blood and scattered organs, exuding an indescribable sorrow. 3 figures slowly approached from the distance. It was Quan'an and his companions. After fleeing, the 3 had not gone far. Seeing Wenyu finally engage with the one-eyed beast, they were confident in Wenyu's combat abilities and hoped that after severely injuring the one-eyed beast, they could extract its life from Wenyu's hands, thus avenging Quan'an. However, the situation suddenly changed. The giant dog seemed to grow stronger as the fight continued, and it became clear to them that revenge was hopeless. Then, the terrifying lion returned to its lair, pursuing Wenyu and the one-eyed beast deeper into the distance. The 3 watched the events unfold from the sidelines. Once Simba and Wenyu left the park, they returned once more. Wan Ping quietly approached Quan'an's side, gazing at his deceased brother, tears slipping down one by one. Removing his protective gear, Wan Ping bandaged the massive wound on Quan'an's waist, ensuring that the internal organs would not spill out, then hoisted Quan'an onto his back. Guantao and Lin Li silently observed Wan Ping's busy efforts, neither stepping forward. This was a simple funeral, a basic tribute. Wan Ping, carrying his brother, walked in front of Guantao, accepting the cigarette offered by Guantao and taking a deep drag. The ember flared brightly. With the extraordinary lung capacity of a professional, the cigarette was nearly consumed by a third in one breath. "It can't just end like this, right?" Wan Ping murmured to himself. "Absolutely not. Quan'an cannot die in vain. Someone must accompany him to the afterlife, even if not now," Guantao remarked, tossing aside his cigarette butt and gazing quietly at Quan'an's bloodied face. He gently wiped the blood away, but it would not come clean. "Ha!" Wan Ping took a heavy breath, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, readjusting his grip on his brother. "Let's go." With Guantao leading, the 3 slowly began their journey back, though no one spoke. The oppressive atmosphere seemed poised to unleash a fierce storm. Three individuals bearing a corpse gradually faded into the pitch-black night. Ha ha, when you gasped for breath, blood continuing to flow from his wounds. Feeling the killing intent lingering behind him, still less than 100 meters away, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. His judgment had not been wrong. After activating his Destiny Fight ability, as Wen Yu continuously injured himself, losing more blood, his physical fitness rapidly improved, even surpassing the peak of a level 2 professional. With one of Simba's claws injured, Wen Yu's speed gradually matched Simba's. Unfortunately, Simba had no intention of giving up the chase. Wen Yu could only keep running forward without pause, barreling through the zombies that he encountered with his immense strength. Survivors and mutated creatures, having heard Simba's terrifying roars, had long since fled from Wen Yu's path. As Wen Yu's blood loss increased, his head grew heavier, yet paradoxically, his speed quickened. After what felt like an eternity of running, Wen Yu stumbled. The substantial loss of blood had drastically reduced his coordination, making it difficult to maintain his balance. It was only then he snapped back to reality. Surrounded by unfamiliar terrain, a straight highway with vast farmland and scattered small factories nearby. Have I run out of Mudanjiang City? After glancing back, he saw no sign of Simba. Wen Yu gritted his teeth against the severe pain and dizziness from his blood loss, spotting an abandoned factory nearby and dashed inside. He didn't dwell on why Simba had stopped pursuing him, fearing that if he kept running, he might bleed to death. Spirit Pet Empowerment. Wen Yu silently recited his ability, then canceled the Destiny Fight skill, opting for the one-eyed beast's other ability, Potent Healing Level B. Entering the desolate factory, Wen Yu staggered into the guardroom at the entrance. The room was small, devoid of blood or any signs of life. Locking the door behind him, Wen Yu collapsed onto the single bed in the guardroom, feeling as if he had been drained of all energy, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. With the potent healing ability activated, Wen Yu's wounds gradually ceased bleeding, and the level B skill significantly enhanced his blood production. Even in his unconscious state, Wen Yu's complexion visibly improved. Meanwhile, a massive lion prowled restlessly around the toll station on the Mudanjiang City highway. Simba had lost track of Wen Yu. With his keen sense of smell, even at the ends of the earth, Wen Yu could never have escaped Simba's pursuit. However, when Simba reached the toll station, the overwhelming sense of danger ahead compelled him to halt. Outside lay the territory of another powerful creature, and Simba could sense it, just as the one-eyed beast could sense the park as Simba's domain. If Simba were slightly weaker, he could still freely enter and exit this unknown creature's territory. Unfortunately, Simba's power was formidable, nearly on par with the unknown presence he sensed. If a creature of equal strength invaded the territory of its master, it was undoubtedly a provocation, the consequence of which would be a fight to the death. Chasing after two pests and engaging in a life-or-death struggle with another equally powerful creature was something that typically occurred with brainless beings. Simba was not one of them. With an enraged roar, Simba unleashed a flame flow at the toll station, the massive smoke dissipating some of the fury within him. Taking a deep breath, Simba committed Wen Yu and the one-eyed beast's sense to memory. If given the chance, Simba would undoubtedly not let these two pests escape. With Simba's departure, the toll booth in Mudanjiang City returned to tranquility. However, this calm was quickly shattered as a zombie staggered out, crouching down to meticulously lick the still-wet blood on the ground. The blood on the ground belonged to Wen Yu. Then came the second, the third. Countless zombies slowly approached, all drawn by the scent of Wen Yu's blood, having chased it all the way here. Although Simba had stopped pursuing, these mindless zombies would never give up. A large number of zombies followed the trail of blood Wen Yu had left, their shuffling steps slowly closing in on his location. Wen Yu seemed to be dreaming. In his dream, he stood atop a giant dragon, commanding the skies, summoning countless terrifying magical beasts with a mere wave of his hand. He watched as the massive summoned creatures devoured the tide of monsters below, listening to the survivors' worship and admiration from beneath. Wen Yu couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Then he woke up. The silly laugh tugged at his wounds, and the pain made Wen Yu realize that his earlier invincibility was merely a fantasy. Reality was cruel. The wounds had completely stopped bleeding, revealing a grotesque white, and under the influence of rapid healing, one could even see new flesh sprouting from the massive wound on his abdomen. Enduring the intense pain and itchiness, Wen Yu carefully observed his surroundings. The guard station was small but clean, and the sky outside had already begun to brighten. A night had passed. The soul beast within him continuously sent out signals of hunger. It was only then that Wen Yu realized he had merged with the soul beast for nearly 5 hours. The little soul beast was already exhausted, but it still sensed that its master's injury was serious and was barely maintaining its fighting state. Wen Yu's heart softened, and he quickly released the fighting state. Seeing the little soul beast reappear on his shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek, warmth surged within Wen Yu. At crucial moments, you are indeed the most reliable. Stumbling down from the bed, Wen Yu walked straight out of the guard station. The factory area was large, but strangely, there was no sign of any zombies. Wen Yu ignored this odd phenomenon and headed directly toward a nearby exchange stone pillar. Within the small factory area, there were 2 exchange stone pillars. Check points. Ding, remaining points 971. It appeared that he had casually taken down a number of blocking zombies while escaping. Exchange for a mid-level healing potion. Exchange successful, consuming 500 points. As the mid-level healing potion appeared on the exchange stone pillar, Wen Yu twisted open the bottle and downed it in one gulp. His wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. The intense itching made Wen Yu unable to resist scratching at the wound. There was no pain, just a scab that peeled off. This effect is truly powerful. Seeing that the wounds would no longer hinder his movements, Wen Yu's expression brightened immediately. Speaking of which, he had never used such a high-level item in his previous life. This effect was impressive. By the way, there's also the one-eyed beast. Realizing that his survival was once again ensured, Wen Yu immediately thought of the greatest contributor to his escape from Simba's magical grasp. Wen Yu immersed his consciousness in the soul pet space and spotted the gigantic figure of the one-eyed beast. Its previously lost lower half had grown bones, and under the shining purple light, grotesque flesh tendrils continuously sprouted. Even the eye that had been lost in its youth was slowly regenerating on the one-eyed beast's face. Wow, the healing effect is remarkable. Comparing the recovery speed, Wen Yu felt that the mid-level healing potion was nothing in comparison. Hey, can you hear me? Wen Yu saw the one-eyed beast twitching as its injuries healed and asked with concern. The healthy eye slightly opened, and the massive dog-like head scanned its surroundings, as if trying to locate the source of the voice. Seeing that the one-eyed beast had awakened, Wen Yu couldn't help but tease, "It's me, your neighbor, but now I'm your master. Come on, give me a call to amuse me." Upon hearing Wen Yu's playful mockery, the one-eyed beast rolled its eye dramatically, yawned heavily, and lay down motionless again. Wen Yu felt a bit embarrassed about this. Between a soul master and a soul pet, there was technically no subordinate relationship. Through the bond of the contract, a connection similar to blood ties formed between the two, and this bond was even more reliable than enslavement. Now the one-eyed beast felt like family to Wen Yu. Just seeing the one-eyed beast's massive wounds made Wen Yu's heart twitch. "Don't worry, it won't be long before we go back to avenge Simba," Wen Yu silently resolved himself. The one-eyed beast in the second soul realm seemed to sense Wen Yu's determination, slightly opening its eyes, a flash of brutal killing intent flickering within. It would never forget the humiliation and harm inflicted by Simba. Woo-woo! Hearing the whimpering sound at the factory gate, Wen Yu suddenly turned his head and saw a zombie appear at the factory entrance, followed by a second, a third, and more. There really is no time for peace. Just as Wen Yu was about to grab the steel knife to cut down these disgusting creatures, further away, an even larger commotion suddenly erupted. Bang! A large truck slammed into the horde of zombies, sending the front few flying before quickly reversing. At the same time, several private cars appeared from behind, all filled with humans. Quick! A middle-aged man wielding a steel knife and holding a makeshift wooden shield quickly emerged from the truck, using the wooden shield to send a zombie flying. The tremendous force struck the zombie, causing its head to explode on impact. Professionals from the cars quickly jumped out, weapons in hand, hacking at the zombies without pause. With no coherent strategy, it was clear they were just a large group of ordinary people. But the fierce determination on each person's face and their fearless expressions made Wen Yu understand that this group had completely adapted to the survival environment of the apocalypse. "Quick, that person over there? Hey, I'm talking about you. What are you standing there by the exchange stone pillar for? Hurry up and come over." Seeing the horde of zombies grow larger, the middle-aged man with the wooden shield shouted at Wen Yu. Is he talking about me?" Observing the middle-aged man's anxious expression, Wen Yu quickly realized that they seemed to want to save him. Not mentioning that he wasn't afraid of these zombies at all, Wen Yu ran over. The middle-aged man watched as Wen Yu ran towards him at an incredible speed, slicing through the zombies that came at him with the steel knife in his hand. The middle-aged man let out a long breath, finally saved a useful person. Wen Yu naturally wouldn't unleash all his strength, as he wasn't sure who the other party was or what kind of power they possessed. It's always good to hold back a little. As Wen Yu climbed directly onto the large truck and sat in the passenger seat, the middle-aged man turned around and shouted loudly, "Brothers, grab your weapons." The professionals below quickly retreated, and then pulled out a huge pile of net bags from the truck's trunk, which were covered with sharp hooks. He saw several strong men pick up the net bags, spread them out, and then hang the tail of the net bag on the back of the truck. Then the vehicle slowly started moving, gradually reversing. As the zombies staggered towards them and stepped onto the net bags, once the net was filled with zombies, the middle-aged man slammed the truck's accelerator. The truck roared violently and sped off backward. The zombies on the net bags were directly yanked to the ground, some rolling to the roadside, but a portion were caught by the hooks on the net bag and dragged forward by the truck. Seeing the truck dragging a dozen zombies behind, Wenyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Is this fishing?" In his previous life, Wenyu had heard of this method, which could catch level 0 zombies. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "You bet it is. There are still some people in the base who haven't changed their jobs. We're bringing them back to gain some points and combat experience." He looked Wenyu up and down, noticing the tattered protective suit and the blood-stained steel knife. His gaze lingered for a moment on the soul beast on Wenyu's shoulder. "I say, little brother, that little thing on your shoulder is quite interesting. Mind sharing?" "Hidden profession," Wenyu replied flatly. The middle-aged man snuffed out his cigarette, grumbling, "This damn world, there's even hidden professions now. By the way, little brother, you look a bit disheveled. Where did you come from?" "Mudanjiang City. I was chased out by a big lion that ran out of the zoo. The wounds on me just healed. I should thank you guys," Wenyu said. "Ah, no need to thank me. In this world, if humans don't help each other, we will all end up dead," the middle-aged man said with a melancholic expression. Wenyu couldn't help but laugh at the middle-aged man's words. It was one thing to talk about ideals, but why put on such a sorrowful look? However, Wenyu still admired such people. Although he wouldn't act like that himself in this damned apocalypse, without people like them, humanity would have no hope at all. "Still, thank you. My name is Wenyu. Oh, I'm son Ruixing. I'm the big boss of a small gathering place in Birch Forest Town. By the way, welcome to Birch Forest Town." Son Ruixing smiled mysteriously at Wenyu. "We've arrived." As the convoy entered a complex shantytown, it came to a halt in front of a large courtyard. Son Ruixing got out of the truck, and Wenyu followed him. "Come on, everyone, get out, we've caught fish," Son Ruixing shouted with a wide grin. A large group of people quickly streamed out of the courtyard, including men, women, and children. Upon seeing Son Ruixing and the other professionals return, the entire camp erupted in cheers. "Ruixing is back, and he brought back a big batch of zombies. The boss is too strong. We'll have several new professionals this time. Awesome, tell the kitchen to start cooking right away." Seeing the warm atmosphere of the camp, Wenyu couldn't help but look at Son Ruixing with newfound respect. "Brother Son, your abilities are impressive." "Hee, not at all. I used to drive a big truck. After the apocalypse hit a couple of days ago, many people died, so I gathered the neighbors to kill zombies and survive together. Thankfully, in the countryside, every household has some food reserves, so our 100 or so people won't go hungry," Son Ruixing said, smiling at Wenyu. Earlier on the way, Wenyu had already gathered information about the situation in Birch Forest Town. It wasn't big, with only about 10,000 to 18,000 residents. However, being in the countryside, especially here, every household would have a few dogs, and the number of mutated beasts was even greater than in the cities. Therefore, not many humans survived. According to Son Ruixing, apart from this small area, he wasn't sure about the situation in other parts of the town. He had only gone to the factory district to see what was happening in Mudanjiang City. If the Mudanjiang City government had managed to control the situation, then he and his group would have a place to go. Who knew he would run into a large horde of zombies, leading to the meeting between Son Ruixing and Wenyu. Looking at the large crowd chatting noisily, some examining the dragged zombies, some searching for their relatives among the outgoing team members, and others calling everyone to eat, Son Ruixing stood on a large rock and shouted to the crowd below, "Everyone, quiet down first." Son Ruixing held considerable influence in the camp. After all, most of the people were saved by him. Once the crowd quieted down, Son Ruixing directly said, "First, deal with the zombies we've brought back. Tiger, organize the people to kill these zombies and try to get several new professionals." Tiger was one of the professionals from earlier, strong and robust, looking very spirited and under 30 years old. "Got it, brother Son. Should we follow the previous standards?" "Yes, prioritize the young and strong." Son Ruixing nodded at Tiger and pulled Wenyu towards the courtyard. "Come on, brother Wenyu, let's eat first. We still have plenty of vegetables left here. Since you just arrived, you should try the food we have. By the way, Kaiengzi, take a few people to stand guard. After everyone finishes eating, we'll switch out," Son Ruixing instructed. "All right, big boss." Kaingzi was a skinny young man with a dark complexion, smiling at Sun Ruixing, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. "Come on, brother Wenyu, we need your help later to tell us about the situation in Mudanjiang City. Many people in our small camp are hoping that the government will send someone for rescue. But anyone with clear eyes can see that if even professionals are appearing in this world, what use is the government?" However, the common folks don't believe this, especially in our countryside, where most are elderly and they want to turn to the government for every small issue. Sigh. Hearing Sun Ruixing's sigh, Wenyu also felt helpless. Some of the elderly in the countryside often hold outdated ideas that are disconnected from the times. Will the government organize a rescue? Yes, definitely. The government controls the armed forces, and these soldiers with guns find dealing with zombies to be easy and enjoyable. Not to mention, the army can also switch roles. One could say that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the most powerful force is the government. But in vast Huaxia, can the government cover every area? That's impossible. The first wave of demonic energy invasion has caused more than 20% of the human population to directly turn into zombies. Let alone the fact that the disaster came so suddenly, combined with the deaths during the recent riots, the number of zombies is absolutely greater than that of the humans. This doesn't even count the huge number of mutated beasts. Under these circumstances, let alone a small birch forest town, even in Mudanjiang City, there is no sign of the military. In fact, if things were to develop in this way, the apocalypse could quickly calm down. However, the demonic disaster 6 months later shattered all human illusions. Seeing Wenyu's serious face, Sun Ruixing understood that Wenyu was clearly a perceptive person. Even if the government could eventually quell the disaster, it would take a long time. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it and directly pulled Wenyu into the large yard. The entire yard had been connected with nearby houses, creating a very large internal space. Inside, there were some simple wooden shacks scattered around. This was where the survivors lived. The yard was surrounded by barbed wire. Although it looked unsightly, it was sturdy enough. It may not stop mutated beasts, but it would definitely serve as an early warning. Wenyu followed Sun Ruixing into the house. The hall was filled with tables, and there were some tablecloths laid out on the ground with steaming dishes on top. Sun Ruixing led Wenyu straight to the large round table in the center, and soon a scattered group of people had entered the dining hall. The dining hall was small, accommodating nearly 100 people at once, making it extremely crowded. Fortunately, the area where Wenyu was located was quite spacious. Seeing the survivors in this small camp, Wenyu sighed. The fighting capability of this camp was simply abysmal. The strongest among them, Sun Ruixing, had a physique of about 3 points, and while there were many career practitioners, none had undergone enhancement. Interestingly, the person responsible for organizing the killing of zombies, Tiger, had a physique that was surprisingly on par with Sun Ruixing's, and it was obvious from Tiger's performance that he was intentionally hiding his true strength. The key point was that this small camp had far too many burdens. In rural areas, the population structure was extremely skewed, with elderly people lacking combat capability making up more than a third of the camp. In the apocalypse, the elderly and children simply had no capital for survival. As everyone took their seats, Sun Ruixing stood up and addressed everyone present. "This morning, I took the career practitioners here to check the situation in Mudanjiang City, but we were forced to turn back before we even reached there because of the overwhelming number of zombies. There are simply too many zombies, so we couldn't observe whether the Mudanjiang City government has initiated any rescue efforts." As the clamor rose from the crowd below, many of the elderly began whispering to each other, with many of them complaining about Sun Ruixing. Sun Ruixing felt helpless. These elders were untouchable and unshakable, acting like grandpas. The filial piety that has been passed down for 5,000 years in Huaxia made it impossible for Sun Ruixing to even raise his voice at them. But Sun Ruixing repeated the word, but twice, finally bringing a sense of order to the scene. Upon seeing that there was a turning point, the crowd stopped whispering and looked at Sun Ruixing seriously. "Over at the factory, we rescued a survivor, this young brother Wenyu beside me. He escaped from Mudanjiang City and has some understanding of the situation there, so let's have young brother Wenyu share a few words with us." One must say that Sun Ruixing was completely incompetent in this public speaking role. He hadn't said anything useful and simply passed the burden to Wenyu. Seeing nearly 100 pairs of eyes looking at him, Wenyu also felt a wave of helplessness. Speaking of which, in 2 lifetimes, Wenyu had never experienced such intense attention. He shot a glare at Sun Ruixing, and under this helplessness stood up. Looking at the expectant eyes below, Wenyu let out a heavy sigh. "Let me be the bad guy to break the hope. This will also repay the meal debt." "Everyone, listen to me." Wenyu opened his mouth. The situation in Mudanjiang City is dire, even worse than here. Moreover, the government has not initiated any rescue efforts at all. In fact, when I was in Mudanjiang City, I encountered police and government officials, just like you all. The situation here is actually much better than in Mudanjiang City. This statement was true. Although mutated beasts were more prevalent in rural areas, in the early stages of the apocalypse, the greatest threat to humanity was not the mutated beasts but the cowardly zombies. The more populous large cities suffered more damage from zombies. You're lying. The government must have initiated rescue efforts. You look like a fugitive. Did you commit a crime in Mudanjiang City and escape? An elderly man, nearly 80 years old, stood up with a cane, trembling, pointing his finger at Wen Yu and questioning loudly. Wen Yu carefully observed the elderly man who stood up. At the table where the elderly man was seated, all were of similar age, looking at him with distrustful eyes. I've said all I can. What I said is the truth. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. Wen Yu felt that arguing with these elderly people was completely pointless. After finishing his words, he sat down directly. Seeing the elderly people's emotions growing more agitated, son Ruixing hurriedly stood up and spoke loudly to everyone. Of course, what young brother Wen Yu said may be right, or it may be wrong. The specific situation still needs to be verified, so I will also go to Mudanjiang City tomorrow, and I will give everyone a response then. We'll go too. We can't just stay here. Little son, take us to Mudanjiang City tomorrow. I refuse to believe our government can't handle these dead people. The elderly man who had just questioned Wen Yu hit his cane forcefully, speaking loudly. Wen Yu was somewhat surprised. Looking at the elderly man, he could see he could barely walk, yet his voice was so loud. Seeing that other older men and women at the table were also agreeing, son Ruixing's face turned various shades of green and purple, and finally he spoke helplessly. All right, old man son, let's eat first and talk again tomorrow, okay? Humph. Old man son glared fiercely at Wen Yu and son Ruixing, randomly shoving some food into his mouth before getting up to leave. As old man son got up to leave, son Ruixing couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Brother, don't take it to heart. If you ask me in this small place, the most challenging thing is to serve these old folks. Seeing son Ruixing's helpless tone, Wen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. To establish a camp, one must have this kind of awareness. All sorts of people are gathered here, and if one isn't taken care of properly, it could lead to chaos. Unless one has extraordinary abilities or can exercise an iron-fisted approach with formidable strength, it's better to avoid such gathering places. Just like son Ruixing in front of him. If it weren't for the burden of these camp members, with son Ruixing's capabilities, he could easily have reached a physique rating of over 5 and wouldn't need to put himself in such an awkward situation. Wen Yu smiled lightly at son Ruixing and refrained from commenting on the matter. Everyone has their own way of living, and since son Ruixing felt it was worthwhile to lead this group of people, it wasn't his place to criticize. Time to eat, son Ruixing shouted to the people below, mainly addressing the young fighters he had trained. Most of the older folks had followed old man son. Wen Yu lowered his head and quietly ate his meal. He had to admit that rural food was quite delicious. Of course, it might also be because this was the first warm meal he had eaten since the apocalypse began. As the meal concluded, a group of middle-aged women started clearing the table, and Wen Yu began chatting about everyday matters with son Ruixing. Brother son, have you always lived in Birch Forest Town? Wen Yu took the cigarette son Ruixing offered and took a couple of gentle puffs. Yes, I used to run transport, but ever since the apocalypse broke out, my daughter is in Beijing City attending university, and I don't know how she's doing now, son Ruixing said, releasing a puff of smoke, his gaze distant. Don't worry, good people will have good fortunes. Given brother son saved so many people in HL Town, your daughter will be fine, Wen Yu said, offering rare words of comfort. That's true, son Ruixing chuckled. By the way, little brother, I need your help tomorrow. In the morning, I'll take some people to the Mudanjiang City toll station to have a look at the safety of my little camp. I hope, brother, when you can lend me a hand. Son Ruixing clearly didn't want to discuss personal matters, perhaps due to some sad memories. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and replied, That's fine, but after you return tomorrow, I will be leaving. I won't hide it from you, brother, son. That big lion hunting me may still come after me, so I need to get away from Mudanjiang City as soon as possible. If brother Wen Yu doesn't mind my strength, I can help you deal with that big lion. Son Ruixing patted his chest. Seeing Wen Yu maintain his smile but not say much, son Ruixing might have sensed that Wen Yu looked down on his combat capability, leading to an awkward chuckle. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll arrange a place for brother Wen Yu to stay. Son Ruixing pulled Wen Yu and headed inside the house. There were many small rooms inside, most separated by simple wooden boards with just a mat making up a space. Taking Wenyu to a relatively clean small cubicle, Sun Ruixing apologetically said to him, "It's a small place, and the environment isn't great. I hope, brother, Wenyu can be understanding." "No problem at this time, I'm not one to be picky," Wenyu replied, finding the cubicle's environment quite acceptable, at least much better than where he lived in his last life. He placed the war blade on the ground without any complaints. "Then, brother, Wenyu can rest first. I'll come call you when it's time for lunch," Sun Ruixing said. Food was scarce, and there were only 2 meals a day. This was still early in the apocalypse. Soon enough, in some gathering places, having 1 full meal a day would be considered wealthy. Nodding to Sun Ruixing, Wenyu watched him turn to leave while gathering people to go clear the surrounding zombies and rescue survivors. Wenyu shook his head helplessly. "He's a good person, I hope he has a good outcome." Disregarding Sun Ruixing, Wenyu lay down on the mat and fell into a light slumber. Wenyu was exhausted. The continuous battles over the past few days had drained all his energy. The moment he touched the bedding, he longed to fall into a deep sleep, but the surrounding environment forced him to remain vigilant. The little soul beast curled up tightly around Wenyu's neck and also dozed off. Hearing footsteps not far away, Wenyu jolted awake, sitting up straight and grabbing his steel knife. Seeing Sun Ruixing walk in and noticing Wenyu's dazed expression and the steel knife in his hand, he awkwardly smiled. "Sorry to disturb you, brother. I came to call you for a meal." Wenyu came back to his senses, recalling everything that had happened in the morning. Putting down the steel knife, Wenyu smiled apologetically at Sun Ruixing. "Sorry, brother, son. Being alone for too long has made me overly cautious." I understand, Sun Ruixing laughed heartily, pulling Wenyu directly towards the dining hall. It was still early outside, but all the survivors had no questions about eating at this time. Dinner at night required lighting, and not to mention where the electricity came from. The light would attract zombies and mutated beasts, so turning on the lights was absolutely taboo in the apocalypse. Seeing that all survivors, except for those on lookout, had entered the cafeteria, Sun Ruixing didn't say anything else and simply announced, "Let's eat," before diving into his meal. "Wait a moment, little son, the old man has a few words to say," Old Man Sun called out before Sun Ruixing could swallow more than a couple of bites. Sun Ruixing wiped the corner of his mouth and respectfully said, "Please go ahead, sir." "Little son, we several old folks discussed it, and tomorrow we still need to trouble you to take us to Mudanjiang City for a look. Is that all right?" Old Man Sun's tone was negotiable, but his cloudy eyes were fixed on Sun Ruixing, seemingly ready to hang himself if he disagreed. Seeing the group of elders staring at him, Sun Ruixing helplessly opened his mouth. "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to take you, but it is genuinely dangerous outside. I can't guarantee that I can safely bring you all back." As soon as Sun Ruixing said this, it seemed to stir up a hornet's nest, and the old folks immediately began to shout. "Little son, aren't you professionals? Aren't you much stronger than ordinary people? Don't try to fool us old folks." Yeah, I think little son just doesn't want to take us out. Maybe the Mudanjiang city government has already started rescue efforts, and little son just doesn't want to give up his leadership position." Little son wasn't like this before. "I remember he was very nice to people. How come he changed once he gained power?" Sun Ruixing let out a helpless sigh as he watched the elderly man below speak increasingly absurdly, even dragging in the topic of whether he was a reactionary. A group of middle-aged women, who had never witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse, chimed in without understanding. "Enough, let me say a few words," Sun Ruixing shouted loudly. "Tomorrow I will take everyone out, and I can only do my best to ensure everyone's safety." When his attempts to comfort fell flat, the situation forced Sun Ruixing to compromise. "Don't worry, little son, we won't cause you any trouble. Everyone, let's eat," Old Man Sun said with a grin, pleased with the outcome. Seeing Sun Ruixing's extremely frustrated expression, Wenyu immediately understood that this man would inevitably be dragged down by this group of burdens. After finishing their meal, Wenyu greeted Sun Ruixing and walked directly to his room. Just now, Wenyu hadn't had enough rest yet. As night deepened, a round, large rat quietly poked its head out in the mountainous area surrounding Birch Forest Town. Its long nose kept sniffing the surrounding scents, trying to find something edible, because this first-level mutated rat hadn't eaten anything all day. It wasn't due to a lack of food, but rather because the animal's keen intuition warned it of a terrifying presence nearby, as if a giant that had slept long enough was slowly awakening. The rat cautiously moved forward and then stopped in a deserted farmland. An enticing smell wafted up from the ground. It was the scent of food. Its 2 front paws hastily scraped at the dust on the ground. The mutated claws were exceptionally sharp, and before long the large rat found its food. It was a plant's root, about 5 centimeters in diameter, long and slender, with finer roots wriggling on top. The large rat paid no attention to what species it was. Its hunger had driven it to lose its reason. It opened its mouth wide and ferociously bit down on the root in front of it. However, it couldn't bite through. The plump rat wondered what kind of thing could withstand its sharp teeth. As if a signal had been given, the plant's root on the ground began to wriggle wildly. Before the large rat could react, the slender root coiled around its body like a snake. The rat struggled frantically, but the plant tightened its grip. Then, dragging the struggling rat, it burrowed directly into the ground. The rat's shrieking gradually faded away, leaving behind a large pit in the ground. Soon, the surface began to ripple, and upon closer inspection, countless slender roots busily tidied up the trace left behind, and the farmland returned to calm once more. In the gathering place, not far from the main house, a series of low, deep voices echoed in an independent courtyard. "How is the preparation going?" a strange voice asked. "All set. Tomorrow, the old man will risk his life to ensure son Ruixing's reactionary scheme does not succeed," was the voice of Old Man Sun. "Good. Old Man Sun is indeed a revolutionary of the old generation, having a sense of responsibility. The country will not forget you. This son Ruixing dares to try to occupy the mountain and disregard the laws of the country. This is a betrayal of the people, and the country will definitely not let him go." The strange voice flattered Old Man Sun before starting to criticize son Ruixing. "Here, Old Man Sun, take this. Tomorrow, once you and son Ruixing get on the vehicle, just light this incense, and then you won't have to worry about anything. The power of the country will definitely punish son Ruixing severely." As the voice fell, the sound of rummaging followed, and the strange person handed something to Old Man Sun. Old Man Sun took the incense, yawned, and walked straight back into the house. After all, the old man was feeling sleepy. As soon as Old Man Sun entered the house, the voices outside rang out again. "Mayor Lee, is this old man reliable?" "What's unreliable about him? These old folks are loyal to the country. Besides, with my status, as long as I'm under the flag of the nation, they will definitely listen to me. It's really pitiful for son Ruixing, saved with great difficulty, only to be treated like an old master, and in the blink of an eye he is sold out." Tusk. But then again, the enthusiasm for patriotism and the sense of belonging to the country truly seems to diminish with each generation, Mayor Lee said with a sigh. "Haha." Another voice let out an awkward chuckle and directly said to Mayor Lee, "Tomorrow, I will be responsible for watching the house, and most of the patrol team has already been bought off by me. When the time comes, Mayor Lee can bring people in to directly take over this small camp. But after the matter is done, what benefits has Mayor Lee promised?" "Don't worry, woman. Power and influence, you won't miss out on anything, Lin Hu." That's good. Lin Hu, also known as Tiger, said with satisfaction. "By the way, what was that incense that Mayor Lee took out earlier? It better not fail to kill son Ruixing. If he comes back alive, things could change." Tiger felt a sense of guilt towards son Ruixing. After all, his survival was entirely due to son Ruixing's efforts. Tiger did not want son Ruixing to know about his betrayal, so the best way was to ensure son Ruixing could never return. "Haha, don't worry. This is a little trinket I got from the treasure land. It will definitely ensure son Ruixing has no way back," Mayor Lee assured. "Treasure land?" Tiger asked in confusion. "Haha, by the time you join us, you'll know everything. This messed up world, I believe brother Lin Hu has also noticed. Following me will definitely be much better than being with son Ruixing. I won't let you go hungry. When the time comes, we can be little emperors in this small birch forest town. Isn't that great?" Seeing Lin Hu nodding thoughtfully, Mayor Lee secretly smirked. "With your Lin Hu's strength and means, you're only fit to be a patrol leader. Want to share wealth and glory with me? You should take a good look in the mirror and see what you are. Since everything is arranged, I'll take my leave. Tomorrow noon, I'll directly bring my people over." Mayor Lee nodded at Tiger, then his figure blurred and disappeared right in place. Lin Hu watched Mayor Lee vanish, his expression shifting unpredictably, soon replaced by a fierce look. "Isn't living just about seeking wealth and nobility? If brother Sun can't give it to me, I will take it myself." "Ah," when you let out a big yawn and stretched his body, making a series of creaking sounds all over. That night, when you slept very comfortably. He casually ate some food from the spatial ring and handed a piece of level 1 magic crystal to the little soul beast, watching it bounce around and completely regain its previous liveliness before swallowing the soul crystal in one go. Although the level 1 magic crystal wouldn't enhance the physical qualities of the soul beast, it was definitely a luxury for its daily sustenance. Sensing a wave of energy coming from the second soul realm, when Yu immersed his consciousness into it, he saw that the one-eyed beast had fully recovered from its injuries and was running around in the soul realm. Strangely, the entire soul realm seemed to have no boundaries. No matter how wildly the enormous body of the one-eyed beast twisted and turned, There was no sense of restraint. Feeling Wen Yu's consciousness sweep over, the one-eyed beast clearly conveyed its thoughts. I want to go out. Wild beasts need to be free. Wait a moment, we'll leave this afternoon. Wen Yu comforted, seeing that the one-eyed beast didn't appear dissatisfied. He directly walked toward the yard. In the yard, most of the survivors were already up, bustling about their own affairs. Sun Ruixing was chatting with Old Man Sun here and there. Seeing Wen Yu walk out of the house, Sun Ruixing approached him as if he had seen a savior. Bro, have you rested well? Watching Sun Ruixing come over with a smile, Wen Yu nodded at him. We are heading out soon. Could you help us look after our home, brother Wen Yu? Sun Ruixing looked at Wen Yu and made his request. No problem, but brother Sun, are you really taking these completely unarmed people outside? Wen Yu asked seriously, noticing the elderly packing their luggage as if they were moving. What troubled him most was a 70-year-old lady who was stuffing pots and pans into Sun Ruixing's truck. Were they so sure that the government had completely stabilized the crisis? Wen Yu earnestly said to Sun Ruixing, you should understand what's out there. Taking them with you will not only compromise their safety, but also significantly reduce your own. It shouldn't be a problem. We will take the roads we cleared before. The danger on this road isn't high, Sun Ruixing hesitated and replied. Besides, for some unknown reason, the number of mutated beasts has decreased a lot these days. What you decide is your business. I'm just reminding you. I will stay here and wait for you until it gets dark. Before I leave, nothing will happen to the camp. This is my promise to you, and it can also be considered as repaying your hospitality for these past few meals. Wen Yu promised Sun Ruixing earnestly. Now I can rest easy. Sun Ruixing patted Wen Yu on the shoulder and said cheerfully. Seeing Sun Ruixing organizing people and arranging the patrol teams for the camp, Wen Yu sat directly on the steps in front of the big house, watching the busy crowd in the camp. A sense of loneliness welled up within him. These busy people had never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. Everything they did was just a waste of time. And time is life, the guarantee of survival. Sun Ruixing and a large group of elderly people boarded the vehicle. In addition to Sun Ruixing's truck, there was also a half-abandoned bus. A group of middle-aged women inside the bus was chattering away as if they were going on a spring outing. Several elderly people sat in the back of a private car, smiling as they watched the convoy prepare to set off. They imagined they were heading toward a beautiful life in peacetime, but to Wen Yu, these few vehicles were clearly heading to hell. Goodbye, everyone. We are going to Mudanjiang City to take a look. If things are good there, we'll come back to pick you up. And Tiger, where did you run off to? Sun Ruixing on the truck shouted loudly when he didn't see Lin Hu. Brother Sun, I'm here. Lin Hu popped out from the side, seemingly checking the patrol routes of the team. Make sure to keep a good watch. If there's any problem you can't solve, you can ask the little brother we brought back yesterday. That person is very powerful, Sun Ruixing advised, nodding towards Wen Yu in the distance before starting the truck and leading the way out. Watching the entire convoy move farther and farther away, Lin Hu's complex expression flashed in his eyes. He turned back, nodded at Wen Yu, and walked out. Wen Yu looked at the increasingly distant convoy and couldn't help but sigh. He stopped thinking about what would happen to those people and quietly sat on the steps, polishing his steel knife. As the convoy moved further away, in the private car in the middle, Old Man Sun looked around at the people. In the front were the driver and co-driver, both professionals, while in the back row were all elderly people like him. Old Man Sun took out the incense that Mayor Li had given him the night before, pulled out the lighter he had prepared in the morning, and disregarding the curious gazes of others, he lit the incense. As a foul smell wafted out, it drifted further away through the open window. What is Old Man Sun doing? The young man in the passenger seat wrinkled his brow at the pungent smell, as if someone had soiled themselves. This is a treasure I've kept for a long time, used to ward off evil spirits. I know there's danger in going out this time. I just hope for a good outcome. So I'm just lighting some incense and making a wish, Old Man Sun said dryly. The two professionals in front murmured a few words, seemingly not saying anything nice, and then they ignored Old Man Sun and continued chatting among themselves. Brother Wang, what do you think is going on lately? The zombies and mutated animals in Birch Forest Town are getting fewer and fewer, the professional in the passenger seat asked. How would I know? Isn't it better if there are fewer of these things? If it were like before, with big dogs popping up at any moment, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Brother Wang replied while driving. That's true. By the way, Brother Wang, I saw other survivors a few days ago. It seems that there's a base over at the town government, and when I spoke to them, they said there are many young women inside. The young man in the passenger seat said with a lewd smile. Little brat, focus on driving. We have elderly people in the back. Don't talk about useless things, Brother Wang scolded with a laugh. Haha, if there's a chance, I'll bring it up with Old Man Sun and see if we can organize some matchmaking. As the apocalypse had just begun not long ago, the entire Birch Forest town fell into an eerie calm. The other survivors had no idea that greater dangers were about to come, and instead, they started thinking about things unrelated to survival. On the truck, as Old Man Sun lit the incense in his hand, the scent began to drift further and further away, slowly causing a stir in the spacious Birch Forest town. Several wild dogs hidden in the wilderness sniffed at the strange smell, their eyes gradually turning red, and then they ran towards the direction from which the scent came as if they had gone mad. Zombies, mutated beasts, and even many herbivores were attracted by the aroma of the incense, continuously rushing towards the convoy. Meanwhile, in a small residential building in the center of Birch Forest town, Mayor Lee, the brothers on lookout, said that son Ruixing and the others have driven out, and they've already reached the outskirts of Birch Forest town, a thin boy said tremulously to Mayor Lee. Got it. Tell all the professionals to get ready. We'll go collect the remaining people under son Ruixing immediately. Mayor Lee, lying on a spacious bed, naked and enjoying the services of a young girl, nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the news. The boy watched as Mayor Lee's lewd hand rubbed against the chest of the young girl, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes before he turned and left the room. Seeing that there was no one else in the house, Mayor Lee flipped over and pressed the girl beneath him, forcefully pinching her face as he said with a wicked grin, "So, Feifei, how's the job that Brother Lee arranged for your brother? Being my messenger is much safer than going out to kill zombies and mutated creatures." The girl beneath him initially wore a tense expression, but then forced a stiff smile at Mayor Lee. "I should thank Mayor Lee for his kindness to Feifei." Seeing the girl's expression of confusion and sadness, Mayor Lee laughed heartily, his slightly plump face coming closer, and soon the room was filled with sounds of heavy breathing. The large truck led the way directly towards the toll station in Mudanjiang City, followed closely by several vehicles filled with survivors. "Kaingzi, what do you think the situation in Mudanjiang City is like now?" Sun Ruixing, driving, chatted with Kaingzi, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "I estimate that even if it's better than ours, it can't be too much. You know, son brother, there are no troops around Mudanjiang City." Kaingzi shared his thoughts on the current situation, which were mostly correct. "Who says it's not? But these old folks just don't believe it. I have no choice. If something happens later, we'll have to count on you and the brothers to put in some extra effort." Kaingzi had been an old friend of Sun Ruixing, one of the earliest to follow him when the apocalypse began, so Sun Ruixing naturally trusted him. "Don't worry, son brother, this is what I should do." Kaingzi patted his chest and said to Sun Ruixing, "However, son brother, are we just going to keep these people fed?" Recently, when the brothers went out for supplies, they found that the food left behind was dwindling. "I'm afraid the remaining food in Birch Forest town won't last us for a few months," Kaingzi expressed his concerns. Hearing Kaingzi's complaints, a complex struggle flickered in Sun Ruixing's eyes, which was soon replaced by determination. "These elderly people are all alone and helpless. If we don't care for them, they'll surely die. Isn't that the same as killing them ourselves? I, Sun Ruixing, can't bring myself to do such a thing. Let's not mention this again in the future." Kaingzi silently sighed, choosing not to say anything more. Just as the atmosphere in the truck fell silent again, Kaingzi was about to speak when a sharp sound of tires screeching came from behind, followed by piercing screams. "Help, help, quick, stop ahead. The last vehicle broke down and there are mutated beasts. Boss, there are mutated beasts." Upon hearing the shouts from the rear, Sun Ruixing immediately stopped the large truck, grabbing his war blade and wooden shield, and quickly got down. The convoy was attacked by several mutated goats that had rapidly caught up. Originally less than half a person tall, the goats had grown to a height of over 1 person due to the influence of demonic energy. They charged at high speed, overtaking the convoy, and one of them forcefully rammed its mutated horns into the last private car, nearly flipping it over. Fortunately, the driver's skills were exceptional, and he managed to stop the vehicle on the roadside. Just as Sun Ruixing arrived, he saw that the mutated goats had already been killed by the professionals. Watching the dead goats with their blood-red eyes fixed on everyone, Sun Ruixing felt an increasing sense of unease. He had seen mutated goats before, but these herbivores would never actively attack humans. "Quick, get back in the car and return the way we came. Hurry!" Sun Ruixing shouted loudly at everyone in the convoy. "Boss, there's no time." Kaingzi swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke to Sun Ruixing. Seeing countless figures rushing towards them at high speed from a distance, cold sweat immediately dripped down Sun Ruixing's forehead. How could this happen? Bloodbone incense C-grade item, made from the essence of flesh and blood. Once ignited, it can attract mutated creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. This is an item I obtained from a treasure land. Due to its high uncontrollability, using it on Sun Ruixing and his group isn't a loss, Mayor Li said lightly to the person beside him. Mayor Li is truly brilliant. Following Mayor Li, we are really blessed. With just a wave of Mayor Li's hand, he can make Sun Ruixing and his group vanish into thin air. Brothers, following Mayor Li will definitely lead to a life of luxury. Once the government is back up and running, Mayor Li will surely achieve great merit. Who knows, we might even get to be a minor official ourselves. Listening to the flattery of those around him, Mayor Li smiled faintly. He turned to the frail boy behind him and asked, "By Xiron, how is the organization of personnel going?" "Mayor Li, most of our professionals are waiting in the hall. I left a third of them to guard the house," Bai Xiron said timidly. "Good," Mayor Li nodded in satisfaction. "Then let's set off. Oh, by the way, Xiron, from now on, don't call me Mayor Li, you should call me brother-in-law." "Ha ha 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 ha." Accompanied by Mayor Li's boisterous laughter, the heads of the entire room echoed with laughter, except for Bai Xiron, whose face turned increasingly pale, rendered speechless. "Let's go. From now on, Birch Forest Town will be entirely under our control." Mayor Li waved his hand grandly, leading his subordinates into the hall. In the hall, nearly 100 professionals holding steel knives waited quietly. Seeing Mayor Li and his group walk out first, they hurriedly followed behind. This was the current strength of the strongest gathering place in HL Town. In Sun Ruixing's small gathering place, when you found a mat and laid it on the ground, quietly basking in the sun. Ignoring the astonished gazes of passing patrol members, when you occasionally teased the little soul beast. It had been nearly 2 hours since Sun Ruixing and the others left. During this time, when you had eaten a little food and had been sitting there feeling bored, although he lamented that this was a waste of time, when you valued his promise even more. Hearing the commotion in the distance, when you slowly opened his eyes, releasing the little soul beast he had been squeezing in his hand, and picked up his steel knife. The little soul beast, having just escaped its owner's clutches, angrily floated to Wen Yu's shoulder and bumped its owner's cheek forcefully to express its frustration. Even though the soul beast was already at the second level, its strength was not even comparable to a lover's gentle touch. However, from the mental waves the little soul beast transmitted back, it also felt that Wen Yu's massage was quite comfortable. It was just that, being a noble soul beast, it felt a bit humiliated being treated like a ball by Wen Yu. This was what they called being tsundere. Ignoring the emotions transmitted back from the soul beast, Wen Yu looked towards the entrance, where Lin Hu was leading a group of strangers inside, causing him to furrow his brows. Really, what a hassle. I knew I shouldn't get involved with these outposts. Mayor Li, full of vigor, led a large group of people into Sun Ruixing's stronghold, the entire process appearing incredibly effortless. Lin Hu had already been bought off by him. He was one of his people. Many of the patrolling professionals were also on Lin Hu's side. Even if some of these individuals were very loyal to Sun Ruixing, it had only been a few days since the apocalypse began. Loyalty was not worth as much as their lives. Seeing such a large group of professionals holding steel knives, even a fool would know how to choose. Besides, weren't they all just mixing with whoever suited them? Some who saw the situation clearly wisely chose to keep quiet. Those who didn't understand the situation followed Lin Hu, the apparent leader of the outpost, and headed directly toward the mansion. Mayor Li straightened his collar and stepped onto a large rock at the entrance of the mansion. Ironically, it was upon this very rock that Sun Ruixing had delivered speeches after catching zombies. For today, Mayor Li had even dressed formally. He watched as Lin Hu gathered most of the people in the gathering place below him, including the patrol members, while the entire camp's patrol duties had already been taken over by his own subordinates. Ahem, Mayor Li cleared his throat twice. The powerful physical attributes of the professionals made his cough sound quite shocking. Seeing the confused crowd below turn their attention to him, Mayor Li nodded in satisfaction and began his prepared speech. "Fellow citizens, I believe you all know who I am. If you don't know me, that's fine. Let me introduce myself simply. My name is Li Quan'an, and I am the mayor of Birch Forest Town. I am here today to inform you that our government, has already initiated rescue operations, and I am the government-appointed person responsible for organizing rescue work in Birch Forest Town. I, Li Quan'an, started rescue operations as soon as the disaster began. Our camp is located in the town center. However, this little man, Sun Ruixing, for his own selfish desires, deceives the public and attempts to claim power during this disaster. This is an act of betrayal against the country, and such actions will surely face national sanctions. Fortunately, Brother Lin, who still remembers the greater good of the country, and took the initiative to contact me, letting me know that there are still so many suffering people here." Calmly betraying Lin Hu, Li Quan'an ignored Lin Hu's pale face and continued with his speech. I am here today to take you back to the embrace of the country, back to a civilized life. In our camp, there are supplies transported by the government, which will absolutely ensure your daily meals and many powerful professionals to guarantee your safety. Additionally, there are comprehensive defense measures to resist the disturbances from mutated creatures and zombies. Seeing the crowd below display excited expressions at the mention of the country and daily meals, Quan'an knew that his words had not been wasted. Do you all want such a life? Do you all want to return to civilized society? After the disaster ends, everyone will be given land and supplies. Do you want this? If so, I will organize your evacuation. This location is not ideal. I will take everyone to a safe place. Some of the crowd, already bought off by Quan'an's subordinates, began to stir the atmosphere, completely deceived by the government and Quan'an's identity, and they responded loudly in agreement. Some professionals who understood the truth of the situation couldn't find the words to speak against it in the presence of Quan'an's underlings, who were subtly showing their blades. All right, then let's go. Everyone line up. I have arranged vehicles outside to take you away. Watching an outpost vanish under his plots, Quan'an was overwhelmed by a great sense of achievement. Wait, I want to say a few words. Still lost in the joy of success, Quan'an was interrupted by the sudden voice, feeling a bit annoyed. Considering the large crowd below him, he knew he should maintain his image until the job was done. Quan'an smiled slightly. Which citizen has a question? I am absolutely open to all inquiries. The crowd naturally opened a passage, revealing Wen Yu, who had been standing in the back. Wen Yu scratched his head, revealing a bright smile as he asked Quan'an in a negotiating tone. Well, I promised son Ruixing that I would ensure the safety of this camp before dark. Although I don't want to get involved in this mess, I was wondering if we could wait until dark to leave. Quan'an's expression darkened. He did not expect son Ruixing to leave not only patrol members, but also a fool to guard the place. Suppressing his anger, Quan'an replied, Little brother, it's not very safe after dark. Oh, I knew this would be troublesome, Wen Yu muttered, staring intently at Quan'an. So you mean it's not possible? Quan'an laughed in anger. This kid clearly couldn't see the situation. He was completely a fool. Ignoring Wen Yu any further, he turned and began organizing the transfer of personnel. Seeing that Quan'an was completely disregarding his suggestion, Wen Yu did not wish to say more and directly activated the second soul realm. In the second soul realm, the one-eyed beast had completely healed from its injuries, and even the eye that had been blind since childhood had regrown. However, 2 days without food left the one-eyed beast in unbearable hunger. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared beside Wen Yu, followed by a complex circular pattern flashing rapidly. A massive dog's head emerged from the purple light, eagerly sniffing the long-lost scent of freedom. Then the one-eyed beast, over 3 meters long, squeezed out from the purple light. Quan'an and the others were shocked by the sudden appearance of the creature. It was just a common mutt, but this dog had been greatly enhanced by demonic energy, with its enormous body, fierce aura, and saliva dripping onto the ground, making the surrounding professionals feel tense. Mayor Li, ignoring the panicked and fearful gazes around him, as well as the screams from some untransformed women and children, Wen Yu spoke directly to Quan'an. I promised son Ruixing to protect this camp until dark today. If I let you take everyone away, then the entire camp would cease to exist, and I cannot go back on my word. Wen Yu shook his head. I don't care whether what you said about the government or food is true or false. No one in this camp can leave before dark. Mayor Li first glanced at the one-eyed beast beside Wen Yu, then looked at his subordinates around him. His smile vanished. A reckless fool is easy to deal with, but a powerful reckless fool is definitely a big problem. What if I say no? Mayor Li squinted his eyes at Wen Yu. Although the large dog looked strong and the black ball on Wen Yu's shoulder appeared mysterious, he had over 100 professionals standing beside him. Recalling his own power, Quan'an didn't even wait for Wen Yu's reply and directly commanded everyone loudly, Evacuate immediately, now, at once. Heh! Seeing Quan'an completely ignore him, Wen Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, which successfully drew Quan'an's attention back to him. Your Mayor Li, right? Wen Yu didn't pay attention to Quan'an's subordinates who were obeying orders and spoke directly to Quan'an. Power is truly a wonderful thing. No wonder so many people wanted to be officials before the apocalypse. As Wen Yu slowly spoke, Mayor Li's expression grew increasingly serious. The powerful aura far beyond that of ordinary professionals made Quan'an feel a brewing killing intent surrounding Wen Yu, growing stronger by the second. Even the crowd that had been moving about began to sense the strange atmosphere, gradually stopping in their tracks, staring fixedly at Wen Yu. I mentioned my purpose for being here earlier. Now let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Wen Yu, and I come from Mudanjiang City. Wen Yu paused slightly. Although I've never been an official, I can roughly understand that power is like a drug. Once you obtain it, you never want to let go and only desire more. However, like drugs, power can lead to one's downfall. Perhaps you don't quite understand the current situation. That's fine, you'll soon know a fact. Not continuing to speak, when you touch the one-eyed beast's emaciated belly, go ahead, eat something, don't kill the leaders or the untransformed. Feel free to choose the rest. I'll say when to stop. The one-eyed beast was extremely hungry, but due to Wen Yu's presence and the power of the soul contract, it had refrained from acting until Wen Yu issued the command. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged in its eyes, and it pounced madly. Like a gust of wind, the strength of the level 2 mutated beast was practically insurmountable for the current survivors. The one-eyed beast charged straight into Li Quan'an's subordinates, and then blood splattered everywhere. Someone's killing! Someone's killing! The onlookers watched in horror as the one-eyed beast unleashed a bloody rampage, panicking and shouting. Everyone could see that this large dog obeyed Wen Yu, but no one expected Wen Yu to give the order to kill. As the apocalypse had just arrived, many people's mindsets had not yet shifted. Li Quan'an stood dumbfounded, watching the one-eyed beast wreak havoc among the crowd, effortlessly taking down its opponents with its sharp teeth and claws. As the strongest professional on his side, he could only watch helplessly. Even though he had a hidden profession and 5 points of physical attributes, he knew he would not fare better than his subordinates against the one-eyed beast. Chaos erupted in the crowd as the untransformed people cried out loudly, trying to escape the one-eyed beast, while there were courageous professionals among them who dared to strike at the beast but were swiftly bitten to death. Stop! As nearly 20 professionals had fallen in a short span of time, Wen Yu shouted directly at the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast glanced at Wen Yu, then turned its head to look at the trembling professionals in front of it and began tearing into the corpses on the ground. These meals were enough to fill its belly. Li Quan'an watched in horror at the bodies strewn everywhere and then glanced at the one-eyed beast gorging on the corpses, cold sweat breaking out uncontrollably. The entire camp trembled under the power of the one-eyed beast. Wen Yu ignored the survivors who looked at him as if he were a monster and stood there, speaking indifferently. I apologize for the deaths caused by my orders. I want to express my condolences to those who died today because of me. His calm apology for the dead only made everyone around feel uneasy. This person held no proper reverence for life. By the way, Mayor Li, do you understand now? Understand what? Mayor Li had not yet recovered from the previous bloodshed, his reaction delayed. Ah! Wen Yu slowly walked up to Mayor Li, seeing the trembling body of the mayor, and sighed in disappointment. Though he was the leader of a gathering place, his lack of courage was truly disappointing. This is the fact I wanted to explain to you. In this camp, the one in charge is not you but me. So you better carefully consider my suggestion. Please wait quietly until dark, okay? Seeing Li Quan'an nod reflexively, Wen Yu turned and walked toward the building. By the way, if anyone disobeys, my dog might eat them. Ah, and thank you all, including those who have already died. Thank you for allowing me to keep my promise. I may not have many virtues, but I am a man of my word. As Wen Yu entered the mansion, the entire courtyard felt extremely quiet. From time to time, the sound of sobbing could be heard, but it was tightly muffled by the mouths of nearby relatives and friends who were afraid of drawing the attention of the one-eyed creature that was devouring its food. If Wen Yu was the murderer, then the one-eyed creature was the weapon in the killer's hand. A weapon stained with blood can sometimes be even more intimidating than the murderer himself. Mayor Li, what should we do now? Hearing the trembling inquiry from his subordinates, Mayor Li's face turned even whiter. Wait! He spat out a single word through gritted teeth, realizing he had been schooled by a young brat. In this damn world, the power of an individual with exceptional strength rendered team strength worthless. Watching Li Quan'an stand there dumbfounded, including the people he had brought, and even the elderly and children who had originally gathered, not a single person dared to move. The one-eyed creature was immediately disappointed. Although the food it had just consumed filled its belly, it provided too little evolutionary energy, and the one-eyed creature felt no increase in its physical strength. Just as the one-eyed creature was contemplating whether to eat a couple more people while Wen Yu was absent, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Mayor Li, something has happened. A patrolman rushed in. The commotion from the one-eyed creature's earlier attack had been heard by the patrol team, but they only thought Mayor Li was employing some unconventional methods. Trusting the hundreds of professionals in the camp, they had not rushed in to provide support, but continued to carry out their tasks. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, the conspicuous one-eyed creature, and the crowd in the courtyard that didn't dare to move, the patrolman was confused about what had happened. Speak, Li Quan'an was too agitated to say much more, turning his back on the dazed patrolman. Swallowing hard, the patrolman looked fearfully at the one-eyed creature and said to Quan'an, "The lookout at the outer perimeter saw son Ruixing driving back in a truck, and there are a lot of zombies and mutated beasts following behind." Upon hearing the news of son Ruixing's return, Quan'an's heart felt completely flat. Looking at the tense patrolman, he suddenly erupted in anger. "What good does it do to tell me that? Can't you see the situation now? Tell it, tell it." Quan'an shouted angrily at the patrolman while pointing at the one-eyed creature, frantically venting his frustration. The patrolman stared blankly at Mayor Lee and then glanced nervously at the one-eyed creature. This. Fortunately, Wen Yu heard the commotion in the courtyard and walked out of the room. What happened? Seeing Wen Yu appear in front of everyone, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive presence of the one-eyed creature was too strong, and the timely arrival of its master gave everyone a sense of safety. The patrolman, looking at the young man questioning him, and then at the silent Quan'an, instantly understood the situation. Son Ruixing is back with the truck, but a lot of zombies and mutated beasts are following behind. Hearing the patrolman's words, Wen Yu instead felt relieved. As long as he's back, we can finally be free from this mess. One-eyed, let's go take a look. As for the zombies and mutated beasts behind, Wen Yu didn't take them seriously. Seeing Wen Yu and the one-eyed creature walking out of the courtyard, Quan'an gritted his teeth and loudly instructed his subordinates, "Keep up." He then took the lead and walked out. When Wen Yu reached the alley where the stronghold was located, son Ruixing's truck came swerving down, covered in blood and gore. Many parts of the truck were even deformed, making it easy to imagine the fierce battle it had undergone. Behind the truck, a pack of mutated beasts followed closely, with the fastest among them, a mutated horse, only 10 meters away. "Kill them all," Wen Yu ordered the one-eyed creature directly. Seeing the one-eyed creature charge forward quickly and bite off the mutated horse's neck, Wen Yu stepped up to the front of the truck. The deformed door was completely twisted, and the windows were smeared with blood, making it impossible to see the inside. Wen Yu gripped the door handle tightly and forcefully ripped the entire door off. Then he saw son Ruixing, who looked dazed. Startled by the sound of the door being ripped off, son Ruixing turned his head and stared blankly at Wen Yu, tears streaming down his face. "They're all dead, Wen Yu, all dead. I was the only one who escaped. I personally sent them into the mouths of the mutated beasts. I'm so sorry for them." Seeing son Ruixing clutching his head and screaming in agony, Wen Yu let out a heavy sigh. He couldn't find a single word to comfort the middle-aged man who was now crying painfully. At this moment, the one-eyed creature had already engaged in a fierce battle with the approaching mutated beasts. The one-eyed creature's evolutionary speed was terrifying. In terms of combat power, the current one-eyed creature was definitely among the strongest. However, its opponents were no pushovers either. Although there were no level 2 mutated beasts present, there were 2 mutated dogs among them, whose physical qualities had already reached around 7 points. These 2 mutated dogs could inflict considerable damage on the one-eyed creature. The most crucial factor was the sheer number of mutated beasts. Even if only a dozen of those mutated beings could harm the one-eyed creature, the injuries on the one-eyed creature were still constantly increasing. Soon its skin became a mess of blood and flesh, with blood flowing everywhere. Destiny fight ability activated. The one-eyed creature's combat instincts were undoubtedly insane. Relying on the power boost from the Destiny fight ability, the one-eyed creature attacked these mutated beings without dodging, finding a target, killing it, and then moving on to the next. As the one-eyed creature became stronger with each kill, the mutated beasts following behind kept dying. When the last remaining mutated dog with 7 points in physical quality turned and ran away, it was as if a signal had been sent. More and more mutated beasts retreated from the battlefield, fleeing into the distance. After all, mutated beasts also possess intelligence. Without the attraction of Bloodbone Incense, they had regained their basic judgment ability. Watching the distant battle of the one-eyed creature, Wen Yu had no intention of helping. Instead, he continuously observed the one-eyed creature, or more accurately, the Destiny fight S-rank skill. With minor injuries, the increase in combat power is very low and can even be considered negligible. With moderate injuries, the enhancement in physical quality becomes more evident, potentially maintaining a 3-fold increase without affecting combat ability. This was the data Wen Yu had roughly estimated, as when the one-eyed creature dispelled this small-scale beast tide, its physical quality had increased by nearly 3 times compared to when it had just started fighting. Although the one-eyed creature was covered in blood, its vital areas had not sustained significant injuries. Seeing the battle come to an end, Wen Yu fell into deep thought. The ability of the Destiny fight is indeed powerful. It's just a pity that the second ability of the one-eyed beast is completely incompatible with its fighting style, and plays no role in battle at all. After witnessing the two skills of the one-eyed beast, when you had already decided to wash away the strong healing skill, because the healing effect of the soul realm far exceeded that of the strong healing ability. However, strong healing could be used to empower Wen Yu himself, as he could not enjoy the healing effects of the soul realm. When I get a mutated beast with healing capabilities, I will wash away the skill of the one-eyed beast. Wen Yu resolutely made this decision about the one-eyed beast skill pairing. Brother Wen Yu, your pet is truly terrifyingly strong. Li Quan'an's words interrupted Wen Yu's thoughts. Li Quan'an, along with others, had been standing behind Wen Yu and witnessed the one-eyed beast single-handedly solve the significant threat to the camp's safety. The resentment in Li Quan'an's heart had been cast aside. This person was capable of resolving nearly 100 mutated creatures by himself, so he could easily deal with nearly 100 professionals under his command. When you glanced at Li Quan'an indifferently and replied, "Have you ever seen such a strong pet? This is not a pet, this is a battle pet." Turning away and ignoring Li Quan'an, who still wanted to say something, when you walked directly towards the truck. On the truck, Sun Ruixing's emotions had slowly calmed down. Seeing when you approached, Sun Ruixing forced a smile and said, "Thank you." "There's no need to thank me. I said it was just to repay you for a few meals," Wen Yu said. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "After you left, there were some problems in the camp. That guy named Lin Hu under you betrayed you and brought a group of people to try to swallow your camp. I stopped them. Now that you are back, I should leave." When you directly stated what had happened in the camp, and seeing Sun Ruixing's confused expression, it was clear he was struggling to cope with both the death of his teammates and the betrayal in the camp. When you felt a sense of respect for Sun Ruixing, but it was mainly due to his character. Unable to help himself, he comforted him, "Don't think too much about it, brother Sun. In this world, being able to guarantee your own survival is already impressive. Don't make the death of others your burden." Ignoring Sun Ruixing, when you walked towards the one-eyed beast that was eating in the distance. Birch Forest Town was too close to Mudanjiang City, without knowing whether Simba would come after him, when you dared not stay here any longer. "Wait, brother Wen Yu," hearing Sun Ruixing's shout when you turned back. Sun Ruixing shakily walked down from the truck and quickly approached Wen Yu, carefully staring into his eyes and asking, "Teach me, brother. Even if it's just to help my brother, tell me, what should I do now?" When you couldn't bear to see the collapse in Sun Ruixing's eyes and sighed, "So tell me, who are you asking this question for? For yourself or for the remaining people in your camp?" Sun Ruixing's expression changed instantly. His earlier question to Wen Yu was just a drowning man grasping at straws, but Wen Yu's response made Sun Ruixing start to think seriously. "I am asking for the remaining people in the camp," Sun Ruixing said earnestly to Wen Yu. "You have two choices. First, you continue to do things as you did before, but with your current strength, you probably won't last more than a few months. Second, merge with Li Quan'an and their camp. In fact, this is the best choice for your camp right now, but—" Wen Yu didn't finish his sentence, but the implications were clear. It would cause you too much harm. From Wen Yu's experience, he could tell that these mutated beasts had issues, and Sun Ruixing's encounter with the ambush was also suspicious. Wen Yu knew at least 3 kinds of items that could attract mutated creatures, but telling these things to Sun Ruixing would serve no purpose. "I understand." Seeing the struggle on Sun Ruixing's face fade away, Wen Yu nodded at him and walked towards the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast had already eaten its fill. Now it was eating again, only for the evolutionary energy found in the flesh of the mutated beasts. Hearing Wen Yu's footsteps, the one-eyed beast lifted its head from the dead mutated dog, glanced at Wen Yu, and then buried its head back down to eat. Wen Yu drew the steel knife hanging on his back and cleaved open the head of the nearest mutated beast, extracting the magic crystal from inside, wiping away the blood, and storing it in the spatial ring. There were at least dozens of mutated creatures on the ground, and after digging out their magic crystals, he would have quite a few level 2 magic crystals. Moreover, his points had just increased by nearly 1,000. This is the snowball effect. Strong power in the early stages allows Wen Yu to grow stronger at the fastest speed. As Wen Yu was counting his gains, Sun Ruixing was conversing with Li Quan'an in the distance. "Mayor Li?" Sun Ruixing looked at the guy who had schemed against his camp. It would be impossible to say he felt no resentment, but considering that there were many elderly and children in his camp who lacked combat ability, Sun Ruixing forced down his dislike for Li Quan'an and continued. "I was thinking, now there aren't many combat-capable people here. For the safety of those remaining, I would like to bring my people to seek refuge with Mayor Li. I don't know if Mayor Li can take us in." Mayor Li had just been discussing what to do next with the people beside him when he heard Sun Ruixing's words and couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Sun, for thinking so highly of me. If Brother Sun doesn't mind, just call me Brother Li." My original purpose here was to get in touch with Brother Sun and see if our camps could work together to resist this disaster. Now that Brother Sun has such awareness, I wholeheartedly welcome you." Quan'an had not expected things to turn around like this. He thought his mission had completely failed, but he didn't foresee that Sun Ruixing would voluntarily propose merging camps under these circumstances. Quan'an also had his own considerations. The larger the camp, the more personnel it would have, which naturally increases the speed of development. As the camp grew, it would inversely boost his own strength. If Wen Yu knew Quan'an's thoughts, he would definitely scoff at them. While camps could bring enormous benefits to their rulers, this required the camp to develop to a certain level, which takes time, and the demonic disaster wouldn't give humanity much time. For Wen Yu, firstly, he had no means or experience to manage a camp. And secondly, if he had the leisure time to manage a camp, he would have been getting stronger long ago. The gathering place was nothing but a burden for Wen Yu at this point. It must be said that Quan'an's considerations and Wen Yu's were different. Naturally, everyone has their own opinions on who is right or wrong between the two. Sun Ruixing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Mayor Li's response. He chatted a bit more with Mayor Li before turning to his group to announce the news. Hearing the cheers from the people, Sun Ruixing felt a mix of emotions but couldn't find the words to express them. All he could do was sigh. "By the way, Brother Sun, what's the background of that young man with the big dog?" Quan'an glanced at Wen Yu, who was cleaning up the battlefield not far away, and asked Sun Ruixing in confusion. "This is a little brother I saved a couple of days ago at the factory. Now, seeing his strength, my act of saving him seems a bit unnecessary," Sun Ruixing replied. "Oh, I wonder if this person can stay. With such a strong individual, our camp's safety would be greatly assured," Quan'an said with a beaming smile. Sun Ruixing pondered for a moment. "I'm afraid not. I can tell Wen Yu has no fondness for the gathering place, and his strength means he doesn't have much need for it." "Yeah, that makes sense. What a pity." Quan'an looked disappointed, but inside he was already beaming. If Wen Yu truly joined their base, how could he, Quan'an, still be the big boss? The answer was clear to him without even having to think. He glanced at Wen Yu and silently prayed for him to leave soon. Fortunately, Wen Yu didn't keep Quan'an waiting too long. After finishing his collection, he turned his back and walked further away with the big dog. This was Wen Yu's first time in Birch Forest Town. The dilapidated infrastructure and the unevenly sized residential buildings were just a few. Many more were low brick houses. As a small town in northeast China, its economic development level was even less than that of some rural areas. Looking at the desolate surroundings, Wen Yu's bad premonition grew stronger. In the gathering place, people often said that the zombies and mutated creatures in Birch Forest Town were decreasing. At first, Wen Yu didn't pay much attention, but now, based on his observations, things might be off. Zombies were manageable. Birch Forest Town wouldn't have too many of them, and after the survivors' cleanup, their numbers would only decrease. However, mutated creatures were another story. Wen Yu had walked all the way here without seeing a single one, not even a corpse, which was completely abnormal. Unless the mutated creatures had collectively migrated or were gathered and killed by a stronger presence. Either way, it was extremely dangerous for the survivors. "One-Eyed, do you sense anything unusual?" Wen Yu sent a mental wave to One-Eyed using the power of the Soul Realm. Animals have a much stronger ability to perceive danger than humans do. "Woof woof!" One-Eyed let out a low growl, lowering its head to sniff the ground carefully. One-Eyed didn't sense anything. "Something feels off. Let's move quickly and leave this place as soon as possible." Wen Yu's bad premonition intensified. Although even One-Eyed hadn't sensed anything, Wen Yu would never assume there was no danger. In the apocalypse, there was no such thing as a peaceful paradise. The more peaceful a place seemed, the greater the danger. Wen Yu quickened his pace, and One-Eyed followed closely behind, both moving swiftly toward the exit of Birch Forest Town. Birch Forest Town itself wasn't large. Under Wen Yu's speed, he reached the town's edge in less than 10 minutes, with Che Town, another small town under Mudanjiang City, just behind him. It was eerily silent. On the dilapidated asphalt road, aside from dust and bloodstains, there was nothing. On one side of the road were massive mountains, and on the other, endless farmland. Wen Yu's unease grew stronger. Even One-Eyed had sensed that the situation ahead was not right. It opened its mouth and emitted a series of low growls, its hind legs slightly bent, a sign that One-Eyed was about to attack. One-Eyed, scout ahead. This was the best way for Wen Yu to handle the unknown situation. If One-Eyed encountered danger, he could pull it back into the Soul Realm in the shortest time possible. One-Eyed already possessed considerable intelligence and knew that scouting ahead was the best choice for dealing with the unknown situation. Bark, bark. This was its way of saying, "Boss, don't betray me." After signing the soul contract, Wen Yu could understand One-Eye's meanings, just as One-Eyed could comprehend Wen Yu's commands. "Don't worry, if there's danger, I'll pull you back." Wen Yu patted One-Eye's belly for reassurance. One-Eyed moved its limbs and slowly proceeded forward. As the distance closed, nothing happened. One-Eye's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and then it slowly quickened its pace. Just as One-Eyed moved over 100 meters away, Wen Yu suddenly sensed something was off. The greenery on the mountains seemed excessively abundant. Previously, the mountains near Mudanjiang City were mostly bare rocks, but now they were completely covered in green. "One-Eyed, charge forward quickly," Wen Yu shouted at the distant One-Eyed. One-Eyed heard Wen Yu's command, and without questioning why it was ordered to do so, immediately burst into its fastest speed. As One-Eyed accelerated wildly, sounds erupted from the mountains and even the nearby farmland. It was as if countless snakes were slithering on the ground, coupled with the sound of cracking rocks with numerous vines emerging from both sides. Mutated plants! Wen Yu's heart sank. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the mutation speed of plants wasn't fast, and their mutations could be both beneficial and harmful to humans. Some crops, after mutation, increased in size and yield, and some plants could even produce treasures that enhanced physical attributes. However, there were also some mutated plants that exhibited terrifying aggression, like the vines before him. Wen Yu had no idea whether these things belonged to an individual or a clan, nor did he know what species they were before mutation. All he knew was that the exit of Birch Forest Town was completely sealed off by these things. Roughly 30 meters in front of him, the mutated plants began to appear, stretching all the way to where One-Eyed currently was, where numerous vines were thrashing about. Beyond that, Wen Yu couldn't tell how far these vines spread, which was also why he urged One-Eyed to charge forward quickly. He needed to know the distribution limits of the vines. One-Eyed sensed the danger, and its sharp claws tore apart the obstructing vines ahead as it charged forward even faster. However, the number of vines was overwhelming. One after another, they coiled around One-Eyed, their speed far surpassing One-Eyed's tearing speed. One-Eyed's speed began to slow, until One-Eyed's limbs were tightly restrained. One-Eyed let out a pitiful howl. Wen Yu watched as the One-Eyed creature moved slower and slower until it could no longer walk. Countless vines continuously wrapped around the One-Eyed creature, slowly encasing it in a large green zongzi. Wen Yu sighed and then activated the second soul realm. A purple light flashed from the green zongzi, and soon the green plant mass deflated, the One-Eyed creature having returned to the second soul realm. After summoning the One-Eyed creature again, Wen Yu carefully assessed its injuries. The One-Eyed creature looked spirited, and seeing that it had escaped danger, it roared fiercely at the front, as if ready to challenge the vines once more. The mutated plants on the opposite side noticed that their prey had disappeared and, like snakes, directly slithered towards the One-Eyed creature. The One-Eyed creature was startled, but the mutated plants had very weak mobility. They barely jumped less than 10 meters before they could no longer advance. Ignoring the childish provocation between the One-Eyed creature and the vines, Wen Yu closely examined the wounds on the One-Eyed creature's body. There were many wounds, densely packed all over the One-Eyed creature's body. However, these wounds were very minor, with some not even breaking the skin. The wounds on the One-Eyed creature resembled those made by needles, and in some places, sharp wooden thorns were still attached. Wen Yu forcefully pulled out one of the longest wooden thorns, and drops of blood oozed from the wound. But under the powerful healing ability, the bleeding quickly stopped and gradually vanished. The wooden thorn was even less than 3 centimeters long. Wen Yu lightly pricked his own hand with it. As a second-level practitioner, Wen Yu's skin had high durability, so it took considerable force to pierce the thorn into his flesh. There was no itching or tingling, just a negligible pain, proving that these plant thorns were not poisonous. This was undoubtedly the best news. If the vines were toxic, then under such a number of mutated vines, Wen Yu would not be able to escape. No longer paying attention to the vines flailing not far away, Wen Yu led the One-Eyed creature directly towards the farmland. After walking over 100 meters, seeing that the mutated vines here had decreased significantly, Wen Yu shouted again at the One-Eyed creature. "Go up and try again." Woof, woof, woof. Looking at the One-Eyed creature's aggrieved expression, Wen Yu felt helpless. "Think about it. Do we face these plants, or do we go back to find Simba?" The One-Eyed creature immediately fell silent, lowering its head and charging forward with an unwavering spirit. With the One-Eyed creature's sprint, the farmland echoed with dense sounds once again. Wen Yu could even see that the mutated vines that had just attacked the One-Eyed creature were continuously burrowing underground, and then the ground seemed to bulge, surging towards the direction of the One-Eyed creature. Wen Yu's eyes lit up, and he directly entered combat mode, then sprinted towards the road. The one-eyed creature bore most of the pressure, and when you reached the road, the underground mutated vines were already sparse, with only a few being cut down by Yu. In the blink of an eye, Yu had already dashed past the position where the one-eyed creature had been. Then Yu let out a loud shout. Damn! Yu was seen rushing back at a speed even faster than before, while more mutated plants emerged from the ground behind him, densely packed, with no end in sight. Fortunately, seeing the situation was dire, Yu retreated and was not entangled. After running far away, Yu watched as the direction of the one-eyed creature transformed once again into a massive plant mass, directly canceling his combat state and summoning the one-eyed creature back. This is troublesome. Yu lowered his head, pondering how to resolve the situation, while the one-eyed creature kept tugging at the grass roots on the ground. Let's go, change direction. Seeing the one-eyed creature reluctantly following, Yu also felt a bit helpless. If most places were similar to the current situation, then relying solely on himself, it seemed impossible to break through. Things often develop in the worst direction. Yu activated the second soul realm again, summoning the one-eyed creature back. Seeing the one-eyed creature's crimson eyes glaring fiercely at him, Yu couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Anyone who has been used as a scout and rushed into a pile of vines dozens of times would have this expression. We won't try anymore, we won't try anymore. Yu had already understood the current situation. He, and even all the creatures capable of moving in Birch Forest Town, were trapped in this enormous cage. Yu had tested dozens of times, nearly covering the entire area around Birch Forest Town. The results showed that the defense of the mutated plants had no obvious weak points. It's as if these plants can move freely underground. Wherever there is a creature trying to break out, these plants can rush there, making it seem like the area is surrounded by mutated plants. This analysis seemed the most plausible because it was highly unlikely for a creature to blockade an entire small town during this time. We can't break out for now, and in Birch Forest Town, there probably won't be too many zombies or mutated plants to help me grow stronger. These plants will continuously shrink the encirclement until they completely swallow Birch Forest Town. If only there were more people to attract the attention of these vines. The ruthless look in Yu's eyes grew stronger. There were still quite a few living people in Birch Forest Town. Birch Forest Town's center, in Quan'an's camp, a grand banquet was taking place. The main dishes were some mutated beast meat, along with a few stewed vegetables, a rare delicacy in the apocalypse. Quan'an sat in the main seat, with son Ruixing beside him. Seeing Quan'an chatting and laughing, it was clear he was very satisfied with the current life. Son Ruixing next to him hesitated several times, but finally couldn't help saying to Quan'an, Mayor Li, I think your arrangement for these elderly people just now might be a little inappropriate. Oh, I wonder what Brother Sun is referring to, Quan'an replied with a smile. Son Ruixing raised his head, took a swig of white liquor, and said gloomily, I see that Mayor Li is not taking care of these elderly people and children at all, making them do physical labor, washing vegetables, and cooking. Even their living quarters are on the outskirts of the camp. I'm afraid these people will have great grievances against the camp, and this is completely against ethics. Brother Sun, Quan'an put down his cup and said sternly to son Ruixing, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. You know what the outside world is like. I can only say that danger is everywhere. Now, everyone in the camp who can fight must go out to battle. Should those who lack combat ability do nothing at all, letting them do some tasks within their ability is fair. This is a form of protection for them. I will ensure that the elderly and children receive more care. Brother Sun, don't worry. Son Ruixing sighed as he drank an entire cup of white liquor after hearing Mayor Li's words. Since we have now pledged our allegiance to Mayor Li, we will naturally follow his arrangements, but I hope Mayor Li can treat everyone equally. Seeing Quan'an making loud promises, son Ruixing directly left the hall. Mayor Li, should we find an opportunity to? One of Mayor Li's subordinates quietly gestured. Ha ha! Quan'an smiled and shook his head. Humans, once they become vested interests, tend to forget their original intentions. Don't be fooled by how selfless son Ruixing seems right now. People can change. Once he tastes the benefits, he will protect his own interests. When the time comes, if you ask him to wash vegetables, cook, or clean toilets, do you think he will do it? No need to rush. Son Ruixing's strength is considerable. Just one of him is worth more than 10 others. By the way, let's arrange some accidents and clean out the useless people who have recently joined the camp. They are eating too much. Quan'an calmly issued the order for the cleanup, while his trusted aide was already accustomed to such matters, having been done since the camp was established. Big boss, big boss. A patrolling team member rushed into the room and whispered to Quan'an, the guy with the big dog is back again. Yu circled around and finally found the location of Quan'an's camp. The scene on the road made Wen Yu's heart grow heavier. Aside from some zombies trapped in houses, there were very few moving things on the streets outside. Wen Yu even saw several vines directly invade a house, strangling the zombies inside. For these burrowing creatures, the camp's defensive capabilities had already been greatly weakened. Moreover, once the zombies and mutated creatures were all dead, it was already clear who would be next. After all, the evolution of mutated plants also requires nutrients. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Wen Yu led his one-eyed companion directly to the entrance of Li Quan'an's camp. From a distance, Wen Yu saw Li Quan'an standing at the camp's entrance, with son Ruixing beside him. Upon seeing Wen Yu approach, Li Quan'an greeted him directly. "Brother Wen Yu, welcome, welcome. By the way, I thought you were leaving Birch Forest Town? Why are you back?" Although Li Quan'an was all smiles, his words inadvertently revealed his nervousness, fearing that Wen Yu would come back to seize his position as the leader of the gathering. If Wen Yu had such an idea, Li Quan'an would be powerless to stop him. Wen Yu glanced at Li Quan'an and directly replied, "I originally wanted to leave, but the current situation is that I can no longer leave, and neither can you. The entire Birch Forest Town is already surrounded by a large group of mutated plants. They are slowly making their way here, and it won't be long before the entire town is invaded by them." "Wen Yu, you can't be joking, can you?" Li Quan'an forced a smile, fearing that what Wen Yu said was true. For a clever person like Li Quan'an, if the entire Birch Forest Town was overtaken by mutated plants, then he and his people would end up being herded like livestock, which would be the best outcome. Mayor Li can send someone to check it out. To be honest, after I left today, I tried to find a way out of the town in at least dozens of directions, and all had these mutated plants. That's why I came back to find you. More people means more strength. Wen Yu deliberately lowered his voice. On my own, I can't break out, and when I came here, I found that the mutated creatures and zombies in Birch Forest Town are almost dead. Who will be next? I don't need to say, right? Seeing Mayor Li deep in thought, Wen Yu directly said, "Today, Mayor Li can send someone to check the situation. I have some small methods. When Mayor Li decides to charge outside, we can discuss it." "All right, I'll send someone to check. Since Brother Wen Yu is here, come inside the camp to sit a while. I have plenty of food and drink." Li Quan'an waved grandly and said to Wen Yu. Then he turned around and called over Lin Hu from behind, instructing him to take people to investigate. Ever since son Ruixing learned about Lin Hu's betrayal, Lin Hu had been wholeheartedly following Li Quan'an, even encouraging him several times to directly deal with son Ruixing. It was just like during wartime, the most brutal people are often the traitors. Watching as Lin Hu took 4 professionals and got into a small car heading towards the town's outskirts, Wen Yu followed Li Quan'an into the hall. Li Quan'an's gathering place was set up in a 7-story building in the town center, which was the best building in all of Birch Forest Town. Li Quan'an led Wen Yu to sit in the most central position of the hall and began to converse closely. "Brother Wen Yu, can you tell me about the situation with those plants outside?" Li Quan'an knew the urgency of the matter. If what Wen Yu said was true, they were waiting for the noose to tighten around their necks little by little. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and shared what he knew. "Just now, I tried to go outside with my one-eyed companion, but we were blocked by the vines. With our strength, we simply couldn't break through. Moreover, on the way back, I discovered that these vines have already begun to strangle the zombies inside the houses. They can burrow underground, and I think, at this point, Mayor Li's camp has no ability to defend against attacks from below." Li Quan'an sighed. What Wen Yu said was probably true. This person with such strong strength had no need to deceive him. "Does Brother Wen Yu have any good strategies?" Li Quan'an asked. "I do." Wen Yu took a swig of white liquor and in a very low voice shared his plan with Li Quan'an. "I just rushed outside and didn't come away empty-handed. According to my observations, the total number of these mutated vines is fixed, or they won't change significantly in a short time. As long as there are enough people charging out together, someone will eventually break through." Li Quan'an looked at Wen Yu in surprise. "You want me to have the people in this camp clear a path for you? That might not be good." "Ha ha!" When you couldn't help but chuckle at Li Quan'an's surprised and nervous expression, it seemed the mayor thought he wanted to use them all as cannon fodder. "Mayor Li, it's not that I want you to clear a path for me, but rather, I will clear a path for you." Seeing the astonished expression on Mayor Li's face, Wen Yu slowly continued his words. "I will pave the way forward, bearing most of the pressure. You all follow behind me, taking on a smaller share of the burden." Wen Yu stared into Li Quan'an's eyes, noticing the astonishment reflected in them, and continued, "The more people there are, the more the vines will be dispersed. The more of us there are, the less pressure I will have at the front. As for who can make it out alive, that all depends on individual ability." Wen Yu took a calm sip of white liquor, quietly awaiting Li Quan'an's reaction. In fact, it made little difference to Wen Yu whether he was at the front or at the back of the group. Regardless of position, he would face attacks from the vines. However, saying he was at the forefront sounded more appealing, and more importantly, it was a way to make these cannon fodder more willing to comply. Well, Brother Wen Yu, can I say no? Quan'an had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, believing instead that Wen Yu's proposal was the more dangerous option. Moreover, if many people died, would he still have his current status? You cannot say no. Besides, we don't have much time. At most 2 days, I must get out. If Mayor Li doesn't recognize the situation by then, it would mean the death of everyone, including me. People nearing death can become desperate. Seeing the hesitation on Quan'an's face, Wen Yu directly issued a threat. Quan'an's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation, even considering whether to mobilize everyone to eliminate Wen Yu. However, I believe Mayor Li is a wise person. Once the people you send out to scout return, Mayor Li will know exactly what the situation is. Wen Yu finished the remaining liquor in his cup and said to Quan'an, Mayor Li should arrange a place for me to stay first. Quan'an did not want to delve deeper into this issue, waving his hand to call over by Xiron, who was not far away. Go arrange a better room for Brother Wen Yu and his battle pet. Understood, Mayor Li. Xiron took Wen Yu and headed upstairs, while the one-eyed beast finished a whole basin of mutated beast meat, licking its lips and following Wen Yu upstairs. On the quiet stairs, Xiron walked closely beside Wen Yu, and in the silent corridor the sound of their footsteps was the only noise. Brother Wen Yu, my name is Xiron. I'm Mayor Li's secretary. Xiron took the initiative to speak. Wen Yu responded indifferently. With Wen Yu's experience, he could tell at a glance that this young boy was trying to get closer to him on purpose, but what could he say to an ant? Perhaps Wen Yu's response gave Xiron some courage as he spoke again. Brother Wen Yu, I heard you came from Mudanjiang City. Can you tell me about the situation there? Only then did Wen Yu turn around and carefully examine Xiron. The boy appeared to be about 13 or 14 years old, with a fair, delicate face and a thin body. More importantly, Wen Yu noticed from Xiron's breathing and footsteps that the boy had not undergone a job change. The situation in Mudanjiang City isn't good. You don't need to worry about it too much. It's already quite impressive that you can survive in Birch Forest Town. Wen Yu's words were harsh, and as soon as they left his mouth, Xiron's face turned pale. Seeing Xiron fall silent, Wen Yu couldn't be bothered with the thoughts of a stranger and impatiently asked, What floor? 6th floor. Xiron replied, a bit flustered. Hurry up. Wen Yu noticed that his tone was somewhat off. The pressure from the mutated vines was too great, so he slightly softened his tone. He would still release a bit of kindness in special situations involving women and children. Before long, Xiron led Wen Yu to an office on the 6th floor. It was clear that Mayor Li had put effort into arranging this room for Wen Yu. The spacious area had a large sofa that was sufficient for Wen Yu to rest on. In addition, the office included an independent bathroom. Although it was uncertain whether the bathroom would be of any use at such a time, it at least provided a private space. Behind the huge desk was a genuine leather chair. Wen Yu nodded with satisfaction and turned to Xiron, saying, Go back and thank Mayor Li for me. Just tell him I'm quite satisfied with this environment. Also, if Mayor Li considers it, he can come here to discuss strategies with me anytime within the next 2 days. Xiron acknowledged and turned to leave. By the way, your name is Xiron, right? Hearing Wen Yu, Xiron turned back and confirmed. Here's a piece of advice. In the next 2 days, it's best to improve your abilities and at the very least, undergo a job change. Got it, thank you, Brother Wen Yu. Xiron looked at Wen Yu with complexity, having already deduced from Wen Yu's words that significant changes might occur in the camp soon. You can go now. Seeing Wen Yu lying back on the sofa, the one-eyed beast lay on the large desk, and Xiron closed the door behind him as he left. The banquet in the camp had already come to an end, and the sky slowly darkened. Outside, Lin Hu stumbled back. The vehicles and other professionals he had taken out were long gone, and he himself was covered in injuries. His F-grade protective suit was in tatters, but fortunately, the wounds caused by the mutated vines were not deep, allowing Lin Hu to barely return to the camp. Seeing Lin Hu bloodied and battered, the guard team in the distance rushed over. Quick, go find Mayor Li, it's an emergency. Lin Hu's injuries were not life-threatening. Aside from excessive blood loss, he was still conscious. He accepted a basic healing potion that was handed to him, downing it to regain some strength. Take me to see Mayor Li? Just moments ago, Lin Hu had narrowly escaped death and was a bit disoriented. Now that he felt safe, he understood that some things couldn't be said in front of so many people, and he walked straight to Mayor Li's room. Inside the room, Li Quan'an looked at Lin Hu, who was covered in blood, and asked seriously, "How bad is the situation?" Lin Hu gulped down a large mouthful of water before responding gravely to Li Quan'an, "It's not good. When you was completely right, the exit to Birch Forest Town has been blocked. We can't break out, and the mutated vines have already started spreading into the town. I'm afraid it won't be long before." Mayor Li's expression grew increasingly grim. Fortunately, he stood up and began pacing back and forth in the room. "Do you think Wen Yu can be trusted?" Lin Hu pondered for a moment before telling Li Quan'an directly, "Regardless of whether he can be trusted, given the current situation, we must break out. I'm afraid that if we stay here, none of us will live for many more days." Li Quan'an nodded heavily in response to Lin Hu's words. In Wen Yu's room, he was playing with the little soul beast. Considering the time, they should be back soon. Wen Yu was not worried at all about whether Li Quan'an would agree to his proposal. Li Quan'an was a smart man, and waiting around to die was certainly not something a smart person would do. "Knock, knock, knock, come in." When Wen Yu looked up, he saw Li Quan'an's slightly plump face. "Is the person sent by Mayor Li back? What's the situation?" "Brother, Wen Yu was right. The situation is not looking good." Li Quan'an wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "So what has Mayor Li decided?" Wen Yu calmly pinched the little soul beast, looking at Li Quan'an with a teasing expression. This was clearly a question he already knew the answer to. Wen Yu was well aware of Li Quan'an's options. In fact, Li Quan'an had only one path to take. "Brother, Wen Yu is joking. A fool can clearly see what needs to be done," Li Quan'an chuckled. Then he tentatively asked, "Shall we discuss the issue of cooperation?" Wen Yu waved his hand directly. "Is there even a need to discuss this? There's only one method. Stack lives up like a mountain. I'll lead the charge, but I need someone to draw the fire. You will supervise the back, letting everyone charge forward. Whatever we can break through is what we get." Hearing Wen Yu's straightforward and brutal method, Li Quan'an hesitated, "But that would mean many people will die." Upon hearing Li Quan'an's words, Wen Yu laughed instead. "Mayor Li, how many people die has nothing to do with you or me. In this situation, as long as we ensure that the dead are not us, isn't that enough? If a force is wiped out, it can be rebuilt. But a life, there's only one." Li Quan'an's expression gradually became resolute. "No problem, I still have over 300 people here. Half of them are regular folks who haven't transitioned. If they die, they die. Brother, Wen Yu is right. I don't even know if I can survive myself, so why worry about so much? Tomorrow, I'll mobilize the troops, and the day after tomorrow at dawn, we'll set off." "Good to hear Mayor Li understands. I'll await your good news." Wen Yu extended his hand to Mayor Li, and the two shook hands firmly before Mayor Li walked out the door. "Hee." Wen Yu took a bottle of red wine from the small refrigerator, which had long stopped working. Wen Yu didn't even know what brand the wine was, took a rough swig, and then threw it away. "It's really damn terrible. Over 300 people, that's about right." He simulated the upcoming battle in his mind. "Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, there's an over 80% chance we can break through, which is already quite good." As for those who would accompany him to death, Wen Yu felt not a shred of guilt. If blame was to be assigned, it was to those with poor fates or weak strength. In the apocalypse, the weak deserved to die. There was no sympathy needed, nor compassion. As the sky outside darkened, Wen Yu slowly closed his eyes. All he needed now was to gather his strength. In Mayor Li's room, a group of people was holding a meeting. "No, I disagree." Sun Ruixing slammed the table and shouted at Li Quan'an. "Li Quan'an, I misjudged you. If you do this, those old folks and children will die." Just a moment ago, Li Quan'an had called his confidants, along with Lin Hu and Sun Ruixing, to a meeting where he revealed Wen Yu's plan. The entire room fell silent, except for Sun Ruixing. Listening to Sun Ruixing's loud questioning, Li Quan'an took a deep drag on his cigarette and replied to Sun Ruixing indifferently. "Brother Ruixing, I respect you as a person, so for this matter of life and death, I called you here. However, I now realize that you are truly stubborn. Since you are not satisfied with this plan then, brother Sun, why don't you propose a plan yourself?" In terms of intellect, Li Quan'an far outpaced Sun Ruixing. "No matter what, I disagree with your plan. If you insist on having the old and children lead the charge, I'll go down and tell them. You, Li Quan'an, are sending them to their deaths." Sun Ruixing yelled, his face turning red. Li Quan'an looked seriously at Sun Ruixing and slowly spoke. "First of all, it's not about having the old and children lead the charge. It's Wen Yu leading. Secondly, these old folks and kids will follow behind Wen Yu, who can safeguard them to some extent. Lastly, it's not just them. We all must charge forward. If we can't break through, we'll die anyway. It's just a matter of whether it's sooner or later." As for whether Wen Yu would protect their safety, Li Quan'an could only chuckle. Sun Ruixing, hearing Li Quan'an's explanation, became furious. "At least let the old folks and children get in the vehicle." Seeing that Sun Ruixing was still stubbornly clinging to his point, Li Quan'an's tone grew increasingly severe. Sun Ruixing, you need to understand, every additional person in the vehicle means one less target. You can see the entire plan. I don't want to waste my breath here. I'll just ask you one thing. Is your life more important, or is someone else's life more important? Seeing Sun Ruixing still reluctant, Li Quan'an uttered his final words. If they don't want to go, they don't have to. But this plan is set by Brother Wen Yu. Anyone who doesn't charge forward is fine, but for our own safety, we have ways to make them charge. If you want to try, Sun Ruixing, see if you and those old folks and kids are stronger, or if the professionals in our camp and Brother Wen Yu are stronger. You can't fight against the greater force. Ignoring Sun Ruixing's shocked expression, Li Quan'an directly spoke. Now, is there anyone else dissatisfied with this plan? Seeing that no one else in the audience was like Sun Ruixing, Li Quan'an nodded in satisfaction. Then tomorrow morning, let everyone prepare. Just say that Che Town has completely restored order and we need to move to Che Town. The day after tomorrow at dawn, we'll set off. Inform them to find some non-professionals to drive and follow behind Wen Yu to draw fire. Li Quan'an glanced again at the grim-faced Sun Ruixing and issued his final order. The day after tomorrow at dawn, anyone who refuses to leave will be killed. Rather than letting them suffocate here, it's better to send them off to reincarnate early. Sun Ruixing looked at Mayor Li in shock, not expecting Li Quan'an would issue such an order. Li Quan'an gave a dark smile to Sun Ruixing. Brother Sun, so keep your mouth shut, and don't let those who could have broken through die by our own hands. Not bothering with Sun Ruixing's pale face anymore, Li Quan'an directly walked out of the meeting room. The next morning, when Yu walked downstairs to eat, the entire hall was already shaken by the news from Li Quan'an. Have you heard? Che Town has restored order and we are going to Che Town tomorrow. How come I didn't know? You came late. Mayor Li just mentioned it before the meal. It seems Mayor Li received a notice that Che Town has been completely taken over by the government. Now we have hope. That's right. I can't stand living without water and electricity any longer. Watching the people in the hall whispering to each other, when you couldn't help but shake his head. Were they foolish? No, in this day and age, there are no fools. The reason these people appeared foolish was merely due to information asymmetry. This is the source of the tragedy for the lower ranks. They are sold out and yet still help others count the money. Sitting silently at an empty table, food and drinks were naturally handed to him by the people nearby. When Yu turned his head and saw it was Bai Xiron. Brother Wen Yu, tomorrow it won't be as they discuss, right? Seeing Bai Xiron hesitating to speak, Wen Yu shook his head. What you need to know, you will know naturally. No need to ask me. After saying this, he ignored Bai Xiron and picked up his chopsticks to eat heartily. Wen Yu had just glanced around the hall and many professionals had not participated in the discussion at all. Instead, they were seriously observing their surroundings. It was clear that these people knew the truth. Thud! A food tray heavily slammed in front of Wen Yu. Wen Yu frowned and looked up. The person was Sun Ruixing, whose eyes were red and filled with killing intent as he stared at Wen Yu. What happened, brother Sun, who offended you? Wen Yu merely glanced at Sun Ruixing and then turned his attention back to the food. Wasting food was not a good habit. Brother Wen Yu, I need an explanation. Sun Ruixing stared intensely at Wen Yu, trying to find any signs of guilt or unease on his face. Unfortunately, he found nothing. What explanation do you want? This mutated beast meat is quite good. Taking a big bite of food, Wen Yu saw through Sun Ruixing's thoughts and had to admit that Sun Ruixing was continuously wearing down the little goodwill Wen Yu had left for him. Sun Ruixing lowered his voice and said sternly, "It's about tomorrow's plan. Don't you think you owe those who haven't transferred an explanation?" Hearing Sun Ruixing's accusation, Wen Yu put down his chopsticks and replied to Sun Ruixing with a hint of indifference. How have I wronged them? What I'm doing is just trying to find a way out for the entire Birch Forest town. Sun Ruixing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and said quietly, "They are doomed. Do you know they are doomed? Their ability to act can't get them out." "Oh, so that's what you're talking about. I know they can't get out." Wen Yu's indifferent words echoed in Sun Ruixing's ears, leaving him more shocked. Although they can't escape, their lives can allow more people to escape. If we follow what you, brother Sun, said, without these people as bait, even more professionals would die. If that's the case, shouldn't I feel guilty about those who have died? Brother Sun, you have lived this long. I thought you could be a bit clearer about such issues, but your reasoning really disappoints me. In fact, I intended to bring you along earlier. It seems my choice back then was very wise. Life has never been equivalent. Sacrificing the lives of the strong for the weak is an unfair expression. In this matter, you shouldn't blame me. You can blame yourself for not being strong enough. You can blame these weak ones for not seizing the opportunity to become stronger. You can even blame this messed up world. But if you place the blame on me, Li Quan'an, or other professionals, that's where you're wrong. Saving people is a kindness, not saving people is a duty. By the way, you might not even survive yourself, so I really don't understand why you are considering others' lives and deaths. Hearing Wen Yu's somewhat sarcastic remarks, Sun Ruixing's frustration surged until it reached its peak. "You cold-blooded executioner!" Sun Ruixing shouted loudly, the volume startling those around them who were eating. Looking at Sun Ruixing's expression, Wen Yu's eyes slowly narrowed. This person annoyed him, and in tomorrow's plan, he was definitely an unstable factor. The one-eyed man behind him felt Wen Yu's killing intent and slowly stood up, his amber eyes fixed on Sun Ruixing. With just one command from Wen Yu, Sun Ruixing would definitely not survive for more than 5 seconds. Fortunately, nearby professionals reacted quickly, grabbing Sun Ruixing and pulling him out of the hall. Wen Yu coldly observed Sun Ruixing as he left, then turned and walked upstairs. "Mayor Li!" Wen Yu kicked open Mayor Li's door and saw him naked inside, enjoying the company of a young girl. Li Quan'an was startled by Wen Yu's sudden entrance, and just as he was about to get angry, he saw it was Wen Yu, and immediately his face broke into a smile. "What brings you here, brother Wen Yu? It's broad daylight, and this old man is a bit tense, just looking for someone to vent to." Seeing Li Quan'an's lewd smile, Wen Yu frowned directly. "Hurry up and get dressed, clean up. I have something to discuss with you." He then turned and closed the door behind him. Hearing the rustling sounds in the room, in less than a minute, a half-dressed girl walked out. Wen Yu carefully examined the girl. Tusk, this Li Quan'an is quite lucky. By the way, this woman should be a relative of Bai Xiaoran." The girl was very beautiful and had some resemblance to Bai Xiaoran. The earlier scene had stirred something in Wen Yu, as he was also a normal man. Suppressing the fire of desire within him, Wen Yu turned and walked into Li Quan'an's room. Li Quan'an was already dressed, and seeing Wen Yu walk in, showed no signs of dissatisfaction. It must be said, Li Quan'an knew how to deal with people. "Brother Wen Yu, what wind brings you here? Earlier I made you laugh." Li Quan'an smiled and apologized, continuing, "If you're interested in that girl from earlier, I can have her accompany you later." This was Li Quan'an's way of making amends. "That won't be necessary. I just want to ask about Sun Ruixing." Wen Yu's face revealed no expression. "Oh, I'm not sure what brother Wen Yu means. Considering our relationship, I have refrained from making things difficult for Sun Ruixing," Li Quan'an said, feeling somewhat anxious. He feared that Sun Ruixing's issues might lead to Wen Yu turning against him, especially since everyone believed that Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing had a close relationship. Wen Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "What I mean is, will Sun Ruixing's character and temper affect tomorrow's plan?" Hearing that Wen Yu was not there to accuse him, Li Quan'an let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "That shouldn't be a problem. I took the initiative yesterday and issued an order. Tomorrow, anyone who doesn't leave will be dealt with right in front of everyone. Sun Ruixing shouldn't dare to say anything." "However," Li Quan'an continued, still unsure of Wen Yu's stance, "this order might need brother Wen Yu's support." Wen Yu nodded. "The order you issued is good. At least it prevents any gossip. I will take care of the people who don't leave tomorrow. Mayor Li doesn't need to worry about taking the blame." Li Quan'an nodded with a beaming smile. "By the way, have a few people keep an eye on Sun Ruixing. If he says anything outside, you're responsible for taking care of him. I want tomorrow's operation to go smoothly, and I believe you don't want any unexpected changes either," Wen Yu said seriously to Li Quan'an. "That won't be a problem. But brother Wen Yu, don't you have a friendship with Sun Ruixing? Why now?" Seeing the confused expression on Li Quan'an's face, Wen Yu sneered coldly and turned to leave the room. However, one sentence still reached Li Quan'an's ears, sending a chill down his spine. "Friendship? What is that? The current situation is that I need someone to share the pressure for me. Sun Ruixing might sabotage our plan. Sabotaging my plan means blocking my path. Blocking my path means seeking my life, and seeking my life makes him my enemy. When it comes to enemies, what do I care about friendship? I still have a bit of admiration for Sun Ruixing. I just hope he won't choose the path of becoming my foe, so keep a close watch. If Sun Ruixing makes any moves, kill him. If you can't, call me." Li Quan'an opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. As he watched Wen Yu turn to leave, he felt a cold sweat soaking through his clothes. The murderous intent in Wen Yu's words had made his skin prickle. After leaving Li Quan'an's room, Wen Yu, accompanied by the one-eyed man, walked out of the camp. It was still early, and Wen Yu's main purpose for going out was to further investigate the situation in Birch Forest Town. The air in Birch Forest Town was thick with tension. Wen Yu could even see that some walls of the houses had slightly twitching mutated vines. They had already begun to spread towards Birch Forest Town. Wen Yu drew out his steel knife and struck forcefully at one of the mutated vines. The vine thrashed twice violently, spraying a light green liquid. Then with a whoosh, its root burrowed underground. He touched the green liquid on the ground, which was cool and slightly slippery. He then tasted it. It wasn't bitter, instead having a faint fragrance. There were no toxic reactions, but there were also no positive changes. After a plant mutates, its properties will also change. In his previous life, some people delved deep into the characteristics of various mutated plants, developing all sorts of bizarre medicines. Unfortunately, when you didn't have that capability. He tossed the half-cut mutated vine into the spatial ring and took another big circle with the one-eyed man. A day had passed, and the changes caused by the mutated vines were minimal. However, Birch Forest Town was being squeezed smaller and smaller. Originally, the area blocked by the mutated vines was at the border between Birch Forest Town and Che Town. Now, according to Wen Yu's observations, the blockade line of the mutated vines had shrunk at least several hundred meters. Not to mention, a few had occasionally appeared near the town center. If they didn't leave, with the deaths of the mutated beasts and zombies in Birch Forest Town, the speed at which the mutated vines would shrink would greatly accelerate. Within a week, there would be no survivors left in Birch Forest Town except for those who could fly. By the way, I can do it this way. Just as Wen Yu was thinking about the remaining zombies and mutated beasts in Birch Forest Town, a thought suddenly struck him. Instead of letting the mutated creatures become nutrients for the mutated vines, why not kill them myself? Wen Yu immediately returned to the camp, preparing to ask Li Quan'an about props to attract mutated creatures. In the camp, a meeting for everyone had just concluded. This was a lie that Li Quan'an had quietly prepared, though a few of the professionals and their relatives in the camp were aware of the true situation. Li Quan'an quietly watched as the ordinary people in the camp happily packed their belongings, preparing to return to civilized society, a fleeting reluctance flashing in his eyes. It was partly because of the hundreds of lives at stake, but more so because the power he had built with his own hands was about to be destroyed. "What's wrong? Regretting it?" A mocking voice sounded from behind. Li Quan'an recognized the voice. It was the true driving force behind this plan, Wen Yu. "Not really. You were right. Power can indeed be intoxicating," Li Quan'an sighed. "Now that this situation has arisen, no one could have predicted it. This isn't a man-made disaster, it's just a natural disaster. Honestly, in the apocalypse, what kind of organisms are absolutely safe? How could any power remain undefeated? This small number of people won't be a big consumption. Once we break through in a few days, your power will definitely be stronger than it is now." After several brief encounters, Wen Yu had a high regard for Li Quan'an's capabilities. This was an ambitious, cunning, and capable individual. Unfortunately, he was completely under Wen Yu's control only because he lacked the strength. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Li Quan'an forced a smile. The conditions needed for building and developing a power were too many, and unexpected incidents were too numerous. Li Quan'an had no blind expectations for the future. "How's son Ruixing? He hasn't done anything stupid, has he?" "Not at all. I arranged for Lin Hu to keep 5 professionals watching him all day, ensuring he won't cause any trouble." Li Quan'an had given son Ruixing the highest level of surveillance. "That's good." Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "Do you still have that prop for attracting mutated creatures that you used last time to trick son Ruixing?" Seeing Li Quan'an look at him in surprise, Wen Yu smiled mysteriously. "What I know is far more than you think." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Li Quan'an smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I didn't mean to hide this, but I didn't expect brother Wen Yu to see through it at a glance." Wen Yu smiled noncommittally and waited for Li Quan'an to continue. "There is only one item, and it has already been used. I obtained it from a treasure land," Li Quan'an said thoughtfully for a moment, and then directly addressed Wen Yu. "This treasure land is not very large. Fortunately, it hasn't been closed yet. Moreover, since we are about to leave Birch Forest Town, we can't take this treasure land with us, so I have no need to hide anything. I'll take brother Wen Yu to have a look." "Okay, but let's not rush. First, tell me about the situation of this treasure land. If there are any dangers associated with this treasure land, it's better to be prepared." "The specifics I can't really say, however there isn't much danger. With brother Wen Yu's strength, there shouldn't be any problems. The only uncertainty is whether we can obtain Bloodbone incense," Li Quan'an replied. "Oh!" Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Bloodbone incense in his previous life. It was quite a useful item. However, more often, it was used to deceive people because no one could predict how many mutated creatures would be attracted. Humans could never know how many mutated forms of insects, rats, or even smaller creatures existed. If too many were attracted, it would be akin to suicide. But given the current situation in Birch Forest Town, it was of little concern. Wen Yu thought for a moment and directly nodded to Li Quan'an. "Mayor Li, please wait for me. I need to make some preparations first." Seeing Li Quan'an nod, Wen Yu walked directly towards the nearby exchange stone pillar. Check points. Noticing he had over 1,000 points left, Wen Yu immediately exchanged them for an E-level steel knife and an E-level protective suit, which only cost him 400 points. He also exchanged for a level 2 attributeless magic crystal for 500 points. Adding the remaining level 1 magic crystals exchanged for level 2 magic crystals, he had a total of 4 level 2 magic crystals. Unfortunately, all the level 2 magic crystals he exchanged were mixed attribute. The little soul beast on his shoulder saw the level 2 magic crystals in Wen Yu's hand and excitedly jumped around, constantly bumping against Wen Yu's cheek. Meanwhile, the one-eyed beast beside him was drooling, staring intently at the magic crystals in Wen Yu's hand. "You two absolutely cannot eat these," Wen Yu said, ignoring the eager looks of the two soul beasts. He directly absorbed the 5 magic crystals, feeling the increase in his physical strength, and nodded in satisfaction. "My physical attributes have reached 13 points. With the new equipment I've exchanged, tomorrow's plan is more assured." As for the little soul beast and the one-eyed beast, Wen Yu would never let them consume mixed attribute magic crystals. The little soul beast was nourished solely with beast attribute magic crystals when it was at level 1, which led to its sea-level ability. The one-eyed beast had a more mixed diet, but it must have eaten mixed attribute magic crystals. Fortunately, due to the one-eyed beast's high aptitude, it managed to awaken a B-level ability. If it had been a mutated beast with a slower evolution rate, it would likely have advanced without skills. After putting on the E-level equipment, Wen Yu turned his gaze to the last item in the spatial ring. There were very few level 1 magic crystals left in the spatial ring, so Wen Yu simply took them out and stuffed them into the body of the soul beast. The little soul beast was suddenly filled with several magic crystals, and its ping-pong ball-sized body immediately swelled to the size of a soccer ball. Its body shook and it plopped down on Wen Yu's shoulder, unable to float anymore. Feeling the little soul beast's awkward yet excited spiritual fluctuations, Wen Yu kicked the one-eyed beast that was tugging at his pants and carefully examined the last item in the spatial ring, the Book of Darkness. The Book of Darkness had changed somewhat since he first obtained it. It was originally just a simple piece of parchment, but now it flickered with a faint glow that covered more than half of it. It was estimated that once the glow fully enveloped the Book of Darkness, the curse inscribed upon it could be activated. However, for tomorrow's escape, the Book of Darkness would not serve any purpose. After organizing all the items on him, Wen Yu walked directly to Quan'an and handed over the now obsolete F-level protective suit and war blade. "You can distribute these to anyone you like." Quan'an carefully examined the blood-stained war blade and the heavily worn protective suit in Wen Yu's hands, then looked at the obviously different new equipment on Wen Yu's body. A moment of realization flashed in his eyes. No wonder this person is so strong. It turns out he's a level 2 practitioner. Level 1 practitioners could only exchange for F-level equipment. Accepting the equipment from Wen Yu, Quan'an nodded. "This isn't urgent. Let's go check the treasure land first." "Sure," Wen Yu nodded. "By the way, that protective suit, just give it to that kid named by Zion." Such a simple request Quan'an naturally wouldn't refuse. He answered briefly and led Wen Yu towards the small building in the center of the camp. Under Quan'an's guidance, the two slowly ascended to the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, in front of Quan'an's bedroom, the door that Wen Yu had kicked in the morning remained intact, and Quan'an directly opened the door, gesturing for Wen Yu to enter as he said, "The treasure land is inside my bedroom. You could say that I discovered this treasure land first before I decided to use this room as my bedroom." As Quan'an led Wen Yu to the bathroom of the bedroom, he pulled out a key. "I have never let anyone else enter this treasure land. Brother Wen Yu is the second person. However, on the other hand, it seems that there are quite a few treasure lands out there. I have someone under me who has entered other treasure lands. I know of 3, and there are likely more that I don't know about. It's a pity that those 3 have already closed. Yes, there are indeed many treasure lands. Perhaps one will suddenly appear next to someone. Moreover, many close automatically before humans can discover them." In his previous life, Wen Yu knew of someone who suddenly found a treasure land next to him while he was sleeping. This person didn't notice it until they turned and accidentally touched the entrance, which instantly transported him inside. Then, he was killed by the traps in that treasure land. Likewise, many weaker individuals seized opportunities and obtained many good items through treasure lands. In the apocalypse, wanting to become strong requires both luck and mindset. It can even be said that luck is the most important factor. Here, the treasure land is right here. With that, Quan'an opened the door, and Wen Yu immediately spotted the treasure land. The entrance to the treasure land was not big, only about the size of a soccer ball, shimmering with flickering light. "Let's go, you go in first." Wen Yu cast a faint glance at Li Quan'an, and the threat in his words was obvious. Li Quan'an forced a smile and directly reached out to touch the treasure land. Seeing Li Quan'an teleport inside, Wen Yu immediately recalled his one-eyed creature back into the soul realm. After all, mutated creatures could not enter the treasure land, and he quickly followed, afraid that Li Quan'an might pull any tricks inside. The dizziness from teleportation struck but disappeared instantly, while Li Quan'an beside him had not yet recovered from the dizziness and looked somewhat dazed. Wen Yu carefully examined the treasure land. At the exit of the treasure land, 3 forks in the road appeared. From one of the paths, Wen Yu could hear the clear sounds of zombies groaning. Let's discuss the situation of this treasure land. Seeing Li Quan'an fully awake, Wen Yu asked directly. Each of these 3 paths leads to a treasure chest, and there are a few zombies along each path, but they are quite weak. When I discovered this treasure land, my physical quality was only 3 points. I managed to clear 2 paths by myself, but each treasure chest can only be opened by 1 person. So there are still treasure chests on both sides. I have already cleaned out the zombies on the left. Wen Yu looked at Li Quan'an in confusion. Then why don't you let your subordinates come in and open the treasure chests? As soon as he asked, Wen Yu realized he had asked a foolish question. If there were any items in the treasure chests that could immediately enhance strength, that person could just turn around and eliminate Li Quan'an, becoming the big boss himself. That would be quite exhilarating. Li Quan'an was definitely not the type to take such a gamble. Seeing Li Quan'an's awkward smile, Wen Yu nodded in understanding. Let's go, let's check the left path first. After saying that, Wen Yu directly walked towards the left path. The path wasn't long, about 100 meters. Since the zombies had already been cleared, it took them less than a few minutes to reach the location of the treasure chests. This is it. Looking at the wooden treasure chest, less than half a meter tall, in front of them, Li Quan'an said, Are all 3 chests the same? They're all like this. Okay. When you opened the treasure chest directly, a flash of bright light flickered, and then with a bang, a rag doll popped out of the treasure chest. Ha ha ha, just kidding, ha ha ha, just kidding. A sharp scream rang in his ears, and then when you smashed the rag doll with a punch. What the hell? When you couldn't help but laugh and cry, not expecting such bad luck. Even opening a treasure chest could yield such a joke. Mayor Li, go out and find a job changer to open the remaining treasure chest. I'll wait for you guys at the treasure chest location. When you said to Li Quan'an beside him. Li Quan'an hesitated for a moment and then immediately walked back. With Wen Yu here, the items in the remaining treasure chest would definitely not be someone else's. Li Quan'an also had no way to resist. As Wen Yu saw Li Quan'an gradually walk away, he tentatively opened the second soul realm. A purple light flickered, and the massive body of the one-eyed creature appeared in the treasure land. This was just a small experiment for Wen Yu. It turned out that although the one-eyed creature could not enter the treasure land through its entrance, it could still appear in the treasure land through the power of the soul realm. The one-eyed creature looked around in confusion, feeling a bit stuffy in what was a somewhat cramped passage for it. Go, clean up the remaining zombies, Wen Yu ordered the one-eyed creature. Woof woof woof, boss, you don't even give me soul crystals for helping you. This was the one-eyed creature's complaint. When you kicked the one-eyed creature playfully, scolding, Dead dog, hurry up. I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing the one-eyed creature scampering off, When you followed at a relaxed pace. By the time when you entered the right passage, the one-eyed creature had already cleaned out all the zombies in the passage. However, the bodies on the ground showed no signs of being gnawed upon. This dead dog had learned to be picky. Footsteps gradually approached from behind, and soon Li Quan'an returned with his trusted subordinates. Brother Wen Yu is quite fast, Li Quan'an said, looking a bit nervous at the sight of the one-eyed creature's massive figure, forcing a smile. In this treasure land with only 3 people, every word and action of Li Quan'an had to be careful, for here, one's life was entirely unprotected. Wen Yu nodded and looked at the person next to Li Quan'an. This was a job changer with a physical quality of 3 points, nearly insignificant combat power in Wen Yu's eyes. Not bothering to ask for this person's name, Wen Yu directly motioned, Go ahead, open that treasure chest and give me whatever's inside. The person nodded at Wen Yu and immediately stepped forward to open the treasure chest. A flash of light appeared, and a scroll appeared at the bottom of the chest. A complicated look flashed in the eyes of Li Quan'an's subordinate. He turned back to see that neither Li Quan'an nor Wen Yu had any reaction and cautiously picked up the scroll. A prompt sound echoed in his mind. Give me that scroll, Wen Yu's voice urged again. The person first showed shock, then a complex expression, hesitation, and finally determination. This item could change his fate. With it, he felt confident he could escape the treasure land, and with this scroll, he could live freely elsewhere, even potentially becoming the big boss of a gathering place. Why should he remain under Lee Quan'an for a lifetime? Why should he be subservient? Why should he be ordered around? Everyone has ambition, especially in the face of power that can change their fate. Lee Quan'an's subordinate decided to take the gamble. However, those who are blinded by greed never have a good ending, and so he lost, losing his own life. When Yu saw the scroll, he was carefully watching the expression on this person's face. A scroll-style treasure could be a hidden job change scroll or a skill. These items would be used immediately if torn open. Yu had long considered this treasure as his own. Anyone trying to take his belongings would absolutely not be allowed. When he saw a look of determination flash across the face of the person holding the scroll, Yu moved. The distance of a few meters took less than a second. Before this person could muster the strength to tear open the scroll, Yu had already seized this person's head with a powerful grip, eliciting a scream. He directly twisted the arms of Lee Quan'an's subordinate and pulled the scroll from his contorted hands. "This is my stuff, not yours to take," a cold voice rang out. Then with a swift motion he slammed this person's head against the wall. It burst open like a watermelon, splattering white and red all over the ground. "Eat him." The one-eyed beast nearby was also hungry. Although this human was not strong, he could still serve as a simple snack. "Woof, woof, woof." The one-eyed beast took small steps forward, opening its large mouth to bite into the human. Yes, for a wild beast, fresh meat still had its taste. Ignoring the one-eyed beast feasting, Yu carefully observed the scroll in his hand that was emitting a faint glow. Yu felt a bit of anticipation. If the benefits were not high enough, that person earlier would definitely not have risked his life to gamble. Listening closely to the prompt sound in his mind, the complexity in Yu's heart grew deeper. Phasing S-rank skill. Space-based ability that can temporarily phase out a part of the body or the entire body to penetrate any object. This active skill requires a conscious activation and consumes stamina based on the strength of the object being penetrated. Active abilities always consume stamina. There was no such thing as indefinite use. Yu finally understood why Lee Quan'an's subordinates had taken the risk earlier. Once this person tore open the scroll, it would directly replace the initial skill acquired after class change. With this ability, their attacks would be completely ineffective. He would have a great chance to escape the treasure land, then phase through walls and dig underground. Where would he go to find him afterwards? Even if he found him, what use would it be? However, this ability was currently unusable for Yu. The two abilities of the little soul beast were extremely useful, neither could be discarded. Moreover, the one-eyed beast's fighting style was completely incompatible with this ability. It was better to retain the powerful healing ability instead. Also, his points were insufficient to exchange for a skill-forgetting scroll. Once he used this scroll, it would randomly replace one of the skills he possessed. If it were to replace the Destiny Fight ability, then the one-eyed beast would be useless. Helplessly, he placed the scroll into the spatial ring. This ability would be very useful for escaping Birch Forest Town, but regrettably, for long-term considerations, he absolutely could not use it now. Yu turned his head and surveyed the sweating Lee Quan'an. "Do you have any paper?" His voice was indifferent. No," Lee Quan'an answered nervously. "Then what a pity for your clothing." Yu walked over to Lee Quan'an and directly wiped the blood on his hands onto him. Lee Quan'an didn't dare to move at all. "Your subordinate is really not impressive. Are you sure he is your trusted aide?" Yu teased. "Well, haha, this person was picked up randomly outside. Wasn't I afraid, brother, you would be anxious?" Lee Quan'an was still somewhat frightened, fearing that Yu's killing intent would arise and he would be eliminated too. "All right, let's go." Yu led the way outside. Lee Quan'an glanced at the one-eyed beast following Yu, then at the mangled corpse on the ground. A flash of complexity crossed his face. What was the relationship between this person and Lee Quan'an? Just now outside, Lee Quan'an had said something to this person. Now, apart from Lee Quan'an, no one knew, and there was no need for anyone to know. "By the way, did that person just now have any family?" Yu's indifferent voice sounded again. Lee Quan'an hesitated slightly, then immediately replied, "He has a younger brother, but he's a fool and hasn't class changed." "Well, then you go kill him." "Understood." By the time Yu and Lee Quan'an exited the treasure land, the entrance sparkled with silver light before vanishing completely. This treasure land no longer held any treasures and therefore had no value for existence. "I'll go up to rest first. Handle the things I've assigned to you. Consider it a favor I owe you. Tomorrow, depending on the situation, I will help you once." For someone like Lee Quan'an, simply threatening him was unrealistic if he wanted to make Lee Quan'an completely obedient. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lee Quan'an immediately brightened up. Although he didn't dare to praise Yu's character and temper, he definitely would not take Yu's promise lightly. "Don't worry, brother Yu, I'll definitely take care of it properly." Li Quan'an patted his chest to assure Wen Yu. Wen Yu smiled at Li Quan'an. I trust Mayor Li to do things well. I'm going to rest now. Have someone bring dinner over. Everything is left for tomorrow. Watching Wen Yu's figure grow farther away, Li Quan'an let out a heavy breath. This person struck ruthlessly and showed no mercy, eliminating threats completely. He was like a nuclear bomb. People would want to possess him but couldn't bear to let go, afraid yet unable to stay away. In Wen Yu's room, everything was in order. It seemed that Li Quan'an had sent someone to clean every day. Satisfied, Wen Yu nodded and walked in first. The one-eyed beast behind him squeezed through the large door with difficulty, directly collapsing onto the large office desk. As the one-eyed beast grew stronger, its size also increased, and its appetite kept rising. Wen Yu really couldn't imagine how much food would be enough for a level 10 mutated beast when that time came. Ignoring these complicated issues, Wen Yu took out the phasing skill scroll once again and carefully examined it. This skill was a very high rank. In fact, most space-based abilities were at least a rank or higher. And Wen Yu already had plans for this skill. I'll use it on the little soul beast. This ability, which can both attack and defend and is unpredictable, is just perfect for me. Nodding in satisfaction, Wen Yu directly collapsed onto the soft sofa to rest. Not only mutated beasts, but as Wen Yu's strength grew, the amount of food needed also increased. It was likely that before long, Wen Yu's points would see a significant increase in expenses from food. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door woke Wen Yu from his half-sleep. Come in! Creak! As the sound of the door opening rang out, a sweet-looking young girl walked in. She had a tall figure, a full bosom, a sweet face, wore a light white dress, and exuded a faint fragrance. She struggled to carry a large platter with both hands. Sorry to disturb your rest, her crisp voice rang out. This woman Wen Yu had seen before, she was the one he encountered in Li Quan'an's room. Well, just put it on the table. Wen Yu nodded lightly, giving her a brief glance before not paying her any further attention. With the battle ahead, he had no energy to spare on women. The woman placed the platter down but did not leave Wen Yu's room immediately. Instead, she examined Wen Yu earnestly. A tall and slender man, around 25 years old with an ordinary appearance, yet emanating an inexplicable, mysterious aura. My name is Bai Feifei. I am Bai Xiron's sister. I understand. You do look somewhat similar. Do you have something to say to me? Wen Yu kept his eyes closed, which made him feel like he was resting. As for the beautiful woman, Wen Yu could only say that once he was safe, he could have as many as he wanted, so why waste time here? Nothing much, Bai Feifei hesitated for a moment. If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. Don't forget to close the door. Wen Yu's expression grew increasingly impatient. Bai Feifei's body twitched lightly a couple of times. As Li Quan'an's confidant, she naturally knew quite a bit of information, including Wen Yu's personality and temper. However, recalling the news she heard from Li Quan'an, Bai Feifei's expression gradually became resolute. I want to discuss something with Big Brother Wen Yu. After saying this, Bai Feifei walked directly to the door, locking it tightly. Oh, Wen Yu sat up straight. Could it be? Wen Yu had already thought of a possibility, a scenario that often occurred between strong figures and beautiful women during the apocalypse. As Bai Feifei closed the door to the room and turned to face Wen Yu, she directly unbuttoned her dress. Only a set of white, sexy lingerie remained on her beautiful body. Seeing Wen Yu's unwavering gaze fixed on her ample chest, a flicker of struggle passed through Bai Feifei's eyes, soon replaced by determination. I wonder, Big Brother Wen Yu, are you interested in my body? Bai Feifei worked hard to adopt a sultry tone. It had to be said that with a good figure, a beautiful face, a tempting voice, and the enticing scenery beneath her revealing lingerie, Wen Yu felt unashamedly aroused. Well, your body is indeed quite good. That said, if I, Wen Yu, didn't have some bottom lines and principles, you wouldn't be leaving this room unscathed today. So just say what you need to say, Wen Yu replied, lying back on the sofa and closing his eyes again. Beauty can be enchanting, but there's also a saying. Beauty can be a double-edged sword. Seeing Wen Yu lying back, tenting prominently beneath him, Bai Feifei's eyes showed a faint smile. She walked over to Wen Yu's side, gently caressing his body, and slowly spoke. If Big Brother Wen Yu is satisfied with me, how about I serve you from now on? Ha! Wen Yu opened his eyes and grabbed Bai Feifei's delicate hand, speaking coldly. I asked you to talk business, not to waste time with these meaningless distractions. I'll say it one last time, say what you need to say directly. Can you not drag this out? My patience is really very limited. Bai Feifei was startled by Wen Yu's sudden change in expression. Fortunately, he didn't grip too hard. Her hand just felt a bit painful. Big Brother Wen Yu, please don't be like this. You scared Feifei? Ha, Wen Yu sighed. First, there was temptation, then she encountered a situation and put on a pitiful expression. Women these days really know how to play this game. Get out or I'll feed you to the dogs. He shrugged Bai Feifei's hand off. At this moment, Wen Yu truly felt a surge of killing intent. He didn't mind scheming women, but if they played tricks on him, then he couldn't be blamed for turning hostile. The key was he had the strength to do so. The one-eyed dog growled in agreement from the side. Instantly, Bai Feifei's face turned pale, and she no longer dared to use those boring tactics. She stepped back a few paces and said with a trembling voice, "I want to make a deal with Big Brother Wen Yu." Wen Yu opened his eyes and slowly sized up Bai Feifei before quickly shutting them again. As a normal man, it's hard not to have certain thoughts in situations like this, and once those thoughts arise, they can influence his judgment. In the apocalypse, Wen Yu completely trusted his judgment. Any mistake could lead to disastrous consequences, so out of sight, out of mind. "What deal?" Hearing Wen Yu's response, Bai Feifei calmed herself down and spoke steadily. "I heard about something that will happen tomorrow from Quan'an. He promised to protect my safety, but my brother, Bai Zion, won't be able to leave Birch Forest Town. I want to ask Big Brother Wen Yu for help to protect my brother. In return, I will offer myself. That's not going to happen. You can leave now." After saying this, Wen Yu ignored Bai Feifei's gradually desperate expression and closed his eyes again. "Big Brother Wen Yu, please, I'm begging you. If you can save my brother's life, I'll do anything you ask." Upon hearing Wen Yu's refusal, Bai Feifei burst into tears, kneeling with her knees on the ground, clutching Wen Yu's legs and pleading incessantly. "Dayuan, show her out." Wen Yu gritted his teeth and directly addressed the one-eyed dog. The one-eyed dog stood upright and took a few steps toward Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei was so frightened by the one-eyed dog's aura that she didn't dare to move until a slippery tongue licked her back. "Ah!" Bai Feifei screamed loudly, her voice so piercing that even Wen Yu found it irritating. She was frightened by the one-eyed dog. Seeing Bai Feifei grab her dress from the ground and dash for the door, Wen Yu let out a heavy sigh. "Woof, woof, woof. Big boss, you don't want a woman who came to you. By the way, I've never seen how you humans mate." Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh at the one-eyed dog's words. "If I really did mate, you'd be the first to be kicked out of the room. By the way, I still don't even know if you're a male or a female dog." "Woof, woof, woof, woof." The one-eyed dog stood up, then bumped its massive head against the ceiling. With a loud crash, Wen Yu could even see the ceiling crack from the impact. Seeing that his attempt to prove himself had failed, the one-eyed dog simply lay on the ground, spreading its hind legs to show off its prominent feature. Brother Dog is all man, just the kind to lie on a female dog. Watching the one-eyed dog's shameless display of its gender, Wen Yu rolled his eyes dramatically. "Woof, woof, woof. Big boss, are you not regretting it? When Brother Dog was the boss, all the female dogs around were mounted by Brother Dog. Thinking back that feeling, Wen Yu directly kicked the one-eyed dog on the mouth, finally shutting it up. To say he had no regrets would be a lie, but Wen Yu wasn't the type to finish and not pay. A promise must be fulfilled. However, the commitment to protect Bai Zion tomorrow was too great and too dangerous. Wen Yu wasn't entirely confident he could rush out of Birch Forest Town, let alone carry a burden. This woman wasn't happening today. Sighing at the untimely moment, Wen Yu pushed this encounter out of his mind and began to rest. Outside, the sky was getting darker. "Dear family and friends, today we will return to civilized society and re-enter the embrace of the party and the country. Today, we will completely say goodbye to our lives filled with fear and the lack of water and electricity. Once everything is back in order." Wen Yu stood by the window on the 6th floor, the window fully open, listening to Quan'an's passionate speech below, and quietly took a sip of water. More than 300 people were scattered below, some showing happy and excited smiles as they listened to Quan'an, while others, especially the professionals, watched coldly. Wen Yu snorted coldly down the water in his bottle, then turned and walked downstairs. By the time Wen Yu reached the ground floor, the mobilization meeting led by Quan'an had already ended. The busy crowd was loading luggage onto the vehicles, most people's faces radiating smiles. "Are you ready?" "No problems at all," Quan'an answered confidently. "When can we set off?" Wen Yu asked. "We'll leave as soon as they finish packing. It's also to let these people enjoy a bit longer," Quan'an said, as there was no room for sympathy at this time. "Got it. I'll go make some preparations and be back soon." Wen Yu nodded to Quan'an and turned towards the exchange stone pillar. There weren't many points left, so Wen Yu directly exchanged them for a bottle of primary healing potion and stored it in his spatial ring, leaving him with only a few dozen points remaining. At this point, Wen Yu had completed all his preparations. "Wen Yu!" a voice called out from behind him. Wen Yu turned to see Sun Ruixing. Sun Ruixing had not been faring well these past few days. Everyone was being monitored by several people in shifts, which made life difficult. More importantly, given Sun Ruixing's character, this situation was particularly cruel for him. "Aha!" Wen Yu nodded faintly. He didn't have much to say to Sun Ruixing. Brother Wen, I know things can't be changed now. I thought about it when I got back, so I want to ask you if possible to take care of a few more people. Sun Ruixing's tone was filled with helplessness, uncertainty, and even a hint of desperation. When you hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, Brother Sun, I can only promise my best effort. This isn't a commitment. If the situation is good, I'll help those in need. But if things go badly, I must prioritize my own life. That's enough, Sun Ruixing murmured as he walked towards the ordinary citizens who were packing their things. Behind him, Lin Hu followed closely. Set off. With a wave of Li Quan'an's hand, the entire team of more than 300 people began to move slowly. A group of over 300 is not small, but with dozens of vehicles of various sizes, it quickly seemed bloated. Many professionals who couldn't get on a vehicle followed closely behind at a steady pace. Wen Yu and Li Quan'an sat in one vehicle, with Li Quan'an driving and Wen Yu in the passenger seat, while Bai Feifei was in the back. Seeing Wen Yu in the same vehicle, especially with Li Quan'an, Bai Feifei's embarrassed expression flashed momentarily. Do you need me to do anything in a bit? Wen Yu asked, smoking a cigarette. Li Quan'an hesitated slightly before confidently responding, No need, we can handle this completely. Blowing out a smoke ring, Wen Yu said with satisfaction, Not bad, Mayor Li, you are quite capable. Now I owe you a favor. If I can't help you later in Che Town, I'll repay it. Li Quan'an laughed. Hearing Brother Wen Yu say that, I feel reassured. As for whether we can break through, I don't foresee any major problems here. Oh, seeing Li Quan'an's confident expression, a moment of realization flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. Li Quan'an might have quite a few tricks up his sleeve. That old fox is hiding quite deep, Wen Yu silently mocked in his heart, then chose to ignore it. The entire convoy slowly drove through the dilapidated and desolate streets. Many people had not left the camp recently, and seeing their hometown in such a state made everyone gradually fall silent. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire team until a scream broke through. Help me, help me. Something is wrapping around me? A nearby professional was entangled by mutated vines and was subsequently rescued by other arriving professionals. These events were happening not far away, and both Li Quan'an and Wen Yu in the vehicle could see it clearly. It's starting. Li Quan'an gripped the steering wheel tightly, clearly feeling anxious. Soon, let's get ready to get out, Wen Yu said, directly opening the car door and stepping out. As the sudden situation unfolded, the entire convoy gradually slowed and came to a halt, now less than 200 meters away from the barrier of mutated vines. Everyone, listen to me. Don't panic. Li Quan'an got out of the car and jumped onto the highest truck, speaking loudly. His resonant voice spread throughout the team. Except for a few professionals who were actively clearing the encroaching mutated vines, everyone else was watching Li Quan'an. There has been a change in the situation. Li Quan'an cleared his throat and spoke directly. At that moment, there was none of the usual gentleness in his words. Up ahead is Che Town. As I said, Che Town has already been taken over by the government, but the problem now lies in Birch Forest Town. Birch Forest Town has been completely sealed off by some mutated vines. We must break through in order to find a glimmer of hope. That is, the mutated vines that have been attacking us since just now. Now, I'm giving you the choice. Either follow us to break through or stay in Birch Forest Town and wait to die. As soon as Li Quan'an finished speaking, the crowd immediately erupted into a buzz of chatter. What should we do? I just saw even professionals got wrapped up by vines. Won't we be doomed if we go up? Li Quan'an must be lying to us. He probably wants to use us as bait and run away himself. Right, what if we die? I'm not going. I'm staying in the car, not going anywhere. I really can't believe these lousy plants could crush a big truck. Amid the crowd, some people stood up and loudly thumped their chests, expressing their willingness to rush out with Li Quan'an. These were ordinary people who had been bribed by Li Quan'an, most of whom were relatives of professionals who knew the truth. However, these were merely a minority. All right, let's move, Li Quan'an said, watching the crowd grow increasingly noisy, and directly issued orders to the professionals. With Li Quan'an's order, the surrounding professionals quickly drew their steel knives and slowly approached the panicked crowd. Those shouting not to rush forward were suddenly startled, but after some unknown confidence surged within them, they stood tall. Who are you trying to scare? Our country has laws. If you dare to touch me, try it. A middle-aged woman, hands on her hips, shouted loudly at a professional not far away. Her actions seemed to embolden the people around her, and they began to shout loudly. Seeing that these people were not afraid at all, Li Quan'an made a gesture. A sharp steel knife pierced through the chest of the middle-aged woman who had just spoken. She stared blankly at the knife that had sunk into her chest, then looked incredulously at the professional in front of her, before spitting out a mouthful of blood, never to make another sound. The crowd fell into silence. Everyone, let me say one more thing. Li Quan'an broke the silence, noticing that the crowd below still had no response. He cleared his throat heavily. This cough startled the crowd back to reality. Many covered their throats, gagging, and some screamed in fear. It was only when the professionals approached even closer that the crowd reacted, voices of anger, pleas for mercy, and vomiting sounds turning the scene chaotic. "I said to be quiet," Li Quan'an roared, his physical presence making the nearby ordinary people feel dizzy. "Given the current situation, don't talk to me about useless things. If you want to charge out with me, stand to my left. If you don't want to rush out, stand to my right. You have 2 minutes. By the way, to ensure that more people can escape from Birch Forest Town, all those who are not prepared to rush will be killed directly. For those mutated vines, there is little difference between the dead and the living. The professionals in the entire camp have been fed by you for so long. Now that this situation has arisen, it's time for you to pay back." Li Quan'an sneered coldly. Ordinary people stared blankly at Li Quan'an, unable to believe that this was the Mayor Li they had always trusted. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Li Quan'an glanced at his wristwatch and calmly spoke. As the countdown began, everyone immediately became chaotic, discussing among themselves or quickly choosing to stand on Li Quan'an's left. Of course, some people went directly to Li Quan'an's right. This was a group of elderly people. By the time the countdown ended, more than 30 elderly individuals chose to stand on Li Quan'an's right. The leader of the elderly men looked at Li Quan'an with cloudy eyes and spoke in a frail voice, making his final request. "Mayor Li, we are old and cannot move anymore. We don't want to go to Chait Town, we just want to die in Birch Forest Town. We hope you can spare us out of consideration for our old age and not let us die." Mayor Li looked seriously at this group of people, fear, helplessness, and despair visible on their faces. It was only now that they understood what the apocalypse meant. Sighing slightly, Li Quan'an jumped down from the truck and slowly walked to the elderly in front of him, then bowed deeply. The scene fell into silence, even when you carefully watched Li Quan'an trying to understand his choice. Li Quan'an slowly opened his mouth and said, "Dear old folks, what I feel most sorry for today is you. You have lived your lives raising children, and some of you never even got to enjoy your later years before this damned apocalypse hit. You have worked hard for your children and this society for so long, and you should have earned a good ending." Li Quan'an paused, then suddenly changed his tone. "But have you ever considered that without you, I will need to fill the gap with someone else's life? Anyway, you don't have much time left to live. Why can't you understand that using your lives to exchange for someone else's life is your greatest value now? That is your honor, your most glorious moment in life. Where you die and how you die, what difference does it make?" Li Quan'an's voice grew louder until he was roaring by the end. The elderly behind him were left stunned and speechless. "Now, in consideration of your age, I will give you one last chance to choose, left or right." Hearing Li Quan'an's ultimatum, those who were originally on the right hesitated for a moment and most slowly moved to the left. Within less than a minute, when only a few people remained still on the right, Li Quan'an waved his hand. "Kill them all!" When you watched as Li Quan'an's subordinates raised their knives and swiftly killed the remaining elderly, sighing inwardly. This scene was all too familiar. It was too similar to what he had experienced in his previous life as cannon fodder. The difference was that he had a lucky fate and was sensible. "Welcome to the apocalypse and congratulations on finally escaping it," When you whispered to himself. "Let's get moving and don't carry any burdens or think too much." Seeing Li Quan'an striding toward him, When you offered rare words of comfort. Not everyone can issue such cruel orders. Any person with a conscience would feel an immense burden. Li Quan'an was the boss of a camp, but before the apocalypse, he was merely a small-town mayor, not a madman or cold-blooded executioner. Now he bore the weight of hundreds of lives, and when you feared he wouldn't be able to handle it. I know, this is all just to survive." Li Quan'an's spirit was clearly not in a good state. When you firmly patted Li Quan'an's shoulder and said softly, "You need to adjust quickly, or else you'll be the next to die." Li Quan'an harshly tugged at his collar, noticing the panicking crowd below, and lost the mood for any speeches, directly issuing his final order. "Non-professionals who can drive, get in the vehicle. You will follow Brother When You out. Those who have not been promoted will stay at the back of the convoy. Whatever you can escape with is what you'll get. Professionals will take up the rear. Prepare yourselves, we leave in 5 minutes." Under the threat of the professionals' steel knives, the crowd quickly prepared, and when you took out some jerky, chewing quickly while not forgetting to summon the Cyclops. It would be a main force in the upcoming breakout. "Mayor Li, I have something to say." Li Quan'an, who was arranging preparations, turned to look. It was son Ruixing. "What's the matter? When we leave, please arrange for me to be among the ordinary people." "No problem." When you simply responded to son Ruixing and continued with his tasks, while Li Quan'an merely glanced at son Ruixing without saying anything further. Sun Ruixing's thoughts were nothing more than wanting to protect these ordinary people. Such matters depended entirely on one's own willingness, and there was no need for others to criticize. Naturally, Quan'an had no reason to refuse. 5 minutes quickly passed. Once everything was arranged, Quan'an strode over to Wen Yu. "Let's get started." Wen Yu glanced at the prepared team and then at the determined Quan'an, nodding heavily. He picked up his steel knife and stood at the front of the team with his sole pet, the one-eyed beast, beside him. Behind them was a long line of cars, followed by Sun Ruixing leading over 100 unclassed ordinary people, and at the very back were Quan'an and his subordinates along with their relatives. The hierarchy was clear. "Let's go!" Under the loud voice of the second-level vocational practitioner, the entire team clearly heard Wen Yu's command. The vehicles started and the team began to move slowly. As Wen Yu slowly picked up his pace, the team accelerated accordingly until they soon reached the blockade line of the mutated vines. Wen Yu looked back at the crowd behind him and chose not to say anything this time. He directly commanded the one-eyed beast to charge forward, and Wen Yu immediately entered combat mode, following closely behind. "Charge forward, stay close to brother Wen Yu, hurry!" Quan'an roared from the back. With his roar, the one-eyed beast stepped onto the blockade line of the mutated plants. There was complete silence. Whether in the fields, on the mountainside, or underground, there was not a sound to be heard. Wen Yu's heart suddenly tightened. These mutated vines had developed a primitive intellect and intended to capture all survivors in one fell swoop. But for Wen Yu, this was undoubtedly the best news possible. This meant that Wen Yu would be able to safely traverse hundreds of meters, greatly reducing the pressure on him. "Those at the back, speed up!" Wen Yu bellowed, and the one-eyed beast immediately quickened its pace. The team behind them followed suit, with ordinary people being supported by the vocational practitioners behind them, and the cars also revved up to their maximum speed. When Quan'an at the back stepped onto the blockade line of the mutated plants, there was still no sound. It was as if it was the calm before the storm. "This doesn't feel right," the atmosphere around made Wen Yu's heart race. The one-eyed beast seemed to sense danger and suddenly exploded into its fastest speed. Boom, boom! A series of low, muffled sounds began to echo from the nearby mountainside, and the sounds grew louder. Until that sound peaked, the mountainside abruptly exploded. Countless vines surged out from the mountainside, like a waterfall mixed with a large amount of rubble, directly charging towards the survivor team. "Ah, help! Brother Wang, save me, I'm trapped!" The piercing screams mixed with the sounds of falling stones and the sounds of vines snapping human bodies echoed through the entire path. Wen Yu didn't care about the situation behind him. He swung the steel knife in his hand, smashing the incoming vines, as the one-eyed beast cleared the way ahead and raced forward. Together, human and beast, they broke through this wave of mutated vines with unstoppable force. As for the people behind, Wen Yu didn't bother to think about them. In fact, during the discussions with Quan'an about the plan, there was one thing Wen Yu did not tell Quan'an. "In my eyes, you are merely cannon fodder." Ahead was not a smooth path. The earlier vines were just the prelude. As Wen Yu quickly ran past this stretch of mountain, the ground ahead flattened, but everywhere on the ground were clawing vines. The one-eyed beast showed no hesitation, its right claw swiping out while running, directly tearing apart the vines in front, ignoring the rest, and charging forward with determination. Countless vines wrapped around the one-eyed beast's body, but Wen Yu swiftly sliced them apart. However, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming, and the speed of both Wen Yu and the one-eyed beast inevitably slowed, soon becoming entangled by even more vines. It was a vicious cycle. Wen Yu saw that the one-eyed beast was wrapped up like a giant rice dumpling, and his own legs were tightly ensnared by vines. He immediately exited combat mode, withdrew the one-eyed beast into the second soul realm, and then quickly released it again. This was Wen Yu's best method for dealing with these vines. The one-eyed beast could freely enter and exit the soul realm, making it impossible for these mutated vines to trap it. As soon as the one-eyed beast exited the soul realm, it immediately attacked the vines on Wen Yu's body. Its sharp claws easily tore through the vines on Wen Yu, and once Wen Yu regained the ability to move, he sprinted outward. Although he had just been entangled by the mutated vines, their lethality was far from intimidating. Aside from a few scratches on his face, Wen Yu had no injuries on his body. The mutated vines could not break through E-level protective clothing. The one-eyed beast took large strides, quickly surpassing Wen Yu. Without entering combat mode, Wen Yu couldn't match the speed of the one-eyed beast. Thus, the scene fell into an awkward cycle. The one-eyed beast paid no mind to how many vines were on it, only pushing forward with all its might while occasionally clearing away the mutated vines along the way. Wen Yu closely followed behind the one-eyed beast. enjoying the path it carved out while using the steel knife to hack away at the vines on himself. When the one-eyed beast could no longer move, Wenyu immediately retracted it into the soul realm and released it again. This time, the one-eyed beast first dealt with the vines on Wenyu, then repeated the process. Surrounded by vines, Wenyu felt as if he was facing countless enemies, endlessly slashing without a break. Just when Wenyu felt his arms were becoming sore, the situation finally changed. The surrounding vines gradually diminished until they completely disappeared. Wenyu exhaled heavily. He had run at least several thousand meters during this stretch. Despite the seemingly perilous process, the physical exertion was significant. Every moment he faced attacks from all sides, which placed immense pressure on Wenyu. Thanks to the vocational practitioners from Birch Forest Town behind him, who shared most of the vines, otherwise, he and the one-eyed beast might not have had the stamina to escape. Taking out a primary healing potion, Wenyu drank it down, and the wounds on his face slowly healed. The effects of the primary healing potion were no longer very significant for Wenyu. I wonder how Quan'an and the others are doing. When the mutated vines burst out of the mountain, Sun Ruixing happened to be right at the bottom, where the mutated plants emerged. The huge stones came crashing down, and under the physical abilities of a professional, Sun Ruixing could even feel the panic-stricken expressions of the surrounding ordinary people. A determined look flashed in Sun Ruixing's eyes. Isn't it said that the stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility? The responsibility of the strong is to protect the weak, right? This is what professionals should do. This is the right thing to do. He swiftly drew out the small wooden shield strapped to his back, activating his skills. Sun Ruixing, profession, shield warrior, defensive stance B-grade skill passive. Holding a shield will greatly enhance defensive awareness. There are no specific data points. In fact, most skills do not have specific numerical values. A person's abilities greatly influence the effectiveness of their skills, and Sun Ruixing's personal ability is quite strong. Sun Ruixing swung the small wooden shield wildly, either smashing or knocking aside the incoming rocks. Under his skilled technique, the not-so-sturdy wooden shield did not even suffer significant damage. The crowd behind Sun Ruixing was momentarily stunned, watching this usually docile man display such prowess. "What are you thinking? Quickly move forward!" Sun Ruixing's loud shout jolted the dazed crowd. They began to stir again. For their own lives, these elderly people, half-grown children and middle-aged women screamed as they rushed forward. In the chaotic crowd, several stampedes occurred. There was no mercy or sympathy. In the hearts of these people, their own lives were far more valuable than the lives of others. A flash of disappointment crossed Sun Ruixing's eyes as he noticed that the falling rocks had decreased, and most of the crowd had already fled the area. He made a decisive move and charged forward. Fortunately, the mutated vines that burst from the mountainside ignored these ordinary people. Perhaps it was because the nutritional content in ordinary people's bodies was too low, the vines instead lunged toward the professional team behind them. However, the people behind him were the elite forces of Birch Forest Town. Pair up, maintain formation, and speed up. In the center, Quan'an held by Feifei's hand tightly, loudly issuing commands. The professional team continuously hacked at the surrounding mutated vines. Whenever someone got ensnared, their teammates would immediately come to their rescue. This wave of mutated vines primarily aimed to deplete the lives of ordinary people, but due to Sun Ruixing's presence, the effectiveness was quite limited. The few mutated vines had little effect on Quan'an and the others. In such a chaotic situation, the strength of the team began to shine. When the rear units finally broke through the mountainous area, they were met with a shocking scene. The mutated vines had completely wrapped the ordinary people at the front. Countless human-shaped dumplings stood before everyone, with the vines writhing above, and some even heard the anguished cries of humans and the sounds of bones breaking. Most of the vehicles in the convoy had already been ensnared by the vines, roaring in place, but unable to move an inch. Survivors trapped inside the vehicles wore panic-stricken expressions. Those who managed to open the doors and exit were immediately strangled by the vines. Mechanical power faced mutated plants and was utterly defeated. Ahead were two disheveled figures, Sun Ruixing and Bai Xiaoran. Sun Ruixing tightly protected by Xiaoran behind him, constantly batting away the attacking vines with his round shield. However, the number of vines here was too great. Although they stood on the path cleared by Wenyu, these vines were mobile. Wenyu was focused on his own breakout and had no time to create convenience for those behind. Seeing several mutated vines already wrapping around Bai Xiaoran's legs, the immense force pulled at her, but Sun Ruixing's free hand held on tightly to her. Non-professionals could not withstand this force. Bai Zion's cries grew more and more piercing as the vines had brutally twisted her legs, and Sun Ruixing couldn't manage to help her at all. Not far away, Bai Feifei suddenly burst into tears. "Please save him, save him!" Hearing Bai Feifei's pleas, Li Quan'an made up his mind. Go save her! This was not just for Bai Zion or Bai Feifei, it was also for their own sake. First, the position they were in was a necessary route for their team. Saving her was just a matter of convenience. Secondly, it was because of Sun Ruixing's strength. Li Quan'an had never seen Sun Ruixing in action before, but now it was clear that this Sun Ruixing was clearly a hidden professional. If they could recruit Sun Ruixing as an ally, even if this person's temperament did not quite align with his own, even if this person would often do some foolish things, even if this person was difficult to manage. But as long as they had strength, nothing was a problem. With Li Quan'an's command, the team of professionals immediately launched an advance. At this point, everyone understood that failing to break out meant death. Sharp steel knives sliced through the vines ahead swiftly. If any road-clearing professional got entangled, those behind would immediately rescue them. The entire team's speed was even comparable to Wen Yu and the One-Eyed Man. In just a few seconds, the main force reached Sun Ruixing's position. Li Quan'an in the crowd took out his weapon for the first time. Li Quan'an crouched low, leaped powerfully, and flew out of the professional formation. He then struck down, completely severing the vines wrapped around Bai Zion's legs. "Quick, go, brother Ruixing!" Li Quan'an directly carried the weeping Bai Zion on his back, pulling the soft-legged Sun Ruixing back into the professional team. Sun Ruixing said nothing in thanks. He merely panted heavily, taking weary steps to keep up with the team's pace. As Li Quan'an and the others advanced deeper, danger inevitably arose. There were no more living beings left on the entire road. All the vines encircled them, and in an instant both the sky and the ground were filled with these green, grotesque monsters. Speed up, Li Quan'an shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Sun Ruixing, struggling to catch his breath, picked up his shield and intended to move to the front of the team. "Brother Sun, wait a moment, now is not the time." Li Quan'an grasped Sun Ruixing and whispered to him. Sun Ruixing looked at Li Quan'an with a complex expression. The impetus to move forward was weakening. Li Quan'an was using the remaining professionals as cannon fodder. When the first professional was directly swept away by a mutated vine, the scene began to uncontrollably collapse. More and more people were taken by the vines, and the entire team could no longer maintain formation. Everyone began to rush forward in a panic, but it only led to faster deaths. "Charge, hurry, now's the time!" Li Quan'an quietly urged Sun Ruixing and his close aide. Then in a flash, a shadow appeared from behind Li Quan'an. Li Quan'an, profession, Shadow Warrior. Shadow Clone A-grade skill. Summons a mindless shadow clone. The clone has no skills but possesses all the physical attributes and combat experience of the host. As the surrounding people accelerated, Li Quan'an's shadow clone dashed out first, attracting the attention of most of the vines. Most of the vines entangled the clone, then with a poof, the clone vanished. Li Quan'an and the others had already run far ahead. Summoning another clone, cold sweat began to bead on Li Quan'an's forehead. Active skills consume stamina. When Li Quan'an shakily summoned the clone for the 8th time, he and Sun Ruixing, along with Bai Zion, Bai Feifei, and the remaining 3 professionals, finally broke out of this green hell. Ahead, Wen Yu's figure appeared before them, but it was not just Wen Yu. Wen Yu breathed in the fresh air forcefully and casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his spatial ring. Cigarettes were a good thing. After lighting one, he took a deep drag, feeling the burn of the smoke in his lungs. Satisfied, Wen Yu exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let's wait a bit longer. Someone should be able to make it out." Although what Wen Yu was doing wasn't very righteous, that didn't stop him from waiting in a safe spot for them. He owed Li Quan'an a favor. Not helping this time didn't mean there wouldn't be a next time. Of course, if Li Quan'an ended up dead, then Wen Yu couldn't be blamed for not keeping his promise. The one-eyed creature lay at Wen Yu's feet, and in a non-combat situation, its rapid healing activated. The shallow wounds on its body healed quickly, and within a minute it was almost fully recovered. Just as Wen Yu was leisurely enjoying the warm sunlight, he heard a commotion not far away. "Big boss, there are living people coming out from the pile of plants." A weak voice rang out, captured clearly by Wen Yu in the face of his overwhelming strength. Ignoring the unknown humans, Wen Yu cast a casual glance at the bushes in the distance and then shifted his gaze back to the mutated vines. "What an idiot! Someone else has already heard it. Let's go out and take a look." Another voice chimed in, followed by rustling sounds coming from the bushes. A few humans in tattered protective suits emerged one after another. Before these people could approach, an arrogant voice called out. "Survivors ahead, listen up. You've entered Che Town's territory, which is currently managed by Brother Fei. Be smart and hand over your protective suits, steel knives, and all the food you have, then come back to camp and do manual labor. My brothers will even provide you with a meal." Wen Yu glanced dismissively at the few survivors in front of him and let out a cold snort. Though he didn't know the situation in Che Town, it was evident that these few professionals were struggling. There were a total of 6 people, but only half of them held steel knives. The others had ordinary items like shovels and broken axes. To be honest, Wen Yu had no idea if such weapons could even hurt him at this point. Not wanting to get entangled with these weaklings, Wen Yu simply bent down and picked up a small stone from the roadside, then flicked it with his fingers. The small stone shot out from Wen Yu's hand at high speed and struck the forehead of the person who had just spoken. With a bang, the speaker felt a tremendous force explode from his forehead, and he could even see the dust from the stone's impact with his wide-open eyes. The man looked at his dazed companions and then at Wen Yu, who was teasing them from a distance. Without saying a word, he fainted. "Damn it!" The leading professional cursed angrily when he saw his teammate collapse to the ground. Now that the situation is better, he's acting cool. When it gets tough, he just pretends to faint. This kid really knows how to play. Kicking the person lying on the ground, the leader noted the lack of any response from the fainted man and felt uncertain. He turned his head to look at Wen Yu in the distance, and his heart sank. Wen Yu's protective suit had some noticeable differences compared to theirs. "Level 2, this is a big trouble." "Level 2. Big boss, you're not mistaken, are you?" "Oh man, isn't that on the same level as little brother Tian? We can't mess with him. What do we do now?" The leading professional had a face full of uncertainty, thinking for a long while before cupping his hands towards Wen Yu in the distance. "Big brother, something happened at home, so we have to leave." Without waiting for his teammates to respond, he turned to dash into the bushes. Cough, cough. Wen Yu laughed at these fools and even choked on his smoke when he saw them trying to run away, disregarding even the teammate lying on the ground. Wen Yu immediately shouted, "Stop, come back, I have some questions for you." Seeing the group in the distance hear his voice but not turn back, instead sprinting away at full speed, Wen Yu extinguished his cigarette. "Go, One-Eyed, bring those people back to me, I want them alive." "Woof, woof, woof," One-Eyed responded simply and dashed out. In less than 2 minutes the rustling sounds echoed again. A few professionals with faces full of despair returned, followed by the massive figure of One-Eyed. "Back already? Was everything at home sorted out?" Wen Yu teased, looking at the leading middle-aged man. "Haha, I thought carefully and realized it wasn't appropriate to leave my little brother here all alone, so I came back to check." The middle-aged man laughed awkwardly. "Don't worry, we're just inquiring about the situation. There's no need for any violence." Wen Yu reassured the group, seeing their expressions slightly calm down before directly asking, "What's the current situation in Che Town?" The leading middle-aged man's face turned grim upon hearing Wen Yu's question. "The situation in Che Town is very dire. We could even say that humanity is on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for Brother Fei and little brother Tian leading us to escape quickly, there probably wouldn't be any living people left in Che Town." Talking about the recent situation, the middle-aged man was clearly still shaken. Sigh, Wen Yu sighed. In these small towns in the northeast, with no military station nearby, relying solely on these ordinary people to survive was incredibly difficult. Perhaps the capital and some major cities would be much better. Thinking about the capital, a place he had never been to in 2 lifetimes, Wen Yu drifted off. Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind brought him back to reality. "Wait a moment, there are a few more people coming." Seeing Li Quan'an, son Ruixing, and 3 other professionals walking out with Bai Xiaoran and Bai Feifei, Wen Yu immediately went up to greet them. "Is that it?" Wen Yu raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, they all died, it's just us left." Li Quan'an's face looked somewhat grim. Although he knew this breakout would be dangerous, the death toll exceeded his expectations. Looking at Wen Yu's expressionless face, Li Quan'an felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. This person wasn't paving the way, he was simply focused on saving himself. Well, it's good to have a few people who made it out. Those who didn't, well, that's their bad luck. Wen Yu felt no guilt towards these cannon fodder. Li Quan'an felt an upsurge of resentment, but managed to suppress it with great effort. What was the use of complaining? If complaints were effective, why would they need power? What about those few people? Li Quan'an had no choice but to focus his attention on the unfamiliar individuals. They're survivors from Che Town. I saw them when I just came out, so I wanted to know the situation. You can listen in too. A few survivors from Che Town watched as several ragged individuals emerged from the thicket of devil vines ahead, whispering among themselves. Could these people be from Birch Forest Town? That's quite something, isn't it? Not long ago, little brother Tian wanted to go to Mudanjiang City, but those devil vines pulled him back hard, and he had to lie in bed for a day before he could get out of it. Let's assess the situation first. We don't know the strength of the remaining few. If they are all second-level professionals, who knows, maybe they've come as powerful reinforcements. What powerful reinforcements? I wish they were as strong as possible. The stronger they are, the better they can help us get rid of those zombies. Otherwise, we really won't have many days left to live. As soon as this was said, everyone around fell silent. Thinking of the zombie horde currently occupying Che Town, as well as that terrifying corpse king, they placed their hopes on Wen Yu and the others. When Wen Yu and the others approached, the leading middle-aged man stepped forward and greeted them first. "Hello, everyone, my name is Li DeLong. You can just call me DeLong." The middle-aged man had a smile plastered on his face and spoke politely. "We escaped from Birch Forest Town. You may have noticed that something went wrong there." Li Quan'an nodded at Li DeLong. "Yes, we thought Birch Forest Town had become a dead city. We didn't expect there would still be survivors inside. It's truly impressive that you managed to get out," Li DeLong exclaimed. "This didn't cost anything and could enhance relationships, so why not?" Li Quan'an examined Li DeLong from head to toe, his heart sinking. This man was heavily damaged in his gear, and his face was pale with several scars. The situation in Che Town could be seen at a glance just from Li DeLong's appearance. Li Quan'an still held a glimmer of hope and cautiously asked, "How are the survivors in Che Town doing?" Li DeLong carefully looked Li Quan'an over, then glanced at the few professionals behind him. They looked very disheveled, completely lacking the leisure that the previous person had, which indicated that these people were of limited strength. "Not good, very bad." Li DeLong shook his head and said to Li Quan'an, then directly looked at Wen Yu. "May I ask how to address you, young brother? Just call me Wen Yu. Where is your gathering place?" Wen Yu asked directly. Li DeLong opened his mouth, almost about to flatter him, but managed to hold it back. Wen Yu really had a temper. He sighed, thinking that a strong person really was straightforward. The difficulty of contacting him was only slightly less than that of little brother Tian, who was quite quirky. "It's not far ahead in the farmland. I'll take you to meet Brother Da Fei first, and we can talk on the way." After Li DeLong finished speaking, he immediately led Wen Yu and the others forward. The teammates behind him carried the unconscious professionals on their backs, while Bai Xiron was also being carried by son Ruixing. Judging by Bai Xiron's injuries, his leg should be severely injured, but he was not in life-threatening danger. Wen Yu quickly moved to catch up. He still had many questions about Che Town. "Why did you set up your gathering place in the farmland? The defenses in the wilderness are lacking, and there are many mutated beasts." This was Wen Yu's question. Compared to high-rise buildings, farmland had absolutely no advantages. Li DeLong forced a smile. "We didn't want to leave Che Town, but we had no choice." As if trying to organize his thoughts, Li DeLong paused for a moment and said, "We were driven out by the zombies. Now we can't get back into Che Town." "Zombies?" Wen Yu raised his eyebrows. In Wen Yu's eyes, zombies equated to moving points. The fact that these weaklings could force the survivors out of Che Town might indicate a situation he had never encountered before. "What happened?" Wen Yu's voice had already taken on a serious tone. Li DeLong slowly began to explain the predicament Che Town was facing. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was probably no different from other places. Those with courage would go out and kill zombies and change jobs. Those without courage would hole up at home, waiting to die. It wasn't until Brother Da Fei rescued me that I dared to step outside, and that was how I changed jobs and became a professional. Not long after, Brother Da Fei had gathered hundreds of professionals, along with some elderly and children. But then the situation here changed. For some unknown reason, the zombies began to wildly assault our camp in overwhelming numbers. Organized with tactics, Che Town has a resident population of 80,000, so you can imagine how many zombies there are. With only a few hundred people in the camp, we simply can't defend against them, and a commander appeared among the zombies, a giant zombie over 3 meters tall. I haven't seen this zombie. It was mentioned by little brother Tian. By the way, little brother Tian is our strongest here, a second-level professional. Li DeLong explained the general situation in Che Town all in one breath, and the atmosphere fell silent. "Why not leave? Leave? Where can we go? We originally wanted to go to Mudanjiang City, but that road has been blocked off by those devil vines. Where else can we go? What about the other direction? All zombies, we can't break through. Plus, these zombies harass us every few days. If it weren't for little brother Tian's strength, our camp would have been wiped out long ago." "How did you end up here? Aren't there quite a few mutated creatures around here?" "What else could we do? We were short on food and water. If we don't come out, we're just waiting to die in the camp." Li DeLong looked at Wen Yu with a bitter smile, tentatively saying, "Brother Wen Yu, you are a second-level professional, right?" Seeing Wen Yu nodding thoughtfully, Li DeLong suddenly became excited. "Second level is great. We don't have enough fighters in our camp right now. With Brother Wen Yu here, we might just be able to counterattack those zombies. Wen Yu carefully examined Li Delong, and it was clear that Li Delong and the few professionals beside him were genuinely happy. What they said was all true. If it weren't for the overwhelming external pressure, the local professional's first reaction to his sudden appearance would definitely be vigilance. By the way, is your camp the only one in Che Town? Che Town is near Mudanjiang City and has a relatively large population. It can't be that only this little group survived like in Birch Forest Town. There are, Li Delong affirmed. Before our last camp was breached, there was another group led by police and government officials, and they had a lot more people than us. But after we escaped the urban area, we never saw them again. A camp with several thousand people shouldn't just collapse like that. Thinking of this, Li Delong hesitated a bit. It seemed that the impression the zombie tide had left on him was quite strong. Well, that should be your camp up ahead, right? Wen Yu said to Li Delong, looking at the makeshift wooden fort surrounded by simple wooden stakes. That's it. Li Delong's expression was a bit awkward. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the appearance of their gathering place. Li Quan'an and son Ruixing behind them exchanged glances. You guys are in pretty rough shape, aren't you? Son Ruixing finally couldn't hold back after listening for a while. Hearing son Ruixing's words, Li Delong couldn't help but sigh. This isn't even that bad. It gets worse inside the camp. This small camp had at least a few broken fences and housed quite a number of professionals. Son Ruixing saying it was pitiful was just because they had been confined by the mutated vines for too long and hadn't seen what a true apocalypse looked like. In an apocalypse, having a place where one could close their eyes and rest was not considered pitiful. Let's go, Wen Yu interrupted the two's conversation directly. He then stored the one-eyed creature into the soul realm and entered a combat state. If the one-eyed creature followed him into the camp, who knew what kind of trouble would arise? Moreover, with the increase in his strength, the time he could remain in combat state had significantly increased. In an unfamiliar environment, being low-key was ultimately a good thing. Follow me in. Li Delong led a few people directly toward the gathering place. Brother Delong is back. At the camp entrance stood two guards. Upon seeing Li Delong bringing Wen Yu and the others, they greeted him directly, indicating that Li Delong still held a small position within the camp. Yes, Li Delong nodded to the guards and directly asked, Is Brother Da Fei home? Not at home right now. He went out hunting. He should be back later. Then I'll take these brothers to have a look around. Sure. The guard smiled at Li Delong, then sized up Wen Yu and the others. When he saw the E-level protective suit on Wen Yu, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. The guard gave Wen Yu a friendly smile, then quickly turned his head to the side, not daring to look at Wen Yu any longer. Let's walk around. By the way, you have injured members. You should take them to my place first. After Li Delong finished speaking, he led Wen Yu and the others into the camp. Wen Yu and his group carefully observed the situation inside the camp. The camp itself was not large. Although it barely housed a few hundred people, the living conditions could hardly be considered good and could even be described as very poor. A few wooden sticks and some torn cloth barely constructed a space that could shield from the wind. This was a survivor's dwelling. More people were lying on the ground outdoors. Moreover, people were packed together, and on the path leading to the center of the camp, it was almost impossible to find a place to step. The living environment was bad enough, but more seriously, some frail elderly and children lay on the ground, not moving at all, leaving one unsure if they were dead or alive, with no one caring for them. Even some able-bodied men kept lying on the ground, shouting out of hunger. Wen Yu was somewhat better, but the more Li Quan'an and the others observed, the paler their faces became. This place is way too miserable. Li Quan'an frowned and said to Li Delong, who was leading the way ahead. Compared to their previous gathering place, this was simply a combination of a garbage dump and a refugee camp. Son Ruixing looked at the scene before him, his empathy overflowing once again, and he couldn't help but say to Li Delong, Doesn't your brother Da Fei care about these people? His words carried sarcasm, anger, and even disgust. Li Delong looked at Wen Yu and the others, forcing a bitter smile. We used to care, but since we were driven out of Che Town, food now depends on professionals going out to hunt mutated beasts or even entering the town to gather supplies. Going out to find food every day is a nightmare for all professionals. No one knows if they can return after heading out. As if recalling recent events, Li Delong's voice grew more somber. The burden of food is truly too great, and the situation with drinking water is even more terrifying. Nowadays, no one dares to drink from the wells or streams. We can only go into the town to find bottled water. Brother Da Fei wants these elderly and children to have a slightly better life, but what can he do? Are we supposed to trade the lives of professionals for food? And then feed ordinary people? What will happen when all the professionals are dead? There's really no way out, so Brother Defay issued an order. Everyone must find their own food and drinking water. Strictly speaking, this isn't really a gathering place. It's merely a group of homeless people relying on each other for warmth. The somber tone, carrying a slightly desolate air, came from Li Delong, sending a chill down Li Quan'an and the others' spines. This was the true apocalypse. This was the situation humanity faced in this world. Compared to the previous Birch Forest town, there was no hope of survival here. Sun Ruixing opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. The situation was simply unsolvable. Actually, we are still very grateful to Brother Defay. As you just saw, the guards at the camp and those maintaining security, as well as those going out to scout, all receive food provided by Brother Defay and little Tian. After all, this counts as public service. Seeing the atmosphere becoming somewhat stiff, Li Delong chuckled. When you nodded, the situation before him showed that Brother Defay managed to keep things from falling apart and ensured that the entire camp could maintain some basic moral order, which was quite commendable. It also indicated that this person was not bad. Here we are, this is my small room. As Li Delong led them into a dilapidated wooden house, Wen Yu looked at the building before him and couldn't help but let out a sigh. From the way they walked along the path, it was clear that Li Delong had some standing in the camp, yet this was the kind of place he had to live in. There's no intention of belittling it by calling it shabby. A few broken wooden planks simply enclosed a space resembling a pig pen. In the middle was a wire bed topped with a quilt still stained with blood. This was Li Quan'an's quarters. Place the injured little brother on the bed. Let's sit here for a bit. When Brother Defay returns, I'll introduce you all. Li Delong, taking Bai Xiron from Sun Ruixing's back, gently laid him down. Bai Xiron gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat dotting his face, possibly due to the aggravation of the injury on his leg causing intense pain. This kid was quite brave, fearful of causing trouble for others, enduring the pain in silence. Bai Feifei knelt beside the bed, tears streaming down her face, constantly comforting her brother. Li Delong exchanged greetings with Wen Yu and the others, instructing his teammates to carry the unconscious person out before turning and leaving the room. Do you need me to get Bai Xiron a basic healing potion? Sun Ruixing asked, looking at Bai Xiron's young face covered in cold sweat with a concerned tone. No, thank you, brother Sun. I'm already very grateful that you can save my brother. Bai Feifei looked at Sun Ruixing with teary eyes, her voice tinged with a sob. I have to say, Bai Feifei is very beautiful, and most importantly, she is well taken care of by Li Quan'an. After all, the water resources in Birch Forest Town are not lacking. When you watched Bai Feifei with great interest. This woman, with her delicate appearance and slightly tearful voice, was playing a cat-and-mouse game, leaving the foolish Sun Ruixing in a daze. Li Quan'an looked awkwardly at Bai Feifei's performance and then coughed heavily. Does Brother Sun have enough points? As soon as those words were spoken, Sun Ruixing's expression immediately became unnatural. The people present had already spent all their points before the breakout. Sun Ruixing hesitated as he looked at Wen Yu, who was cowering by the railing, and said, does Brother Wen Yu still have points? Use them all up. Wen Yu rolled his eyes heavily and said impatiently, what a joke, spending money to save strangers was something very few people did even before the apocalypse. Well, Mayor Li, what do you think? Sun Ruixing really took saving Bai Xiron as a serious matter. Li Quan'an's face turned extremely ugly as he realized that he had been abandoned by Bai Feifei. This damn bitch, Li Quan'an cursed in his heart. However, in the current situation, he was no longer the Mayor Li who could command everyone. I'm out too. Gritting his teeth, Li Quan'an spat out a few words, then turned to look at the others in the room before directly walking out of Li Delong's room, with several trusted subordinates following him. Sun Ruixing glanced at Wen Yu, who appeared indifferent, then looked at the departing Li Quan'an, gritted his teeth, and said to Bai Feifei, you all wait here for a moment. I'll step out. Bai Feifei's eyes lit up and she stood up, crying out to Sun Ruixing, Brother Sun, please don't. You treating Feifei this way is really too much for me to bear. Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, this is turning into a Korean drama. Suppressing his laughter, he stepped outside of Li Delong's pigsty. Wen Yu lit a cigarette outside and took a deep drag, barely managing to hold back his laughter. Seeing Sun Ruixing walk out of the camp and glancing at the ashen-faced Li Quan'an, Wen Yu almost laughed his guts out. Sometimes reality is more entertaining than television dramas. Brother Wen Yu, the boss is back. I'll take you to see him. Not long after, Li Delong rushed back in a flurry. By the way, I just saw that guy with the shield walk out. I wonder what he went to do? Li Delong asked curiously. He's busy saving the world, Wen Yu replied with a hint of teasing, ignoring Li Delong's questioning gaze and continuing, let's go, take me to see your brother Defay. By the way, is Mayor Li coming? When you turned to look at Quan'an, who was smoking. Of course, why wouldn't he go? Is he just going to stay here taking care of other people's women? Quan'an stomped out the cigarette butt, speaking through gritted teeth. After saying that, he followed Wen Yu with his subordinates, leaving only Bai Feifei and Bai Xiron behind. In the central position of the camp, in a shabby wooden room, this is the room of the leader of this small camp, Zhang Pengfei. It's also where all the high-ranking members hold meetings. Today, this dilapidated room welcomed distinguished guests. Welcome, friends from Birch Forest Town. This small place is poorly prepared. Please forgive us. I am Zhang Pengfei, the leader of this small area. As Wen Yu entered first, the burly man at the forefront immediately stood up and cupped his hands in greeting towards Wen Yu and Quan'an. Wen Yu carefully examined Zhang Pengfei. In his 30s, he was in the prime of a man's strength, his body robust like that of a bear with a full beard. Although his F-level protective gear was old, it was intact without any damage. What was particularly eye-catching was the tattoo that spread from Zhang Pengfei's neck up to his temple. This person exuded a strong vibe of the underworld. Besides Zhang Pengfei, there were 4 other people in the room, and the most notable was a boy around 16 or 17 years old, squinting his eyes. Because this person was wearing E-level protective gear, after quickly scanning all the people in the room, Wen Yu nodded to Zhang Pengfei and introduced himself. My name is Wen Yu, a level 2 professional. Upon hearing Wen Yu's introduction, the 16 or 17-year-old boy suddenly opened his eyes wide, scanning Wen Yu several times, then stood up and walked in front of Wen Yu. He raised his neck and stared intently into Wen Yu's eyes, saying proudly, "Remember my name, I am Sun Yashin. As a fellow level 2 professional, perhaps you are worth my full effort. I look forward to battling you." After saying this, Sun Yashin walked out of the room with his head held high, like a proud duck, without looking back, leaving a group of people inside with confused faces and goosebumps all over. What's going on? Wen Yu was stunned by the sudden situation, looking at Zhang Pengfei, who was covering his face, along with the other 3 professionals who were lowering their heads and silent. He then turned to Quan'an, who appeared equally astonished, and quietly asked Li Delong behind him. Li Delong, looking embarrassed, whispered to Wen Yu, little Tian, he was a novel enthusiast before the apocalypse. He might have gotten a bit too addicted to reading novels." Oh, Wen Yu suddenly understood. No wonder this kid gives off such a cringeworthy vibe, even his name sounds so exaggerated. Seeing everyone in the room so awkwardly affected by Sun Yashin, Zhang Pengfei couldn't help but step in to ease the atmosphere. Haha, please don't take offense, esteemed guests. Little Tian is just a child with a pure heart. He is actually a good person. Brother Wen Yu, please don't take it to heart. Please sit down, sit down. Little Wen, go make some tea. A young woman beside Quan'an immediately stood up to prepare the tea in the back. Come, Brother Wen Yu, if you don't mind, please sit beside me. I want to ask everyone about the situation outside. Zhang Pengfei warmly welcomed Wen Yu and the others, and with his adjustment, the awkward atmosphere created by Sun Yashin gradually dissipated. After everyone was seated, Zhang Pengfei stood up and spoke loudly to everyone. Today, we have distinguished guests in our camp. I won't say any welcoming or thanking words, but since Che Town is short on supplies, I'd like to raise my cup of tea in respect. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Pengfei raised the steaming cup of tea and drank it all in one go. When you couldn't help but blink, really wanting to ask, isn't it hot? Watching Zhang Pengfei's subordinates all finish their tea with great fanfare, Quan'an and others followed suit and also drank to the bottom of their cups. Wen Yu instead glanced at Zhang Pengfei. This guy really has a lot of subtleties. He casually drank the tea. The temperature was high, but for Wen Yu it didn't feel hot at all. The superior physical quality of a level 2 practitioner allowed Wen Yu to consume this hot water, which would be undrinkable for ordinary people, as easily as he would a bottle of mineral water. This was Zhang Pengfei judging the physical capabilities of Quan'an and the others. After Quan'an drank the hot water without issue, his subordinates were slightly behind. One of them managed to drink it but ended up sticking out his tongue from the heat, while the rest didn't even try to drink. The difference in strength was evident. A flash of understanding crossed Zhang Pengfei's face, and he ignored Quan'an's subordinates. Instead, he nodded to Quan'an and said, I see the older brother beside Brother Wen Yu is also extraordinary. He might be quite the character in Birch Forest Town, right? Quan'an laughed and quickly replied, You flatter me, you flatter me. Our entire group relies on Brother Fei now. Quan'an was also quite clever, knowing that in a strange place it was essential to keep a low profile. Zhang Pengfei nodded to Quan'an, refraining from asking further questions. He turned to Wen Yu and spoke, Today, meeting with Brother Wen Yu, I want to understand the current situation in Birch Forest Town. I heard from DeLong that he has already mentioned a lot to you on the way here. You should have a general understanding of the situation. I want to ask first, can we pass through Birch Forest Town to reach Mudanjiang City? Zhang Pengfei's expression was extremely serious. This matter concerned everyone's life and death. When Yu shook his head and calmly replied, "It's very difficult. If you really want to do that, apart from me and that Sun Yashin from earlier, the rest of the people have a very low chance of survival." Zhang Pengfei didn't show any regret on his face. Sun Yashin had already experienced the power of the mutated vines in Birch Forest Town, and he had a general idea. The reason he asked this question was merely out of a lingering hope. Now that hope was directly shattered by Wen Yu, and it was time to face reality. Zhang Pengfei called over a woman named Zioen to fill everyone's teacups and then said, "Since that's the case, brother Wen Yu and us are now like grasshoppers on the same rope." Wen Yu took a sip of the tea and nodded, waiting for Zhang Pengfei's next words. "Then let me give a detailed introduction to the current situation in Che Town." After saying that, Zhang Pengfei stood up and began pacing back and forth in the small room. Currently, aside from our group of survivors, there is another group of survivors. Their location could be in Che Town, or they might have escaped in the opposite direction. I hope they managed to escape. Otherwise, they will certainly be worse off than us. You saw the situation at our gathering place when you arrived. I won't dwell on that. Li Quan'an and the others swallowed hard. This camp was even worse than what they had imagined. This is the current state of humanity in Che Town. Zhang Pengfei paused briefly before continuing. The biggest enemy we face is the zombies currently occupying the town. Ziocean has scouted and found that among the zombie horde, there is a zombie leader. Although it hasn't reached level 3, it's not something Ziocean can contend with. The key is that this zombie can command the other zombies. This means that the enemies we face are no longer just mindless corpses, but a fearless army. These zombies have completely sealed off Che Town, making it hard for us to get in, and they come to harass us every few days, causing significant casualties each time. If the current situation continues, optimistically, we will all be dead within 10 days. After speaking, Zhang Pengfei carefully stared at Wen Yu. After listening to Zhang Pengfei's words, Wen Yu lightly nodded and said, "If I have the chance, I will assess the strength of that zombie king. If it hasn't reached level 3, I'm confident I can deal with it." Wen Yu was quite confident in his own strength. Curiosity in Zhang Pengfei's eyes gradually grew. He wondered if this person was talking nonsense or if he truly had such capability. "By the way," Wen Yu spoke again, "what about the mutated beasts?" A look of helplessness flashed in Zhang Pengfei's eyes. "They are all in the nearby mountains, which are forbidden areas. We don't know when they will emerge. All we know is that once they come out, everyone, including the zombies, will die. They are not opponents we are qualified to face. They are death itself." After hearing Zhang Pengfei's words, Wen Yu sighed silently in his heart. This scenario was the apocalypse he was familiar with. Humanity, in terms of both quantity and quality, was no match for the mutated beasts. Fortunately, the internal strife among mutated beasts was far more brutal and direct than that of humans. "Let's not dwell on the mutated beasts. Let's talk about the zombies in Che Town." Wen Yu directly stated, "The crisis must be resolved one after another." Boss, there's trouble. Ergang has been killed." Zhang Pengfei was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by a subordinate bursting in. What did you say?" Zhang Pengfei didn't seem to catch it. "Boss," the newcomer hesitated and said, "Ergang is dead, he was killed." This time Zhang Pengfei heard it clearly. With the words of the newcomer, the air in the small room seemed to grow heavy. "What? Who dares to kill Ergang? Who dares to kill my brother Zhang Pengfei?" Zhang Pengfei's killing intent grew stronger as he roared loudly. His angry demeanor made the people present feel as though they were facing a furious bear. The messenger stammered, hesitated, and said, It's little brother Tian." Crack! A faint sound came from the teacup in Zhang Pengfei's hands, which he squeezed tightly into pieces. Zhang Pengfei's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "This kid is going too far. Take me there." Ignoring the stunned crowd, Zhang Pengfei said to the messenger, striding out of the room. "What happened?" When you asked the nearby Li Delong with confusion. Li Delong had a bitter expression on his face. "This is troublesome. This Gang used to be with Brother Fei. They were both involved in the underworld, and I heard that Gang once saved Brother Fei's life. Now Sun Yashin can just say to kill him, and it's done. Brother Fei definitely won't take this lying down." Upon hearing Li Delong's explanation, Wen Yu immediately got up. "Let's go take a look." Following the crowd, Wen Yu and the others made their way to the scene of the incident. It is human nature to watch the excitement. Li Delong kept talking to Wen Yu about some secrets in the camp. Li Delong had his own considerations. If Sun Yashin and Zhang Pengfei clashed directly, the result would only be mutual destruction. If he could cling to a powerful ally now, his safety would undoubtedly improve significantly. And in this camp, who could be a thicker leg to hug than Wen Yu? The conflict between little Tian and Brother Da Fei has actually been brewing for a long time. Most of the people here were saved by Brother Da Fei, and we all recognized Brother Da Fei as the leader. But later on, Sun Yashin seemed to have received some kind of adventure, and his strength increased rapidly, suddenly becoming the strongest in the gathering place. It appears he even has a hidden profession. Li Delong had seen Wen Yu's soul beast and could guess that Wen Yu was also a hidden profession. Over time, hidden professions were no longer rare. That aside, the key is that this Sun Yashin isn't very bright. He always thinks of himself as the protagonist, trying to fight for the position of leader in the gathering place. Brother Da Fei definitely won't allow that, and that's how the conflict arose. If you ask me, this Sun Yashin has late-stage Chunabu syndrome, thinking that he can recruit underlings like in novels just by flexing his muscles. And have you seen the terrible name he has? Sun Yashin? Why not call himself Heavenly Day? Li Delong's words were filled with disdain for Sun Yashin. When you also thought this young man had some issues, smiling as he asked, "How do you know that his parents didn't give him this name?" Li Delong rolled his eyes dramatically. "Boss, have you ever seen a parent name their child something like this? It's a name cursed by heaven. He will have a short life." Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback by Li Delong's explanation. "Your reasoning is really insightful. I have nothing to say." Li Delong chuckled and continued. "Honestly, aside from being a little strange, Sun Yashin hasn't done anything heinous, especially not killing. I don't know what got into him today, but we professionals all know to avoid Sun Yashin as much as possible. However, this gang is really a piece of work. Relying on his connection with Brother Fei, he has been bullying the ordinary folks in the camp. Of course, he's only picking on regular people. Brother Fei can't manage things well. It might even be a good thing that Sun Yashin took him out." As Wen Yu and Li Delong chatted while walking, they soon arrived at the scene surrounded by the crowd. "This place feels familiar." Wen Yu looked at Li Delong with a strange expression, teasing him. Li Delong stared at the crowd, his face suddenly turning pale. "Damn it, isn't this my home? What the hell? This idiot gang had to die right in my house." As Li Delong muttered curses under his breath, he quickened his pace and led Wen Yu and the others forward. "Move aside, let me through." Li Delong pushed aside the ordinary people surrounding them, creating a path for Wen Yu. Those pushed aside didn't dare to say a word. The class divide in the apocalypse has already appeared. When Wen Yu, Li Quan'an, Li Delong, and the others entered the circle, they were met with a tense scene. Zhang Pengfei glared at Sun Yashin with rage, holding a steel knife in his hand but refraining from taking action. Sun Yashin, on the other hand, was relaxed, one arm wrapped around the disheveled and sobbing Bai Feifei, whispering soothing words to her, completely ignoring Zhang Pengfei. Between them lay a man with his upper body exposed, a massive wound on his head, already dead. When Yu quickly saw through the scene before him, it was just the same old routine of a hero saving a beauty. On the ground, gang made a move on a woman, only to be killed by the protagonist who swooped in, thus completing his heroic deed and winning the beauty. Then the villain's brother would be dissatisfied and seek revenge for his fallen comrade. What a nice plot, it could easily fill a novel. By the way, what does Mayor Li think about this? When Yu looked at Li Quan'an, who had an ugly expression on his face, and directly asked, "What else is there to say? A new generation replaces the old. I'll just accept it. That bitch better not let me find an opportunity." Li Quan'an had a fierce light in his eyes, staring fixedly at Bai Feifei. He could see that Bai Feifei had clung to a powerful ally and no longer needed him. "Oh, right, Mayor Li, do you remember? I owe you a favor, don't forget to use it." Wen Yu had a mysterious smile on his face, leaving Li Quan'an puzzled. "What's up, brother Wen Yu? Hee, you'll know soon enough." After saying this, Wen Yu didn't want to explain further, smiling as he watched the events unfold. "Little Tian, the older brother has treated you well in the past, right?" Zhang Pengfei broke the silence in the arena. In contrast, Sun Yashin completely ignored Zhang Pengfei, continuing to whisper to Bai Feifei. Sun Yashin's attitude made Zhang Pengfei unable to contain his anger, and he roared at Sun Yashin. "You killed my brother, and now my brother's body is lying right in front of you. You still have the mood to play with women. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you don't give me an explanation, I swear I'll kill you today." Perhaps Zhang Pengfei's voice startled Bai Feifei, causing her to jump and bury herself in Sun Yashin's embrace, inadvertently drawing Sun Yashin's attention to Zhang Pengfei. Sun Yashin smirked coldly at Zhang Pengfei and spoke directly. "Brother Fei, I'm giving you face by calling you that. Without it, you're nothing, not even at the second level. Shouting at me like this, do you believe I can kill you with just one move?" Hearing Sun Yashin's words made Zhang Pengfei's eyelids twitch with anger. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Sun Yashin turn and walk over to Li Delong's bed. On the bed lay the injured Bai Zion. Sun Yashin rummaged through his protective suit's inner pocket and pulled out a bottle of basic healing potion. "Drink this. From now on, you're my brother. With me protecting you, no one can harm you." These words were truly domineering, making Bai Feifei blush with admiration as she gazed at Sun Yashin. "Brother Tian, Feifei really feels indebted." When Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This guy was indeed more eccentric than Sun Ruixing, or rather, more tempting than Sun Ruixing. Such a person was capable of ensnaring someone like Bai Feifei, the scheming woman. Looking at Zhang Pengfei's grim expression and the harmonious trio, when Yu silently counted. 1, 2, 3. Sure enough, as when Yu expected before he could count to 10, the scene was directly skewed by Sun Yashin. "Who is Li Quan'an? Step forward." After talking for a while with Bai Feifei, Sun Yashin suddenly roared loudly, his voice filled with anger and murderous intent. Li Quan'an was startled by Sun Yashin's outburst and instantly understood Wen Yu's earlier intentions. Bai Feifei had been reporting him to Sun Yashin, but hadn't he treated Bai Feifei well? If Wen Yu had known Li Quan'an's thoughts, he would definitely have patted Li Quan'an on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You still don't understand the mindset of the protagonist." Wen Yu stepped aside, exposing Li Quan'an to Sun Yashin's gaze. "Brother Tian, it's him. He's the bald, fat man. He took away Feifei's innocence. Woohoo." Bai Feifei covered her face, crying sadly, tears streaming through her fingers like gasoline, pouring onto Sun Yashin's fury. Sun Yashin's crimson eyes locked onto Li Quan'an, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "It's you who forced Feifei into your bed. It's you who has humiliated Feifei day and night. It's you who has committed countless evils in Birch Forest Town. You are the corrupt official Feifei spoke of." As he spoke, Sun Yashin walked toward Li Quan'an. I didn't do anything bad." With the pressure from Sun Yashin mounting, Li Quan'an felt wronged and was nearly in tears. Before the apocalypse, he may not have been a good official, but he wasn't a corrupt one either. He hadn't done anything atrocious in Birch Forest Town, nor had he ever humiliated Bai Feifei day and night. Not to mention forcing Bai Feifei into his bed. Well, at most he had used some temptation. After Bai Feifei's accusation, Li Quan'an felt he was doomed. Sun Yashin continued to approach Li Quan'an, saying, "Actually, what I just said isn't your fault. Your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't be alive, especially after Bai Feifei has become my woman. My woman must be pure. So you should die." Seeing Sun Yashin's murderous intent growing stronger, Li Quan'an shouted desperately, "Brother, when you saved me, well then, I've already owed you a favor, so we're even from now on." As Wen Yu's teasing voice rang out, he stepped aside, blocking Li Quan'an behind him. Sun Yashin ignored who was in front and directly aimed at Li Quan'an, throwing a punch. A shockwave followed Sun Yashin's fist, and a transparent fist imprint, roughly the same size as his fist, crashed toward Li Quan'an. Wave Fist B-level, active skill, mid-range attack capability, creating a transparent fist imprint with a punch. At a distance of 3 meters, attack power maximizes. Its lethality is twice that of a full power punch. Damage decreases with distance, with a maximum lethal range of 10 meters. This was the basic skill of Sun Yashin's hidden profession, Fist Fighter. Watching the transparent fist imprint approach at high speed, Wen Yu retaliated with a full-powered punch, colliding directly with the fist imprint. With a loud explosion, the incoming fist imprint dissipated, and Wen Yu was knocked back a step by the immense force. Wen Yu's physical quality in combat counteracted the enhancement of the wave fist skill. Sun Yashin was immediately taken aback, realizing the situation exceeded his expectations. Wen Yu had caught his maximum power wave fist head-on and only retreated a step, which meant this person's physical quality was about twice his own. The protagonist syndrome doesn't equal stupidity. Thus, Sun Yashin quickly retreated, wanting to put distance between him and Wen Yu. Unfortunately, it was futile. Although the wave fist allowed Sun Yashin to contend with Wen Yu in attack power, the speed difference was too great. The onlookers only saw Wen Yu's figure flicker, and then his right hand was gripping Sun Yashin's neck, lifting him high. Apart from Sun Yashin's desperate struggles, the venue fell silent. No one expected the confrontation between two level 2 professionals to end in such a crushing defeat. "Should I kill you?" Wen Yu stared into Sun Yashin's hate-filled eyes, casually posing a question, but he had no intention of waiting for an answer. Since he had made a move, he naturally had to eliminate all future threats. Then he exerted more force with his right hand, the immense power like a guillotine, making Sun Yashin smell death clearly. Sun Yashin was terrified. This man truly wanted to kill him, simply because he had thrown a punch. Seeing Sun Yashin's intense hatred gradually fading, replaced by fear and pleading, Wen Yu sneered coldly and increased the pressure of his grip. "Wait, brother Wen Yu, don't kill him. Spare his life. Not far away, Zhang Pengfei noticed Wen Yu's growing murderous intent and quickly understood that Wen Yu wasn't just scaring Sun Yashin. He was genuinely about to kill him. Although Zhang Pengfei couldn't wait for this idiot Sun Yashin to die immediately. For the greater good, Sun Yashin, as the only remaining level 2 professional from Che Town, was definitely on their side compared to Wen Yu. If he died like this, who else could balance Wen Yu on the surface? For the balance of power in the camp, Sun Yashin couldn't die, at least not now. Wen Yu glanced at Zhang Pengfei and directly said, "Didn't you want him dead?" "Brother Wen Yu, slow down, slow down." Zhang Pengfei spoke while quickly stepping forward, trying to pull Wen Yu's hand away from Sun Yashin's neck. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. Wen Yu's right hand remained unmoved. Zhang Pengfei was anxious. "Brother Wen Yu, little Tian is still useful. We need him to put up a fight against the zombies. Can't you give my older brother a little face?" "Not enough," Wen Yu coldly replied with a baffling statement. "What's not enough?" "Woohoo!" Rather, Sun Yashin, hearing Wen Yu's words, struggled even more violently. The threat of death had awakened him. "See, this kid understands." Wen Yu slowly released his grip on Sun Yashin's neck, looking seriously at the limp Sun Yashin who was gasping for air. Then he extended his right hand. Sun Yashin looked at Wen Yu, his eyes filled with not just hatred but intense fear. However, he couldn't utter a word and directly pulled out a level 2 magic crystal from his pocket, placing it in Wen Yu's hand. Wen Yu shook his head. "Still not enough." Sun Yashin's anger flashed away in an instant. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he shouted, "I still have points. I can exchange for 2 level 2 attributeless magic crystals, but you must promise not to kill me." "Okay, I can. Today I will spare your life." Rather than taking this kid's life, it was better to get a few level 2 magic crystals. As for any future revenge from Sun Yashin, Wen Yu didn't take it to heart. Although Sun Yashin was stronger than the average professional, the gap compared to Wen Yu's power was too wide. Besides, his promise was only valid until today. Watching Sun Yashin walk directly towards the exchange stone pillar, Wen Yu said to Quan'an, who looked relieved behind him, "I've returned the favor. From now on, we're even." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the relief on Quan'an's face vanished, replaced by bitterness. "Thank you for saving my life, brother Wen Yu." Wen Yu had once again put Quan'an in a tough spot. Quan'an had asked for help to save his life, and Wen Yu had done so, thus fulfilling the obligation. However, Wen Yu didn't care how things would turn out for Quan'an in the future. He had let Sun Yashin go for just a few magic crystals. Next time, when Sun Yashin bothers Quan'an again, no one will come to his rescue. "Damn it, I can't stay in this miserable place any longer." Seeing Bai Feifei, who looked astonished not far away, as well as the calm Wen Yu and Sun Yashin, who had just finished exchanging magic crystals and was walking back, Quan'an cursed under his breath and, along with a few followers, turned to leave the camp. Fortunately, no one noticed Quan'an. Everyone's attention was focused on Wen Yu, their eyes filled with disbelief, awe, and even a glimmer of hope for survival. Wen Yu's strength gave others a glimpse of the possibility of defeating the zombie horde. Sun Yashin handed 2 attribute-less magic crystals to Wen Yu. Seeing Wen Yu directly begin to absorb the 3 magic crystals in his hands, a sly glint suddenly appeared in Sun Yashin's eyes. "Just wait, don't underestimate the young and poor. In 30 years, the river will flow east, and in 30 years, the river will flow west. Sooner or later, you will become a stepping stone on my path to greatness." Sun Yashin lifted his chin and shouted loudly at Wen Yu. Just as Wen Yu finished absorbing the magic crystals, he heard Sun Yashin's boastful words, "Tusk, tusk." Hearing Sun Yashin's words, Wen Yu suddenly felt bored. What was the point of arguing with a naive brat? Facing someone with a mind full of protagonist delusions, especially a teenager whose strength couldn't possibly rival his own, made Wen Yu wonder if he should kill him tomorrow. For the first time, he hesitated. It seemed this kid hadn't really provoked him too much. Wen Yu thought this, and the killing intent around him gradually dissipated. He directly nodded at Zhang Pengfei, "Arrange a place for me to stay. I need to rest now." "Brother Wen Yu, please follow me," Zhang Pengfei said politely, then led Wen Yu into the camp's interior. Watching Wen Yu turn to leave and sensing the gradual reduction of the killing intent from him, Sun Yashin took a deep breath. He had gambled correctly. Sun Yashin understood the traps hidden in Wen Yu's words earlier. If he didn't kill Wen Yu today, there would be tomorrow and a long time ahead. Having lived in Che Town since the apocalypse began, Sun Yashin was well aware of the terrifying situations there. He wouldn't make the mistake of running out of the camp like Quan'an. Once outside the camp, even with Sun Yashin's strength, there wouldn't be much safety. Though Sun Yashin pretended to be a fearless young man, he was actually quite cunning. Knowing Wen Yu wouldn't let him off easily, Sun Yashin decided to act like a protagonist and loudly taunt the formidable antagonist he couldn't defeat for now. When you would definitely not let him go easily like the antagonists in stories, but understanding this tactic, when you would surely underestimate him. As long as Sun Yashin was underestimated, he wouldn't be seen as a threat. Only those who posed no threat wouldn't be targeted. Fortunately, Sun Yashin had bet correctly. Turning his head, Sun Yashin led a nervous Bai Feifei and her brother towards his dwelling. "Brother Tian, what should we do? I didn't expect that Wen Yu would be this powerful," Bai Feifei said, her heart racing as she clung to Sun Yashin's small frame. "What else can we do? We'll just have to keep a low profile from now on and avoid provoking that guy," Sun Yashin replied. Bai Feifei looked at Sun Yashin in surprise. This response didn't align with the personality he had shown. Sun Yashin recalled the near brush with death he had just experienced, and a chill ran down his spine. "Wen Yu, I absolutely cannot provoke him again. Yes, it's best to stay far away from him." As a second-tier professional, Sun Yashin was not merely the naive character he portrayed. Being cautious and avoiding danger was key. Those who didn't understand this were already dead. Under Zhang Pengfei's guidance, the two entered a relatively decent wooden house. "The place is a bit small. I apologize, brother Wen Yu," Zhang Pengfei said apologetically. "It's no trouble at all. Rather, I'm the one bothering brother Fei," Wen Yu replied, maintaining a polite demeanor since Zhang Pengfei was so courteous to him. Zhang Pengfei hesitated for a moment and said to Wen Yu, "With you here, we don't need to worry about those zombies." This was Zhang Pengfei pushing Wen Yu to assure him, fearing he might neglect the dangers facing the small camp. Wen Yu understood Zhang Pengfei's intent and felt no resentment. After all, if he wasn't valuable, Zhang Pengfei had no reason to be so polite. This gathering place was definitely not as weak as it appeared on the surface. Zhang Pengfei had at least the strength to take down Sun Yashin. "Rest assured, brother Fei, we are all in the same boat now," Wen Yu said with a hint of meaning. A fleeting look of understanding crossed Zhang Pengfei's eyes, realizing Wen Yu was referring not only to the external threats surrounding the camp, but also the internal dangers. Zhang Pengfei, Sun Yashin, and Wen Yu, as a newcomer, formed the three major powers in the current camp, each with their own intricate dynamics. "With brother Wen Yu around, I'm at ease." Zhang Pengfei affectionately patted Wen Yu's shoulder before stepping out of the room. As Zhang Pengfei left, Wen Yu lay down on the bed with a cold smile on his lips. In just a small gathering place in Chehe town, the complexity of human relationships could be seen. People are like this. They are unwilling to give up the power they've grasped, instead wanting more. Greed, while a motivator, is also the root of evil. Even when their lives are not in their own control, they still think about such trivial matters. Wen Yu would never forget what he truly desired. It was simply to survive, yet it was incredibly difficult, even for Wen Yu in the present. Before long, the sound of Wen Yu's snoring filled the room. So much had happened today, and he was exhausted. Brother Tian, in another shabby wooden room, Bai Feifei lay naked against Sun Yashin's small body. The earlier ruckus had left the inexperienced Sun Yashin feeling a bit listless. "Tomorrow, could you take Zyro and to kill some zombies so he can become a professional too?" Bai Feifei asked tentatively, as the wind by the pillow was always easy to blow. Sun Yashin's eyelids drooped, looking completely unenthusiastic. "Then thank you, brother Tian," Bai Feifei said, appearing delighted, but a glint of mockery and disdain crossed her eyes. For women, especially beautiful ones, as long as they used the right methods, it was all too easy to manipulate such innocent young boys. In the room where Wen Yu was, the crude wooden door creaked open, waking him up. Wen Yu squinted and glanced over. It was Sun Ruixing. "Back already?" Stretching lazily, Wen Yu propped himself up and looked at the disheveled figure in front of him. Sun Ruixing had clearly been through a tough battle. His protective suit was in tatters, and a large chunk of flesh was missing from his face, clawed away by a zombie. Sun Ruixing nodded to Wen Yu, saying, "Just got back not long ago. I went to Li Delong, but there was no one there. I randomly asked someone and found out your location." What happened that afternoon was well known to all. Besides the news that Gang, this beast, was dead, the most eye-catching event was the arrival of a super-strong person in the camp, Wen Yu. "I guess I'm somewhat of a star around here." With a self-deprecating sigh, Wen Yu lay back down on the bed. Sun Ruixing looked at Wen Yu hesitantly and asked, "So, where's Bai Zyron?" Wen Yu had already guessed. It had to be about this matter. He spoke directly. "She was taken by Sun Yashin. Oh, by the way, Sun Yashin is a level 2 professional in this camp. Bai Zyron's sister hooked up with a powerful individual, and as for Bai Zyron's injuries, you don't need to worry about them." "Was it voluntary on Bai Feifei's part?" "Of course. That's good, that's good." Seeing Sun Ruixing nodding in satisfaction made Wen Yu surprised. "You didn't feel it was worth it that you didn't get Bai Feifei? Look at you, you almost didn't make it back, right? You wouldn't have gone to save her just out of sympathy, would you?" Sun Ruixing looked at Wenyu oddly and asked, "How could I do it for Bai Feifei? I'm old enough to be her father." Wenyu rolled his eyes. "So is Li Quan'an. The two of them in Birch Forest Town, weren't they just as lovey-dovey? People are different." "I didn't think that much." Sun Ruixing sighed and sat down beside Wenyu's bed. "When I saw Bai Feifei, I thought of my daughter. They're about the same age. My daughter is alone in Beijing City. I used to think there was no problem, but now that I see the situation in Che Town, I don't dare to think about it anymore." Hearing Sun Ruixing's words, Wenyu silently took out 2 cigarettes, handed one to Sun Ruixing, and they began to smoke together. "Girls really suffer in this damn world?" Wenyu exclaimed out of nowhere, feeling touched by Sun Ruixing's words. Fatherly love is like a mountain, and Wenyu could feel the affection for his daughter in Sun Ruixing's words. This kind of feeling was something Wenyu hadn't experienced in over a decade. "So for these people, I'll help when I can. I'm really afraid. If Beijing City is also like this, if no one reaches out to help, what kind of treatment will my daughter receive?" After listening to Sun Ruixing, Wenyu unusually refrained from mocking him. Wenyu pursued absolute strength. People like him were the pillars of humanity, the guarantee of survival in disasters, and the means for humanity to fight back in the future. However, the continuation of humanity never relied on such individuals. It depended on countless ordinary people, many of whom Wenyu considered weak, ants, or cannon fodder. These people survived thanks to the contributions of countless kin and the efforts of many nurturers like Sun Ruixing. Wenyu wouldn't become one of those people, but that doesn't stop him from admiring them. Good people should not be despised, no matter the occasion, time, or place. "Did you go into the town today?" Seeing the dazed look in Sun Ruixing's eyes, Wenyu knew he was thinking about his daughter again and directly interrupted his thoughts. "I took a distant look. The situation is about as bad as what Li Delong said. Let's check it out tomorrow. By the way, you don't have a place to stay, right? Just spend the night on the floor here." Sun Ruixing looked at Wenyu in surprise, not understanding when Wenyu had become so approachable. "Fine." Sun Ruixing readily lay down on the floor, and before long he was snoring loudly. Wenyu looked at the wounds on Sun Ruixing's body, then raised his head to look at the ceiling, slowly immersing himself in his thoughts. In his past life, Wenyu had seen people like this, and even benefited from them, but they all shared a common fate, dying quickly. Good people can be trusted, just like how Wenyu dared to let Sun Ruixing sleep under his bed because he knew that under normal circumstances, Sun Ruixing would never harm anyone. However, in the apocalypse, being a good person is not easy, and they often don't live long. This is the experience and lesson of countless individuals. With his past life experience, Wenyu naturally wouldn't fall into this trap, but he wouldn't actively harm people like Sun Ruixing either. Moreover, these people can be trusted to have your back as good comrades, but they are not good teammates. There is a fundamental difference between comrades and teammates. Not wanting to think about these chaotic issues anymore, Wenyu directly exited combat mode and summoned Duyan. The little soul beast was in excellent spirits, still lively and bouncy. It seemed that in the future, combat mode would become Wenyu's daily form. Yet without the little soul beast on his shoulder, he always felt something was missing. "Duyan, go watch the door." Duyan whined a couple of times, complaining that it had been hungry all day and now had to stand guard at night. Ignoring Duyan's complaints, Wenyu lay back and fell asleep. The night was deep. In Che Town, 3 disheveled figures crouched low, slowly weaving through the silent buildings. A voice broke the silence. "Brother Li, what should we do?" After a moment, the man called Brother Li replied, "There's nothing we can do. This afternoon, we all got injured trying to rush into the town. Even Zyro Fang was eaten by zombies. Now we're trapped here and can't get out for the time being. I say we shouldn't have left the camp." A voice of complaint rang out. It was from the last member. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. The 3 men were none other than Li Quan'an and his group, who had fled from Zhang Pengfei's gathering place. Under the cover of night, Li Quan'an's face was pale. It was truly hard to measure human hearts. He had painstakingly brought a few loyal subordinates out of Birch Forest Town, only to find that just half a day after leaving the camp, his loyal followers were already complaining. Everyone has their own thoughts, and humanity's nature is inherently unpredictable. Thus, there are no absolutely loyal underlings. "Brother Li, look, there's light ahead." "Brother Li, look quickly, there's a light ahead," the first person to speak whispered to Li Quan'an. Li Quan'an looked in the direction his subordinate pointed, seeing a faint light that flickered like a small flame, yet it undeniably existed. "Damn, this is ridiculous. The Che town is filled with zombies. How can there still be lights?" Li Quan'an muttered under his breath. However, the small flicker of light ahead was undoubtedly a beacon of hope for him and his group. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan'an said directly, "Let's go check it out." Suppressing his anxiety, Quan'an led his subordinates, crouching and cautiously making their way toward the source of the light. As they approached, they discovered that the scattered lights were quite intriguing. Aside from a few limited spots where this tiny bit of light could be found, other directions were completely obscured by buildings, making it impossible to notice this light. If Quan'an and the others hadn't remembered the location of the light source, they would never have found this place. It was a low residential building, with a dilapidated exterior, mottled walls, and a dark corridor that sent chills down Quan'an's spine. The light was emitted from a spotlight flashlight tied to the third-floor window. "Should we go in and take a look?" Quan'an cautiously discussed with the two remaining subordinates. "Let's go. Staying outside is a sure death," one of them replied. Although they hadn't encountered any zombies in Town, they certainly wouldn't naively believe that no zombies existed. Having made up his mind, just as Quan'an was about to lead them into the building, a sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. The three instantly became wary. Pat, pat. As the sound drew nearer, Quan'an felt reassured because the rhythm was distinctly human footsteps, and humans were definitely better than monsters. This was Quan'an's current thought. As the footsteps got closer, a pale-faced young man in a police uniform descended the stairs and immediately spotted Quan'an and the others standing in front of the building. "Living people?" The young man raised an eyebrow and spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse, like someone who hadn't had water for several days. "Yes, living people," Quan'an replied. Seeing this person made Quan'an feel uneasy, as if he was facing something strange rather than a human. "Nowhere to go?" The young man in the police uniform nodded at Quan'an and waved his hand. "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked into the dark corridor. "What should we do?" Quan'an's subordinate was unsure. Quan'an gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? Let's follow him." Saying this, he was the first to step into the staircase. As Quan'an and his group entered the corridor one after another, the young man leading the way noticed the footsteps behind him, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. "More food is coming?" The sky cleared, when you had already awakened. However, the sunlight streaming through the wind-blown walls was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. One-eyed, one-eyed. As when you called out, the one-eyed creature responded with a couple of barks. "Come over here." "Woof, boss, what do you want to do?" The one-eyed creature had questions but still obediently stood beside Wen-Yu. Once the blinding sunlight was completely blocked by the one-eyed creature's large body, Wen-Yu stretched lazily, patted the creature's somewhat deflated belly, and sighed. "Being big does have its advantages." The one-eyed creature immediately felt a wave of frustration. Here it was, a powerful soul pet, yet its master not only didn't feed it but also made it act as a guard dog and even had to serve as a curtain during the day. The one-eyed creature didn't even have the energy to complain. "By the way, where's son Ruixing?" Noticing that son Ruixing was no longer under the bed, Wen-Yu asked the one-eyed creature. As the one-eyed creature's intelligence grew, it could handle many simple problems, and Wen-Yu had already started to form some ideas. The intelligence and learning ability of high-level mutated beasts would certainly not be inferior to that of humans. And speaking human language was no longer a problem. These were already the last places where humans surpassed mutated beasts. "Woof! He left much earlier, he went out in the morning." Recalling the events of the past few days, the one-eyed creature took a jab at Wen-Yu. Unfortunately, it was of no use. "Let's go, we should also go out and take a look. Today we're heading to Town to see that corpse king and prepare ourselves. It might turn into a fierce battle." Wen-Yu's tone turned serious. Upon hearing the word battle, the one-eyed creature's eyes brightened immediately. It didn't care about the fierce battle Wen-Yu mentioned. After all, how could it obtain good loot and delicious food without a fierce battle? As Wen-Yu pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside, he immediately noticed the still lifeless camp and saw son Ruixing stretching outside. "Hey, brother son, looks like you have good habits." Wen-Yu stepped forward a couple of paces and teased son Ruixing. A good rest had brought Wen-Yu excellent spirits. Behind him, the one-eyed creature struggled to squeeze out through the wooden door. Crack! This was the sound of the wooden door frame being broken. Seeing the dazed patrolling team member not far away, Wen-Yu directly called out, "That person, yes, you, help me change the door frame." After giving this simple instruction, Wen-Yu waved goodbye to son Ruixing. "Let's go, we're going to see Zhang Pengfei, and we'll also need 2 guides before heading to Town to check the situation." Son Ruixing hesitated for a moment and said to Wen-Yu, "You go ahead, I'll wait for you at the camp entrance. I want to check on Bai Zion." "Okay." This expected response made Wen-Yu no longer pay attention to son Ruixing, leading the one-eyed creature directly toward Zhang Pengfei's wooden house. The one-eyed creature followed closely behind. It was like an ancient nobleman walking a fierce dog through the streets. In less than 10 minutes, Wen-Yu walked out of Zhang Pengfei's wooden house. Behind him was the figure of Li Delong nodding and bowing. When you had requested Li Delong from Zhang Pengfei. With the one-eyed creature standing up from its spot at Zhang Pengfei's door, the team for this scouting mission was fully assembled. When you, the one-eyed creature, Sun Ruixing, and Li Delong, ignoring the chaos the one-eyed creature brought to the camp, when you led Li Delong directly to the camp entrance. Sun Ruixing had already been waiting there. No one. Or did they drive people away? Bai Xiron isn't here, but I saw Bai Feifei. That guy named Sun Yashin took Bai Xiron out early in the morning. Okay, let's go. We can discuss the specific plans and route while we walk. Outside the camp, heading towards Che Town, 3 people and a dog were making their way at a steady pace. Li Delong, tell us about the situation in Che Town, Wen Yu said. Li Delong paused for a moment, then called Wen Yu over. He squatted down, picked up a small stone, and began drawing on the ground. Look, this is the main street of Che Town. Below the street is a river, and across the river is Jiangxi. That side hasn't gone through slum renovation. It's all low houses, and since it's close to the mountains, there are many mutated beasts. Moreover, it's said that deep in the mountains, there is a mutated beast king, a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters. No one knows where it came from. The Jiangdong area is the main district of Che Town, and it's also where a horde of zombies is stationed. These zombies are organized and disciplined. There's only one main road at the entrance to the town, which is heavily guarded by numerous zombies every day. There are other entrances, but they are all near the mountains, and the threat from mutated beasts is significant. Having finished his sketch, Li Delong quietly watched as Wen Yu fell into thought. How many zombies are at the town entrance? Wen Yu asked cautiously. At least 100, and their levels aren't low. About 30% are first-level zombies. Then let's go in directly through the town gate. Li Delong hesitated a bit. Isn't that too dangerous? Wen Yu fixed his gaze on Li Delong and Sun Ruixing, saying without hesitation, "It is indeed dangerous for you, so if you feel it's too risky, you can withdraw. When the fight breaks out, I will assess the situation and go deeper. Don't think that I will help you out in a critical moment. Once the fighting starts, I won't be able to care for anyone." Li Delong hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. "Can I collect some supplies behind you, like picking up some materials?" Wen Yu smiled. "That's completely fine. I won't be collecting supplies from the shops or residences. If you want them, they're all yours." "Thank you, thank you." What had Li Delong come for? Simply to find some food. For someone who was almost starving, aiming to kill zombies for points was indeed too much to ask. "By the way, brother Sun, what do you plan to do?" Sun Ruixing had already made up his mind and replied directly, "I'll go deeper based on the situation." "Okay, be careful. By the way, Li Delong, where is that corpse king? It's said to be in the hospital of Che Town, right here." Li Delong said this as he marked a heavy dot on the rough map he had just drawn. "Got it, let's move out." As they got closer to Che Town, the moans of zombies became clearer. "We're almost there, just ahead," Li Delong whispered. "Eyepatch, go!" Eyepatch was undoubtedly the leading soldier under Wen Yu. It seemed that, for now, Wen Yu had only this one soldier. Eyepatch let out a couple of strange cries and charged forward. This was Wen Yu's tactic. Having lived 2 lives in this current experience, he was still a loser in both lives, which was an undeniable fact. So there was really no tactic, and Wen Yu couldn't come up with anything resembling a decent strategy. Fortunately, Wen Yu's strength was exceptionally strong. In the face of overwhelming power, brute force was the best tactic. Hearing the intensifying sounds of battle up ahead, Wen Yu drew out a steel knife from his back and directly told the other 2, "You can join in as well. Any points you can grab will be yours. Once we enter the town, each of you will fend for yourselves." Without waiting for any response from the 2, Wen Yu instantly entered combat mode and accelerated forward. There were indeed quite a few zombies, over 100 of them packed closely together, creating a dense atmosphere. When Wen Yu arrived at the battlefield, he saw Eyepatch displaying its might. Although there were many first-level zombies, they posed no threat to Eyepatch. Wen Yu even noticed that Eyepatch hardly bore any wounds on its skin. With a direct swing of the knife, tremendous power tore through the nearest zombie's body while simultaneously decapitating a second zombie. Blood splattered, and this made Wen Yu regain the feeling of battle. This was the battlefield he was most familiar with in his previous life, chaotic with zombies, filled with passionate bloodshed. The difference was that in this life, he would dictate his own life and death, as well as that of others. By the time Sun Ruixing and Li Delong reached the battlefield, the zombie horde had already been mostly defeated, with only scattered zombies missing limbs under Eyepatch's playful attack. "Go see if there are any left alive. You 2 can finish them off. Stay clear of Eyepatch to avoid accidental injury." After giving a light greeting, Wen Yu directly walked towards the exchange stone pillar. If there are points, they should be used to enhance one's strength, which is absolutely necessary. As the strength of zombies increased, so did the points they could provide. This horde offered Wenyu over 1,000 points. He directly exchanged for 2 level 2 attributeless magic crystals, raising his physical attributes to 15.5 points. Seeing Eyepatch finish off the last few zombies, Wenyu nodded toward the two who were finishing off the remaining zombies before stepping directly into Che Town. His target was clear: the town hospital. The town hospital was the only hospital in Che Town. With the continuous economic development of Che Town, the once old and dilapidated building had been transformed into something more presentable. Standing 3 stories tall, though not very high, it occupied a considerable area. At this moment in the 3rd-floor hall, an operating table had been moved here, on which lay the corpse of a giant mutated pig. Its white, plump body, although lacking sharp claws, still looked clumsy in shape. However, its sharp tusks reminded everyone that this creature could no longer be classified as food. A zombie rushed in hurriedly. If it weren't for the exposed facial bones and the white glazed eyes, its agile movements would almost be indistinguishable from those of a human. Roar! Although 2nd-level zombies had developed some intelligence, the corruption from demonic energy had rendered most unable to speak again. Upon hearing the roar of this 2nd-level zombie, a massive head emerged from the corpse of the mutated pig. This was the corpse king of Che Town. With a height of 3 meters and grayish-blue skin, its overall form was like a giant version of a human. However, the right hand of this corpse king was abnormally large. With the departure of the 2nd-level zombie that had just entered the town hospital, the zombies in Che Town began to stir. Countless zombies crawled out from the residential houses, underground passages, and even from the sewers. On the orderly roads of Che Town, an increasing number of zombies emerged, surrounding Wenyu like a massive net slowly closing in. After walking for several hundred meters without encountering a single zombie, Wenyu carefully discerned the subtle sounds in the air until a chaotic sound of footsteps gradually approached. From the noise, there were quite a few. The situation is really not good, Wenyu sighed and directly headed towards the source of the sound. Zombies often emit inexplicable roars for unknown reasons, but the zombies in Che Town did not. This is the difference between the military and a mob, and the disparity in combat strength is as vast as heaven and earth. Just after turning a corner, Wenyu collided face to face with a group of approaching zombies. The leading zombie stared at Wenyu in astonishment, with brutal madness surging in its eyes. 2nd level, when Wenyu first saw this zombie, he had already sensed something different about it. Its movements were coordinated, and he could clearly detect emotional fluctuations in its eyes. The zombie's sharp claws lunged wildly at him, but were directly blocked by Wenyu's steel knife. At the same time, the one-eyed creature beside Wenyu opened its mouth wide and bit down on the zombie's waist. Only then did the zombie's howls echo through the sky, while the lower-level zombies behind it charged forward in a roar. One-eyed, kill it! Wenyu commanded without hesitation, disregarding the 2nd-level zombie and rushing towards the group of lower-level zombies. The battle erupted directly in the narrow street. If one were to look down from the sky above Che Town, they would see that as Wenyu engaged with this group of zombies, the surrounding zombies that had not yet reached the battlefield suddenly quickened their pace, rushing towards the source of the roars. And every leading zombie silently slowed its pace, gradually disappearing into the seemingly similar mass of zombies. The 2nd-level zombies had gained intelligence. This was the most terrifying thing. The one-eyed creature was entangled with the 2nd-level zombie, while Wenyu had already decapitated numerous lower-level zombies. His score kept rising, but the calmness in Wenyu's eyes grew stronger. Greed is a significant reason why people fall into the abyss. After kicking a 1st-level zombie's head off, seeing that the one-eyed creature had beaten the 2nd-level zombie into an unrecognizable form, Wenyu stepped forward and delivered a fatal blow to the 2nd-level zombie that the one-eyed creature had in its mouth. "Let's go, we've been here too long." The one-eyed creature let out a few whines while biting the 2nd-level zombie's body and charged into the horde. It was reluctant to abandon food of such a high level. Its massive size, combined with overwhelming strength, turned every part of the one-eyed creature's body into a weapon. Wenyu realized that their combat setup was somewhat off. Letting the one-eyed creature deal with the lower-level zombies was obviously a better choice. As the one-eyed creature charged, their pace suddenly quickened, but the surrounding zombies seemed to have received some kind of command, rushing forward recklessly, even willing to use their bodies to block Wenyu for even a second. They succeeded, with zombies continuously arriving from behind. Wenyu and the one-eyed creature were directly trapped in a narrow alley. "Fight!" With Wenyu's loud shout, the one-eyed creature released the 2nd-level zombie's corpse it was still holding, turned, and crashed into the zombie horde. It was like a car accident scene. The incoming zombie crowd evidently paused for a moment, with several that got close to the one-eyed creature being smashed into pulp. The one-eyed creature was also feeling the strain. The sheer number resulted in a qualitative change, and the immense force caused the one-eyed creature to be slammed back, its four limbs trembling for several steps before regaining balance. Taking advantage of the zombie's momentary pause, Wenyu went wild with his blade, splattering blood all around. Behind him, the one-eyed creature managed to regain its strength and roared as it pressed against Wenyu's side. Like rocks standing firm amidst crashing waves, Wenyu and the one-eyed creature stood unyielding. In the horde of zombies, emotional gazes continuously swept over Wenyu and the one-eyed creature. Then, as if fixing on a target, they slowly closed in on the massacre ahead. Wenyu forcefully sliced through a first-level zombie's skull, and although the zombie's claws clawed at him, they failed to rip through his E-level protective suit. Swinging his knife, he chopped again and repeated the process. Although the danger was not significant, the physical exertion was considerable. If it weren't for the one-eyed creature bearing half the pressure, Wenyu could hardly see a possibility of dealing with such a massive horde of zombies, until the steel knife got stuck in the head of a peak first-level zombie. The steel knife was merely a consumable. Although the sharpness and toughness of the E-level steel knife had greatly improved, any weapon inevitably faces the possibility of failure, and cold weapons are no exception. Originally, this was a minor issue, when you had seen this many times before. He kicked the first-level zombie's body, sending it flying, and naturally, the steel knife was freed from its constraint. However, in less than a second, certain zombies seized the opportunity. A figure suddenly darted out from behind the zombie horde, looking no different from an ordinary zombie, but moving extremely fast. Wenyu's eyes flashed with understanding. A second-level zombie had certainly appeared in Town. There had just been one, and now another emerged. Wielding his steel knife, Wenyu swiftly cut towards the lunging zombie. The second-level zombie twisted its head, dodging the sharp blade. Although it lost an arm, it successfully achieved its goal. Its other hand firmly grasped Wenyu's right foot. A strong sense of crisis surged, and Wenyu had no time to deal with the zombies on the ground. He quickly lowered his head to avoid another second-level zombie that flew just over him, but there were 3 gusts of wind. One-eyed! Wenyu's explosive shout rang out. The one-eyed creature and Wenyu, connected by the power of their soul contract, understood each other's intentions. It charged directly into the second-level zombie, its massive body blocking Wenyu from the final blow. The last second-level zombie bit down harshly on the one-eyed creature's neck. Ow, ow, ow! The attack power of a second-level zombie is definitely not easy to withstand. The one-eyed creature was severely injured from the bite. At that moment, Wenyu had already crushed the first second-level zombie's skull. Ignoring the one-eyed creature's cries behind him, Wenyu reasoned that if it could still make sounds, it could still fight. With the one-eyed creature's abilities, as long as it could still fight, victory or defeat was uncertain. He swung his knife to intercept the attack from the second-level zombie that had just flown over his head, pouring all his strength into it. In the state of haste and fusion, it only took 5 slashes to deal with this first-level peak zombie. Then he turned to look back. The one-eyed beast had basically resolved the battle. The second-level zombie that had been knocked away by the one-eyed beast was completely torn apart. To know that for the one-eyed beast, a second-level zombie was already a decent meal. The fact that the one-eyed beast was so furious that it abandoned the temptation of food to tear its prey apart is unimaginable. The source of its anger stemmed from the zombie hanging from its neck. The last second-level zombie was clinging onto the one-eyed beast with all its might, while its large mouth was frantically biting into the one-eyed beast's body. The one-eyed beast had bitten into this zombie's waist, its immense strength severing the zombie in half, but the zombie's weak point was only its head. Thus, the mangled zombie remained hanging on the one-eyed beast, and the one-eyed beast could no longer reach it. Seeing the one-eyed beast going berserk attacking the nearby low-level zombies, Wenyu stepped up and swiftly took down the second-level zombie clinging to the one-eyed beast. "Clear the way, let's move out." The damage inflicted by the second-level zombie was not light, and with the activation of the Destiny Fight ability, the one-eyed beast's physical condition was now almost on par with Wenyu's combat state. The one-eyed beast was panting heavily, its eyes filled with a fierce light. Like a tank, it unleashed its rage on the ordinary zombies. With the one-eyed beast's explosive outburst, the man and the beast quickly broke through the encirclement of zombies and dashed toward the exit of Town. As the distance from the horde of zombies increased, the zombies gradually stopped pursuing. "Ha!" Wenyu let out a heavy breath. The quality of these zombies was lacking, but their numbers were overwhelming. It was impossible for him to kill them all alone. He would only exhaust himself to death. Let's go back to the gathering point first, find more professionals, and then come back to deal with them. Seeing the one-eyed beast trembling with anger, Wenyu comforted it directly. The one-eyed beast drooped its head, having just been injured by the second-level zombie. If it weren't for Wenyu being there, the one-eyed beast would have surely wanted to kill all the zombies. The one-eyed beast wouldn't care about the ratio of quality to quantity at all. Enough, no need to think about it. This damn thing isn't over yet. Not far away, he spotted 9 zombies standing at the entrance of Showdown. Wenyu patted the one-eyed beast's big head and said directly. The one-eyed beast's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the zombies in the distance. I must let the big boss know that to me, second-level zombies are just trash. In a nearby small building, Sun Ruixing and Li Delong were cautiously hiding here, occasionally glancing at the 9 zombies at the entrance. Wow, brother, Sun, are these really second-level zombies? There are way too many. Thinking back, if it weren't for Sun Ruixing's keen eyes spotting the difference in these zombies, they would have likely become the zombies' next meal. Really, their physical coordination is quite different from the ones I've seen before. I don't know if they are second level, but the possibility is the highest. Sun Ruixing swallowed hard. Li Delong, seeing the current scene, couldn't help but feel a bit pessimistic. So what should we do? Wait. Wait for what? Sun Ruixing glanced at the anxious Li Delong and explained, Don't forget, brother, Wenyu is still inside Showdown. He will come out sooner or later. Which route do you think he will take? Li Delong fell silent for a moment and hesitantly said, 9, brother, when you might have a hard time dealing with them. Then what can we do? We can only pray that, brother, when you can handle these second-level zombies. Otherwise, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. The two fell into silence. Before long, the figures of a man and a dog appeared in their line of sight. They're here, Li Delong whispered. Upon seeing Wenyu's figure, Sun Ruixing picked up his steel knife and wooden shield, heading downstairs. Brother, Sun, where are you going? Li Delong asked in surprise. Without looking back, Sun Ruixing replied, To help. If I can take down one, it will lessen brother Wenyu's pressure. Hearing Sun Ruixing's words, Li Delong shrank back a bit. Haha, I'm not going. I can't be of any help. In terms of physical fitness, Li Delong was even above Sun Ruixing, but sadly people are indeed different. Suit yourself. The battle erupted in an instant. Humans and zombies are natural enemies, and there is no possibility of any communication. As the 9 zombies opposite began to move, the one-eyed beast charged forward first. However, these second-level zombies were targeting Wenyu. In a situation where they were of the same level and their physical qualities were not vastly different, the one-eyed beast could only hold off 2 zombies. The remaining 7 attacked Wenyu, either clawing or biting, their assaults coming in an instant. A fierce glint flashed in Wenyu's eyes. Now was the time to be ruthless. Wenyu was not only tough on others, but even tougher on himself. The first zombie that made contact didn't even manage to harm Wenyu. It was directly decapitated by Wenyu's knife. The second zombie was kicked away by Wenyu. Then Wenyu dodged one of the 5 incoming attacks, but 4 others landed directly on him. The E-level protective suit couldn't defend against such immense force, turning it into rags. Fortunately, thanks to Wenyu's combat awareness, it didn't inflict any crippling damage on him. That was enough. Wenyu directly thrust the steel knife into the mouth of the approaching zombie, then twisted the blade, causing the zombie's head to explode. With his left hand, he forcefully grabbed the head of a zombie on his left, using his waist strength to fling it toward the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast opened its mouth and crushed the zombie's skull, while its body endured a claw strike from another nearby zombie. In an instant, the one-eyed beast suffered minor injuries, while Wenyu was moderately injured, with only 6 second-level zombies remaining. No, it was 5, because in the blink of an eye, the one-eyed beast had stomped down on another zombie, its sharp claws exploding the zombie's head. Then, the second round of fighting immediately began. Wenyu hadn't even had the chance to retract his steel knife when a zombie bit down on his wrist, the immense force causing his bones to creak. Wenyu decisively abandoned the steel knife, pulling the zombie into his embrace, disregarding the torn flesh and blood on his hand, and forcefully twisted the zombie's head off before lunging forward. Behind him, a second-level zombie's teeth snapped at nothing, but another one managed to land a hit, its claws ripping through Wenyu's thigh, exposing the flesh and tendons underneath. Throwing aside the now-dead zombie, Wenyu jumped on one foot and leaned against the nearby one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast had already resolved its battle. It was proven that second-level zombies, in a one-on-one situation, really couldn't compete with the one-eyed beast. With its mouth full of filthy blood, the one-eyed beast turned its head and glared fiercely at the remaining 3 second-level zombies. Then, the third round of combat began, which would determine the outcome of the fight. The one-eyed beast charged directly into the midst of the 3 zombies, and with a single bite, it decapitated one of the zombies. The remaining 2 zombies tried to rush over but were blocked by the one-eyed beast. Just a few seconds later, the battle was over. The victor is Wen Yu and the one-eyed. It was not until this moment that Sun Ruixing finally arrived, a bit late. Let's eat them first. The bodies of the second-level zombies were definitely not difficult for the one-eyed to swallow. The one-eyed glanced worriedly at Wen Yu, who was standing on one leg. Upon seeing Wen Yu shake his head at him, he began to chew on the zombies on the ground. Sun Ruixing looked at the pile of zombie corpses and Wen Yu's injuries but found himself at a loss for words. It's okay, the injuries are easy to deal with. Besides, except for the blood loss, the other wounds are not hard to handle, Wen Yu said directly, noticing the concern in Sun Ruixing's eyes. Sun Ruixing opened his mouth, but the worried words were held back. The deep wounds made Wen Yu's statement seem less terrifying. Do you need a healing potion? No need, it would waste points. After seeing that the one-eyed had finished eating, Wen Yu exited battle mode and summoned the one-eyed into the soul realm, then re-entered battle mode to enhance his healing ability. The wounds healed at a visible speed. It proved that, before finding another spirit pet with healing capabilities, the one-eyed's ability was indeed somewhat useful. Let's go back to the gathering place first. I need to rest for a while. Sun Ruixing glanced at the wound on Wen Yu's thigh and asked, Do you want me to carry you? Wen Yu thought briefly and realized that hopping back on one foot would really consume a lot of energy and wouldn't look good, so he nodded at Sun Ruixing. Wen Yu, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Sun Ruixing's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a better idea. In just a few minutes, Sun Ruixing returned with a shocked Li Delong, carrying a simple stretcher made of cloth and wooden sticks. Let's use this, it's much more comfortable than carrying you. Sun Ruixing smiled at Wen Yu. Wen Yu also smiled. This Sun Ruixing always cared about others' feelings. In this apocalypse, he was quite a remarkable person, comparable to Sun Yashin. Thanking Sun Ruixing, Wen Yu lay down on the stretcher. It wasn't very comfortable, but it was definitely better than being carried. Let's go, Li Delong shouted excitedly, his mouth wide open. How could Li Delong not be excited? Facing 9 second-level zombies, they could cleanly resolve the battle, and most importantly, he didn't have to exert any effort and just walked out of what was considered a dead zone, Che Town. Plus, looking at the backpack behind him, it was filled with quite a lot of supplies. Brother Wen Yu, you are seriously too strong. In my opinion, you are dozens of times stronger than Sun Yashin. Whenever zombies attacked the camp, Sun Yashin could only deal with 2 second-level zombies at once, while Brother Wen Yu killed nearly 10. What's the difference? This is the difference. Li Delong was unabashedly flattering Wen Yu, making him feel quite pleased. The effects of the enhanced healing made Wen Yu feel a bit drowsy. At times like this, he thought some music, snacks, and sunshine would be perfect. But aside from the sun, there was nothing else. Li Delong's praises served well enough as music. The 2 professionals quickly moved forward, carrying Wen Yu, and it wasn't long before the gathering place was already in sight. As a large number of second-level zombies perished, the ordinary zombie horde in Che Town was almost on the verge of collapse. In the town hospital, feeling the presence of his subordinates disappearing one by one, the giant corpse king let out a terrifying howl. The sound was so loud that it shattered the glass in the hospital. As the corpse king's howl echoed far and wide, the zombies in Che Town immediately fell silent, then slowly walked out of the town. Target: Zhang Pengfei's gathering place. This was yet another zombie attack event, but on a larger scale. Move aside, can't you see Brother Wen Yu is injured? Li Delong kicked a regular professional out of the way, shouting arrogantly. Wen Yu lay weakly on the stretcher, casually smoking a cigarette and leisurely enjoying the human-powered vehicle service. The bleeding had stopped under the enhanced healing, and as his physical attributes increased, the healing potion's effect weakened. However, skills were different. They were part of the professional itself, the essence of their strength, even more important than physical fitness. Brother Wen Yu, how did you get so injured? A rough voice came from afar. It was Zhang Pengfei. Zhang Pengfei squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and hurried over, asking with concern. It's nothing. I ran into some zombies and had a fight, Wen Yu said nonchalantly. What do you mean had a fight? Brother Wen Yu, that was 9 second-level zombies. All 9 attacked at once and you took them all down yourself. You guys didn't see it. The scene was truly spectacular. Li Delong was enthusiastically praising Wen Yu, though at times he might have exaggerated a bit. Not much, just enough to make Wen Yu blush. Can you just take me back to my room? I need to rest. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Li Delong immediately stopped boasting and shouted, Didn't you hear what Brother Wen Yu said? Move aside, don't block the way. As soon as Brother Wen Yu's injuries are healed, he'll immediately go get the corpse king's head. With the crowd watching, Wen Yu finally returned to his room. He turned to Sun Ruixing and said, Brother Sun, I can't summon the One-Eyed for now. I need a few hours for my injuries not to affect my combat ability. During this time, I need you to keep watch. Sun Ruixing didn't hesitate at all and nodded immediately. Seeing this, Li Delong, very understanding, greeted Wen Yu and directly walked out. Outside the door, Zhang Pengfei saw Li Delong coming out and quietly gestured. Li Delong subtly nodded to Zhang Pengfei and walked towards his shabby wooden house. Once there were no people around, Li Delong quietly turned a corner and entered a simple wooden house, which was Zhang Pengfei's warehouse. Is he really that strong? Leveraging the dappled sunlight, Zhang Pengfei was the one who spoke. Li Delong had long lost his carefree demeanor and said seriously, very strong, way stronger, at least several times stronger than little Tian. Zhang Pengfei pondered for a moment. Can you find a way to gain his trust? I'll have to try. Okay, I trust you to handle it. As night deepened and the entire camp fell into a deep sleep in Che Town, groups of zombies quietly stood, their vacant eyes fixed on the enormous zombie at the front. This was the corpse king of Che Town. However, amusingly, only 2 second-level zombies remained by the corpse king's side. Second-level zombies were hard to evolve, and after Wen Yu's commotion during the day, even the apparent overlord of a small town faced the embarrassing situation of having no zombies to command. Roar, with the corpse king's furious roar, the entire army of zombies slowly began to move. Kainzi, have you heard? That second-level professional, Wen Yu, who came here a while back, killed dozens of second-level zombies in the town today, and rumor has it he even chopped off the corpse king's arm. Brother Zhang, I heard someone say that this person has already killed the corpse king. Tusk, no matter how you put it, this Wen Yu is quite formidable. Isn't that right? If you ask me, the humans of Che Town finally have hope. At the entrance of the camp, 2 guards on patrol were squatting side by side, discussing Wen Yu, hope, and the future. Kaingzi, did you hear any sounds? What sounds? It seems like someone is walking. Impossible, who would come to this desolate place in the middle of the night? I think so too. Before Brother Zhang could finish speaking, a massive figure suddenly slammed into them like a cannonball, its powerful right arm coming down. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the soft soil exploded into a giant pit, and the person known as Brother Zhang had already vanished without a trace. Blood and flesh splattered, landing directly on Kaingzi's face. Kaingzi stared dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing corpse king, plopping down onto the filthy ground, his face pale, unable to utter a word. Wen Yu was startled awake by a cacophony of sounds in his sleep. What's going on? Wen Yu instantly felt a chill. Sun Ruixing, who was still at the door, shook his head at Wen Yu, indicating he didn't know what was happening. Wen Yu steadied himself and began to assess his injuries. The wounds had scabbed over extensively, and at the current rate, they would heal completely in just one night. Unfortunately, Wen Yu couldn't shake the bad feeling in his heart. Let's go, old son, let's go outside and take a look. Wen Yu immediately stood up and limped out of the room. Outside, the crowd had already fallen into panic. Professionals were rushing towards the camp entrance with steel knives in hand, while ordinary people were fleeing for their lives towards the rear. What is happening? Wen Yu grabbed a professional and asked directly. This professional clearly knew Wen Yu's name and trembled as he replied, "The Corpse King is leading the horde of zombies to attack the camp." Wen Yu's brows furrowed instantly. This was not a good time. The dim visibility greatly weakened humanity's advantage. Releasing the professional, Wen Yu turned directly to Sun Ruixing and said, "Old son, you go ahead to check the situation. I'll exchange for some items and come over soon." Sun Ruixing understood Wen Yu needed healing potions and said nothing, grabbing his gear and walking towards the camp entrance. Wen Yu limped to the exchange stone pillar. Check points. Remaining points, 5418. This was not much different from what Wen Yu had expected. The harvest during the day was indeed considerable. He immediately exited combat mode and summoned the One-Eyed. In the Soul Realm space, the One-Eyed's injuries had completely healed. First, check the situation ahead. If things look bad, notify me in time. Woof woof. The One-Eyed barked twice and dashed towards the camp entrance. Wen Yu refocused on the exchange stone pillar. First, he exchanged for a medium healing potion, consuming 500 points. He drank it in one go, and his wounds healed rapidly, but it wasn't completely restored. Wen Yu moved his limbs slightly and found that his leg was still a bit inconvenient. Now was definitely not the time to worry about points. He directly exchanged for another medium healing potion. This time his wounds were completely restored, and the healing process took less than a minute. With 4418 points remaining, Wen Yu exchanged for an E-level steel knife and an E-level protective suit, donning them immediately. Then he exchanged for 8 level 2 attributeless magic crystals, which increased his physical attributes to 19.5 points after a brief absorption. If he entered combat mode, it would be 29.5 points, which was already mid-level second-tier stats. After completing the exchanges, Wen Yu headed straight for the camp's main entrance. Ahead, roaring, shouting, and wailing sounds echoed through the silent sky. At the camp's main entrance, Zhang Pengfei led all the professionals in a state of high alert. Watching the dense horde of zombies rushing from a distance, Zhang Pengfei's eyes were filled with anxiety. "Where are Wen Yu and little Tian?" a trusted aide immediately answered. "Little Tian is on his way." "Good. Brother Wen Yu is still exchanging items. He'll come over soon." Son Ruixing chimed in directly. Zyro Wen arranged for the ordinary people in the camp to evacuate, taking a detour into Chafe Town. "All professionals hold the line here for at least 10 minutes to give the ordinary people time to evacuate." "Understood, Brother Fei." The young woman called Zyro Wen nodded and turned to enter the camp. Not far away, Sun Yashin arrived with Bai Xiron and Bai Feifei standing beside Zhang Pengfei and looking down. "So many?" Sun Yashin exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the increasingly approaching zombies, even as a second-level professional, he felt immense pressure bearing down. "There are indeed quite a few. I plan to hold out here for a while, then we'll abandon this camp and head to Chafe Town. As long as Brother Wen Yu can take down that corpse king, we'll have a chance to survive." Zhang Pengfei gritted his teeth, making a firm decision. Without the leadership of the Corpse King, zombies were just a scattered mess. "But I need little Tian to exert some effort. If there are second-level zombies inside, it will be half for you and half for me." Upon hearing Zhang Pengfei's request, Sun Yashin nodded seriously and turned to Bai Xiron, saying, "You protect your sister and head out first." This morning, Sun Yashin had taken Bai Xiron out, making her a professional, which wasn't difficult for second-level professionals. Bai Xiron, with a pale face, looked at the horde of zombies about to clash with the survivors, trembling as she nodded. Even as a professional, someone who couldn't dare to fight was still a burden. "Prepare to set fire." With Zhang Pengfei's loud shout, the professionals nearby ignited the only defensive measure set up at the camp's entrance, a deep trench filled with gasoline and straw. As the flames danced, thick smoke and fire obscured the survivors' sight. Without the oppressive presence of zombies right before them, everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, a sudden roar erupted from the other side of the flames. Two humanoid creatures flew over the flames, their agile bodies continually adjusting in midair. As they descended, they landed on the ground, creating a large pit, two second-level zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yashin aimed a punch at one of them, while Zhang Pengfei activated his skill against the other zombie. Smash F-level active skill strengthens the damage of the next strike. This is a basic skill for warriors. Zhang Pengfei was just an ordinary warrior, but his physical fitness had already reached the peak of a first-level practitioner, and he clearly had strong combat skills. Therefore, if it came down to a desperate fight, Zhang Pengfei believed he could hold his own against Sun Yashin. As the two second-level zombies engaged with the two of them, the zombie king on the opposite side of the fire was also busy, throwing numerous first-level zombies one after another, as if they were dumplings, raining down on the humans. Some zombies, due to the zombie king's excessive force, crashed to the ground and broke their bones, struggling to get up before being beheaded by nearby professionals. Others were thrown directly onto the professionals, smashing them into the ground, ignoring the pain as both sides fought fiercely. More zombies ended up thrown onto the open ground, and before the professionals could move in for the kill, the zombies had already stood up and launched attacks on the humans. Sun Yashin delivered a punch, but in close combat, the damage from the wave fist was far from sufficient, only pushing the zombie back a small step. Seeing Zhang Pengfei struggling not far away, Sun Yashin's anxiety grew. "This situation isn't looking good. Should we run first?" With this thought in mind, Sun Yashin felt the combat situation was too bleak for the humans. The number of zombies outnumbered them by dozens or even hundreds. In a fight where certain death awaited, only a few could bravely sacrifice themselves. Just as Sun Yashin hesitated, a massive gray shadow suddenly darted from the direction of the camp, opening its wide mouth and fiercely biting the second-level zombie that was engaged with Sun Yashin. It was the one-eyed creature. The second-level zombie, seeing the one-eyed creature's sharp fangs and gaping maw, swiftly dodged the bite but was knocked away by a backhand slap from the one-eyed creature. The zombie's body spun several times in midair, and just as it landed, the one-eyed creature lunged again, biting down on the zombie's neck. This time the zombie was unable to avoid the attack. With a crack, the head and body separated, and this zombie was dead. Sun Yashin stared blankly at the suddenly appearing one-eyed creature, which had effortlessly dealt with the opponent he could barely hold his ground against. "So this is Wen Yu's summoned beast. It's already so strong, and now there's this impressive big dog. Truly." Sun Yashin had heard of the big dog that appeared in the camp during the day. A fleeting flash of jealousy crossed his eyes. For someone with the Protagonist syndrome, encountering someone stronger than himself intensified feelings of jealousy. The one-eyed creature ignored Sun Yashin's complex emotions and opened its mouth to begin eating. The second-level zombie was quite a treat for the one-eyed creature. The few second-level zombies from the morning had significantly improved the one-eyed creature's physical prowess. Sun Yashin, what are you looking at? Hurry up and come help me. Seeing the one-eyed creature swiftly take down Sun Yashin's opponent, Zhang Pengfei, already injured, shouted at Sun Yashin. Oh! Sun Yashin finally reacted. This wasn't just a fight, but a war between humans and zombies. Taking down his opponent meant victory in battle, but not victory in the war. He unleashed a punch within the best attack range of the wave fist. The remaining second-level zombie couldn't withstand the immense force and was sent flying. Zhang Pengfei immediately followed up, joining Sun Yashin to encircle it. Once the one-eyed creature dealt with Sun Yashin's opponent, it did not attack again, but continued to tear at the second-level zombie's body while cautiously observing the looming giant figure across the flames. The Zombie King exerted immense pressure on the one-eyed creature. With Zhang Pengfei delivering a fierce blow that severed the second-level zombie's neck, the two strongest human fighters present, Sun Yashin and Zhang Pengfei, were fully unleashed, leading the other professionals to quickly decimate the zombies on the ground. The Zombie King, realizing that its remaining 2 minions had been killed, ceased throwing more zombies at the camp. "Brother Fei, what do we do now?" Li Delong, bloodied, stepped up beside Zhang Pengfei and asked. Zhang Pengfei looked at the indistinct zombie horde across the way and made up his mind. "Let's retreat." If it weren't for the barrier of flames, they would have already been overwhelmed by the horde, and the fire wall would eventually burn out. More importantly, the trench's width might not be enough to stop the Zombie King. Thus, retreating was the wisest decision for the surviving humans. As the professionals slowly moved back, the Zombie King finally took action. Fear of fire is an instinct inherent to all animals. Although the Zombie King had intelligence, it still couldn't escape its lowly cognitive predicament. The Zombie King had been waiting for the fire to extinguish. But how could it know that this defense line was meticulously prepared by Zhang Pengfei, and the materials inside could burn for several hours? When the Zombie King saw the humans attempting to retreat, it couldn't hold back any longer. Roar! The intense roar transmitted a simple and direct command to every zombie behind it: charge. Low-level zombies, lacking intelligence, unhesitatingly obeyed the Zombie King's orders, rushing headlong into the fire pit. The fire pit, dug deep and wide by Zhang Pengfei, was initially covered with a simple wooden bridge, which had been burned away by the flames. A large number of zombies plunged directly into the pit, and within a minute, this seemingly large trench would be filled to the brim with zombies. The Zombie King nodded in satisfaction at the back, pondering in its not-so-smart brain for the first time, "Why didn't I think of this sooner?" "Faster run!" Seeing the zombies starting to fill the pits regardless of casualties, Zhang Pengfei immediately shouted orders. Fortunately, the professionals were not ordinary people who were afraid to fight. Upon witnessing the zombies' behavior, they did not panic but quickly turned and ran towards the camp. Without the presence of second-level zombies, these professionals had a considerable chance of escaping as long as they got out of the Corpse King's line of sight. The gap in mobility was significant, and more importantly, with tens of thousands of zombies spread out in Chehe Town, it truly was not too many. As the professionals continued to retreat, the Corpse King grew furious. What was the purpose of leading his subordinates today? It was to destroy this camp, to avenge the little brothers he had painstakingly nurtured, and to kill the human who had rampaged on his territory in the morning. Yet here he was, having killed very few humans, but losing all of his remaining 2 capable assistants in the process. This made him feel utterly foolish. Losing face was one thing, but the loss of dignity was critical. This absolutely could not stand. Finally, rage overcame his instincts. The Corpse King took a few steps back, letting out a furious roar. Then, with a burst of strength in his legs, he charged forward like a battle chariot. With his robust physique, the explosive power he possessed was terrifying. With a powerful push of his right leg, his massive body soared into the air, quickly crossing the line of fire. Reaching the opposite bank effortlessly, a momentary look of realization flashed in the Corpse King's eyes. "So this ditch is so narrow, I wish I had realized it sooner." Turning back, the Corpse King gazed at the few remaining individuals who had not had the chance to flee. The one-eyed man, Zhang Pengfei, Sun Yashin, and Sun Ruixing. The few remaining people felt the pressure of the Corpse King's murderous aura causing their pores to constrict. The one-eyed man was the first to react, realizing that the Corpse King before him was definitely not someone he couldn't contend with. Currently, the one-eyed man's physical quality was around 15 points, while the recent leap from the Corpse King had roughly revealed its physical quality. Around 40 points, not yet at level 3, but zombies did not possess skills. As long as the one-eyed man could accumulate injuries and wait for his destiny fight ability to fully unleash, he had a chance to fight to the death against this Corpse King. As long as he could hold his ground against the opponent, the one-eyed man saw no need to flee. As for the massive crowd of ordinary zombies behind the Corpse King, the one-eyed man didn't take them seriously at all. Without the addition of skills, an over one-fold difference in physical quality resulted in extremely powerful defenses and instant kill effects. With a direct leap, the one-eyed man did not immediately attack the Corpse King. His current physical quality made it easy for him to suffer a brutal death at the hands of the Corpse King. So the one-eyed man jumped into a nearby fire pit. The intense flames scorched the one-eyed man's body, but his strong physique reduced the pain significantly. However, fire and water are merciless, and the one-eyed man had long fur. As the long fur on the one-eyed man was burned to ashes, it caused secondary damage to his skin, akin to charcoal, as the flames began to lick at the one-eyed man's skin. At the same time, he was also facing attacks from the zombies that were unable to jump out of the pit. The attacks from the low-level zombies could not penetrate the one-eyed man's skin, while his counterattacks resulted in the continued death of the low-level zombies. The remaining few and the Corpse King stared blankly at the one-eyed man's suicidal act. Confusion flashed in the Corpse King's eyes, while despair filled the eyes of the others. That big dog had been frightened into a breakdown by the Corpse King, and the Corpse King would absolutely not jump into the fire pit to fight a big dog. This meant that the few remaining individuals would become the Corpse King's primary attack targets. Sun Yashin was the first to react, quickly turning to flee. With a physical quality of 12 points, his small frame darted forward like a rabbit. Sun Ruixing had just picked up a shield, intending to shout to the other two, "You guys go first, I'll hold them off." Unexpectedly, Sun Yashin had already run away, glancing back at Zhang Pengfei. Zhang Pengfei gave Sun Ruixing an apologetic look, pulling out a scroll from his pocket and tearing it open with force. With a flash of white light, Zhang Pengfei's figure disappeared. "Phew!" Sun Ruixing smiled bitterly, not blaming the two. It was already a dire situation. One less person was a small consolation. However, this time he was definitely doomed. But to drop his weapon and await judgment from his opponent was absolutely not Sun Ruixing's style. Resolutely, he picked up his steel knife and shield, setting his determined gaze on the giant Corpse King. If he were to die, he would die fighting. As the remaining three were reduced to just Sun Ruixing, the giant Corpse King finally withdrew his gaze from the one-eyed man in the fire pit. With the intelligence of this giant Corpse King, it could barely comprehend why the one-eyed man had jumped into the fire pit. But one thing was certain: the giant Corpse King would not jump into the fire pit to wrestle with a big dog. Just as the giant Corpse King finished contemplating whether to kill the dog or the human first, he noticed that only one person remained. The giant Corpse King was enraged. These humans were too cunning, taking advantage of his moment of thought to flee. With a furious roar directed at Sun Ruixing, he leaped up, raising his massive right hand high, ready to smash down on Sun Ruixing. This strike Sun Ruixing could not defend against, and Sun Ruixing realized this problem. "Fortunately, I won't block it. It means I'll never see Zhuwei again." With his eyes slightly closed, Sun Ruixing quietly awaited the arrival of death. Boom! A loud crash. Sun Ruixing, standing still waiting for death, felt no pain whatsoever. Opening his eyes in confusion, the first thing he saw was Wen Yu's figure. "Brother Wen Yu!" Sun Ruixing cried out excitedly. The joy of escaping from death was overwhelming. Wen Yu nodded at Sun Ruixing, slightly moving his somewhat numb right foot. Just moments ago, Wen Yu had entered battle mode, unleashing maximum speed and kicking the airborne Corpse King away. Although this prevented Sun Ruixing from being crushed instantly, the giant Corpse King was left completely unharmed. The defense of this unprecedented Corpse King gave Wen Yu a headache. Seeing the Corpse King crawl back up after being kicked 10 meters away and roar angrily at Wen Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. This Corpse King did not respond to soul strikes. Ordinary zombies, merely a bunch of dead people, naturally did not have souls and could not be affected by soul strikes. And Wen Yu had limited experience fighting second-level zombies. Previous encounters had been resolved too quickly to observe whether high-level zombies were affected by soul strikes. They might eat them, or they might not. The current situation had not exceeded expectations. Even if zombies gained intelligence, they were still merely soulless walking corpses. "Let's go first, I'll handle this." Wen Yu kept his eyes fixed on the giant Corpse King and said to Sun Ruixing without turning his head. Sun Ruixing nodded, didn't say a word, and turned to leave. Knowing Wen Yu's strength and personality, Sun Ruixing was not worried at all about him. Instead, his own safety was a pressing issue. Because the zombies in the fire pit had already begun to emerge. As the fire pit gradually filled with zombies, some were engulfed in flames, crawling out of the pit incessantly. Then they charged towards the camp with claws and teeth bared. The zombie king roared violently. These zombies paid no attention to Wen Yu, who was nearby, but instead swiftly pursued the direction where the professionals were trying to escape. The zombie king wanted to personally kill Wen Yu to honor the second-level zombies that he had painstakingly nurtured. Seeing the zombie king's actions, Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh. This was the foolish behavior of low-intelligence creatures. What were cannon fodder for? Of course, they were meant to be cannon fodder. Even if a single zombie could drain a tiny bit of Wen Yu's stamina, their deaths would hold value. Without any area attack methods, a multitude of ants could certainly take down an elephant. This was absolutely possible. Unfortunately, the giant corpse king was quite confident in his own strength, and such a powerful yet mindless opponent was much easier to deal with. As the horde of zombies passed between the corpse king and Wen Yu, the overwhelming mass of zombies obscured Wen Yu's vision. He silently raised his steel knife, waiting for the unseen movements of the corpse king on the other side. Then, a loud crash came from the opposite side. The zombie king leaped directly over the horde of corpses, bringing down his massive right hand towards Wen Yu. Wen Yu flew backward, dodging the brutal attack of the corpse king. He knocked several rapidly advancing zombies aside and then pounced forward, his steel knife slicing deeply into the zombie king's thigh. Dark blood gushed out, and the steel knife left a significant wound on the zombie king's leg. Then, the zombie king reacted, his right hand slamming down again, sending a gust of foul wind sweeping over Wen Yu's head. This strike was dodged by Wen Yu as he crouched down, and then he swung his knife again. With the enhancement of his speed ability, Wen Yu's speed was not much inferior to that of the zombie king, and his agility even surpassed it. Wen Yu and the zombie king became entangled in battle. In just a few moves, Wen Yu was directly sent flying, while the zombie king also staggered, numerous varying depths of wounds appearing on his body. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wen Yu had just been kicked away by the zombie king, right in the chest, breaking a few ribs and causing his internal organs to shake violently. The zombie king was infuriated to see that this human had not died. As the overlord of Che Town, he was actually entangled with such a small bug for so long. Letting out a roar, the corpse king charged towards the standing Wen Yu. After some simple probing, Wen Yu had already gauged the general strength of the corpse king. His physical quality was at 41 points, and his right hand had undergone a certain degree of mutation, resulting in a significant increase in its power. Wen Yu couldn't estimate exactly how much, but in any case, being hit once would definitely not be pleasant. Can fight, with determination in his heart, Wen Yu raised his knife and charged forward again, battling with the corpse king once more. As Wen Yu and the corpse king engaged in a fierce battle, the horde of zombies had already passed through the battlefield between the two. At this moment, the one-eyed zombie in the fire pit was slowly undergoing a transformation. The hair on its body had long since disappeared, and the bare skin was even burned through in some places, revealing yellowed muscle underneath. The one-eyed zombie's tightly closed eyes had eyelids turned to ash, with one claw tightly covering its right eye, while the left eye bore a grotesque wound from burning. The eyeball inside had already shriveled up. The injuries were terrifying, but the presence of the one-eyed zombie was growing stronger. Eventually, the one-eyed zombie climbed out of the pit, stepping on the corpses of fallen zombies. Its remaining right eye was the only organ through which the one-eyed zombie could perceive the external situation. With just one glance, it saw Wen Yu and the zombie king entangled together. However, Wen Yu's situation was really not too good. The difference in physical quality was over 10 points. Although the zombie king was a bit foolish, and the speed ability allowed Wen Yu to make up some speed differences, this was definitely not a long-term strategy. If things continued like this, Wen Yu would undoubtedly be turned into meat paste by the zombie king. As Wen Yu nimbly dodged the zombie king's right-hand strike, he was struck by the zombie king's stubby leg once again. The protective gear on his chest burst apart from the tremendous force, and the remaining energy surged into Wen Yu's body. Wen Yu's chest visibly caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Instead, Wen Yu smiled, because he saw his most loyal partner had already prepared for battle. Just as the zombie king was about to deliver the final blow to Wen Yu, a scorching gust of wind rushed in from behind, moving so quickly that the zombie king had no time to react. The one-eyed zombie's body was still burning with flames, but that did not hinder its combat. The fierce charge struck directly at the zombie king. At over 3 meters tall, the Zombie King's height was not much different from that of the standing one-eyed zombie. As the one-eyed zombie lunged, it brought the Corpse King crashing to the ground. The current physical quality of the one-eyed zombie had even surpassed that of the Zombie King. Then, a bloody brawl between the beast and the zombie unfolded. The one-eyed zombie opened its mouth wide and sank its teeth into the Zombie King's neck, its sharp canine teeth sinking deeply into the Corpse King's throat. In under 3 seconds, the Zombie King's neck would be bitten off by the one-eyed zombie. A flash of fear crossed the Zombie King's eyes. Its grotesque right hand suddenly exerted force, slamming down hard on the one-eyed zombie's body. The strength brought by the deformed right arm was absolutely more than just what was displayed by physical quality. The one-eyed zombie let out a mournful howl, as the overwhelming force sent it flying off the Zombie King, dragging a massive amount of flesh and blood from the Zombie King's neck. The damage dealt by this strike from the one-eyed zombie was even better than when used 10 knife strikes. The one-eyed zombie quickly stood up without any hesitation and lunged at the Zombie King once again. The Zombie King roared and charged, the two massive figures colliding like two rushing armored vehicles. It was far more brutal than the battle between Wen Yu and the Zombie King. Neither side dodged or avoided the other's attacks, using all their strength to inflict damage upon one another. Every claw and bite from the one-eyed zombie tore away large chunks of flesh from the Zombie King. And the Zombie King's right fist should not be underestimated. Each strike on the one-eyed zombie sounded like the beating of a drum, producing a dull thud, until blood gushed from the one-eyed zombie's mouth, indicating its internal organs had ruptured. The effects of the Destiny Fight ability allowed the one-eyed zombie to unleash astonishing strength. As the Zombie King's right fist struck out again, the one-eyed zombie bit down on the Zombie King's right arm. Sharp teeth sank into the elbow of the Corpse King's right arm. The Corpse King's right arm was incredibly strong, with formidable defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, facing the heavily injured Cyclops, the defense of that right arm appeared laughable. The Corpse King's left fist continuously pounded against the body of the Cyclops, but given the current physical condition of the Cyclops, these injuries were completely insufficient to make it lose its fighting ability, even not enough to make it release its gaping mouth. While the Cyclops fiercely bit at the Corpse King's right hand, its front claws were not idle, continually scratching at the face of the Corpse King. In just a few moments, the Corpse King's ugly face had already been mangled by the Cyclops. At this moment, an even more desperate situation unfolded for the Corpse King. Not far away, Wen Yu had slightly adjusted his breath, enduring the pain in his body, and charged directly towards the battlefield, while the Corpse King could only watch as Wen Yu swung the steel knife. The steel knife plunged straight into its belly, and then, as if cutting through leather, it sliced sideways, leaving a ghastly wound on the Corpse King's abdomen. Wen Yu not only did not withdraw the steel knife, but instead exerted force with his right hand, continuously twisting the weapon, turning the Corpse King's abdomen into a pulp. As Wen Yu finally withdrew the steel knife, the Corpse King's abdomen seemed to explode from within, creating a massive blood hole, with intestines, filthy blood, and internal organs scattered all around. The Corpse King let out a ferocious howl, but its most lethal right hand was tightly held by the Cyclops, and its body was being pulled by the Cyclops' immense strength, unable to move an inch. Wen Yu swung the steel knife once more, this time targeting the Corpse King's ankle. These were not vital spots, as Wen Yu's height was insufficient. Even lifting the steel knife, he couldn't reach the Corpse King's head, so he could only retreat and deepen the wounds on the Corpse King's body. The Corpse King stared blankly as Wen Yu's steel knife struck directly at its ankle, one blow exposing the bone. "It's over." This was the Corpse King's current thought. If Wen Yu were to sever its ankle, it would lose the last hope of escape. Right, I can still escape. Why didn't I think of that sooner? The not-so-bright mind of the Corpse King suddenly recalled its best option: to flee. The Corpse King twisted its body like a madman, and instead of trying to break free from the Cyclops' grip, it allowed the Cyclops' sharp teeth to rub against its right arm bone. The Cyclops aimed to bite off the Corpse King's right arm, while the Corpse King hoped the Cyclops would quickly bite off its right hand to facilitate its escape. The thoughts of both parties coincidentally aligned, resulting in terrifying efficiency. The Corpse King twisted its body to dodge Wen Yu's heavy knife strike, and then with a crack, the Cyclops and the Corpse King finally separated, along with the Corpse King's powerful weapon, the right arm. The Cyclops' scarlet eyes fixed on the Corpse King, and it spat out the massive arm of the Corpse King, charging forward like a mad creature. Unfortunately, it missed. The Corpse King had already prepared for this moment. As soon as it broke free from the grip, it immediately unleashed all its strength, madly dashing towards the wilderness nearby. Behind, the Cyclops relentlessly pursued, its physical condition having completely surpassed that of the Corpse King, making its speed greater. Within 5 seconds, the Cyclops would catch up to the Corpse King and then directly bite its neck. Wenyu grabbed the fallen right arm of the Corpse King, stored it in the spatial ring, and then gave chase. The Cyclops saw the Corpse King's figure getting closer, ready to tackle it to the ground and directly bite off its throat. However, the Cyclops suddenly stumbled and slowed down, eventually collapsing to the ground. The Cyclops' body, heavily injured, could no longer hold up. Wenyu naturally understood what was happening. First, he exited the combat state and activated the second soul realm, retrieving the Cyclops, then re-entered the combat state and activated his destiny fight. A massive surge of power erupted, and Wenyu's original physical condition of 29.5 was instantly elevated to around 50 points due to the destiny fight ability. Wenyu's injuries were not light. Watching the Corpse King running further away, a fierce look appeared in Wenyu's eyes. "Such a great threat, how could I let you escape?" Without any hesitation, Wenyu quickly pursued in the direction of the Corpse King. The Corpse King charged ahead, directly running into the mountains near Che Town. Wenyu closely followed behind. Along the way, trees and dirt were sent flying by the Corpse King's massive body. Wenyu dodged the debris while closing the distance. Currently, Wenyu's physical condition surpassed that of the Corpse King, and the Corpse King's size did not give it an advantage in speed. So when the Corpse King just dove into the depths of the mountains, Wenyu almost arrived at the Corpse King's back at the same time. "I won't let you run!" Accompanied by Wenyu's furious shout, the steel knife transformed into a streak of silver light, producing a sharp whistling sound at the blade's edge, proving the terrifying speed and lethality of the steel knife. The silver light sliced towards the Corpse King's calf at an imperceptible speed. "Ow!" The Corpse King stumbled forward, letting out a cry of pain. Due to inertia, it staggered forward a distance and then collapsed to the ground. A ghastly and horrific wound had nearly severed the Corpse King's calf, and if it weren't for a thin layer of skin still connecting it, the Corpse King would have lost a part of its body. However, Wenyu's purpose had already been achieved. The Corpse King had lost the qualification to escape. Wenyu, holding the slightly deformed steel knife, stepped closer to the Corpse King, watching it continuously roar in anger, yet unable to hide the panic in its eyes. This was just a show of bravado. Now the Corpse King had no ability to resist before Wenyu. Wenyu lunged forward with the knife, and the Corpse King realized the situation, not hesitating to initiate its last struggle. Two figures, one standing small and the other half-kneeling and gigantic, engaged in a bloody battle in this desolate mountain area. In an instant, the Corpse King's roars and wails echoed through the area. No matter how tragic the sounds, they couldn't change the fact that the Corpse King was about to die. However, along with the massive sounds reverberating, they startled some unknown creatures lurking in the depths of the mountains. At the deepest part of the mountain, above a massive ancient tree, a ghostly blue figure soared into the air, its wings slightly spread, reaching a width of 10 meters. On its forehead, a black crystal flickered with a faint glow, resembling a third eye, mysterious and terrifying. With a sharp eagle cry, this massive eagle swiftly flew towards the place where Wenyu and the Corpse King were battling. As the mysterious blue giant eagle flew further away, the area around the ancient tree seemed to regain its vitality. Several plump mice burrowed up from the ground and began gnawing on the surrounding grass roots. A large swarm of fist-sized mutated ants quickly surged out, directly surrounding the few big mice, and a bloody hunt commenced. Around the ancient tree, some slightly larger animals flickered in and out of sight. With a gust of wind, the ancient tree rustled, and at the junction of its crown and branches, a pair of murky, dirt-colored eyes suddenly opened. Watching the mountains and forests come alive again with the disappearance of the giant eagle's pressure, a kind expression appeared at the corner of the ancient tree's eyes. The mountains and forests should be vibrant and full of life, not turned into a dead land by a super-mutated beast. The branches swung as if they were hands, gently stroking its abdomen. Inside the narrow space at the abdomen of the ancient tree, a small lizard was licking the sweet liquid that flowed from the ancient tree's belly. As the lizard fed, its body began to change gradually. It grew larger and longer, even two small lumps started to bulge on its back and head. This was a transformation of life forms. Wenyu plunged his knife into the neck of the Corpse King, abruptly cutting off its roar. Seeing the Corpse King's ash-gray eyes gradually turn desperate, Wenyu ignored its violent struggles and slowly moved the steel knife within the Corpse King's neck. As filthy blood gushed forth, the Corpse King's strength to resist weakened more and more, until the steel knife made a complete circle within its neck. The Corpse King's head was severed by Wenyu. After witnessing the head separate from the body, Wenyu immediately sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He deactivated his combat state and summoned the one-eyed creature. With the weakening of his physical quality due to the release of his Destiny Fight ability and Soul Beast fusion, Wenyu suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest. He had injured his internal organs. The one-eyed creature was in an even worse state. Its entire body burned by flames with no unscathed skin, one eye blinded, and the area struck by the corpse king's right hand was sunken in with countless broken ribs. The one-eyed creature had completely succumbed to its injuries, lying limp on the ground and motionless. Although its physical quality had been dramatically enhanced by the Destiny Fight ability, once the injuries were too severe, even the strongest physique would be ineffective. "It's time to eat, can you still move?" Seeing the one-eyed creature covered in horrific wounds, Wenyu felt a pang of heartache and asked with concern. The one-eyed creature blinked its good right eye, looked at the corpse king lying on the ground, and let out a couple of whimpers before stumbling to its feet and directly began to gnaw at the corpse king's head. There wasn't much flesh on the corpse king's head, but the brain matter was the essence. As the one-eyed creature devoured it, its injuries began to heal at an accelerated pace. It even showed a tendency to grow larger. The corpse king's body could provide the one-eyed creature with unimaginable evolution energy. This was also the greatest reward of this battle. Just as the one-eyed creature finished eating the corpse king's head and was about to consume its body, a loud eagle call echoed through the dim sky. Wenyu's expression changed dramatically. This sound was extremely sharp, piercing through his mind like a needle. This wasn't a skill, it was merely the effect of overwhelming physical quality. To achieve such an effect, this creature's physical quality must exceed Wenyu's by more than 5 times. Just from this call, Wenyu could conclude that this mutated beast was definitely at the same level as Simba. It was absolutely unmatchable. This was Wenyu's first reaction. He immediately activated the Soul Realm and recalled the one-eyed creature, turning and running. Although it was unfortunate to leave behind the corpse king's body, Wenyu clearly understood which was more important, the loot or his life. A gust of wind swept past him, and an intense cold surged forth, coating the nearby trees with thick layers of ice. When Wenyu managed to burrow into a safe place, shivering from the cold, he heard the sound of wind behind him, gradually fading away. Just then, that mutated creature had merely chased away the insects. Wenyu looked back. In the night, a mysterious blue avian creature clutched the remains of the corpse king with its talons and flew farther and farther away. "Damn feathered beast!" Wenyu cursed bitterly, but reflecting on the disparity in strength, he decisively abandoned the thought of doing anything. After a brief hesitation, Wenyu summoned the one-eyed creature again. "Woof woof!" The one-eyed creature looked at Wenyu with a hurt expression, then glanced at the spot where the corpse king's body had been, clearly harboring a strong grievance over the stolen food. "Here, eat this." Wenyu opened the spatial ring and took out the right arm of the corpse king, which had undergone secondary mutation, placing it in front of the one-eyed creature. Watching the one-eyed creature struggle to bite into the corpse king's right arm, Wenyu comforted, "Don't worry, stick with me, there will be bread to eat. When we reach level 3, we will find trouble with that feathered beast." Wenyu was not one to accept losses easily, and after witnessing the figure of that giant eagle, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. "If I could contract that flying creature, I could also fly, right? Caw, caw, caw." As the eagle call echoed near the ancient tree, the ants and mice that had been battling rapidly concluded their fights, each dragging their spoils back underground. A large cat, which had been tearing apart a mutated goat, dragged its food up the tree and quickly vanished among the dense canopy. It was as if the area had fallen silent the moment the giant eagle had been there, resembling a lifeless wasteland. The mysterious blue giant eagle flew lower and lower until it landed atop the ancient tree's crown. Its massive body lay on the ancient tree, resembling blue leaves sprouting from it. As the giant eagle rapidly pecked at the corpse king's remains, the black crystal on its forehead began to flicker rapidly. The body of the giant eagle started to change slowly, with a slight bulge appearing in the space between its 2 legs, as if something were about to break through its skin. This was not a skill of the giant eagle, but rather the effect of the black crystal. The ancient tree below noticed the rapidly flickering black crystal on the giant eagle's forehead, and a flash of disgust crossed its eyes. Its lush roots quickly absorbed nutrients from the earth, transporting them through the main trunk into its body. Inside the ancient tree, a fragrant liquid was rapidly secreted, and the little lizard within it was growing larger and stronger. All of this occurred right under the giant eagle's nose, yet went completely unnoticed. Ruixing sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. Beneath him lay several corpses of zombies, their heads completely missing. This was already the 5th wave of zombies that Ruixing had killed. He had left quite late, and among the horde of zombies, some first-level zombies had physical qualities even higher than his. To have survived this long without dying was already a testament to Sun Ruixing's luck. Seeing the massive zombie horde staggering in the distance, Sun Ruixing felt a sense of despair. During the previous battle, his leg had been bitten by a zombie, significantly reducing his mobility. At his current speed, there was absolutely no way for him to escape the pursuit of the zombies. Just as Sun Ruixing was preparing to make a desperate stand, the zombie horde suddenly fell into chaos. Zombies farther away from Sun Ruixing began to wander aimlessly and without discipline, while only a few had caught the scent of Sun Ruixing and sped towards him. Sun Ruixing was momentarily stunned because the zombies rushing toward him were not strong at all, completely within his capability to deal with. He quickly resolved these zombies and looked at the increasingly scattered horde in the distance. A thought flashed through his mind. The Corpse King, is he dead? When you stumbled upon an exchange stone pillar. The Zombie King and the one-eyed zombies in the fire pit had given him over 1,000 points from their scattered kills. His current injuries were not optimistic. When you even felt that his internal organs were bleeding slightly, not to mention the secondary damage from the giant eagle's cold air. He directly exchanged for 2 bottles of intermediate healing potions and drank them in one go. His injuries quickly healed, and the cold air was rapidly expelled. After moving his body slightly and feeling that he was basically fine, Wen Yu immediately entered a state of combat and accelerated towards the direction the others were retreating. With the Corpse King dead, those low-level zombies, now without a leader, were definitely a delicious cake. With Wen Yu's exceptional physical qualities, it took him less than 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the camp. The flames in the big pit were still burning fiercely, and the air even carried a mix of rotting and meaty odors. The strange smell made Wen Yu's stomach churn. "This is more disgusting than falling into a shit pit." Disgusted, he waved his hand at his nose and directly chased in the direction the others were retreating. In less than 2 minutes, scattered zombies began to appear, and Wen Yu suddenly picked up speed, darting like the wind towards a first-level zombie. Before the zombie could react, Wen Yu had already sliced off its head. The zombies along the way were scattered and ineffective, and without the leadership of the Corpse King, these zombies would wander aimlessly in search of a flesh scent they might never find. Sticking to the principle of not wasting points, Wen Yu killed every zombie he encountered. "Brother Wen Yu! Brother Wen Yu!" Just as Wen Yu was enjoying the kill, a voice called out from a nearby field. Looking in the direction from which the voice came, Wen Yu immediately saw Sun Ruixing lying on the ground. "Oh, old son, you're not dead!" Wen Yu was instantly amused upon seeing Sun Ruixing. His injuries were not severe. He had only hurt his leg, but to avoid getting into a tough battle, Sun Ruixing had buried half of his body in the ground, the dirt masking the scent of blood, which was why he hadn't been found by the zombies. Upon seeing the figure approaching, Sun Ruixing climbed out of the ground, shook off the dirt on him, and looked at Wen Yu with wide eyes filled with amazement. "Bro, did that Corpse King die?" "Yeah, I killed it." Sun Ruixing clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Bro, you really are something. You took down such a terrifying Corpse King just like that." "Enough, old son, don't flatter me. Don't you think these zombies are all money? There's no time for chit-chat here." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Sun Ruixing looked at the scattered zombie horde not far away, his eyes suddenly brightening. Now the threat posed by the zombies was minimal, and only he and Wen Yu knew that the Corpse King was dead. With no one competing for kills and plenty of monsters around, this was a gift from heaven. "Heh, got it, and speaking of our friendship, I'll begrudgingly share some with you. How many points you can grab from me depends on yourself. By the way, be careful if you encounter a first-level zombie with high physical quality. You might be in danger." With tens of thousands of zombies around, Wen Yu didn't think he could kill them all in a short time, so bringing Sun Ruixing along was no big deal. "By the way, where are Zhang Pengfei and the others?" "Already gone." "Oh, then that's their bad luck." After briefly asking a few questions, Wen Yu charged into the area with the most zombies. The zombie cleaning operation in Che Town was officially underway, and it wouldn't take long for more humans to join in. Zhang Pengfei led a large group into Che Town. Along the way, apart from a few stray zombies, they didn't encounter much danger. Things were not entirely calm in Che Town, as there were still some zombies that had not been summoned by the Corpse King or were trapped inside rooms, but these were only a minority. "Brother Fei, do you think the Corpse King will chase us?" Sun Yashin, standing next to Zhang Pengfei, asked. Zhang Pengfei pondered for a moment, uncertain as he replied, "I don't know. We should pray that the Corpse King doesn't chase us, at least not while we're crossing Che Town." This was Zhang Pengfei's plan. To take advantage of the Corpse King leading most of the zombies away, creating a time gap to lead the survivors out of Che Town's territory. "By the way, why haven't I seen Brother Wen Yu?" Zhang Pengfei had just used a teleportation scroll, locating one of his trusted subordinates, and hadn't seen the scene of Wen Yu rushing to provide support. However, Sun Yashin had encountered Wen Yu while fleeing. Wen Yu seems to have gone to find the Corpse King. He should be dead for sure, Sun Yashin said hesitantly. The Corpse King was terrifying, but Wen Yu also put tremendous pressure on Sun Yashin. Zhang Pengfei looked at Sun Yashin in surprise. Are you sure? Yeah, when I was running back, I saw Wen Yu heading towards the battlefield. Zhang Pengfei paused his steps, thinking for a long time, and directly said to Sun Yashin, you take the team and go ahead. I need to go back and check. Before Sun Yashin could react, Zhang Pengfei had already hurried back. Sun Yashin stood there, staring blankly at the increasingly distant Zhang Pengfei, suddenly thinking of a possibility. What if Wen Yu killed the Corpse King? Zhang Pengfei quickly ran towards the outskirts of Che town. Reflecting on the little things that happened after he came into contact with Wen Yu, Zhang Pengfei suddenly felt that Wen Yu was not the kind of person who sought death. Moreover, looking back now, Wen Yu's big dog had jumped straight into the fire pit when facing the Corpse King, which was very strange. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and Zhang Pengfei once again increased his speed. As he ran further away, sporadic zombies began to appear along the way. Zhang Pengfei's heart sank. Looking at the aimless movements of these zombies, there was definitely no leader among them. Or rather, they had already lost their leader. Go to hell, my underlings. After hesitating for a moment and cursing under his breath, Zhang Pengfei directly drew his weapon and charged towards the zombies. Faced with the choice of possibly losing power or strengthening his personal strength, Zhang Pengfei chose the latter. In the survivor team, as they had already passed through most of Che town, Sun Yashin slowly realized that something was off. Zhang Pengfei had been gone for too long. With Zhang Pengfei's skills, he definitely had life-saving items, and even if he encountered the Corpse King, he would not be easily taken down unless something unexpected happened. Stop, stop, don't move forward, Sun Yashin shouted loudly to the group of hundreds. The crowd looked at Sun Yashin in confusion. If it weren't for Sun Yashin being the strongest in the camp, no one would pay attention to such a foolish command. Zyro Wen, you lead the team forward, but don't leave Che town, Sun Yashin instructed Zhang Pengfei's capable assistant. This, Zyro Wen hesitated, completely unsure of what Sun Yashin meant. Without Zhang Pengfei, everyone should have listened to Zyro Wen's orders, but Sun Yashin's strength made it impossible for Zyro Wen to ignore him. It's possible, I said it's possible. That man named Wen Yu has already taken down the Zombie King. Once that happens, we can return to Che town and won't need to run anymore. Sun Yashin directly voiced his speculation. Seeing Zyro Wen nod, Sun Yashin turned around and ran along the path that Zhang Pengfei had taken. Wen Yu sat on a relatively clean patch of ground, quietly wiping the steel knife in his hand. The E-level steel knife, covered in thick blood, even had some dull edges. From the state of the knife, one could see how many zombies had died under it. Around Wen Yu were the remains of zombies. In the sky, a hint of dawn began to appear, and the harvesting operation had been going on for an entire night. Old son, let's go, let's find another place. This area had already been swept clean by Wen Yu, and there was nothing left that could provide him with points. I'm not going, I'm too tired. I want to find Zhang Pengfei and the others. Sun Ruixing said hesitantly. To Wen Yu, the zombies were a means of moving points, but to Sun Ruixing, they were not friendly at all. Okay, that works. Once I finish dealing with these zombies, I will come find you. After making an agreement with Sun Ruixing, Wen Yu followed the traces of the zombies' movement and directly pursued them. On the other side, after a night of fighting, Zhang Pengfei returned to the survivor team. When Zhang Pengfei announced that Che town had been regained under human control, everyone couldn't help but burst forth with hope for survival. Organizing professionals to clear out the zombies and ordinary people to rebuild their homes. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. When Wen Yu and the One-Eyed returned to Che town, it was already the morning of the fourth day. The One-Eyed's injuries had completely healed the day after the battle, and with its keen sense of smell, Wen Yu significantly improved the efficiency of finding zombies, even killing a few mutated beasts that had wandered out of the mountains along the way. The Corpse King's brain marrow and the mutated right arm had a tremendous effect on the One-Eyed's evolution. The One-Eyed's body had become significantly bulkier. It had reached a height of 2.5 meters, and its physical attributes skyrocketed to 25 points. It was proven that danger means opportunity. This was the harvest after the great battle. As for Wen Yu, after 3 days of sleepless killing, his physical attributes had risen to 40 points, and when he entered a combat state, it reached 50 points. Peak level 2. Let's go find Zhang Pengfei and the others. The significant boost in strength made Wen Yu feel somewhat uncontrollable, and even his voice seemed much louder than usual. Woof woof, big boss, let's go look for more zombies. The one-eyed stared at Wenyu with wide eyes, feeling reluctant to let go of the remaining zombies. The stronger Wenyu became, the stronger the prey he would hunt in the future, and for now all those corpses belonged to the one-eyed. So the one-eyed naturally wouldn't miss any chance to get stronger, whether for itself or Wenyu. Patting the one-eyed's belly, Wenyu smiled and said, "There aren't many large-scale zombies left. Killing scattered zombies yields too little. Plus, I'm tired. Let's rest for a bit and then head into the mountains to hunt mutated beasts." Woof woof. The one-eyed trembled with excitement upon hearing that Wenyu wanted to go into the mountains. Those zombie corpses were truly hard to eat. Lowering its massive head, the one-eyed sniffed hard to distinguish the scents of Zhang Pengfei and the others. In no time, the one-eyed ran forward, with Wenyu closely following behind. As the one-eyed and Wenyu advanced quickly, a Che town that was different from last time gradually appeared before Wenyu's eyes. The streets were now devoid of clustering zombies, and the main road leading into Che town, which had originally been wrecked, had been cleared to the side by survivors. The ground was clean, except for some bloodstains that couldn't be wiped away. The bodies had been dragged to the roadside for collective incineration. The power of hope was immensely strong. Che town, not too big or small, had allowed these hundreds of people to clear the entrance of the town, demonstrating how much they yearned for a future life. By the roadside, there were also large wooden signs that read, "Welcome all humans to join the Che town gathering place." Then there was a big arrow pointing towards the depths of the town. Seeing this scene, Wenyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Did these people really think that by eliminating a few zombies, they could rebuild their homes? Shaking his head, Wenyu quickened his pace. Not far ahead, a rudimentary barbed wire fence appeared before Wenyu's eyes. At the entrance of the camp, two professionals were smoking and chatting, while survivors occasionally entered and exited the camp's main gate. Everyone's mental state was much better than before. In the distance, a huge gray figure was approaching closer. "Is that Brother Wenyu?" One of the gatekeepers was the first to notice the increasingly gigantic figure with a single eye, hesitantly saying to the person next to him. The other person rubbed his eyes hard, threw away his cigarette butt, and excitedly said, "It's true. You wait here, I'm going to tell Brother Fei that the hero of our camp has returned." With that, he rushed into the camp. When Wenyu arrived at the entrance of the gathering place, Zhang Pengfei and other camp leaders had already received the news of Wenyu's return and had come out early to welcome him. Behind Zhang Pengfei, a large number of ordinary people were also lining up, quietly watching Wenyu from behind the professionals. "Hero, hero, hero!" As Zhang Pengfei raised his right fist and shouted the word hero, everyone in the camp slowly raised their right fists. The volume rose from low to high, finally echoing in the sky. Everyone shouted the word hero loudly. This was a sign of respect for the strong and a tribute to Wenyu, who had saved everyone in the camp. Wenyu looked at the heartfelt respect from everyone, including Zhang Pengfei and even Sun Yashin, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a simple smile. "Truly, they are a bunch of lovely people," waving his hand vigorously as the noise gradually diminished. Wenyu walked directly to Zhang Pengfei's side. "How's the situation now?" Zhang Pengfei first turned around to disperse the surrounding crowd, then smiled and replied, "The situation is very good. After the Corpse King died, the zombies lost their organization, and the scattered zombies couldn't withstand the attacks from the professionals in the camp. This time, we not only reclaimed Che Town, but all the professionals' strength has significantly improved. Moreover, the supplies in Che Town are enough for us to live well for a long time. Okay, please find me a room. I need to rest. We'll talk about anything when I wake up." "Sure, it's already prepared for you. You'll be satisfied?" Zhang Pengfei smiled at Wenyu and directly led him into the camp. The new camp was set up in a residential area, surrounded by tall walls, and Zhang Pengfei and others had put up barbed wire, forming a simple first line of defense. Zhang Pengfei led Wenyu directly into a residential building, took out a set of keys, and opened an apartment on the top floor. "Brother Wenyu, from now on, this will be your home. Take a look at the house your brother has prepared for you." Inside the room, Zhang Pengfei had already had it cleaned, and the air still carried a faint fragrance. The room faced the sun, and sunlight streamed through the windows, making the furniture emit a soft glow. The bedding and furniture, even pots and pans, were all new. It was an ordinary two-bedroom apartment, but it was a rare residence in the apocalypse. Wenyu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thank you, Brother Fei. It's really nice. It feels very much like home." Hearing Wenyu's words, Zhang Pengfei grinned widely and said, "Brother Wenyu, aren't you being too humble? You've put in so much effort for us, it's only right for us to repay you." "No need to put it that way. I just did what I was supposed to do." Killing the Corpse King, allowing the single eye to evolve, and harvesting points were Wenyu's main goals. Little did he know that others did not see it the same way, and he found the hero title hanging over his head quite amusing. This was just the difference in perspectives brought about by the gap in strength. Now that things had reached this point, when you could not care less about explaining that he wasn't a hero, enjoying the treatment of an upper-class person was definitely welcome for Wen Yu. Then, brother, stay here for now. When you wake up, just come downstairs to find me. I want to discuss some other matters with you. Zhang Pengfei said hesitantly, clearly hinting at some issues that the camp couldn't resolve. Let's talk about it when I wake up, Wen Yu replied simply. All right, then I'll leave first. Wen Yu nodded, watching Zhang Pengfei leave, then sighed. Being a hero is really troublesome. I guess it's back to the hard work again. As the huge body of the single eye struggled to squeeze through the anti-theft door, Wen Yu locked the door and fell onto the main bedroom, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Although the professionals had a decreasing need for sleep, good rest could help improve one's spirit and attention. In this damned apocalypse, what else could one do in the camp if not sleep? Just 4 hours later, Wen Yu was already awake. His sharp sense of smell detected the aroma of food, making his stomach growl loudly. Having spent days killing zombies outside, Wen Yu hadn't eaten anything decent, and he hesitated to spend points on the high-energy food provided by the exchange stone pillar. He kicked the single eye that was sprawled on the ground twice. This dead dog was well fed, as zombies and mutated beasts were food for the single eye, the only difference being the taste. The single eye grunted a couple of times, turned over, and its strong tail swept across Wen Yu's leg before it fell back asleep. What the hell, you sleep so soundly? Wen Yu laughed and cursed, walking out of the room toward the direction of the delicious smell. Downstairs, it was just time for a meal. With the survivors having reclaimed Che town, the stored food in the town was sufficient to provide for several hundred people, and now Zhang Pengfei had organized people to cultivate the wasteland. If they maintained the current situation, everyone had a great chance of continuing to thrive in this land. Unfortunately, this was not the apocalypse. It could only be regarded as the prelude to the apocalypse. When everyone saw Wen Yu coming downstairs, they stood up voluntarily, all smiling and greeting him. Wen Yu felt awkward to keep a straight face and forced a smile while silently cursing, fame and status really not used to it. Fortunately, Zhang Pengfei appeared just in time to help Wen Yu out, saving his face from cramping up. Come on, brother Wen Yu, over here. I'll have someone bring the food over. Just right, we can have a meeting while eating. Zhang Pengfei pulled Wen Yu's hand, directly leading him into a small restaurant in the community. Perfect. All the camp managers are here. Let's have a meeting together. There's some matters that require brother Wen Yu's assistance. Inside the small restaurant, Zhang Pengfei directly arranged for Wen Yu to sit at the main seat, then called everyone to the table. Dishes were constantly being served, and as Wen Yu looked around at the people, he suddenly noticed something was off. Brother Fei, haven't you seen son Ruixing? Zhang Pengfei was busy serving food to Wen Yu. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, he responded with confusion. Haven't seen son Ruixing either. Wasn't he right beside you, little brother? Wen Yu shook his head and didn't continue discussing the topic. From Zhang Pengfei's expression, he could tell that Zhang Pengfei wasn't lying. Son Ruixing had not returned to the camp and might have encountered some accident after they separated. But what did that have to do with Wen Yu? In the apocalypse, accidents could happen at any time. Wen Yu didn't have the energy to care about what son Ruixing was doing. He noticed son Ruixing was missing and asked once. If there was no result, then so be it. He buried his head and focused on the food in front of him. Most of the dishes were made from stored potatoes, but the cook had some skill. These simple potatoes were turned into 8 different flavored dishes. The most crucial thing was, the portions were substantial. While listening to Zhang Pengfei assigning work to his subordinates and eating, Wen Yu simply set his next plan. He would head straight forward and pass through Che town. There were too many dangers in the mountains. It was better to harvest zombies in nearby small towns or rural areas. Once he reached level 3, he would immediately return to Mudanjiang City. Simba was a thorn in the side of the lone walker, and Wen Yu was very much tempted by this former overlord of Simba. Brother Wen Yu, Zhang Pengfei gently nudged the deep-in-thought Wen Yu, interrupting his musings. What's up? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to mention something and see if brother Wen Yu could help. Zhang Pengfei noticed Wen Yu was a bit distracted and had to repeat what he just said. There used to be 2 gathering spots in Che town, and we haven't checked the other place in a few days. This time, I'd like brother Wen Yu to take little Tian and observe the situation there. If they are still alive, merging the 2 gathering spots would make us safer and speed up our development. This brother Wen Yu will definitely need to exert a bit of effort, Zhang Pengfei said with a hint of meaning in his words. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow and replied more directly, if it's just to take a look, that's absolutely fine. But if you want me to take action against my own kind, then, ha ha ha. Zhang Pengfei laughed heartily. Brother Wen Yu, don't worry, I understand the ways of the world. I won't let you down. Wen Yu smiled and nodded. Zhang Pengfei spoke of merging, but in reality it was about absorption. Especially after Sun Yashan, 3 more level 2 professionals had appeared in the camp, Zhang Pengfei's ambitions were growing. And Wen Yu was Zhang Pengfei's biggest trump card. As long as the benefits offered were sufficient, someone as powerful as Wen Yu would also be willing to lend a hand. This was the fundamental difference between a lone walker and a power holder. Of course, it was also a win-win situation. Wen Yu was very much in favor of such matters. All right, tomorrow morning, I'll have little Tian find brother Wen Yu to help investigate the situation. Seeing Wen Yu nod, Zhang Pengfei hesitated and said, Little brother, still be careful tomorrow. As far as I know, that camp might have guns. Yeah, it's fine, the threat isn't big, Wen Yu said, then directly walked out of the small restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Zhang Pengfei and his trusted subordinates shifted the topic to Wen Yu. Zio Wen, have you measured it yet? Zhang Pengfei asked a young woman named Zio Wen. Zio Wen took off her glasses and fumbled for a moment before removing a layer of transparent film from the right lens. Then she took out a sci-fi-looking device and placed the film on it. The display screen of the device slowly revealed Wen Yu's figure while he was eating. Beep, combat power assessment begins. Physical quality, 40 points. Occupation, Soul Master Special Hidden Profession. Occupation rating, SSS rank. This profession has extremely strong development potential. Current physical condition. Excellent. With just a few simple sentences, the film on the device rapidly burned away, and Zio Wen collected the device back. Zhang Pengfei, seeing the words on the device, took a deep breath. 40 points of physical quality and a SSS rank Special Hidden Profession, that's insane. Everyone at the table was dumbfounded by the combat power assessment of Wen Yu. DeLong, you've spent quite some time with Wen Yu. Do you think he poses a threat to our rule? Li DeLong pondered for a moment and said seriously, From the current interactions, it shouldn't be a problem. But this person is too strong. If he has any thoughts, I'm afraid. Hearing Li DeLong's analysis, Zhang Pengfei nodded and then turned to the bitter-faced Sun Yashan. Little Tian, tomorrow you'll go out with Wen Yu. Be low-key, don't provoke him. Yeah, I'm not really foolish. I used to think I was the king, now I see I'm just trash, Sun Yashan said with a face full of bitterness. The gap in strength even cured Sun Yashan's protagonist syndrome. Seeing Sun Yashan looking a bit dejected, Zhang Pengfei couldn't help but comfort him. Don't be too upset. Since you're with me now, I definitely won't let you suffer. Seeing Sun Yashan nod, Zhang Pengfei casually ate a couple of bites of food and then walked out. Sun Yashan and Zhang Pengfei had already gotten close over the past few days. As dusk gradually fell, night enveloped Che town in a low and dilapidated residential building. Sun Ruixing was awakened by a sudden noise. Struggling to open his eyes, Sun Ruixing first surveyed his surroundings. In a shabby house, under the dim moonlight, all he could see was bloodstains and human corpses scattered around. He suddenly recalled the events of the past few days. After separating from Wen Yu, Sun Ruixing had made his way to Che town. There were no dangers on the way. Just when Sun Ruixing was searching for traces of survivors, several pale-faced humans suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, these humans directly attacked him. Their physical strength far exceeded Sun Ruixing's, leaving him defenseless. He was knocked unconscious and brought here. Old son, are you awake? A low voice interrupted Sun Ruixing's thoughts, but his bound body couldn't move at all. A hoarse voice asked, Who are you? I am Li Quan'an. Listen carefully, I will let you go. After you get out, go find Wen Yu. Tell him to come and kill all these beasts. Let Wen Yu come over and kill all these beasts. Li Quan'an's words were filled with killing intent and anger. As Sun Ruixing's body relaxed, the ropes tightly binding him had been untied by Li Quan'an. After a long period of confinement, Sun Ruixing's limbs felt numb. Fortunately, he didn't suffer any major injuries and slowly adapted to the flow of blood in his body. He directly looked back. Li Quan'an stood behind Sun Ruixing, looking much the same as before, but his pale face seemed as if it hadn't seen the sun in decades. After a long silence, Sun Ruixing directly spoke up. You too. Don't say anything, let's go. Be careful and find Wen Yu. Sun Ruixing shot a complex glance at Li Quan'an, then took the steel knife and map that Li Quan'an handed over, walking out without looking back. Watching Sun Ruixing slowly disappear into the darkness, Li Quan'an let out a deep sigh. The next morning, Wen Yu walked out of his room with the one-eyed and headed straight for the small restaurant from yesterday. Downstairs, Sun Yashan was waiting patiently for Wen Yu. So early? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow at Sun Yashan. Facing Wen Yu alone made Sun Yashan feel a bit awkward. He forced a smile and said, Isn't it because I was afraid that brother Wen Yu would be anxious? Upon hearing Sun Yashan's clear attempt to please him, Wen Yu couldn't help but think higher of him. This guy had cured his brain damage. He was still a decent young man. "Let's go, we'll grab something to eat before we set out." The small restaurant, which prepared meals for the higher-ups, had staff available 24 hours a day. As soon as Wen Yu and Sun Yashin walked in, they began serving dishes. While Wen Yu dug into the food, he asked Sun Yashin questions. "How far is that place from here?" "Not too far. At a normal speed, it'll take about an hour to get there." I heard they might have guns." Sun Yashin hesitated for a moment before responding. "That's just a guess. Since those people include police and government officials, they should have firearms." "Do you think they can still survive?" When you asked a rather serious question. Without even thinking, Sun Yashin replied, "It's unlikely. If they didn't leave, that group should all be dead. Let's go. No matter the situation, we should check it out." When you stood up and headed for the door. "Wait a moment, Brother Wen Yu. This is something Brother Fei wanted me to give you first." Sun Yashin stopped Wen Yu and directly handed over 2 level 2 magic crystals. "Brother Fei is really thoughtful." Wen Yu sighed, grabbing the magic crystals and absorbing them. This stuff was considered his service fee. Before long, after absorbing the magic crystals, Wen Yu and Sun Yashin quickened their pace towards another gathering place. Before the two could reach their destination, Wen Yu realized that Sun Yashin's assumption was correct. Ahead, it was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. The ground was littered with the bodies of dead zombies, mixed with a large amount of dried blood. "They didn't get away." The 2 men and the dog waded through the pile of corpses and reached the entrance of a building. Wen Yu sighed. The camp was established at the town government, and the gate had been shattered by a mass of zombies. The subsequent situation didn't need Wen Yu to guess. He already knew what had happened. "Let's go in and take a look." Wen Yu waved his hand at Sun Yashin and walked forward. Inside the town government, the battle was even more brutal than outside. The large number of zombie bodies left Wen Yu with no place to step, and the ground was covered with spent shell casings, along with some discarded firearms and steel knives. Following the direction of the zombies' pursuit, Wen Yu made his way upward. The town government wasn't large, only 3 stories high. In no time, Wen Yu had reached the top floor. Looking at the wide-open windows and the steel wire, a flash of intrigue crossed Wen Yu's eyes. "Are there still living people?" Sun Yashin behind him also recognized the purpose of the setup and spoke up. "There should be. These people are quite clever." After saying that, Wen Yu turned to look at the end of the steel wire. The wire was set very far away, connecting to a group of low houses in the distance, with winding alleys throughout the area. "Let's go, One-Eyed, find them?" If it had been someone else, seeing the situation before them would have left them utterly helpless. But it was Wen Yu who came, and Wen Yu had the One-Eyed. The One-Eyed lowered its head, straining to distinguish the scent on the rope, then dashed down the stairs and ran out. "Let's go. We might find some survivors who are not weak and can bring some combat power to your camp." Anyone who could run out that simple rope bridge was undoubtedly a professional. Ordinary people wouldn't have that kind of stamina. "Okay." Sun Yashin replied simply and quickly followed Wen Yu's pace. The One-Eyed ran directly to the end of the steel wire, sniffed the scent above again, and then raced toward an alley. Before long, the One-Eyed led Wen Yu to a low house, where its massive body slammed open the door. The One-Eyed ran inside and began to howl loudly at Wen Yu. "This is it." Wen Yu looked at the vegetable cellar beside the One-Eyed and said directly, "In rural northeast China, there's a habit of storing food. Houses with low structures generally have such a cellar." He casually pulled open the entrance of the cellar, and a cool breeze rushed out. The absence of a rotten smell indicated that this cellar might still have connections to other entrances. "Let's go." Wen Yu directly summoned the One-Eyed into the Soul Realm and greeted Sun Yashin. Sun Yashin hesitated a bit. "Brother Wen Yu, could there be any danger?" "There might be danger, but how can we not check out something so interesting?" Wen Yu smiled mysteriously at Sun Yashin and took the lead in entering the vegetable cellar. Curiosity is something everyone has, and when the strength is sufficient, everyone will want to explore the unknown, and Wen Yu was no exception. Seeing Wen Yu take the lead, Sun Yashin hurriedly followed after him. The cellar was pitch black, making it difficult to see anything, but with the enhancement of strength, the night vision ability of professionals improved significantly. In less than a few seconds, Wen Yu had adapted to the darkness. Looking around, Wen Yu was actually surprised. Here it could no longer be called a vegetable cellar. This was essentially a tunnel. "Brother Wen Yu, Brother Wen Yu!" Behind him came Sun Yashin's panicked cries. In total darkness, this situation would trigger the deepest fears buried within the human body. And Sun Yashin was, after all, still just a child. "I'll be waiting for you in front, stop calling." Wen Yu's low voice echoed, causing Sun Yashin to quiet down. After a minute, Sun Yashin, having barely adapted to the underground environment, said in surprise, "Brother Wen Yu, this place is really big." Yeah, this must be connected to an old air raid shelter. There are many air raid shelters in the northeast region, and there are numerous shelters and caves dug out by humans in the mountains near Che town. Let's explore further inside. The area where Wen Yu and Sun Yashin were located was too small for Wen Yu to summon his one-eyed creature. Without the one-eyed creature, Wen Yu couldn't track the aura below. The only option now was to move cautiously step by step. Following the tunnel, the two moved forward continuously. The ground environment was very dry, and there were no bodies or bloodstains in sight, indicating that no battles had occurred underground. As Wen Yu and Sun Yashin walked further, a faint light suddenly appeared before them. An exit! Seeing the light, Sun Yashin yelled excitedly. Wen Yu calculated the distance carefully. This tunnel was not short, at least a few thousand meters long. If he calculated the distance and direction the exit was located at, before Wen Yu could finish calculating, the light at the exit was blocked by a huge shadow. A violent roar echoed, causing Sun Yashin behind him to turn pale with fear, but Wen Yu stood still without any movement. Just as I thought. What do you mean? Sun Yashin looked at the terrifying figure at the entrance, shaking as he spoke, but soon he realized. That creature at the entrance couldn't get in. The tunnel itself was narrow, and naturally the exit wasn't large either, while the massive black bear at the end couldn't squeeze through. The exit is in the mountains. From the black bear's behavior, it knows there's food in this tunnel, which is why it's blocking the entrance. This means the people inside might not have had the chance to escape yet. Let's look for another place. Wen Yu ignored the big bear at the exit and directly turned in another direction, heading toward the other end of the tunnel. Brother Wen Yu, don't we need to deal with that black bear? Sun Yashin asked doubtfully. Wen Yu waved his hand. No need, that guy's strength is considerable and fighting him would be a stalemate. It's better to let him stay outside quietly. The best way to gain points was to kill a lot of cannon fodder and slightly weaker opponents. Fighting strong foes had too many unforeseen factors, and an accident could lead to death. Wen Yu would never initiate an evenly matched battle without absolute confidence. Upon hearing Wen Yu's explanation, Sun Yashin nodded in understanding. They continued walking down another section of the tunnel, and soon the air began to grow murky. A foul, rotting smell constantly stimulated their sense of smell, almost making them gag. What is that smell? It's really awful. Sun Yashin pinched his nose, his face showing a very unpleasant expression. Wen Yu furrowed his brow. His physical conditioning, which was twice that of Sun Ruixing, allowed him to identify the source of the smell. Yeah, it's the smell of human waste, and up ahead something terrible might have happened. Just a reminder, if your mental fortitude isn't strong enough, it's better to stay here, Wen Yu warned Sun Yashin. That statement sparked Sun Yashin's pride. I'm not a child anymore, what could scare me? Before Wen Yu could say anything else, Sun Yashin strode forward. Still too young, Wen Yu smirked, remaining rooted in place. Not even 30 seconds later, hurried footsteps echoed, and Sun Yashin, covering his mouth, rushed out from the front and squatted down, vomiting loudly. See, I told you the situation ahead isn't good. Hearing Wen Yu's teasing, Sun Yashin widened his eyes, angrily staring at Wen Yu as he roared, What do you know? What do you know, those beasts? Cannibals, right? I know. Wen Yu interrupted Sun Yashin, speaking directly. Seeing the confused look on Sun Yashin's face, Wen Yu slowly moved forward while his low voice reached Sun Yashin's ears. In the apocalypse, things like this happen. You should have thought of it. If there's no food here and one exit is blocked by a mutated beast while the other is sealed off by zombies, it's a dead end. Without food, human instincts will overcome rationality and cannibalism will occur. It's not surprising. It's not like we can blame them. Honestly, in my logic, anything can be forgiven in order to survive. Stepping on a shattered hand bone full of bite marks, Wen Yu entered the slaughterhouse. The first thing that came into view were two skeletons hanging from the ceiling, their flesh and blood scraped clean. From the cramped space, it could be inferred that not many people had escaped the town hall, at most a dozen. And judging by the state of the scene, it seemed those people had left a while ago. They hadn't been there long enough to consume much food. 2 people were enough. When Yu opened the large pot in the center, the meat soup inside had long solidified, with the organs and skin congealed into a mass. It didn't emit a disgusting smell, but the pale color inside, combined with what was actually cooked, made Wen Yu lose his appetite. Quickly closing the pot lid, Wen Yu carefully observed the surrounding details. There was plenty of firewood for burning, along with some drinking water. Further inside, a foul stench emanated. That was likely the group's toilet. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Wen Yu walked out directly. Sun Yashin had already finished vomiting, staring blankly at the dark ceiling. Everything that had happened here had struck him hard. Let's go, Wen Yu said, turning back toward the entrance. Brother Wen Yu, those people are too terrifying. Sun Yashin stood up trembling, his hands and feet still numb. When you thought for a moment before saying, "It's not so much terrifying." To be honest, if I were in that situation, I wouldn't guarantee that I wouldn't resort to cannibalism. Actually, those so-called cannibals in your eyes are just a group of pitiful people. If there were other things to eat, who would resort to eating their own kind? The two fell into silence. Let's go stop thinking about these things, but I still have some questions. How did those people manage to escape? Following the original path, the two of them crawled out of the cellar one after the other. When you activated the second soul realm and summoned the one-eyed creature, take another sniff. Those people have already left. There were no signs of the survivors in the cellar, which puzzled Wen Yu. According to his speculation, the most likely reason was that the one-eyed creature's nose had a problem. Hearing Wen Yu's words, the one-eyed creature sniffed the ground vigorously, then barked loudly towards the entrance of the cellar. Wen Yu pinched his chin, frowning deeply. After thinking for a moment, he directly said to Sun Yashin, "Let's go. The one-eyed creature says the last place these people left their scent is here. Something may have happened that I haven't encountered before. The clues have been cut off." "What should we do then?" Sun Yashin was still in a daze. Wen Yu glanced at him and gave his head a firm pat. "What else can we do? We'll go back to the camp. There's nothing more we can do, but as long as these people are still in Che Town, we will eventually see them again." Wen Yu hesitated for a moment and added, "Go back and have a good rest. Don't think too much. This is the apocalypse. There may be many situations that you can't accept. You need to adjust your mindset." After saying this, he ignored Sun Yashin's state and walked directly towards the camp. Meanwhile, Sun Yashin followed closely behind Wen Yu, looking lost. Inside the new camp, a scene of busyness unfolded. Everyone was either cleaning up garbage and debris or reinforcing the camp's defenses. Whether they were professionals or ordinary people, their faces were filled with joy and excitement. This place was their home from now on and the source of all their hopes. Zhang Pengfei stood at the highest point of the gathering area, on the rooftop of a residential building, quietly observing the situation below, the cigarette butt in his hand flickering. "By the way, how's son Ruixing doing?" Zhang Pengfei asked the little man beside him. "Since he returned, he's been in a coma. He has quite a few injuries, but they are not life-threatening. I've had someone give him a bottle of primary healing potion, so he should be waking up soon." "Okay." Zhang Pengfei hesitated slightly and said seriously, "Looking at Sun Ruixing's injuries, they seem to be man-made. It's possible that the situation in Che Town will change." Sighing, Zhang Pengfei clearly worried about the situation in another gathering area. The two of them stood on the rooftop, remaining silent until three figures quickly ran over from a distance. "Brother Fei, little Tian, and when you are back," the little man pointed at the figures in the distance and gently nudged Zhang Pengfei. "Oh, okay." Zhang Pengfei, lost in thought, reacted a moment later. "Let's go down and check on the situation." Inside the camp's small restaurant, Wen Yu was eating heartily, while Sun Yashin was vividly describing the situation they had encountered during their exploration. "How can there be such beasts in this world? They are people. They just let them be cooked like that?" Sun Yashin's voice grew louder, and his anger became more intense. Zhang Pengfei frowned slightly, directly waving to interrupt Sun Yashin's words and turning to Wen Yu. "Brother Wen Yu, today Sun Ruixing returned, injured, and it was man-made. He's still in a coma. I suspect it might be the work of those cannibals. I wonder what Brother Wen Yu thinks?" Wen Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks, calmly assessing Zhang Pengfei, making him feel a bit uneasy. Zhang Pengfei implied that he wanted to hand this troublesome matter over to Wen Yu. Fortunately, Wen Yu was very curious about these matters. Moreover, he still hadn't figured out how those people managed to come out of the cellar. "Take me to see Sun Ruixing." "Sure, I estimate that Sun Ruixing's injuries are about healed. Let's go." Zhang Pengfei immediately stood up, his face full of smiles, leading Wen Yu towards a nearby residential area. Inside the room, when Wen Yu entered, Sun Ruixing had already regained consciousness. His injuries were nearly healed, and he was now drinking a bowl of soup made from a mutated beast. "What happened?" Seeing that Sun Ruixing's injuries were no longer a concern, Wen Yu directly asked. Sun Ruixing, seeing Wen Yu, expressed the pain in his eyes and immediately recounted the events of the past 2 days. "After we separated, I entered the town and unexpectedly got attacked by a group of people. They knocked me unconscious, tied me up, and took me to their base. Once I entered the base, I realized that these people are not human at all. They actually take pleasure in eating people. There were many people inside, all kept like livestock. If I weren't a professional and not too young, according to them, I'd be tough and hard. I would have probably been eaten long ago." After saying all this, Sun Ruixing fell silent, as if he couldn't bear to recall the scenes he had witnessed. And then, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "It was Li Quan'an. Li Quan'an was the one who let me out." Sun Ruixing hesitated to mention that Li Quan'an had become part of the cannibals, not revealing this fact to Wen Yu. Fortunately, Wen Yu had no intention of probing further. He stated directly, "When will your injuries be healed? If they are healed, take me to see." Sun Ruixing finished the soup in his hand, threw off the blanket, and stood up. Right now, if we hurry, we might still be able to save a few more people, and this time I hope, brother, when you can kill them all. Those scum don't deserve to live." Sun Ruixing's eyes were filled with unmistakable rage. "And I want to meet these cannibalistic bastards, too." The voice came from Sun Yashin, whose sense of morality made him deeply loathe the cannibals. "Okay, let's go. Lead the way." As Sun Yashin walked out of the room, Wen Yu immediately followed closely behind. In his previous life, Wen Yu had heard sporadic news about the cannibals. After all, such things were not uncommon in the food-scarce apocalypse. However, news of all the cannibals seemed to be covered up by the higher-ups, issuing only one command. All professionals must kill without mercy if they encounter cannibals. Wen Yu didn't know the reasons behind this at all. This led to the tracks of the cannibals being extremely rare. Unexpectedly, not long after being reborn, Wen Yu encountered such an interesting situation. 3 people and a dog, led by Sun Ruixing, rushed towards the distance. "Old Sun, tell me about the strength of those cannibals." This was Wen Yu's habit. Before going into battle, knowing more about the enemy's strength increased their chances of winning. Sun Ruixing thought carefully for a moment before speaking. "A few days ago, when they kidnapped me, there were 4 of them. Last night, 5 came out to chase me. Among them, 3 have appeared twice. I didn't see exactly how many people were in their camp, so I can only roughly estimate their numbers based on the 2 battles. They aren't too many. Their strength is all level 1, with the strongest being at level 1 peak. The rest have varying strengths, but there is one strange thing. During the fight, I found that they didn't have any skills." "Aha." Wen Yu pondered slightly and asked again, "Do they have any characteristics?" Sun Ruixing's face looked somewhat grim. After hesitating for a long time, he finally replied, "Their complexion is much paler than ordinary people. They give off a gloomy vibe." And what?" When Yu had sensed that Sun Ruixing was hiding something from him earlier, and hearing his tone now only confirmed that. "Old Sun, say what needs to be said. I really hate being deceived." At first, Wen Yu's tone was lighthearted, but by the end it had become completely ominous. After a long hesitation, Sun Ruixing finally spoke the truth. "It's Li Quan'an. He has also become a cannibal, but I know he didn't do it willingly. So, Brother Wen Yu, I hope you can spare his life later." "Oh, is that so?" Wen Yu looked at Sun Ruixing strangely, and what he said next made Sun Ruixing's face full of bitterness. "Actually, why are you all so afraid of me? I'm quite easy to talk to. Also, I'm only going to see these cannibals to satisfy my curiosity. I want to know some secrets inside. As long as they tell me, I wouldn't bother killing them. Do you really think I'm the type to be overly driven by justice?" Sun Ruixing immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. Instead, Sun Yashin, with a face full of indignation, clenched his fists and shouted at Wen Yu, "If you don't kill them, I will. These scum deserve to die." Wen Yu didn't even turn back, directly threatening, "If you want to kill them, go ahead. But leave a few for me. If you impulsively kill them all, don't blame me for killing you." The one-eyed dog also opened its mouth to make a sound. Sun Yashin immediately stopped talking. "We're here." Not long after, Sun Ruixing stopped his steps, and ahead was a low residential building. "It's right in here. Based on my observations, these people usually don't set up watchmen. The inside is all their territory." "Aha." Wen Yu responded lightly, directly pulling out a pack of great china from his spatial ring and handing a cigarette to Sun Ruixing. "Do you want one?" He gestured towards Sun Yashin as well. Sun Yashin's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to take the cigarette from Wen Yu, he saw Wen Yu pull it back and stick it in his own mouth. Lighting it, Wen Yu blew out a smoke ring and teasingly said to Sun Yashin, "What are you doing smoking, kid? I have candy if you want some." Seeing Sun Yashin's awkward expression, Wen Yu chuckled and continued, "If you don't smoke, then go ahead. I'll come support you as soon as I finish my cigarette." Sun Yashin looked at Wen Yu, then at Sun Ruixing, and directly pulled out a steel knife, angrily shouting, "I'll go. Am I afraid of them?" With that, he charged towards the dilapidated building. Behind him, Wen Yu's voice echoed in Sun Yashin's ears, "Don't forget to leave a few. This is not a joke, and I hope you can remember how I look when I'm serious." Can he really handle it on his own? Sun Ruixing was somewhat worried about Sun Yashin's safety. Wen Yu, on the other hand, looked relaxed. A level 2 professional with excellent physical fitness should be able to handle this small matter. If he can't manage it, he really would have wasted his strength. The one-eyed dog let out a few barks. "I wasn't talking about you, it's just a figure of speech." Wen Yu laughed and kicked the one-eyed dog lightly. "Duh-duh-duh." While Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing were chatting, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from inside the building. "Damn, there are guns!" Sun Ruixing threw away his cigarette butt and rushed in with his weapon. "Aha!" Wen Yu carefully distinguished the gunfire from inside the building, calmly blowing out a smoke ring. That's a 5.56 caliber automatic rifle and also a police pistol. The danger level is nearly zero. These things were based on Wen Yu's experience from his previous life. If these weapons were in the hands of a level 2 marksman, they could pose some threat to Wen Yu. However, without the support of skills, those wielding firearms weren't professionals. Facing someone equivalent to a superhuman professional, especially one wearing E-level protective gear, made such weapons seem somewhat laughable. As it turned out, Wen Yu's judgment was not wrong. The gunfire in the hallway became increasingly intense, but Sun Yashin's occasional roars proved that the kid had not been hit in a vital area. For a police gun of this caliber, as long as it didn't hit a spot without protective gear directly, a level 2 professional could definitely withstand it. Before long, after Wen Yu finished his cigarette, the sounds from inside the building had mostly died down. Throwing away the cigarette butt, Wen Yu swaggered into the cannibal gathering place with the one-eyed dog. Inside the small building, they occasionally stumbled upon headless corpses violently killed by Sun Yashin, with some hot bullet casings on the ground. After walking to the 4th floor, Wen Yu finally saw a living person. Sun Yashin was sprawled out on a large chair, while Sun Ruixing was using a steel knife to continuously pick out the bullets lodged in Sun Yashin's muscles. There were many bullet holes, but all had been taken on directly by Sun Yashin. The biggest difference between police firearms and military firearms is that police firearms emphasize stopping power rather than lethality. While effective against ordinary criminals, the stopping power and lethality faced with Sun Yashin only managed to barely penetrate the E-level protective gear and get lodged in his muscles. While good job, kid, taking bullets like a superhuman, upon hearing Wen Yu's teasing, Sun Yashin felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I really didn't expect these guns to be so weak. When the first bullet hit me, I thought I was done for, but I just wiped it off and pulled the bullet out. Hee, have you thought about it? A level 2 professional's muscle defense is even better than that of a bulletproof vest, not to mention protective clothing. How could a guy like this, meant to deal with criminals, possibly take down a level 2 professional? Do you really think professionals are made of mud? Sun Yashin fell silent, unable to muster a response. What about the living ones? Wen Yu asked Sun Yashin. Sun Yashin pointed to the room across from them and replied, all inside along with 3 pale-faced guys. I didn't search the rest of the place in detail. Wen Yu nodded. Old Sun, go check if there are any survivors or stragglers. Sun Ruixing had just finished extracting the bullets from Sun Yashin and promptly took out his weapon, heading upstairs. People inside, come out. I have a few questions for you, Wen Yu's calm voice echoed. Then a shout came from inside. If you dare come in, I still have. Then the sound of a steel blade entering flesh followed. You? Yes, it's me. Hurry up and die, bastard. After a commotion inside, it quickly calmed down. The door opened and a figure stepped out. Wen Yu directly sat at the large table in the room and asked, what happened? Just bad luck. I've really messed up this time completely. The one speaking was Quan'an. Wen Yu tossed Quan'an a cigarette and looked at his pale face and the grenade in his hand. Talk, what's going on? How did it come to this? Got a light? Lighting the cigarette, the faint smoke lingered in the room as Quan'an slowly recounted the story of the cannibals. These people used to be in Che town. Their camp was near the town government. Then the Corpse King appeared, driving them out. They escaped into a cellar. It was supposed to be a planned escape route, but some changes occurred. It was blocked by a mutated bear, right? Quan'an looked at Wen Yu in surprise. How did you know? I sent One Eye to take a look, but the clues from these people stopped here. One Eye couldn't scent them. Quan'an forced a smile and explained, it's not surprising One Eye can't smell them. Why don't you let One Eye sniff the scent on me? Seeing Wen Yu's expression, One Eye stepped forward and sniffed Quan'an's scent vigorously. After sniffing for about 10 seconds, One Eye curiously shook his head at Wen Yu. One Eye didn't scent anything. These cannibals had no smell. This surprised Wen Yu. No smell? No wonder One Eye couldn't track them. This is a good thing. There are many things that can mask a scent, but they usually have a time limit. To permanently conceal one's scent would require at least a sea-level skill. If that were all, it would indeed be a good thing. But the downsides of becoming a cannibal are much greater. Seeing Wen Yu nodding thoughtfully, Quan'an directly shared the tragedy of the cannibals. I led people out of the camp, attracted by a beam of light, and only realized afterward that these people were cannibals. But our strength didn't allow us to resist. 2 of my subordinates were devoured directly by them. Then they gave me a choice, eat people or be eaten. Was there even a choice? Quan'an's question left Wen Yu silent. Slowly shaking his head, Wen Yu revealed his answer. No, you did nothing wrong. Ha ha. Quan'an let out a bitter laugh and spoke again. At first I hesitated. After all, they were my subordinates. But then I thought, they're already dead. What's the difference if I eat a piece of their flesh? Li Quan'an's tone grew more sinister. That was raw meat, just cut off their bodies. It was disgusting at first, slightly warm and a bit slippery. The bloody smell was intense. To be honest, the first piece of meat I swallowed down was forced. Especially seeing their corpses lying right in front of me, I almost broke down. But I had no choice. I swallowed the first piece, and then they gave me a second. Once humans do something that breaks their moral bottom line, they lose their bottom line entirely. So I ate the second piece, then the third. The fourth, I had no idea I could eat so much. I consumed an unknown amount, and when they untied me, I only then realized. I had become just like them. Li Quan'an's words were merely a form of venting. Listening to Li Quan'an's experience, when you extinguished the cigarette butt and patted Li Quan'an's shoulder. And then, Li Quan'an calmed his emotions and revealed Wen Yu's most pressing concern. Then things became different. My profession was directly stripped away, my skills were taken, and besides my physical quality, all my power was gone. Cannibal is just what you call us. We call ourselves the Forgotten, because we were forgotten by the Exchange Stone Pillar. We became monsters. Killing zombies yields no points. We can't use the Exchange Stone Pillar, and we even find it hard to swallow food that normal people eat, so we can only keep eating people. If we want to grow stronger, there's only one way. Eating people can enhance our physical quality. If we don't eat people, we'll starve to death. If we can't grow stronger, we're bound to die eventually. What can we do? This is a dead end, a vicious cycle. Li Quan'an took a deep drag on his cigarette and calmly looked at Wen Yu. So kill me, Li Quan'an stated his final request. In the room, Sun Ruixing had already brought down a few meat pigs. Li Quan'an's words also reached Sun Ruixing, who looked on with a complex expression, tinged with a bit of regret. Wen Yu looked at Li Quan'an's pale face and slowly smiled. Actually, you don't have to leave such a difficult problem to me. The key issue is, what do you think? Li Quan'an stared at Wen Yu in astonishment. Isn't your purpose just to kill all of us cannibal monsters? Wen Yu shook his head with a smile. You see, you just said it yourself. You're just a group of pitiful people, and the real cannibals have already been taken care of by Sun Yashin, haven't they? Now, out of the feelings we've shared on this journey, I will give you the right to choose. If you think it's better to die than to eat people, I will kill you. But if you believe that you still want to live, no matter how, whether through eating something or any other way, then you can go. Li Quan'an immediately fell silent. Even Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin beside him were quiet. I think. Li Quan'an looked at Wen Yu's calm eyes and hesitated for a moment. Thank you, a simple sentence already proved Li Quan'an's choice. No matter what kind of monster he became, survival was the eternal instinct of all living beings. No one wanted to die. Just like when Li Quan'an chose to become a cannibal. You don't have to thank me, it's your own choice. To survive, whatever choice you make is worthy of respect. Leave this place, go anywhere, just get out of Mudanjiang City. I hope you can live. Wen Yu smiled at Li Quan'an and expressed his blessing. Li Quan'an nodded heavily and walked directly into the room, packing a large backpack, taking with him a police automatic rifle and a small amount of ammunition. There are some weapons inside, you can take them. After saying this, Li Quan'an headed downstairs. Watching Li Quan'an's figure become more distant, Sun Ruixing let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, Sun Yashin hesitated and asked, Are we really letting him go? Wen Yu lit another cigarette. Li Quan'an's words had weighed heavily on his heart. Nodding, he saw Li Quan'an had already exited the small building and was walking farther away. Wen Yu replied, We really let him go. I've interacted with him for a long time and he has helped me a lot. But if we let him go, he will still eat people. Although Sun Yashin felt deep sympathy for Li Quan'an's situation, thinking that he would still resort to cannibalism made him unable to hold back. That's why the farther he goes, the better. As long as I don't see these dirty matters, it's as if they never happened. There will be many more troubles like this in the future. I don't have the energy to manage them all. And when I say let him go, it means letting him go. If you dare to leave my sight today, I'll kill you. As soon as Sun Yashin's butt lifted, wanting to chase after Li Quan'an, he was frightened and sat back down at Wen Yu's words, unable to articulate anything. Patting Sun Yashin on the shoulder, Wen Yu pointed at the room Li Quan'an had just left and said, Compared to Li Quan'an, I think we should check what these cannibals left for us. After this statement, Sun Yashin's eyes lit up. These people had guns, and even Sun Yashin wouldn't think that what those people had just brought out was all the weapons here. At 16.7 years old, attention spans are usually not very focused. For this half-grown child, guns are much more attractive than cannibals. I'll go arrange for these people first. Later, we'll bring them back to the camp. Sun Ruixing greeted Wen Yu and went down to collect the food found in this area. Let's go and see what good things we can find. As soon as Wen Yu's words fell, Sun Yashin had already dashed into the room, and then the sounds of his excited exclamations filled the air. "Brother Wenyu, I found a lot of guns here." As Wenyu entered the small room, the scene unfolded before his eyes. The first thing that caught his sight were two corpses lying on the ground, one stabbed to death from behind with a steel knife and the other beheaded. Judging from their pale faces, both were cannibals. They were killed by Quan'an. Next, there was a row of weapon racks. What Sun Yashin referred to as a lot was, in fact, very little. Compared to the National Material Reserve's warehouses he had seen in his previous life, the weapons here were just a simple collection by a civilian. However, the weapons displayed here were of high quality, all standard issue for the armed police in the country. Type 77 pistol, Type 79 submachine gun, M16 automatic rifle replica, and a large number of compatible small-caliber bullets. When you took a quick glance and snorted with disdain. These items were merely toys for hunting rabbits, and here, rabbits referred to level 1 and below. Guns needed to be modified by specialized professionals and then handed over to shooter-type professionals to unleash their terrifying effects. Comparing to the pistols that were as powerful as giant cannons in the hands of professionals from his previous life, these things were truly beneath Wenyu's notice. Casually picking up an automatic rifle, Wenyu skillfully operated it and fired 2 rounds at the window. Listening to the crisp gunfire and looking at the bullet's path, Wenyu directly tossed this toy to the ground, shaking his head in disappointment. "Let's tidy up and take everything back." Sun Yashin was full of excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing. I always wanted to touch a gun, and now I finally can." Watching Sun Yashin seemingly enchanted as he continuously hung guns on himself, Wenyu felt helpless, so he directly began to inspect the other items in the room. The guns only occupied one wall. On the other wall was a display case, and what was inside was the real gain from this trip. Opening the transparent glass window, the first thing Wenyu picked up was 3 level 1 magic crystals. This group of people really died poor, he casually sighed, knowing that for those abandoned by the stone pillars or the sovereign, the only way to obtain magic crystals was from the corpses of mutated beasts. Accumulating 3 magic crystals might have been what these people had before they became cannibals and hadn't used up. Putting this small treasure aside, he prepared to hand these magic crystals over to Sun Ruixing later. After all, the ones who contributed the most to conquering this small place were Sun Yashin and Sun Ruixing, when you had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Then there were 2 small wooden boxes inside. He casually opened one, and a small bottle lay quietly in the box. Picking up this slightly glowing red bottle, the property of the item appeared in Wenyu's mind. Rage Potion C-grade item. After consumption within 10 minutes, the body's attributes double. After the effect ends, the body's attributes are halved for 1 day. It only affects level 4 and below creatures. Ah, the infamous suicide potion from his previous life. Most people wouldn't dare to use or afford it. The greatest use of such a thing is in large-scale wars. With its powerful effect, as long as a unit of professional fighters drinks the potion and charges into battle for 5 minutes, the resulting effect is terrifying. Directly putting the potion into the spatial ring, he took out the last box. Inside the box lay a pointer that flickered with golden light, quietly resting there. "What is this?" When you picked up the golden pointer, examining the patterns and lines on it with curiosity. The lines were quite regular. However, with Wenyu's understanding and knowledge of the apocalypse, this object had already exceeded the scope of what he knew in his previous life. If Guan Tao and the others saw this pointer, they would surely shout out, for this item was the key to opening the treasure land. What exactly is this thing? Wenyu felt that this item must be some kind of treasure, but unfortunately, even holding it in his hand, there was no hint or notification sound appearing in his mind. The door creaked open and Sun Ruixing walked in. While observing the pointer, Wenyu spoke without turning his head, "Have you arranged everything? These 3 level 1 magic crystals are your gains." Sun Ruixing was not being pretentious at all. He picked up the magic crystals beside Wenyu and directly absorbed them. In fact, the relationship between Wenyu and Sun Ruixing had already begun to resemble that of comrades. If Sun Ruixing's character could be further refined, Wenyu really wouldn't mind having such a reliable person by his side. "What's that?" Sun Ruixing gestured with his mouth towards the pointer in Wenyu's hand. "I don't know. You can study it." Wenyu casually handed the pointer to Sun Ruixing and turned his head to look at Sun Yashin, who was sprawled on the ground and making gestures. This kid, picking up a gun, was directly playing SWAT cosplay. Wenyu covered his forehead, unable to bear watching Sun Yashin contort awkwardly on the ground, and shouted at him. "Get up quickly, pack your things, we're going back to the camp." "Oh." Sun Yashin pouted, obviously not satisfied with the play, but he didn't say much and directly tore down the curtains to roll up the weapons on the floor. Let's go, seeing that Sun Yashin had only packed less than half of the weapons, when you turned and walked downstairs. Wait, I think I've found something. Before the group reached the stairs, Sun Ruixing shouted. When you look quickly, this is a pointer. The direction it points to is not far from us. After saying that, Sun Ruixing quickly walked to Wen Yu's side and handed over the pointer in his hand. Wen Yu then examined the dial on the pointer. It could be said that in his 2 lives, Wen Yu had become overly reliant on the notification sounds in his mind regarding the apocalypse. He only thought about the hints from the Sovereign and had never considered discovering anything from the nature of the objects themselves. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that as the group moved, the direction of the pointer on the dial was constantly changing. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It's quite interesting. Wen Yu smiled slightly and placed the pointer into the spatial ring. Let's head back to the camp first. Tomorrow I'll take you to see what this thing really means. Although Wen Yu was a bit intrigued about the pointer's function, there were too many burdens right now. Not to mention that Sun Yashin was loaded with weapons, but the food they had just rescued also couldn't be easily abandoned. In the face of the unknown, it was best to have some cannon fodder to scout the way and test for traps. That was Wen Yu's ultimate goal. Upon returning to the camp, Wen Yu didn't even need to mention the pointer. Sun Yashin, who had a big mouth, had already revealed that Wen Yu was going to explore for treasure the next day. Brother Wen Yu, do you think we can bring a few more people tomorrow? Zhang Pengfei asked hesitantly, directly handing over 2 level 2 attributeless magic crystals. Of course, that's no problem. Wen Yu accepted the magic crystals from Zhang Pengfei, noticing the pained expression on his face. He directly absorbed them, raising his physical attributes to 42 points. But let me make it clear, if there really is any treasure, what I can use will be mine. What I can't use is yours. Of course. Zhang Pengfei patted his chest, fully agreeing with Wen Yu's proposal. All right, then it's settled. As Zhang Pengfei left the room, a glint of understanding flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. Taking out the pointer that pointed directly to the center of the town, Wen Yu revealed an inscrutable smile. It seems like it's not something rare. Even Zhang Pengfei knows its usefulness. A night passed without incident. The next day, as Wen Yu just came downstairs, he saw that 80% of the professionals in the camp were already geared up and ready to go. Meanwhile, Zhang Pengfei was lying on a large lounge chair at the staircase of Wen Yu's residence, quietly basking in the sun. Brother Wen Yu, did you sleep well? Seeing Wen Yu come out, Zhang Pengfei stood up with a smile and greeted him. Wen Yu gestured towards the professionals behind Zhang Pengfei who were ready to go, and with a grin said, Brother Fei, our friendship isn't short. Don't you think we should explain this? Ha. Zhang Pengfei burst into hearty laughter, directly putting his arm around Wen Yu's neck and said mysteriously, By the way, Big Brother lied a little to Wen Yu yesterday. I recognize that pointer you got. I can tell that if you didn't recognize it, you wouldn't have directly handed over 2 level 2 magic crystals to let me bring people to check it out. Wen Yu intentionally emphasized the word check. Zhang Pengfei showed no signs of embarrassment and continued, The item in my little brother's hand is a key to open the treasure land. And treasure lands that appear in this form are usually giant or super treasure lands, containing plenty of good stuff. Moreover, there will always be some things that Brother Wen Yu won't need, and Big Brother doesn't mind picking up a few bargains behind you. You won't mind, right? Wen Yu scrutinized Zhang Pengfei before his tone gradually became stern. Bringing people is fine, but I'll reiterate, anything I can use is mine, and anything I can't use is yours. Don't forget. Zhang Pengfei instantly understood that his deception of Wen Yu from yesterday had slightly annoyed him, so he immediately began to flatter him. Don't worry, Brother Wen Yu, if there's danger, we'll take it on. As long as it's something you can use, Big Brother will present it to you with both hands. Absolutely no second thoughts. Wen Yu nodded. As long as you understand my bottom line, I hope you won't do anything that would make me turn my back on you. Trust me, when I get angry, even I am afraid. Faced with Wen Yu's blatant threat, the flicker of anger in Zhang Pengfei's eyes quickly vanished. Ignoring Zhang Pengfei's feelings, Wen Yu took out the pointer and walked towards the direction it indicated. Behind him were Zhang Pengfei, Sun Yashin, Sun Ruixing, and over 100 professionals from the camp. You are amazing for listening to chapters 1 to 100 of Doomsday Summoning Frenzy. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.